Chapter 1. As his fighter broke clear of the atmosphere, Eric Weston reached forward and flipped a series of switches to disengage the scramjet intake and engage the pressurized oxygen flow to the twin engines. The rush of air across the fuselage had long since faded, thinning to nothing as he angled the nose down and aimed for geosync orbit. Beyond the cockpit glass, the curve of Earth was clearly visible as he casually flipped the plane over and took a moment to admire the view so far below. Things look so much nicer from up here, so serene compared to what I've seen. Japan, California, Hong Kong. None of them look like the battlefields I've fought over. Eric Weston thought soberly as he flashed back to his first engagements during World War III. When the war broke out, his company was one of the first strike targets for the bloc forces. In the few minutes warning the coastal defenses bought them, Weston had organized the other test pilots and got the prototypes off the ground to save them from the bombers. Unarmed, they couldn't do anything but watch as the enemy's heavy weapons annihilated the facility and killed nearly everyone he considered a colleague and friend. After that, staying out of the fight wasn't really an option for Weston. He flipped his plane back around so he could take a long look at his destination instead of wallowing in his origins. Hanging in the Lagrange 4-point like some serene floating sentinel, his new command, the North American Confederation ship Odyssey, stood waiting to receive him. The ship floated in front of him, placidly awaiting her captain as he sailed toward her on a fast intercept vector. I suppose it does look like an old sailing ship. Though, as he forced himself to admit a few moments later, he probably wouldn't have seen it if the designers hadn't kept pointing it out. The Odyssey's cylindrical habitats could only be seen as the hull of a sailing vessel if one had the most liberal of imaginations. The rest, though, was easier to understand. A long keel that appeared to mark the vessel's bottom was actually an enclosed flight deck, built to house shuttles and fighters. Similarly, mast-like sensor spires dotted her top. The rear engine compartment looked like the stern of an old frigate, and her bow was marked by long antennae that reached dozens of meters out from the ship. Odyssey Control to Archangel 01, please change your approach vector to 024 Mark III. You have been cleared for standard approach on Deck 2. The voice relayed over his headset induction receiver, sounding clearer than if the person had been in the cockpit with him. Weston acknowledged the signal and slid his fighter along the new approach path. It didn't take long for the CAT officer to come over his radio, taking over from the bridge control team. Archangel 01, I have you on approach. The voice crackled over the radio as the signal began to suffer from the mutual interference of the countermass, CM, fields that surrounded both his fighter and the NACS Odyssey. Call the ball, Captain. Roger, Cat, I have the ball. Confirmed. Glide path is clear. The deck is green. Come on in. The air is fine. Weston guided the sleek Archangel 01 toward the Odyssey, vectoring toward her bow and aligning toward the enclosed carrier deck in the ship's massive keel. The forward section of the deck was open to space, offering entry to the ship for fighters and shuttles at speed, while heavy side locks permitted more controlled docking. As the starry depths of space were eclipsed by the cavernous interior of the carrier deck, Weston felt the hairs on his arms and neck stand at attention. He recognized the sensation and knew that the ship's flight crew had caught him with the trap, a powerful countergravity field that slowed the fighter down drastically without putting him through the effects of deceleration. Minutes later, his fighter came to a stop and he regained control as he carefully steered it to one of the deck's lifts. Once he was in one of the 8 hangars built into the Odyssey's keel, Weston powered down and checked the external atmosphere on reflex. He carefully equalized the pressure in the fighter to that of the hangar and popped the canopy, waiting as it slid back. He pulled himself clear and, with a slight tug, floated free of the cockpit. As he drifted toward the hangar's ceiling, Weston heard the reverberating clang of magnetic boots and looked up, or rather down, toward the floor. Howdy there, Command. Captain. The cheerful voice echoed through the hangar as its originator jumped up, did a neat little flip, and floated up to where Weston was just planting his own pair of mag boots on the metal deck plating. Stephen Stephanos Michaels was Weston's wingman in the Archangel flight group, or had been until Weston officially accepted command of the Odyssey. During the war, Weston, Stephanos, and a small handful of others were among the only people qualified on the specialized Archangel fighters, among the only air superiority fighters that could stand up to the new block frontline fighter aircraft. After 3 years of leading the Archangels and the end of the war, Weston had accepted the promotion with the hopes of a place to start over, somewhere that wasn't filled with memories. At that point, Stephanos was Weston's choice to succeed him, taking his place as the flight leader of the Archangels. Stephanos had not changed much since their younger days. Just over 6 feet with a decidedly non-regulation haircut, he had an affable quality that hung off him like a comfortable set of clothes, something that served him well in the after-hours clubs he was known to frequent. Weston knew that he had been waiting for years to take over the Angels, and Stephanos seemed pretty happy about it today. "Hey, Steph." Weston popped his helmet as he greeted his friend. "How are you and the others fitting in?" Stephanos managed a humble sort of shrug that would have looked ridiculous on almost anyone else, but just seemed to make him look like some good old boy straight off the farm. "Nothing to complain about." Weston laughed. "Right. What that means is you've got complaints, but no one gives a damn." Stephanos chuckled in turn as the 2 old friends walked side by side to the far end of the hangar, chatting about the ship and the mission, and finally entered one of the small doors that led them to the ship's internal lift. Inside the capsule-like pod that served to ferry the Odyssey's crew, Weston signaled the lift to head for the ship's command center in the forward habitat cylinder. Weston waited, glancing at his young friend, noting his occasional nervous fidgeting. He figured that his wingman had earned the right to be nervous by now, though. They had flown alongside each other since the inception of the Archangels, 8 years previously, and through some of the most vicious air battles in the history of humankind. All that set aside, Weston could hardly fault the man when he himself was on the verge of shaking. The Odyssey was the first ship constructed that made use of the new transition drive system that was supposed to allow faster-than-light travel, and his rather public position as the flight leader of the Archangels had put him on the short list to captain her. The pod glided to a stop in the center of the forward habitation cylinder, and Weston felt gravity return as the pod slowly matched the cylinder's rotation before the hatch whirred open and allowed them to leave. "Irk." Weston staggered as he stepped off, a wave of nausea sweeping over him as his body adjusted to the cylinder's rotation. "It'll pass. First time you're on one of these things, it takes your inner ear a while to adjust to the motion," Stephanos commented as his arm snaked out to steady Weston. "I know." Weston straightened himself, fighting off another wave of sickness, and started down the hallway. "Not my first time on the ship, Steph. Was up here maybe a dozen times during the pre-commissioning. Damn thing hit me every time." The pair made their way through the halls, toward the Odyssey's command center, a large room with curving floors and ceilings. It was already bustling with activity as 2 full maintenance details crowded the room, checking the circuitry for the nth time as they analyzed every system on the ship prior to her maiden voyage. A tall black man wearing a commander's uniform approached them on the bridge. Wide across the shoulders and taller than Steph by at least 4 inches, the commander caused the metal plates of the deck to reverberate under his feet, leaving Weston to think of an oncoming giant and wonder for a brief moment if he'd packed his sling. "Commander Michaels." He bowed his head politely toward Stephanos before turning his attention to Weston. "Welcome aboard the Odyssey, Captain. I'm Commander Jason Roberts, your first officer." "Commander?" Weston returned the gesture while glancing around the room. "Excuse me, Captain. I don't mean to question you, but would you prefer to change now?" Weston, startled, looked down at his well-worn flight suit and the helmet cradled under one arm and grinned. "Don't much look like the captain of the fleet's pride and joy now, do I? Well, let's transfer the command codes now. I'll come back in full dress whites for the camera ops in an hour." "Yes, sir." Roberts moved over to the captain's command seat and thumbed a print scanner, motioning Weston to do the same. After Weston's thumb had been scanned, twin lights lit up and the computer voice broke in. "Command transfer initiated. Please confirm identities and desire to initiate transfer protocol. Identify Commander Roberts, Jason, NACS Odyssey. Transfer all command access rights to Captain Eric Weston. Confirmed. Captain Weston, please identify and confirm. Identify Captain Weston, Eric, NACS Odyssey. Confirm access transfer. All command access rights have been transferred. Welcome aboard, Captain. Weston removed his thumb from the scanner and glanced over at Stefanos, who by now looked like he was about to float away. Rotational gravity be damned. Well, Commander, the angels are yours. Weston waited for a moment, permitting Stefanos his time in the sun, then continued. I'll be expecting a full report on the squadron, weapons, flight status, and roster by tomorrow. Steph's smile dropped several degrees, probably at the thought of the paperwork he had just inherited. Weston started to smirk in response until he, too, remembered the increased paperwork awaiting his attention. Recovering, Steph saluted with a smile and, turning on his heel, strode off to his new duties. I'll be in my quarters preparing for the ceremony, Commander, Weston said, before he, too, turned to leave. He headed down 2 decks to the officers' quarters, finally finding his room after a couple wrong turns. He stripped out of his flight suit, peeling the liner off his skin, and tossed it into a hamper built into the wall. A few minutes later, he was in the shower, washing the last remnants of his fighter suit off his body and hair. After an all-too-short shower, Weston dried off and checked his closet. He found that all his things had preceded him to the ship and were all perfectly laid out. I guess there are some perks to command after all. He pulled his dress whites out and laid them on the bed. 45 minutes after he had entered his quarters, an entirely new man emerged and headed back to Odyssey Command. The shuttle rolled to a stop and shuddered as the huge pylon stabilized the delta-shaped craft in the 0G of the hangar deck. A few minutes passed as the craft was secured. The lift readied as her passengers floated over to it, dropped onto the steel plate, and activated their mag boots. Loud reverberations echoed through the air as they all locked into place on the lift, waiting for it to drop. Machinery hummed and the lift dropped down until it came into contact with the flight deck of the big mothership, and the passengers found themselves staring at a pair of armed sentries. Lieutenant Sean Bermont, former member of the Canadian Joint Task Force 2, was the first to step forward, handing his identification to the Marine sentry. Lieutenant Bermont joined ship's company, he said, passing the sheet with his orders to the Marine. The sentry glanced down at it, but his eyes weren't looking at the formal orders and ID. Instead, they moved farther down to the lieutenant's dog tags. The information came up, along with a countersigned security voucher from the ship's computer, and the Marine signed off on the arrival. Very good, sir. Lift to the habitation decks is 20 meters behind you, and you should check in with the XO as soon as you settle in. Bermont nodded and turned on his heel, as well as he could in 0G, and moved toward the lift. Behind him, he could hear the next man handing over his ID to the Marine. Weston left his quarters dreading the press conference. When Commander Roberts met him at the entry to command, Weston acknowledged him and everyone around the bridge, before addressing his new XO. Commander, I think we should finish up the publicity ceremonies as quickly as possible. We do have a mission to begin, Weston said, wanting to get his new command underway. Although he had to play to the press, he didn't have to like it. Yes, sir. I'll contact the Admiral and we'll set up the public transfer. Weston walked around the command chair, lowering himself slowly into it. It is more comfortable than my fighter. Still, it just feels off somehow. He fidgeted a bit in the large chair, familiarizing himself with the displays available at his fingertips, checking and rechecking the emergency restraints. Finally, he gave up the attempt to force a level of comfort that he didn't yet feel and turned his attention to work. Weston glanced through the massive amount of reports from the ship's stations, noticing that there were remarkably few from the tactical stations concerning the ship's defensive systems. All the internal diagnostics were available, but there were no practical numbers. It was all theoretical. Weston was still examining the defensive systems when Roberts returned. Captain, the Admiral is waiting in the conference room for the transfer of title. Good. Weston agreed. "Let's get this over with." Roberts and Weston left the bridge, riding an internal lift down to one of the outer decks, and entered the conference room. Admiral Grayson was surrounded by aides and several members of national and international presses, all with their whirring cameras focused on Weston's entrance. She was a striking woman, one who knew how to manipulate a group with her tall, aristocratic bearing, as she proved while carefully guiding the press in the direction of the captain. "Ah, Captain Weston, come in," she said. "I'm certain that you're anxious to begin your new command?" "Yes, ma'am." Weston engaged his best professional face, smiling blandly as he stood ramrod straight for the cameras. "I'm eager to put the new systems to the test." Good. Well, let's get this done. Is everybody ready?" After all had voiced their readiness, the Admiral pressed a control and the lights dimmed. Weston knew that the ship's recorders had just activated to document the transfer for the military archives. The Admiral leaned down and withdrew a small gold patch from a box by her seat. "Eric Weston, former commander of the Archangel Flight Group, you have been promoted to the level of captain of the NACS Odyssey, with all the responsibilities and privileges therein." The cameras whirred, focusing on the Admiral's hand as she placed the gold patch on his left shoulder and stepped back. She extended her hand to Weston and shook his firmly. "Congratulations, Captain." "Thank you, Admiral. Now if I may be excused, I'll—" "It's not that easy, Captain. You are the guest of honor here, and there is protocol to be observed." Weston sighed as he realized that he wouldn't be escaping after all. Still, the rest of the evening flew by as he was introduced to various dignitaries and members of the press. The press conference went by in a blur. About half the questions put to him received a standard "no comment" in slightly more flowery language, leading him to the after-party with a sensation in his gut remarkably similar to how he felt after flying triple back-to-back missions during the war. He did his best not to look too eager to be gone as he picked at the buffet and said all the expected things in passing. The food was good, even if the conversation was lacking, but he did have trouble evading one particular reporter. "Captain Weston! Excuse me, Captain!" Weston turned, already knowing whom the voice belonged to, but still startled when she appeared only inches away. "Miss Lynn! Nice to see you again." A smirk crossed her face. "I'm sure, Captain, I still have a couple questions to ask you." "Please, Miss Lynn, I've already answered your questions to the best of my ability. Much of the Odyssey's mission and crew remains classified, as I'm sure you understand." The woman gave Weston a knowing look, her expression making her confidence, or lack thereof, in Weston's answers quite clear. The young reporter was a representative of the Eastern Bloc, including China, parts of the old Soviet Union, Korea, India, and many other countries, which had been enough of a force that the United States formed a new defense treaty with Canada and Mexico. Although both sides had avoided using nuclear weapons, the massive damage to all the nation's infrastructures had been one of the deciding factors in the inception of the Confederation. Weston had previously met her when he had been forced to scrounge through Beijing in search of materials to repair his downed fighter. She'd nearly gotten him killed, and he had the distinct impression that she was now out to finish the job. "Captain, what are your thoughts on a military presence being the first thing we, as human beings, send to the stars?" she probed. "Should we really be carrying our problems with us when we break free of the solar system?" Weston sighed. "Miss Lynn, I can't comment on matters of philosophy. I'm sorry." He couldn't see it, but he knew that her microphone and camera were focused on him, and he had to select each word carefully. "But Captain, what about—" Commander Roberts slid between Miss Lynn and Weston. "Captain, your presence is required by the Admiral." Weston bowed out gratefully. "If you'll excuse me, Miss Lynn." As they left, he whispered aside to Roberts. "Thanks for getting me out of that." "Don't thank me, sir. The Admiral noticed Miss Lynn circling and thought you might need backup." Admiral Grayson always did know how to smell trouble. "Admiral, I understand I owe you my thanks." Weston slipped alongside the stern-looking Admiral as she took a sip of her champagne. Grayson looked him over seriously for a moment, her dark eyes piercing him through and through before she deigned to crook her lips and speak. "Nonsense, Captain. Just doing my duty." The last thing the NAC needs is an Eastern Bloc exclusive slicing our highest-profile captain to shreds. They have become better at manipulating public opinion lately, haven't they? Weston grimaced. Yes, well, they tried by force of arms and very nearly succeeded, she said. I suppose it was natural that they would begin applying alternative pressure. Yeah, and Lynn is far too good at her job. She ought to be. Grayson let a small smile grace her stern face. We trained her, after all. Why is it that the best terrorists, the worst enemies, and the most dangerous people in the world always seem to be schooled in the North American Confederation? Weston asked. Just once, can't they have graduated from some obscure school in Africa or something? Grayson shrugged. Know thine enemy, I suppose. Where better for them to learn to stick it to us? Do we honestly have to keep training the people doing the sticking? Ah, but if someone else did it, we wouldn't have such detailed files on them, Grayson said. Weston chuckled as he conceded the point. Touché, I suppose, Admiral. Still, in any case, I think I'll remove myself from the chopping block and retire for the evening. I have a big day tomorrow. Weston excused himself from the party, navigating the long corridors to his quarters. Although he knew that this first mission was just a shakedown cruise, he was glad to get away from the post-war politics. Even though there was still a space race of sorts, the Eastern Bloc was nowhere near the development of transition technology. The Odyssey was built primarily as a testbed for a host of new technologies, and to defend the outer system facilities against potential Bloc attacks. With the addition of the transition drive, the mission became much more, however. Weston didn't hope to find anything specific, but the scheduled experiments would cover everything from long-term physical effects of space travel to looking for life in various star systems. He entered his quarters and collapsed on the bed. Diplomacy. Up until now, it hadn't been that much of a factor in his career. Leading the Archangels had been mostly a matter of flying and firing, the same as when he was a Marine aviator for the United States. Luckily, diplomacy would be over once he was out of communication with Earth, and that wouldn't be much longer now. A few moments later, the events of the day exacted their toll, and Weston fell fast asleep. Chapter 2. Commander Roberts, has the ship been cleared for departure? Captain Weston asked. Yes, sir. Station Liberty cleared us several minutes ago, the imposing commander said, his voice carrying nonetheless. We received final clearance from the tower during the night, and Commander Harris wishes you luck. Weston was satisfied. Tower clearance had been the final, official word they needed to begin. Send him my thanks, Commander. Are we a go for thruster release? Roberts tapped out a command on his tablet PDA. Aye, sir. All right, then. Helm, clear the moorings and take us out. Dead slow. Dead slow. Aye, sir. The Odyssey shared space with many of the government construction projects of the North American Confederacy, including the space station that had eventually been built to replace the ISS after the aging construct was finally decommissioned and left to burn up in the atmosphere as its orbit failed. The new Liberty Station was built to last a great deal longer than its predecessor, and as the Odyssey cleared the big station's shadow, Weston admired the silhouette of the station against the blue and white of the Earth below. The deck rumbled as the thrusters pushed the big ship out of orbit, bringing Weston's focus back to the task at hand. Lieutenant Daniels tapped away on the touchscreen in front of him, making course corrections on the fly via the computer interface. Weston shivered. Watching Daniels work, he really didn't trust the fly-by keyboard systems much. He'd always preferred the stick and throttle in his hand, but the designers had made that type of flying a last resort for the Odyssey. Daniels continued with his work and slid his hands along the solid composite surface in front of him. The sensors within the sealed interface detected his finger placement, and the integrated display lit up like the proverbial Christmas tree as Daniels brought the systems online and cleared the mooring. The Odyssey, now free of the mooring cables, drifted clear under soft thruster guidance until Daniels opened up the ship's reactor and sent a low rumble through her. The ship accelerated away from the station and Earth's orbit, leaving behind the cluttered section of space that had given birth to her. Helm, as soon as we're clear of Earth space, power up the navigation beams and accelerate to 1/3 of light, Weston commanded. Yes, sir. As the Odyssey cleared the section of space claimed by Earth, the forward field generators powered up and began sweeping the ship's path of debris. Then the Odyssey's massive engines came into play, and the big ship began to steam up the huge gravity well generated by Sol. Approaching .05 light speed, Captain, Daniel said. Request clearance for CM release. Granted, Weston replied. The countermass system was the heart of the Odyssey's sublight propulsion systems, a series of generators along the keel of the massive ship that threw up an energy field around the entire vessel. The math involved gave Weston a headache, though he understood it enough to comprehend what was happening as the fields began to charge. Around the Odyssey, a bubble began to form as one generator reinforced the next, establishing an oval pocket that began to segregate the ship and its occupants from the real universe. Within the bubble, the effective mass of the ship began to drop, at least so far as the rest of the universe was concerned, rendering the massive ship uniquely less massive. It wasn't quite cheating Einstein, Weston knew, but it was a way to bend the rules, just a little bit. The big drive reactors that powered the Odyssey stuck out just to the edge of the field, and when the system was in full operation, they threw out plasma at near light speed. Plasma that masked exactly what it was supposed to as it broke the edge of the field, pushing against the ship, whose total mass was fooling the laws of physics into thinking it was 10% of what it was. Without the field, the Odyssey could throw down a sprint mode that made a turtle look like a Formula One racer, and its top end clocked in just under 1/10 the speed of light, or 0.1 c. With the field active, there wasn't a thing built by man that could hope to catch her. Navigation! Weston paused and then chastised himself mentally. Use their names, Eric. Lieutenant Daniels, plot a course to bring us on a close flyby of the Deimos station and the Jovian research platforms. I want to say hello to an old friend. Weston heard the young lieutenant at navigation acknowledge the order and, a few moments later, felt the shudder run through the ship as it realigned along its new course. The Odyssey was now reaching 1/4 the speed of light and still accelerating as it roared along the ship repair facility in the Mars orbit. As the ship approached the red planet, an officer behind Weston called out, Incoming call, sir. It's from Commodore Wolf at the Deimos base. How close are we now? Weston asked. About 2 light minutes, sir. Acknowledge audio only. Inform them of our ETA and tell the Commodore that we'll have visual in 7 minutes. Yes, sir. Excuse me, Chief, Lieutenant Vermont said as he stepped up close to a squat and solidly built woman wearing the uniform of a chief petty officer. She glanced up from where she had popped open a conduit panel and was checking diagnostics, her eyes falling to the bars on his uniform. Corin, sir, she saluted. Vermont returned the salute. I'm looking for the rec deck, Chief Corin. Afraid I got turned around. He had always felt more at home in the field than in this synthetic environment. Once he got out of the city, he never looked back, finding that he loved the rawness of nature more than anything. Pavement and concrete stopped being his home when he first discovered jungles and swamps, so Sean became sniper certified with the Canadian Joint Task Force 2, JTF-2, and spent as much of his time away from cities as he could. She gave him a sour look and jerked her head over her shoulder. Down the hall you'll find a tube. Take it back to Hab 2, lower decks. Thanks, Chief. Vermont nodded and started off. From behind he heard a muffled groundhog coming from Corin. The 7 minutes flew by as Weston carefully watched the officers under his command, keeping track of their reactions to the multitude of minor crises that were part of the type of shakedown mission they were on. Captain, Commodore Wolf for you on visual. Weston looked up from the terminal he was working on at the gruff face looking back at him from the screen. Hello, Jeff. Good to see you again. You're telling me. This is about the last place I expected you to turn up. I should have known that it would take something like that heap to pull you away from the Angels. The Commodore's gruff words were belied by the grin on his face. Who said I left the Angels? Got 'em stored tight and secure on our flight deck. The Commodore laughed. Now, how on earth did you manage that? It wasn't that hard, Weston said. It made for pretty good PR, and it's good training for the younger members of the group. Besides, since the war ended, the Angels have started to be a pain in the collective ass of the public relations department. They aren't exactly peacekeepers, you know. Well, that's a hard point to deny. Not that I regret it one little bit, Eric. Warriors are never appreciated in peacetime, except by those they saved during the war. Looks like we've both come a long way from Japan, my friend. The Commodore's smile faded for an instant at the intrusion of old memories. We have at that, Jeff, and I can't say that I'm sorry, Weston responded. His eyes clouded as he thought back to the carnage over Japan when he'd first met Wolfe. The Commodore, then Captain Wolfe of the U.S. Marine Corps, had been a flight leader in the Battle of Japan. The Chinese advanced Mantis fighters had poured over the beleaguered island state like locusts, faster and more lethal than the aging Corps-issued Joint Strike Fighter, short takeoff vertical landing, STVL, models that Wolfe had flown, taking the defense forces by surprise. The first shots of World War III had been fired less than 3 miles from where the final moments of World War II had ended for the Pacific Theater. The Commodore grimaced for a moment. I never had a chance to thank you for that, Eric. If you and the Archangels hadn't shown up. Weston waved him off. It's history, Commodore. Japan was a whole different world and a completely different time. No need for thanks. The somber moment lasted only a few seconds. Well, I'll surely be expecting your thanks when you bring that shiny new toy of yours to my station for repairs. The quiet mood broken, Weston laughed out loud and concluded the conversation as the Odyssey began arcing away from the Mars orbit. Looks like we're starting to pull away from you, Commodore. Is that tanker waiting on us? She's all yours. Been on high-velocity orbit of Saturn for the past several hours. I would imagine her crew is getting impatient. I won't keep them waiting too much longer, Commodore. Odyssey out. The Commodore threw Weston a 2-fingered salute before the screen flickered back to a forward view. Weston looked back over his displays, watching the numbers flash by as the ship arced away from the Mars orbit and hit 1/3 light speed, roughly half her maximum cruise speed. The big reactors grew quiet as the crew watched the red planet dwindle rapidly into the void. Weston glanced away from the screen, his attention turning toward his own terminal. Helm, what's our fuel status? Weston asked some time later. More than sufficient until we refuel, sir, Daniels responded. That's not what I asked, Lieutenant. Weston's voice grew sharper, his eyes boring into the back of the young man's head. Sorry, sir. Daniels took a few seconds. We're at about 10%, sir. We burned about 1/3 of that so far, mostly during the initial burn at port speed. Thank you, Daniels. Begin plotting a retro burn and take us into the Trojan belt. Silence answered him, and Weston knew that several eyes had swiveled to watch him as Commander Roberts stepped over. Sir, we have a rendezvous to make. You heard the Commodore. Commander Roberts reminded him under his breath. Yes, I did, but it's going to have to wait, Weston said, gazing at him evenly. Yes, sir. Roberts retreated, and Weston felt the shudder run through the deck plates as the Odyssey's course altered, and her retro-firing sequence was initiated. Ahead of them loomed the huge face of Jupiter, marked as it had been for centuries by the violent storm in its southern hemisphere. The Odyssey arced off to one side, heading for one of the Trojan asteroid belts that hung ominously on either side of the huge planet. Vermont sighed as he settled back into the relatively comfortable couch that lined one entire wall of the crew lounge. There was a screen embedded in the upper wall across from him that showed the rather impressive image of Jupiter from a link to the exterior cameras. It was nice, he supposed, but definitely not his thing. He glanced around the room and noticed that a few groups had formed in their off-duty hours, including a couple of tables that seemed reserved for the glory boys of the Archangel fighter wing. He shrugged and dropped into an empty seat at a table populated by men in similar uniforms to his own. Behind him, Vermont listened to the flyboys laughing over something he hadn't heard. The main difference between a fighter pilot and God is that God doesn't think he was a fighter pilot, said a man leaning over in his direction, grinning. Before Vermont could say anything else, someone else cut in. Yeah, but Archangels are slightly more humble than most fighter pilots. Most of the men around the table seemed to think that was quite funny. The Archangels were willing to settle for being God's right hand rather than the big guy himself. Vermont chuckled with the rest and introduced himself. Vermont. Savoy, was the return response, the two shaking hands. Tech geek. Vermont noted the Ranger tab on the man's shoulder, along with several rockers and a butt on his chest, and didn't even consider making any of the normally requisite geek jokes. Maybe he would later, when he knew the man, but he tried not to make a habit of annoying anyone who could both survive SEAL training and program a video recorder. They tended to be creative when it came to getting even. He noted Savoy's eyes skimming over his own uniform and couldn't quite stop from smiling when the man looked confused at the total lack of insignia. Unlike the American elite units, JTF-2 didn't much go in for things like identification. Until they'd been swept up into the North American Confederation Armed Forces, NACAF, Vermont's normal uniform was a black SAS sweater, BDU pants, and boots. No rank, no insignia, no medals. Canadian, Vermont said. Savoy's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, good to have you on board. Good to be here. The pilots behind them roared again, laughing at something, and broke up the conversation. Vermont shifted his attention to check them out. The Archangels were infamous, possibly the most well-known faces in the Confed. The government had used them as poster boys, recruiting tools, and general all-around hero types in order to keep morale up during the war. A lot of troops Vermont knew didn't really like them much, figuring they were all show and no-go. Their list of battle honors pretty much put paid to that idea, however. Vermont didn't have the pedigree to match up with them, but he didn't want reporters shoving cameras up his ass while he took a dump either. He'd served with the Canadian Joint Task Force 2 before the War Act instituted the Confederation between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. After the Confederation, JTF-2 remained viable for a few years, while the armed forces spent more time fighting than worrying about who went where and in what. Later, when all the old Spec Ops units got reprioritized after the war, he'd been offered a slot on the Odyssey. He'd been leery of the offer at first, until he was briefed on the types they were calling up for the security complement of the starship. Actual shipboard security was being managed by the Marines, which was what he'd expected, of course, but the majority of the ground-based military presence on the ship was actually drawn from all the old snake-eater groups. He'd recognized a lot of the names on that list and had signed up without another thought. His superior, Colonel Jackson Neal, had told him that someone had decided it'd be a bright idea if the military people on the ship were already trained in hostile environments and survival techniques beyond the norm. Vermont figured it was a load of crap himself. After all, even if they did find themselves in an alien world where they could breathe, what were the odds that the snakes there would be edible? But what was a special operations trooper to do in a post-war world? Apparently, the powers that be thought there might be some use for a few of them, eating alien snakes, if that's what it took. Vermont shrugged and leaned back, smiling to himself. Weston watched the screens carefully as the crew guided the Odyssey into the L4 Trojan Point, its powerful navigation beam shouldering aside the larger nickel-iron rocks and sending shudders through the ship as it slowed. He checked off a point in his journal and noted the success of the beams under full load stress. "All right, Waters." "Sir," Waters said, turning to the captain. "Power up the primary weapons array." "Sir?" "You heard me." "Aye, sir." Weston understood the man's hesitation. Ironclad treaties existed concerning the firing of weapons anywhere even close to Earth space. Those treaties didn't extend past the orbit of Mars, however, so Weston fully intended to see how well the systems were integrated into the Odyssey's infrastructure. "Pick a rock, Ensign," he said, "and then erase it from my universe." "Aye, aye, Captain." Waters leaned forward, his voice eager. It only took a few minutes for the sounds of the shipboard weapons fire to die down, and throughout the ship, Those without immediate access to the telemetry plots waited with half-held breaths for the results of the impromptu tests. "Captain to all hands," Weston's voice sounded over the speakers in the Damage Control Command Center, as it did around the rest of the ship. "Congratulations on a textbook weapons test. Outstanding. If you slackers don't get off your flat butts double time, I'm going to start knocking heads," Chief Rachel Corrin said as she stalked through the DCCC. The crew members scrambled to their feet as the harsh voice of the chief growled at them. They snapped to as she marched down the length of the curved room and glared at them. "Damage control drills now," she hissed, her tone brooking no argument as the crew snapped into action, grabbing their gear and rushing out the door. Corrin sighed as she watched them go, letting her mask drop for a second once she was alone. She shook her head, moving along behind the retreating figures. "This crew needs more than drills in the worst way." Whoever had been behind the formation of the Odyssey's crew had either been complete imbeciles or hidden geniuses. Corrin wasn't sure which, though she had money on the former. The individual crew members had been drawn from some of the best pools of military talent available, and in the post-war economy of the North American Confederacy she served, that meant they had some damned fine people on board. The problem was so very few of them had ever served with any of their shipmates before. And that was a recipe for disaster, if Chief Petty Officer Corrin ever saw one. The Odyssey, now back en route to the Saturn refueling rendezvous, accelerated back to its in-system cruise speed of 0.3 light speed. Ahead of the massive ship, its navigation beams blasted aside any debris unlucky enough to be caught in its path, causing the occasional shudder to run through the ship. Shortly thereafter, the rings of Saturn became visible as the vessel roared toward the orbit of the sixth planet. Out of the rings, a black shape became visible, its trajectory altering almost as soon as it was spotted. It rocketed free of the big planet's gravity well and slid into a parallel course with the Odyssey. "Odyssey Command, this is the Indigo. Welcome to Saturn." "Indigo, this is the Odyssey. Thanks for the welcome, but I don't think we'll have time to sightsee." "Pity. We've taken in the sights for the past day while waiting for you. Least you could do is hang around and keep us company for a while." "Afraid not, Indigo. We have a mission to start, and I understand you have something to help us along?" "Roger that, Odyssey. Lines are coming across now." Snaking out from the Indigo, thick hoses glided across the space between the two ships, reducing their distance to a few hundred feet before the tanker altered its course and paralleled the Odyssey. Small pods were in place on the ends of the hoses, each containing a two-man crew that guided the hoses into place. The 5 hoses were soon locked into the Odyssey's rear compartment, and the tanker began emptying its cargo. By tanking up at speed in the outer system, the Odyssey would be able to keep from wasting a large percentage of its fuel during the initial boost phase of the trip. The pull of the sun's gravity was less here, and they already had built momentum while the ship was still significantly lighter due to its largely empty tanks. Because of those same empty tanks, however, the fueling would take the better part of what remained of the night. Weston retired shortly after the process had begun, leaving third watch to look after the ship while they were being resupplied. When he woke, the low hum he felt through the deck assured him that the ship was again under full thrust and moving toward the edge of the Sol system. On the bridge, everything was running smoothly. They had just crossed the orbit of Pluto, and although the planet itself was nowhere in sight, it was a cheerful milestone in itself, since they were the first humans to reach that far. Roberts had relieved the night watch a couple hours earlier and was sifting through crew assignments when the captain stepped onto the bridge. "Captain on the bridge!" "Status," Weston ordered as he stepped over to the command chair. "We just crossed the orbit of Pluto 30 minutes ago, sir. Technically, we can engage the drive when ready, sir," Roberts replied crisply. "Though the official heliopause is still a few minutes away." "Good. Helm, calculate the trajectory and be precise." Lieutenant Daniels bent over his console and began the calculations. "Yes, sir." "Mr. Roberts, contact the transition team. Tell them to charge the system." Roberts turned to a console on his left, tapping a series of commands. Transition team reports ready, sir. We can engage the drive at any time, he said into a recessed microphone. Good. Weston flipped a switch on his console and activated the ship-wide intercom. Attention, this is Captain Weston speaking. We are preparing to engage the ship's transition drive system. We have all been briefed on what to expect and the psychological impact of what we are about to experience. Please brace yourselves and report any problems to the medical labs. That is all. Helm, do you have that trajectory for me? He asked. Yes, sir. I just fed it into the system. We're ready on this end. All right, I want to go. No-go check from all stations. Helm, go. Transition control, go. The speakers didn't convey any uncertainty, and Weston wished that he shared the sentiment. Reactor control, go. The list ran through all of the ship's stations, each confirming in turn that their section had prepared for the effects of the jump, until Roberts spoke the final phrase. Odyssey Command, go. All systems we are a go for transition in T-. Weston glanced down and punched a series of commands. 2 minutes. Chapter 3. The tension on the bridge continued to build as the count ticked down, the numbers dropping rapidly until the crew was confronted with the final 10 seconds. Weston shifted nervously in his seat as the number 10 went by. The transition effects had been kept highly classified for a reason. He knew what to expect, as did the entire crew, but in this case, that was worse than ignorance. Next to him, Weston noted Commander Roberts forcing his hands to unclench. Small, blood-red marks were left to decorate his palms. Weston viewed people all through the ship holding tightly to things, as if preparing for massive acceleration despite what they had been trained to expect. In one room, a nervous crewman had accidentally knocked himself out while trying to strap himself to a chair. In retrospect, he was considered lucky. A high-pitched whine began to reverberate through the ship. Usually felt long before heard, the sound continued to rise. On the bridge, Captain Weston watched the small red light flicker on as the count went past 5 seconds and noted a slight relaxation that swept through him when it did. They were now past the point of no return. The Odyssey and her crew were about to make history. The whine had reached painful levels in some areas of the ship, causing people to cover their ears and close their eyes in the vain attempt to shut out the sound. Outside the ship, a strange disturbance was affecting the ship's forward sensor spires, causing the Odyssey computers to begin insisting that the spires were no longer present. The disturbance had begun making its way toward the aft of the ship. One by one, key systems appeared to go offline, each system insisting that it simply wasn't there. The count hit 0. Weston's eyes widened as the disturbance intersected the bridge, and the entire forward section, including the view screen, disintegrated into uncountable particles that were swept away into the void of space. Weston found himself sitting on the edge of the void, grasping his chair for protection, as the effect encompassed his crew, one by one. When the maelstrom engulfed him and the universe went black, Weston's last conscious thought echoed through what was left of his universe. If we survive this, I'm going to have a very serious talk with the techs back home about what constitutes need to know. 4.5 light years from where the Odyssey vanished, in the Alpha Centauri star system, a cloud of particles decelerated, apparently from nowhere, and rapidly reformed themselves. First, the long forward spires of the Odyssey's primary communications array, and soon the rest of the vessel were reconstituted as the tachyon disruption faded and left the massive ship hurtling sunward into the system's primary. Odyssey Command recovered before the rest of the ship, the transition shock rippling through them even as they turned their attention back to the status reports that began filtering in. Weston had almost slipped from the command chair after they re-entered dimensional space and was quick to correct his posture. A moment later, his head stopped screaming long enough for him to begin reacting. "Report, all stations!" he snapped, hoping his voice was steadier than his vision. "Ship is undamaged, sir. Minor wear evident on the tachyon reactors. The tachyon-based sensors are out of alignment, however. 2 hours to repair. The technician behind him sounded bad. Weston rose to look at him closer. Ensign Waters, you are relieved. Go to the med lab and get yourself checked out. As Waters headed for the back of the room, Weston glanced around the room again, searching harder for any evidence of trouble. The rest seemed all right, but he would have to keep a closer eye on them until they had a chance for some rest. He returned to his seat and thumbed an intercom switch after tapping in the channel number. Medlab, how bad is it down there? Dr. Stevens's voice sounded shaky, even over the intercom. Pretty bad, Captain. Over 30 crew members have reported in for various reasons. The pause in the doctor's speech seemed ominous. And we have at least one who we have to confine to the labs. Lieutenant Tierborn snapped, Captain. Security picked her up in engineering. Apparently she witnessed the reactor vaporize and she thought it was a breach. Weston's words were uttered too quietly for anyone to hear him, but his body language transmitted the message to anyone on the bridge unfortunate enough to be watching. It had been hard enough watching the ship, apparently disintegrating into a vacuum, but to watch the reactor fall apart? Too many horror stories had been told about reactor breaches on board ships for that to be easily dismissed. Weston let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. All right, Doctor, do what you can. Oh, and by the way, I just sent Ensign Waters down to you. He should be arriving soon. Yes, sir. We'll clear some space. Med lab out. Weston thumbed the switch back and sank into his seat. Tierborn was a good engineer, not someone he would expect to snap. When I get home, I think I'll recommend sedatives for non-essential crew members prior to entering transitional space. He thumbed open a notepad on his console and tapped one-handed, his eyes flickering between the log and the rest of the bridge. He compartmentalized his thoughts and emotions, then straightened and locked an iron grip on his command persona. Helm, plot us a nice long hyperbolic course. Commander Roberts, tell the labs to make good use of the time, because we'll transition out when we clear the gravity well. Aye, sir. Both Daniels and Roberts chorused as they turned to their tasks. The Odyssey sailed into the system, sails almost literally unfurling as the ship's massive retractable sensor arrays rose and locked into position, strengthening the impression of an ancient sailing ship. Weston watched on his monitors as researchers rushed from lab to lab and console to console as they struggled to shake off the transitional effects and complete their work in the shortest time possible. The rear module entered a state of barely controlled chaos as the military crew stepped back and watched the civilian scientists, half in awe and half in disgust. Weston oversaw the initial setup of schedules and sensor times, but as he had worked way past his shift without rest, he decided to leave it to his officers and allowed himself to retire and recover from the shock he had not allowed his system to work out. In his quarters, Weston felt his control slip away and his hands shook as he collapsed on the bed, finally permitting himself to simply let go. Sleep didn't come easily, but it came. Chief Corrin growled as she yanked a crewman up by the scruff of his neck, twisting him away from her so he didn't puke on her polished boots. Get to the med lab, she growled, shoving him along in front of her. She stayed with him just long enough to flag down another crewman who looked to be in moderately better shape. Med lab? He nodded. Here. She shoved the still retching crewman into his arms. Take him. Yes, ma'am. Corrin watched them stumble down the hall and steeled her stomach once again, heading into marine country to see what kind of mess the groundhogs had done to her bulkheads. The sound of yelling up ahead caused her to quicken her pace, but the tone made her stop before she came into sight. She curiously glanced around the corner into one of the soldiers' lounges, and her eyes widened at what she saw. Oh yeah! The lieutenant who had asked her for directions earlier was boosting his hands in the air and yelling at the top of his lungs. I want to go again! He grinned as half the men around him laughed openly, and the other half glared at him with sickly green faces. Corrin shook her head and backed out. They couldn't give us Marines. No, they had to recruit a bunch of Rambo wannabes. Marines are bad enough, but at least I know Marines. "Captain to the bridge! Captain to the bridge!" Weston was clear of his bed and halfway to the door before his senses focused enough to realize that running around the ship in his underwear probably wouldn't do much for morale. Well, his morale, anyway. In less than 2 minutes, he hurried onto the bridge, fastening the last couple buttons on his collar and looking around for the emergency. "Captain, over here." Commander Roberts was looking at a display on one of the terminals linked to the research labs below. "Roberts, I hardly think that a research breakthrough necessitated getting me out of bed. It could have waited until morning." "No, sir. At least not according to the techs in the tachyon lab." Weston's eyes narrowed. Is it trouble with the reactors? Trouble with the tachyon reactors would be bad news. The transition drive was all that kept them from having to limp home at slightly under 2/3 light speed. "No, sir. Our tachyon-based sensing arrays started picking up a tachyon signal about an hour ago, sir. It took us this long to figure out even part of it." "Figure out? We pick up stray signals all the time. Tachyons are generated by at least a dozen special events." Weston wasn't sure, but he felt like his mind hadn't fully woken up. "This isn't a stray, Captain. It's modulated." Weston was silent for a moment. Modulated tachyon signals were considered impossible back home. It was a classic chicken and egg scenario. You couldn't modulate a superlight signal without a superlight computer, but of course, without modulated superlight signals, no one could build a computer that fast. The best anyone had really come up with was a complicated form of Morse code that sufficed for most in-system communications, but required massive directional transmitters. Transmitters that, unfortunately, didn't fit on the Odyssey. The best a ship her size could manage was an infinitesimal ping that allowed her to perform short and long-range scans, but didn't allow for any form of communication unless she managed to perfectly hit the intended receiver with the minute burst. From within a star system, that was just barely possible. At anything greater, they had a better chance of sailing off the edge of the universe. More's the pity. "How the hell did we just happen to walk into this?" Weston frowned at the readout. Roberts swallowed. "It appears to be omnidirectional, sir." "What?" Roberts just shrugged. Weston blinked in shock. My God, that was unbelievable. An omnidirectional signal from a tachyon source would require immense power reserves, entire levels of magnitude above and beyond what the Odyssey could possibly hope to pump out. And the Odyssey had one of the most advanced reactors in existence. "Yes, sir." Weston tried to shake off the awe. "I guess science scores another foul ball. Someone must have done the impossible again. Where's it from? Mars? Earth? One of the outposts?" "No, sir. It's from a white giant about 28 light years from here." For the third time in as many minutes, Weston was floored. "I don't suppose anybody we know is out there." Roberts just shook his head as Weston tried to wrap his mind around the situation. "No, sir. This is as close to absolute proof as you get. It's definitely not from Earth, sir." Weston quickly recovered from the surprise. "Okay, it's alien. Any idea what it says?" "Not exactly, sir, but decryption thinks it's an SOS. They seem fairly confident." "Yeah, I remember how confident they were 13 years ago when they swore that the block was calling for a retreat. I lost 12 planes before we managed to get our ass out of the middle of the block's reinforcements," Weston muttered. Still, his dry reply was belied by the look of interest that flared across his face. History was afoot here, and it seemed that the Odyssey was about to plunge right through the center of it. He paused for a moment, his eyes staring at the screens without seeing them, considering his options. The sheer odds of running into something like this were incalculable, though he'd actually seen similar things in his life. Hell, much of Earth's history rested on pivot points of sheer coincidence. If someone out here was popping off omnidirectional tachyon bursts, why the hell hadn't they been detected before this? Weston supposed that part of it was that human detection systems were both incredibly new, less than a decade old, and, frankly, not particularly good. He knew that the detection threshold for the Odyssey's arrays were quite high, The power needed to blip her systems with an omnidirectional signal was staggering. Oh, who was he kidding? He was out here now, and there was no way in hell he wasn't going to check it out. It struck him then that he was probably the first ship's captain in a couple centuries at best who didn't have the option of calling for orders when presented with something new. He'd known it before he took the assignment, of course, but there was something visceral about having that feeling forced on him like this. "How long until we're clear of Alpha Centauri?" Weston asked. "We've had to correct to avoid passing through the gravity tides of Beta Centauri. But still, we'll be clear in about an hour." "Good. I'm going back to talk with some of the lab techs, especially those decryption boys," Weston scoffed. "We'll see how certain they really are. Inform me when we're cleared for transition. In the meantime, have a course plotted to intercept the signal's source." "Yes, sir." Weston took the first available tube back to the rear habitat, following the smoothly arcing corridors until they led him to the comm lab. When the doors cycled open, noise assaulted Weston from at least half a dozen stations as they analyzed the signal. The combined blaring was almost deafening. "Is that really necessary?" Weston raised his voice as high as he could, trying to communicate past the ambient sounds to a man in a white lab coat. The man glanced up at him, almost ignoring him until a glimmer of recognition flickered across his face, and his hand reached out and slapped a bank of switches, mercifully silencing the room. Weston glanced around and realized that only the tech he had talked to was actually listening to the sounds. The rest were wincing beneath heavy ear guards. "Wish I'd known to bring a pair. My ears are going to ring for hours." Weston winced and rubbed the sides of his head. "I'm terribly sorry, Captain. I was just seeing if I could decipher the meaning," the man said apologetically. Almost immediately, the man seemed to forget he was there. "Ahem." Weston cleared his throat, startling the man, as he shook his head in an attempt to clear the ringing. "How on earth could you possibly decipher anything from that mess?" "Mess? Hardly. So far I've been able to tell at least 3 words apart, although I can only be sure of one. Escoros seems to mean help or perhaps rescue." Weston did a double take and stared at the tech. "I don't take well to jokes at times like this, Mr. The man looked startled for a moment, then grabbed Weston's hand and shook it energetically. "I'm so sorry, Captain. I'm Dr. Palin. I see you haven't had a chance to read my file yet, so I'll apologize for my apparent levity. I'm the Odyssey's token linguist." The man grinned wryly at the word token. "My previous supervisor recommended me for the position, probably to get rid of me, I suppose, but I really am the best at what I do, Captain." Weston was taken aback by the man's quick change of tack, his hand limply following Palin's. All right. So you're the one who thinks it's a distress call?" "No, I know it's a distress call. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find any specifics in the signal." Palin frowned. Weston spent the next few minutes talking with Dr. Palin, occasionally interrupted by the lab technicians as they attempted to disassociate themselves from Palin, who was clearly considered a heretic. Weston ignored them, as they didn't have any thoughts of their own to add to the discussion. He didn't have much patience for people who were only willing to toe the company line. While they were responsible for what they knew, he wanted to hear what people thought as well. Whether he was right or not, Palin was at least willing to step up to the plate, as it were. "I'm going to take the Odyssey to investigate. If you're right, it's our duty to respond." Weston paused a moment. "And besides, even if you're wrong, it's something we really have to see for ourselves. Oh, and Doc, I think it would be best if you used the headphones for a while. Give the others a break." "Very well, Captain. I suppose I could restrict myself." Palin's voice sounded disappointed. "For a little while, at least." Weston retreated from the lab, tapping the signal key to activate the induction microphone on his jaw. "Commander Roberts." Roberts responded. "Yes, sir." "I'm heading to my office for a while. Contact me when we clear the gravity well." "Yes, sir." Weston took the tube back to the forward habitat and navigated through the rolling corridors to his office. Once inside, he called up Dr. Palin's file on his local terminal, determined to find out what kind of man he was going to trust his ship's future to. This is strange. To say that Palin's file was nondescript was an understatement. There were no particularly impressive achievements, nor were there any notes of discipline problems, something which drew his attention rather quickly after his first meeting with the man. This can't be his record. A clerical error? Weston began sweeping through dossiers that were stored in the computer's fractal core, sifting through terabytes of information as he had the computer cross-reference the good doctor's past. Bingo. The computer flashed a restricted information block as he tried to call up one of the buried files that the computer had matched with Palin. A few moments later, his override code gave him access to the file he wanted. He leaned back and skimmed through the file, skipping the basic biographical information to get to the meat of the situation. Jesus Christ, what on earth is this? Weston scanned through the document, comparing the embedded picture quickly against his memory. Yes, this is Palin. A lot younger maybe, but definitely him. The old CIA document described Dr. Edward Palin's contribution to their Black Ops projects in the early years after the turn of the millennium. Hundreds of experiments and documented evidence revolving around Palin's reported abilities. Dr. Palin was classified as a linguistic telepath. Whatever the hell that is. Weston's mood had grown darker. And you'd think that whoever assigned him would have thought to inform me about his alleged abilities. Still, Weston had to admit that the file was impressive. It documented cases of Palin cracking encrypted algorithms faster than an array of networked supercomputers, as well as his uncanny ability to learn spoken languages literally overnight. Weston was still delving into Palin's rather extensive record when Roberts's voice came over the ship's intercom. Captain, we're about to clear the tidal range. On my way, Commander. Notify the ship to be ready for another hop through transitional space. Yes, sir. Weston could hear the distaste in the commander's voice. Once more into the abyss. Weston smiled to himself, shoving aside his misgivings and personal dislike of the transition drive. He couldn't afford to show the crew that their captain didn't trust the very thing they were depending on. All right, the former Marine Force recon sergeant said. I've got $30 that says I can make the all-time standing long jump record here and now and not toss my cookies when I land. You're on, Vermont grinned, slapping a pair of bills down on the table. I saw your face after the last one, Rogers, and you just ate, so I know you're going to spatter the deck. Loud cries echoed across the room as others got in on the wager. Some betting with the Marine, some with the JTF-2 lieutenant. Chief Corrin shook her head and tried to pretend that the rank and file weren't betting on who was going to vomit all over her decks. Back on the ship's command deck, Weston appraised each officer in an attempt to determine their stress levels. He was satisfied that his command staff was up to the task, and even Waters seemed well recovered from his earlier state. We are a go in 3 minutes. The navigation officer didn't glance up from his instruments as he configured the course corrections. Engage transition drive when ready. Aye, sir. Seconds ticked down as the Odyssey pulled itself clear of the star's gravity well, reaching for deep space as its massive reactors charged the tachyon transition system. Captain Weston involuntarily gripped the arms of his chair as the countdown started at 1 minute. He imagined that the rest of the crew felt the same. Transitional space was hardly a vacation. Engaging transition now, Lieutenant Daniels said, sounding fearful. Outside, the nightmare replayed across the ship as the great vessel transitioned out of dimensional space and was flung across time and space by the ship's powerful engines. Weston's thoughts echoed infinitely through his awareness, locked in time and mind by the ship's passage through the universe. I sure hope this gets easier with practice. Chapter 4. Apparently, it just wasn't going to get any easier. The Odyssey re-entered dimensional space with emergency alarms blaring. The sound penetrated aching skulls and got even the sickest of the crew moving, as much in the hopes of shutting the things off as anything else. Sensors, what's going on? Weston barely finished his sentence when the vessel rocked violently, forcing him to clutch the command chair. "Debris field, sir. Shouldn't be here, though." Waters' replacement, Ensign Bremen, muttered fearfully. "Apparently the sensors aren't going to be much help either." "We came in well clear of System Trojan, sir." "He's right, Captain," Daniel said. "I specifically set our course to keep us safely away from any Lagrange points. Whatever this is, it hasn't been here very long." "Hold on, data coming in." Bremen spoke up before falling silent with a shocked look on his face. Weston prodded the young man. "Ensign, what is it?" It's wreckage, sir. Sweet Jesus. It looks like an entire fleet died out here," Bremen said, his voice struck with a kind of awe and horror all at once. "Still reading heat dissipating from some of the wrecks, sir. They've only been here days at most, if they use the same materials we do." Silence reigned on the bridge for a long moment. Weston could see on their faces the question that was on the mind of every person on the bridge. What have we gotten ourselves into? Weston was the first to break the silence, checking a monitor beside his chair. "Bremen, I want a complete scan of the system. If whatever did this is still here, I want to know it. Daniels, triangulate and plot a course for the tachyon source." "Lost the signal, sir," Lieutenant Daniels said, face downcast. "Best I can do is a general area, about 2,500-kilometer diameter." Weston grimaced. He should have known it wouldn't be that easy. "All right, take us to the area and initiate a search grid." Weston slumped back into the chair, acknowledging multiple reports from the various stations regarding negative contacts in each sector. Reports were still coming in from the labs concerning the tachyon signal and its peculiar modulation. Palin still swore it was an SOS, and judging from the debris they had just seen, that conclusion didn't take a rocket scientist, as the old expression went. "Captain, we just picked up something along the search pattern. Looks like a ship." "Let me see it." The massive screen focused on a floating hulk. No running lights, no apparent drive activity, no life support. The ship was so dead that the Odyssey's computers had to enhance the image from the ship's LiDAR and radar-based sensors to allow it to be seen against the black backdrop of space. The screen automatically cut back on magnification as the Odyssey approached the derelict craft. The ship was covered with carbon scoring from dozens of weapon strikes. Little of the original exterior appeared intact, although penetrating sensors detected that the interior atmosphere was possibly intact. "Fascinating," Weston said. "Commander Roberts, have the landing shuttle prepped and take a team over there. Full environmental protocol. You'd better assume that it's a Class 6 environment." "Yes, sir." Roberts sent a signal to the shuttle bay and exited the bridge. "Pay up," Vermont grinned as Sergeant Rogers curled on the ground after his more than 10 light-year standing long jump, emptying his stomach across the deck. Rogers groaned, but shoveled a 10 and 20 into Lieutenant Vermont's hand just as the alert station's call rang through the deck. The laughing, joking, retching, and cursing ended abruptly as every man shoved his bitching stomach back down his throat and stumbled for the door. It didn't take long for Commander Roberts to reach the flight deck, and the crews were already prepping the Prometheus-class shuttle when he stepped onto the deck, boots echoing against the metal floor. From another lift, he saw a group of soldiers double-time their way across the zero-G deck, heading toward the shuttle that was prepping, and noted with concern the sickly color of a few of their faces. One of them, a sergeant from the Marines, Rogers, he recalled, was currently the palest black man that Commander Roberts had ever seen in his life. He shook his head in sympathy. Anyone that sick didn't want to move, let alone strap into a shuttle, but he didn't comment as the soldier began fitting himself into armor and grabbing a rifle from the rack. Instead, he suited himself up in likewise fashion, grabbed a sidearm and rifle, and followed the men onto the shuttle. Roberts strapped himself into a troop seat on board one of the Odyssey's recon shuttles, pulling the harness tightly down across his shoulders. Around him, a small team of Special Forces troops followed suit, some of them strapping weapons above their seats, and others breaking their arms down in preparation for the mission. All right, Jenny, take us out. Roberts addressed the diminutive woman, Lieutenant Jenny Samuels, in the pilot's chair, and thought he detected an evil grin playing across her face. And none of that hot dogging either. The Archangels already know you're a good pilot. A low chuckle rippled around the flight seat as the shuttle was jarred by the thrusters kicking in. Two of the older soldiers groaned, making Roberts wonder what they knew that he didn't. He found out a few moments later as the shuttle's retro thrusters fired, and he was pressed hard up into the biting straps that held him to his seat. Outside, the shuttle flew clear of the Odyssey's flight deck. Roger, Odyssey Control, Archangel 2 and 3 have taken up escort positions. We are burning to intercept Vector now. Another jolt slammed him into the waiting embrace of the straps as he listened to the shuttle's radio chatter over the induction transceiver secured to his jaw. Confirmed, Shuttle 1. We don't read any viable airlocks on board, so you'll have to burn through. Affirmative, Odyssey Control. The portable lock is being prepped now. We'll be ready. The chatter died down as the shuttle approached the derelict craft, its huge spotlights playing across the carbon-scored exterior as the mission specialist, Lieutenant Matheson, searched for a solid section to attach to. The alien ship seemed remarkably intact, considering the appearance of its exterior hull, and the lieutenant had little trouble selecting a spot. One last jolt pushed Roberts deep into his seat as the shuttle's magnetic grapplers locked on and secured them to the ship. From below them, they heard the portable airlock latch onto the ship, and then a hatch in the floor spiraled open. Everybody lock up. Full environmental protection. McCready, get in there and cut through. A hissing sound echoed through the shuttle's interior as the soldiers and pilots locked up their environmental suits and moved into position. Two soldiers covered McCready with their rifles as he began cutting through the metal hull of the derelict vessel, sending showers of sparks flying back into the shuttle. Damn tough material, sir, McCready yelled back as he kept working. Can you do it, soldier? Roberts asked over the noise. Can I, sir? The man yelled back. Just watch me go. Go, soldier, go. Roberts permitted himself a smirk under the cover of his helmet. Despite the slow nature of the work, McCready managed to cut through after a little less than an hour had passed, moving back as the circular piece of metal fell away and clanged inside the derelict. Roberts looked at one of the soldiers speculatively. Artificial gravity? Curiouser and curiouser. Roberts dropped through the hole, followed instantly by two others who swung their rifles as they covered the length of the corridor. A third soldier dropped in between them, sweeping a handheld sensor up and down the hall, tracing hidden circuits and power relays through the ship's deck, finally settling on a direction and heading toward the ship's apparent bow. The rest of the team took up positions around Roberts and the sensor tech, covering point and guarding the rear. This way. The tech analyzed the power relays and their nodes of intersection. If we had designed this ship, the bridge would be forward another 10 meters or so and up 2 decks. Roberts waved the teams forward to an access passage that angled upward. They moved along slowly, the Marines' rifles leading the way as the group inched along. What's this dirt on the deck? Roberts growled. His eyes narrowed as he nudged a pile of crumbled material with his boot. Unknown. I've got a sample, the tech replied. Complex compounds, a lot of organics. I'll have to run it through the spectrometer and other gear on the Odyssey to break it down for you. Right. Roberts scuffed his boot clean on the wall as he stepped over the mess and followed the Marines up the access route. Clearing the empty decks step by step was unnerving for men used to ships that thrummed with life and power. The lack of either in these corridors left them looking constantly over their shoulders for whatever it was they'd missed in the first pass. The bridge was up 3 decks and back 20 meters, but they found it quickly all the same. The access doors were sealed tight, forcing them to use cutters with mixed results. Certainly, they were able to burn through the door, but it was harder than Roberts would have expected, given the thickness of the armor. While the hallways were empty and deserted, the bridge was not. Bodies of the crew were slumped over their consoles, barely recognizable as such, but definitely the crew. They were mummy-like husks, all in the same utilitarian gold uniform. My God, one of the soldiers said, obviously gagging in his suit. Help him, Roberts directed another to help the soldier back to the shuttle.
What in the hell happened to them?
I don't know. The tech's voice relayed a grimness that matched the sight before them. The bodies were completely desiccated, their skin reduced to leather on their bones, their hair waving about in the slightest breeze. Their eyes, or where their eyes should have been, were black sunken pits.
No water or other liquids are present, but it's more than that. Their cell structure seems to have been ruptured. I'd say the loss of bodily fluids was a side effect, sir, the technician said. Go on, Robert said. If it weren't for the state of the wreckage, I'd say they've been here a long time. Internal heat, air, and other traces say otherwise, though. They look human, Robert said, stepping around the bodies. Don't read too much into that, sir, the technician said. We tend to see humans in everything. It's a known evolutionary trait that helps children recognize their parents instinctively. It's the same trait that causes people to see faces in things like burnt toast or think that baby anythings are cute. As messed up as these bodies are, it's hard to say what they looked like when they were alive.
Roberts just shook his head and stepped up beside the second tech, who was trying to interface with the ship's computer.
Any luck, Macklin?
The tech shook his head. No, sir. The computer's either beyond the tools I'm using or it's completely scrambled. Given the state of things around here, I wouldn't take any bets on which one it is. Roberts was looking over the central seat, apparently the captain's position. He marveled at the similarities to the Odyssey in its layout and dimensions. Whoever these people were, they certainly seemed to be as close to human as you got.
Commander Roberts?
His back inadvertently snapped straighter as he heard the captain's voice over the induction set on his jaw.
Recall your team. We spotted the source of the transmission and we don't want to risk leaving you there while we go investigate. Yes, sir.
Roberts thumbed the induction set to wideband broadcast and relayed the captain's orders.
Okay, everybody, pack it up. We got an SOS to answer and the captain doesn't want to be late.
The team made it back to the lock in record time, climbing out of the derelict vessel and into the shuttle. A signal from the pilot closed the floor hatch and the small ship lifted off, leaving the portable airlock behind, still sealed tight. Roger, Odyssey Control, Shuttle 1 is clear of the alien craft and coming home. Archangels 1 and 2 providing escort. The Odyssey was already accelerating away from the derelict vessel as Shuttle 1 and its escort glided in on a docking vector. Looking over the pilot's shoulder, Roberts could see the distant glow of 4 of the Archangels as they accelerated on maximum burn toward the signal source, mock contrails forming behind them as the superheated plasma from their twin reactors swirled a few moments before vanishing into the void. The captain's broken the Angels out. Jenny pointed out the multiple points of light flitting around the ship. Roberts glanced at the pilot.
His prerogative, I suppose. Besides, he knows better than anyone what they're capable of.
You got a point there, sir. Better strap in now, this one's going to be bumpy, Lieutenant Samuels said. Roberts hurriedly locked himself back into his seat. When Lieutenant Samuels said that a flight would be bumpy, even the fighter jocks asked for a transfer. The shuttle closed in on the Odyssey's stern, slipping in under the massive engines and aligning carefully along the lower deck of the Odyssey's carrier section. Samuels fired the thrusters and the shuttle drifted along the enclosed deck, its speed arrested, as the big ship's fighter trap hooked the shuttle. 2 loud clangs sounded as the magnetic grappler connected and hauled the shuttle down to the bay floor. Wincing, Roberts unstrapped himself and rubbed his sore shoulders.
Last time I checked, it was a court-martial offense to assault a superior officer, Samuels. I don't care if you do use the shuttle as a weapon.
Several soldiers in similar condition laughed ruefully as they disembarked the shuttle.
You'd never get it through the courts, sir. Too many of the brass have identical bruises, and they feel that if they had to go through it, so does everybody else.
Laughter rang in their ears as the team headed for the shuttle pod along the central pylon. Before they got halfway there, Captain Weston stepped out and started toward them.
Sir!
The team saluted as one, coming to rigorous attention.
As you were,
Weston told them after snapping a return salute. He turned to the pilot.
Samuels, I need you to take the shuttle out again. We found what looks to be a life pod. She's dead in the water and is going to need some help coming in from the cold.
Jennifer walked alongside the captain as he headed toward the shuttle.
How big is it, sir?
About 8 meters in diameter, Less than that in length. We'll have to use the can arms to bring it in, though. The whole thing is paramagnetic. Standard grapplers won't lock on. Roberts had caught up to them.
Sir, what do you mean by we? You'll need it on the bridge.
Weston waved him off. Not this time, Commander. I'm qualified to run the can arms, and you aren't. Hell, since the magnetic grapplers came into use, we only have a handful of people checked out on those things, and they are all busy right now. I'm not. Roberts moved to argue, then stopped, finally moving back toward the waiting shuttle. Samuels, her co-pilot, and Captain Weston loaded into the shuttlecraft and started the pre-flight. The craft hummed as the twin power plants came online, and the magnetic gear deactivated and retracted into the craft. A light burn from the lateral thrusters sent the bird gliding out of the bay before the main power plants engaged, sending the SAR team en route. Once outside again, Samuels pivoted the shuttle and aimed the craft toward the bright glow of the Archangel's power plants, circling an invisible point in space. The arbitrary point in space gradually coalesced into a faint outline against the star field, the drifting escape pod coming into view. Samuels aligned the shuttle with the drifting pod, deftly matching its angle and drift with small puffs from the shuttle's thrusters. I guess I'm up. Weston headed aft as the co-pilot booted up the shuttle's life detection software, LDS, and began running the sensor data through the program. Whoa, sir, it looks like we've got a live one here. There's a heat source in there, Samuels announced. Ensign Ryan stopped dead. Captain, I'm not sure if I believe this myself, but the sensors read the pod as having one human occupant. They read the match as having a 97% certainty rating. Weston stopped for a moment, staring incredulously. 97? We only get a 93% reading from our own ships. I know that, sir. The man shrugged helplessly. I don't know how to explain it. The only thing I can think of is that, if it is a human in there, the pod is paramagnetic for some reason. The material seems to be designed for easy sensor penetration. After a moment's silence, the ensign spoke up again, his tone facetious. Of course, it could be an alien boogeyman who's spoofing our senses. I'll turn that idea over to the guys in the science division when we get back. Weston grinned wryly as he extended the can arms toward the drifting pod. In the meantime, let's prepare for a guest. Yes, sir, the co-pilot replied as Weston manipulated the controls. The long robotic arms extended from the bottom of the shuttle, and long pincers on the arms closed over two obtrusions on the pod. As the clamps tightened, the pod slipped through their mechanical grip as he moved to compensate. As he tried to grab it again, the left arm overcompensated and struck the pod lightly, putting it into a tumble. Damn it! Weston cursed under his breath as the pincers slipped free, and the pod began drifting away. Samuels, adjust your vertical vector by 0.32. The pod's trying to slip away. Yes, sir. The lieutenant deftly adjusted the shuttle's course, following the escaping pod. Thanks. Trying again. Weston's face beaded with sweat as he extended the arms again and closed the pincers over the obtrusions, this time tightly. All right, got him hooked. Time to reel him in. The two can arms retracted, pulling the shuttle to the pod and locking them together. Once the arms were locked in place, Lieutenant Samuels fired the thrusters and started the shuttle on a return vector to the Odyssey. Sir, the contents of the pod read as oxygen-nitrogen, breathable but high on the carbon dioxide levels. Looks like it's a purification system on its last legs. The co-pilot shrugged. Assuming he breathes air and my instruments aren't all screwed up. Damn. Okay, suit up, both of you. I'm going to open up the spam can and see what we've won, Weston ordered as he grabbed for his own pressure helmet. After they had sealed their environmental suits, Weston opened the pressure hatch in the floor, accessing the portable airlock. Ryan, get over here and pass me the laser cutter. Yes, sir. The co-pilot slid from his seat and grabbed the cutter from a locker amidships. Weston primed the cutter and focused it on the pod's hull, slicing through the material like a knife through butter. Hey, Ryan, I think I will send a sample of this to the research labs. The material is vaporizing rather than melting. We're not going to have to worry about slag floating around. It took a few minutes before Weston completed a decent-sized circle and kicked the floating obstruction into the pod. Retrieving a lamp from Ensign Ryan, he peered into the pod to look for the survivor. Strapped into a harness along the curved side of the cylinder was the source of the life readings. A slumped form, wearing a gold coverall, limbs drifting in the null gravity of the pod, her delicate face obscured by flowing strands of shoulder-length, raven-black hair. Weston slipped himself through the hole feet first and alit on the floor of the pod. Unstrapping the survivor took less than a minute. He passed the unfortunate woman back through the hole to Ensign Ryan. After a brief glance around, Weston followed suit, leaving the dark interior of the escape pod behind. "Take us back to the Odyssey, Samuels. We'll disengage the pod near the port bay and let the tug push it in." "Yes, sir. Strap yourselves in and make sure our passenger is comfortable. We're going home." Chapter 5. Back on the Odyssey, the shuttle was met by an EMED team in full biohazard gear, who hustled the unconscious survivor from the flight deck. Stefanos met Weston as he stepped down the shuttle gangplank. "You just can't help yourself, can you?" Stefanos slipped into step with Weston as he headed for the ship's lift. "What are you talking about, Steph?" Weston asked, knowing damn well what the younger man was complaining about. "Christ on a crutch, Cap. Do you realize that half the angels out there went weapons hot when they heard you were taking the shuttle out yourself? I had to hold them back from cleansing the entire sector. Though frankly, I almost gave the okay." Weston glanced over at his ex-wingman. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I was hardly defenseless. The angels were on station and the area was pacified." Stefanos snorted as they stepped into the lift. "Pacified? Hell, we just arrived on the scene. We had no way of knowing what types of ordnances were still floating around out there. You know how many people we lost in the bearing. After the battle was over? Remember Clark? He made it all the way back to base only to have an unexploded shell take him out on landing approach." Weston looked over at his friend, a wry grin playing across his mouth. "I was expecting Roberts to bring this up, not you, Steph. It was a calculated risk. Besides, the angels in the Odyssey were in the area to cover me." Stefanos just muttered something under his breath. The words lost as the lift's doors separated and they stepped out into the forward habitat section. Weston split away from Stefanos, heading straight for the bridge. "You watch yourself, Cap," the younger pilot said as a parting shot. "This isn't the Angels, and you aren't flying solo anymore." Weston sighed as he watched him turn a corner and vanish from sight. He shook his head and continued to the bridge. He knew Steph was right. Things had changed from the early days of the war. When the Angels were first fielded, they barely had enough warm bodies to put a dozen planes in the air, let alone 3 times that required in tasking on an average day. Old habits and bad ones, they both died hard and, as often as not, killed you if you couldn't put them away. He was the captain of the NACS Odyssey now, and there was more to it than just flying like a bat out of hell without a thought to the future. Command sucks. Commander Roberts was examining accumulated data on the debris field when Captain Weston stepped onto the bridge. Weston walked over and glanced at the data over the commander's shoulder for a brief second before speaking. "How much is there?" Weston asked. Even before he had gone outside, Samuels had been forced to alter course no less than 5 times on the short trip. He knew the debris field was extraordinarily dense. Roberts twisted in the chair to look up at Weston. "A lot, Captain. Between 10 and 15 ships at the very least. The scary part is that they all appear to have been of the same origins, design, materials, and markings. Looks like some type of internal conflict, maybe a civil war, or they tangled with one nasty group of tangos." Weston picked up a PDA and searched through the highlights resulting from the Odyssey's scanning. "Send out shuttles and retrieval probes to get samples of everything of interest, and tell all the labs to be ready to analyze what they bring back. I'm going down to the med lab to check on the status of our guest. Contact Dr. Palin and ask him to meet me there." "Yes, sir," Roberts said, tapping out a command on his console. "And have the sensor techs see if they can't backtrack the trajectories," Weston said over his shoulder as he walked out. "I'd like to know where they came from." "Aye, sir." He grabbed the nearest lift, heading straight for the med lab. If the preliminary scans they had done with the shuttle's emergency gear were accurate, the woman they had picked up from the pod would likely be waking up soon. She'd been suffering from dehydration and lack of oxygen, but was otherwise fit. Weston was willing to bet that this was going to be one hell of a story, one worth more than a few rounds at a bar of her choice, if her society was anything like Earth.
Token linguist. Let's hope he's half as good as that file implied.
Because, God help them all, it seemed that an awful lot was currently resting in the somewhat eccentric, if not downright mad, hands of Dr. Edward Palin. Weston was understandably perturbed when he stepped off the pod and nearly ran over the subject of his thoughts, who was kneeling on the floor in front of the lift door.
"Doctor, what are you doing down there?"
Weston blinked as he caught himself against the wall, staring down at the not quite prostrate man.
"Oh, hello, Captain. I was waiting for you, of course,"
the doctor replied, standing up and brushing himself off as casually as if he'd just gotten up from a mess table. Weston stopped for a moment, his mouth working as he tried to find words to convey the thoughts he wasn't certain he was having. "Okay, I can accept that. What you're doing on the floor in front of the lift, however, is still a mystery." Palin paused for a moment, looking confused.
"The floor? Oh, the floor. Ah, yes, the floor."
Weston waited, expecting Palin to continue, but the doctor just walked toward the med lab, pausing only to look back at Weston for a few brief moments, before shrugging his shoulders and continuing. With a disgusted shake of his head, Weston followed in the doctor's footsteps. Scientists swarmed the med lab once word of the survivor had slipped out to the other science departments. Weston waded through the assembled lab coats, drawing their attention away from the beleaguered doctor standing between them and the object of their fascination.
"Everyone has 2 minutes to get out. If anybody but Dr. Rame, myself, and Dr. Palin is still in the area, I'll have them hauled off to the brig."
The room cleared out in less than a minute, despite the grumbles of the retreating whitecoats. Dr. Rame looked at Weston in gratitude. Normally, he was in full command of his medical facility. To lose control to a mob had obviously flustered him severely. "Thank you, Captain. I assume you're here to check up on our guest?" The doctor wrapped his tongue deliberately around the word guest, as if trying it on for size, then shook his head, as if the word didn't quite fit. "Yes, Doctor, how is she?" "Human?" Rame snorted, the word slipping out before he could stop it. "I mean, she's fine, Captain. Slight case of dehydration and some unusual cellular damage, but that seems to be healing quickly. Other than that, she's in great shape."
"When will she wake up?"
Dr. Palin asked. "I don't know for sure, probably within a few hours. She's also shown some signs of extreme fatigue, so it's best to let her rest at this point. We have an IV drip administering fluids so she can sleep as long as necessary." The doctor picked up a tablet computer and jotted a note down with a stylus. Odd habit, Weston thought, and then just shrugged it off. Some people didn't like dictating to computers. Stefanos was one of them, though Weston knew that his former wingman had always used a standard keyboard rather than a stylus, claiming that he felt like a complete idiot talking to a computer, as if he expected some intelligent response. He himself was a technophile and didn't have that particular problem, let alone understand those who did. So he just shrugged it off and turned his attention back to the situation at hand. As he considered the doctor's report, Weston glanced between Rame and the motionless figure lying in the isolation chamber. "All right, Doctor, but I want to be informed as soon as she wakes up, and you better inform Dr. Palin here as well. He'll be in charge of all communication attempts with her." The chief medical officer, CMO, looked over at the quiet man in the corner, noting his vacant expression with some puzzlement, but nodded his assent. "Yes, sir. I'll be sure to call you both." Weston left, hooking a right out the door and heading for his cabin. Dr. Palin followed his lead. Dr. Rame watched them leave, slowly shaking his head. "At least you didn't try to have her interrogated immediately, or give her to those ghouls down in the biolab." He shuddered. As a medical doctor, he didn't want to think what it would do to his career if he'd had to lock the ship's captain out of the med lab. Even so, Rame couldn't decide whether he trusted that odd little doctor. And so, still shaking his head, He turned back to his terminal and began to correlate the data he had gathered while treating his impromptu patient's injuries. Well, well, what have we here? The softly spoken words barely traveled to the commander's own ears and were totally lost in the ruckus that had overtaken the adjacent bridge and data management itself. The slim blonde called up 3 different views of the same scan, grabbed 2 of the floating displays and slid them together, superimposing them over the third. Her smile widened as the blue, green, and red lines joined to form a single white one. "I'd say that's a match," she said to herself, enjoying the sensation of having puzzled out a particularly aggravating riddle. "Have something, Winger," Commander Roberts said. Lieutenant Michelle Winger jumped. She hadn't heard him come up behind her. "Sir, I—" "Relax, Lieutenant," Roberts said in a tone that made it an order as much as a suggestion. Michelle swallowed. "Yes, sir." "Did you find something?" She nodded, pointing to the floating holographic display in front of her. "I think that's awake, sir." "Awake?" Roberts eyed the fluorescing colors superimposed over an image of interstellar space. "Yes, sir." Michelle turned away from him, her fingers reaching up to punch the air as she keyed in a series of commands via the floating interface. "These are particles of ionized gas, plasma, sir. Solar winds have disrupted them heavily in system, but I've had 3 of our long-range scanners probing outside the heliopause for the last couple hours and—" "Whoa, a couple hours? The captain only issued the orders 20 minutes ago," Roberts objected. "Winger, those scanners were needed to keep an eye on the local area. We could have potential hostile ships in the area." The lieutenant blurted, "I realize that, sir, but we can cover a full global scan with 2 primary scanners and the secondary. I was worried that something might be coming in or going out, sir." Roberts frowned. "All right. We'll let it go for the moment. But I'll have a few words with the captain about this, Lieutenant." She nodded, hiding a grimace. "Yes, sir." "Tell me about this wake of yours," Roberts said, leaning against the desk that Winger rarely used and gazing at her. Weston was sitting at his desk, filing paperwork in triplicate on the search and rescue. It wasn't as bad as it used to be, he supposed, since his signature was digitally transferred to every document with his thumbprint. But it was still paperwork. So even though he'd only just sat down at the job and was nowhere near being done, the call over the ship's intercom was something to be thankful for. "Weston here," he said, leaning back. "Sir, Commander Roberts." "Commander, what's up?" Weston asked as he tapped a command in the air. He loved the holographic systems since they let him keep a clean desk. That was something he'd never been able to do when he had his keyboard, mouse, monitor, and other requisite office materials. Now all it took to clean up was a wave of his hand, shutting down the desktop office suite and activating the catering service. In the time it took Roberts to start with his report, Weston was already reaching for a hot cup of coffee. "Lieutenant Winger thinks you may have found the entry path of the fleet," Roberts reported over the intercom. Weston frowned, turning back to his desk. Another sweep of his hand and a poke in the appropriate place activated the floating screen again, and he found himself looking at Roberts. "Oh? How certain?" The imposing man shrugged. "As certain as anything gets right now, I suppose. It's not human technology, and it's sure as hell not one of our wakes. But it looks like someone dumped a lot of energy along a tight trajectory out there." "Have you extrapolated a point of origin?" "I'm afraid not, sir. Nothing along that path for 1,000 light years." "Hell," Weston frowned, more than a little disappointed. It would have been nice to see an inhabited alien planet, even if they had to sneak a peek from way out past the system heliopause. "Winger has an idea on that, sir," Roberts said, with a twist of his lip. "Oh? Do tell." "There's one star system. It's within 10 light years of the path and only 20 light years from here," Roberts said, tilting his head, his expression one of skepticism. "It's the closest system along the path." Weston considered the information. It could be a long shot, but it was still worth it. All right, when the shuttles are finished gathering samples, bring them back into the pen. In the meantime, have Waters plot us an escape trajectory that'll coincide with this wake. We'll do some tight scans and then transition out to the lieutenant's planet.
Yes, sir,
Robert said, managing to sound elated and disappointed at the same time. The display went blank, revealing the synthetic cherry wood grain of his desk. Weston could understand the commander's thoughts on the subject. This was turning into a very interesting maiden voyage. So interesting, in fact, that there seemed to be a strong case for going home right now and reporting it. Although Weston would order a tight transmission beam to be sent, it would take several years to get home, but if anything happened to the Odyssey, that was the best they'd have. He wasn't ready to cash in the mission just yet. He wanted to see what else was out here, and more importantly, who else? Dr. Rame was tired. He had been working for several hours straight, his mind refusing to let him take a break from the fascinating case study in front of him. A human who not only wasn't born on Earth, but had never been to the Sol system at all. Her body registered as human on every scan the doctor could imagine. Even the brainwaves appeared completely normal. Since she'd come on board, hundreds of theories had evolved in Rame's mind, only to be discarded. Perfectly parallel evolution was ridiculous, of course, at least by any modern theory of evolution he'd ever read. Evolution wasn't a blueprint. It was a series of mistakes that occasionally turned out to be beneficial, and the doctor knew those were few and far between. Evolutionary mutations were far more likely to result in the death of a species' offshoot than anything that might benefit them in the long term, or even short term. That left the insane, at least in Rame's opinion. Captured humans actually seemed the most likely, he thought as he waited for a test to run. The conspiracy theories surrounding the last century or two had continued to grow as humans reached into the stars, and even he, the scholar he considered himself to be, wasn't immune to their attraction. Of course, there was always the off chance that humanity was actually an offshoot of their culture in some way. It was a long shot in Rame's opinion, but possible. No one had ever found the so-called missing link, and far too many of the discoveries that supported it had been proven to be hoaxes. He was still compiling the data on his new patient when the computer sounded an insistent beeping, notifying him of his patient's movement. Straightening from his task, Dr. Rame turned to the one-way transparency that separated him and the ship's guest. She was moving around the room, pacing with increasing speed and intensity, pausing only to examine the door and mirrored glass, the few features in the otherwise drab medical isolation room. He toggled the intercom switch on the wall. "Rame calling Captain Weston." He knew that he should wear one of the induction units that the command staff used, but he despised the feedback they sent through his jaw.
This is Commander Roberts, Doctor. The captain has left the bridge for a moment. Can I help you?
Contact the captain and inform him that my patient has woken up.
Understood, Doctor.
Dr. Rame hesitated a moment before reaching out and toggling the switch again. Dr. Palin, this is Dr. Rame. She just woke up.
Gotcha, I'm heading down now.
Gotcha? Rame shook his head as he flipped the intercom off. Weston got the call from Roberts while in the gym, his daily workout time interrupted again by ship's business. He changed back into his uniform and headed for the med lab. By the time he arrived, a heated discussion had erupted between Rame and Palin. I don't care what your qualifications are. She was just pulled out of a life pod that was floating in the middle of nowhere. I'm not going to let you break out the thumb screws until I'm certain she'll recover. Weston never heard Palin's retort, since both of them fell silent when they noticed his entrance. Hello again, doctors. I assume we have a slight difference of opinion. Rame turned to Weston, infuriated. This so-called doctor wants to interrogate my patient, and I simply will not allow him to drive her into a relapse. I'm hardly planning on breaking out the thumbscrews, Doctor, Palin countered. And it's highly relevant and even vital that we get what information we can out of her as soon as possible. Isn't that correct, Captain? Before Weston could reply, Rame cut him off. You'll get nothing out of her if you shock her into a relapse. This patient requires delicate handling. Weston listened to the two doctors bicker as he looked in on the very active patient who Dr. Rame was vehemently protecting. She moved purposely from place to place, examining every detail, her dark brown eyes scanning every object in the room. Her eyes flickered in his direction, either examining her reflection or, more likely, looking for any hint of the faces she must suspect were behind the mirror. He didn't know how to feel about this, the sheer impossibility of it numbing him to the extraordinary implications of the very existence of the ship's newest guest. He turned back to the dispute that was threatening to flare through the med lab. "Dr. Rame, how is her recovery coming along?" Rame turned to Weston. "Her recovery is remarkable, but that worries me as much as anything, since I can't figure out why. Anything unpredictable at this point is dangerous." "In other words, she's fine as far as you can tell, right, Doc?" Rame stammered over his words. "Well, yes, but that's the point, Captain. I can't be sure about my readings. We did just pick her up over 45 light-years from Earth, sir." Weston looked at the doctor for a long moment. "All right, Doctor, point taken. What if you join Dr. Palin while he addresses her in the room? You have full authority to pull the plug at any time you feel her health is threatened." Palin's face darkened. He opened his mouth to object, but shut it after a glance from Weston. Rame, on the other hand, appeared mollified. "All right," Palin said. "But I'll hold you to that, Captain." "Good. Both of you get into Class 5 environmental suits and pay our guest a visit," Weston ordered. "Class 5?" Both of them objected. "Captain, this type of situation only calls for Class 2 suit." Rame looked between the isolation chamber and Captain Weston in confusion. "I realize that, Doctor, but Class 5 units incorporate mirrored visors and full-body coverage, and I don't think I want our guest seeing us just yet." "Captain, I object to putting that type of stress onto this woman so soon. It's despicable. There's no reason to terrify the young lady that way." Rame looked at the captain in indignation. "I'm sorry, Doctor, but the fact that we found a human being floating in a life pod 48 light-years from home has been preying on my mind, and I refuse to give up too much information too soon." And so, in spite of his objections, the doctor slowly began to fit himself into the one-piece garment. He sealed its seams until he looked like he was wearing a lightweight spacesuit with a colossal helmet. As Dr. Palin mimicked his actions, Rame's bulbous mass turned to take in the mirror image that had engulfed Dr. Palin. A muffled voice sounded from the suit. "All right, Captain, we're both prepped. Will you be observing, or should we call you when we're done?" "I'll watch for a while," the captain said as he waved them on. Weston imagined for a moment that he saw the suits shrug before they turned away from him and entered the small airlock that separated the main med lab from the isolation chamber. He sidestepped to position himself squarely in the center of the transparency and looked in at their visitor. She swung her whole body around as the airlock status lights changed, and the slight difference in pressure caused a low hiss to sound throughout the room. He saw her eyes open wide when the two ominous figures shuffled into the room, advancing on her with their hands visible. Chapter 6. Dr. Palin spoke first, his voice clear and undistorted from the confines of his hazard suit. "Hello, my dear. We are here to speak with you for a short while," he said easily in English, not worrying about comprehension just yet. Weston marveled at the change in Palin's voice. His condescending tone was no longer present, and his words rang with confidence and compassion as he addressed the frightened young woman before him. "My name is Edward." Palin pointed to himself, repeating both his words and actions several times. He was sweating in the biohazard suit and kicked himself for not adding the optional thermostat package when he had selected the garment. Over the induction set attached to his jaw, Palin heard the captain's voice. "Doctor, please remember to activate the computer's translation algorithms so we can all benefit from this." Palin acknowledged and tapped a quick command into the PDA strapped to his wrist. "Computer translation systems are now activated. Please identify subject." "Computer, apply translation algorithms to the patient now occupying the medical isolation chamber." Confirmed. Translation systems online. Begin when ready. Palin looked back at the young woman, her eyes now roaming the room looking for the source of the computer's voice. It's all right, my dear. Please remain calm. Palin almost laughed, telling her to remain calm when he was practically shaking. He repeated his previous actions, pointing to himself and speaking his name, Edward Palin, with no results. Finally, he pointed to the other doctor, thumping him once on the chest, then pausing in confusion. Say, what's your first name, anyway? Rame scowled at the little man. My name is Simon, if you must. Simon Rame. Palin cut him off, thumping him hard on the chest once more. Hey! Dr. Rame tried to object, but Palin was already repeating the entire procedure, pointing first to himself, and then again thumping Rame in the chest, stating their names in turn. The woman stepped closer to Palin, tentatively reaching out her own arm and brushing his chest. Edward? Her face was uncertain, but she smiled tentatively when the silver blob bobbed up and down. She then reached out and thumped Dr. Rame on the chest and repeated his name. Hey, why do I always get thumped? Both Dr. Palin and the young woman ignored the doctor's plaintive outburst as she began to chatter unintelligibly to Dr. Palin's ominous form. From the outside looking in, Weston had to suppress the occasional chuckle as he watched Dr. Rame become invisible to the other two in the room. Even through the suits, Weston could see the exasperation evident in Rame's stance and the rapt attention that flowed from Dr. Palin. For several minutes, Palin just sat there listening to her speak, allowing the words to wash against him as his mind began processing the information and looking for correlations to the languages he knew. After about 20 minutes of listening, he spoke. James Ducto Edward Palin. The young lady stopped speaking and stared in astonishment at the silver mask covering Palin's face. James Ethan Mia Chance. Palin leaned back in his chair and an audible sigh was heard. Lovely to meet you, Mia. Captain, our lovely guest here is Mia Chance. She also has some title, but I am not certain what it means yet. It's actually quite fascinating. Her language seems to be evolved from the same core that makes up the Romance languages on Earth. French, Italian, and Spanish, although it does appear to be more complex. How long do you think until we can communicate with her? Palin paused a moment. Between my skills and the ship's computer, I think a few days and we'll be conversing quite well. That is, as long as you don't intend to start interrogating her about technical matters. For now, I just want to hear her story. Weston paused a moment. And find out where she's from so we can bring her home. Not long then, Captain. Not long at all. Weston acknowledged the report and turned away from the scene in the isolation chamber, his head spinning from what he had just observed. Palin had decoded the first levels of a new language in minutes and planned to be finished within a few days. His file hadn't been exaggerating his skills in the slightest. Good. The sooner this is concluded, the sooner we can find out what happened and whether or not it may be a threat to us. Weston strode from the med lab and headed back to his bridge. Dr. Rame had backed off when it became apparent his patient wasn't going to enter a blind panic, and he'd decided his presence wasn't needed. As the airlock cycled around him, he reflected on what he had just seen. Dr. Palin wasn't the oaf he had taken him for. He treated the young woman with compassion and had relaxed her enough to begin working with her to translate her language. Palin's phenomenal linguistic skills bothered him because Palin was never mentioned as being impressive in any way. In his lab, Rame slipped behind his desk and activated his terminal, calling up the personnel files. Back inside the isolation chamber, Dr. Palin immersed himself in the language problem, absorbing the words, phrases, and inflections that Mia uttered. The language seemed more elegant with every word he deciphered, but he knew he was missing a critical piece of information. There was something about the decidedly one-sided conversation that was troubling him. The words came quickly, but try as he might, the meanings slipped past him. Even so, the discourse slowly became a two-sided exchange as Palin's instinctive comprehension of the alien language was complemented by the computer's growing data file. Dr. Palin, what is this ship? Mia's accent certainly bore out his earlier comparison of her language to the Terran Romance equivalents.
This is the NACS Odyssey, a long-range exploration vessel.
Palin wished the captain had told him how much he could reveal to their guests.
Odyssey? I do not understand that word.
The word Odyssey means voyage of destiny, or something similar. It seemed to fit the purpose of this ship.
Mia's laugh rang through the room.
It was certainly a voyage of destiny from my perspective.
His mind ran through what she had just said and how she said it.
It's the inflections.
He surged up from the table and rushed to the terminal built into the wall. Computer, adjust translation matrix to include Asian inflection coding as well as the European Romance languages. Palin's fingers leapt across the small keypad as he modified minute details of the translation program. Confirmed. Translation algorithms have been adjusted. Estimated time to adapt current data to new codes, 5 minutes, 27 seconds. Palin turned back to Mia, somewhat surprised to find her almost cowering back from his sudden moves.
It's all right, my dear. Just stay calm.
His calm voice floated out of the suit, soothing Mia's fear and bringing her back to the discussion. Dr. Palin spent the next 5 minutes calming Mia down, getting her back into the same frame of mind she had before his outburst. When the computer chirped the completion of its task, Palin keyed it into the induction set.
Do you understand me properly now?
Mia's face lit up with recognition, which was quickly followed by extreme puzzlement.
Yes, I do. But how?
It was quite simple, my dear. Your language uses changes in the timbre of the voice to distinguish different meanings in the same basic word. Once I told the computer to add that to its decoding process, it simply went back through everything we had said in the past several hours and recompiled its program. Mia smiled at the pride she heard echo through his voice. This man was not one to be humble about his accomplishments. Still, she supposed he had a right. Translating a new language in just under 8 hours was a remarkable accomplishment, even with computer assistance. Although she was still worried about these people, she wasn't as frightened as she had been. They weren't the Drossen. That had been obvious the moment Palin and Rame entered the room. Despite their concealed bodies, she could tell they were as human as she was. For a brief moment, she wondered what colony they were from, but she put it out of her mind since no one in the colonies would feel the need to conceal themselves from her.
One of the others.
That thought pleased and frightened her. If it were one of the others, her people would have help at last. But which? None are reported within a century of having dimensional technology, and they could not have gotten this far out without it.
My dear, are you all right?
The visage of Dr. Palin's suit looming over her shook Mia from her thoughts.
I am fine, Doctor. Just considering my situation.
Ah, well, that's understandable, my dear. I have a report to make to the captain. I'll return as soon as I can. In the meantime, do try and get some rest. Mia watched the doctor as he stepped into the bulky airlock.
I'll do that, Dr. Palin. An airlock. Incredible. I must be in a medical facility, but why an airlock, of all things? Energy fields have replaced airlocks for centuries on all the colonies.
Mia stood up and examined the room again, paying close attention to the terminal that Palin had uncovered when he altered his language program.
An ancient airlock? But computer systems far and above anything I've ever seen. How do they manage a voice interface?
Computer, where am I? You are in the medical isolation chamber of the NAC Starship Odyssey.
Well, at least it responds to me as well.
Mia cleared her throat.
What is the system of origin for this ship?
You have not been cleared for navigational data.
Where was the Odyssey built?
You have not been cleared for historical data.
What information have I been cleared for?
You have been cleared for limited access to the onboard comm channels, limited access to the onboard catering system, and limited access to the ship's entertainment library.
Computer, may I please have a glass of water?
One moment. She waited a short while, uncertain what to expect, when a recessed slot opened up in the wall underneath the huge mirror, and a tall glass of water was nestled inside.
Well, that settles any doubt I may have had. about the true nature of that mirror. Computer, what is available to me in the entertainment section? You have been cleared to access the following music selections. Mia watched the titles flicker past on the small screen, wishing she could read the language they were written in. Unfortunately, the translation program only seemed to operate on a vocal level. Selecting one at random, she walked back over to the room's bed and lay down while the music washed over her. Captain Weston was examining the data they had gathered on the remnants of the shattered fleet when Dr. Palin strode onto the bridge. Weston lifted a hand to him, causing the doctor to frown and back off as he watched the captain sign off on a report and turned to Commander Roberts.
How long do the heliopause? 13 minutes, Roberts replied. We're already picking up several times the data density on the wake scans, and Winger thinks that she's right about that planetary system she recommended. Of course, she thought that before we got the extra data.
Of course she did. All right, we'll transition as soon as she's done with her scans. Have the helm calculate our exit from transitional space carefully. I don't want to arrive too closely in system. At least 3 hours out, all right?
Aye, Captain. 3 hours minimum.
Roberts nodded, moving on. All right, Doctor. Weston turned back to Palin. What is it? The academic grinned at the captain, his expression not quite insubordinate as he responded.
I'm pleased to say I've deciphered enough of their language for the computer to translate any conversation you might wish to have.
That is, assuming you don't want to ask her about technical details. Weston's eyes widened. You said it would take several days. On the contrary, I said it might take me a few days. I was wrong. All right, I'll want you present when I speak with her. Of course, I'll be waiting for the call. Good. Thank you for the report, Weston said, looking back down to the PDA. He had picked up 4 more forms to work on while he was talking to the commander and the doctor.
Yes, sir,
Palin replied after a long silence and, finally getting the clue, turned and left the bridge. As the academic vanished from sight, Weston set down his PDA and turned to his first officer. His records don't do him justice, you know.
Perhaps, sir. But his attitude needs a lot of work.
Roberts watched the retreating doctor with an odd expression on his face.
He's broken at least 2 assistants in the comm lab. They've been begging for transfers since Alpha Centauri.
You're kidding, Weston blurted, his eyes widening.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Roberts shrugged.
I changed them to another shift in the same lab. That's holding them for now, but Palin has a habit of working odd hours, so I don't know how long it'll last. Everyone who knows him says he's insane.
True, but genius has a way of tempering people. Weston shrugged. If nothing else, it helps excuse eccentric behavior.
I suppose, sir,
Roberts said. As far as he was concerned, if the person wasn't capable of operating within proper military structure, he didn't have time for them, genius or not. Roberts turned away, returning to the sensor reports that were still flooding in. Weston toggled another switch on his armrest. Dr. Rame, are you available? The call came back a moment later. Yes, Captain. Anything I can do? How's the patient, Doctor? Fine, sir. She just requested a glass of water and accessed the entertainment library. Weston's eyebrow rose. Palin did a great job. What's she listening to? Oddly enough, Brahms's Lullaby. Seems to be doing her some good. She's resting comfortably. Good. I'll want to speak with her soon. Please see to it that she gets whatever she needs. Of course, sir. The doctor's tone indicated that he considered the order almost insulting. And, Doctor, Weston hesitated. Yes, Captain? We're going to transition to another system soon, Weston said with a degree of hesitance. There was a long pause from the other end of the conversation until finally the doctor sighed. I can't say that I'm overjoyed to hear that, but thank you for the warning. I'll have my staff standing by with relaxants. Thank you, Doctor. Weston nodded. And make sure you have someone in engineering, will you? Certainly. I'm just thankful my newest patient is asleep. She doesn't need any more stress. The thought had crossed my mind, Doctor. In fact, if you think it's wise, I'll support adding a sedative to her air mix. To be frank, I'm hardly happy with how trained personnel react to transition. I wouldn't want to deal with any untrained reactions, not if we can avoid it. Agreed.
the doctor said after a moment. "I'll check her vitals and consider adding something to slip her a little deeper." "Excellent. Keep me apprised. Captain out." "Crossing the heliopause, sir." Weston nodded, taking his command chair. "Thank you, Daniels. Commander."
Yes, Captain.
"Advise Winger that she'd better wrap up her scans, then signal a transition alert."
Captain,"
Robert said, his voice thick with distaste. Captain Eric Weston did what he'd always done before a dangerous mission. He masked anything resembling nerves with a cool facade and hoped to God that no one saw through it. There was no sense in giving anyone else the silly idea that the captain didn't trust the transition drive any more than they did, especially if the captain really didn't trust it. So far, he'd been lucky. His crew was too busy building their own facades to notice his. So he smiled, looking relaxed, and the bridge crew around him relaxed themselves, even as the blue lights that marked a transition alert began to flash. Ah, the glory of command. The alert lasted for 20 minutes, until all sections had checked in as being ready, and then Weston gave the reluctant order. "Activate transition drive." Everyone on the bridge winced as Lieutenant Daniels pressed the final command and slammed his eyes shut. Most everyone on the bridge did the same, except for Captain Weston and Commander Roberts. Both men had time to note this fact and promised themselves they'd speak with the bridge crew about the dangers of entering a potentially hostile area with their eyes closed. The swirling maelstrom of tachyon particles ripped them apart as the Odyssey transitioned out of the white giant system. Chapter 7. 20 light-years from where it began, the NACS Odyssey reintegrated into normal space with no external sign that anything unfavorable had occurred. Internally, however, was a different story. "Commander, all posts report," Weston ordered, diplomatically ignoring the retching sound coming from the lieutenant's side. Roberts waved a hand to an ensign, who took the hint and rushed to assist the unfortunate Lieutenant Daniels, who was losing his spaghetti dinner under the fire control station. As he was helped away, a young woman slid discreetly into his place, maneuvering her feet to avoid the mess on the floor.
"Passive sensors are picking up a disturbance on the fourth planet,"
Roberts said. Weston could understand that. Passive sensors were just picking up data from no less than 12 hours earlier. They'd have to wait for the tachyon generators to regain a charge before they'd get anything current. Even so, information from 12 hours ago might explain some piece of the puzzle they were unraveling. "Correlate and send it to my station, Commander."
"Aye, Captain."
Roberts flipped over a manual control panel and typed in a quick command, supplementing the vocal orders that he snapped over his induction microphone. Weston flipped open his own display screen and wished, not for the first time, that the holographic displays had been cleared for bridge use. Unfortunately, the displays were deemed potentially unstable and were not approved for use in critical systems. It was a decision that Weston approved, but he still felt a pang of loss as he stared at the 14-inch screen and missed the room-sized equivalent that his simple desk system provided. Lieutenant Michelle Winger was the Odyssey's go-to girl when it came to the array of long-range sensors that studded near every exterior surface of the big ship. But just now, she scowled as she scanned the data stream and wished that she'd been able to hijack the same 3 arrays she had used earlier. The information pouring in from her long-range array was interesting, but correlating data across multiple frequencies was her forte. Whoa! Her eyes narrowed as she spotted something. What the hell is this? Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she cursed the power drain that transition caused. As the data began to coalesce into something resembling a picture, she sought a glance to one side to check the power display. Bridge systems had full priority, with weapons and navigation following right behind. But her systems were on the list too, and the reactors were providing enough power that she would be fully online in a couple minutes, at most. In the meantime, all her scanners were already up and functioning perfectly, so she would have to make do with the basic interface for another 100 seconds or so. "Commander!" she spoke up, a little louder than she'd intended. "I'm sending over my initial findings to you." A rap of her fingers across the board sent the data packet flashing across the fiber to Commander Roberts' station. Only after it was gone did she let out a breath she'd barely been aware of holding, her eyes floating back across her screen to where the data was still highlighted. A moment later, the rest of her interface touchpads lit up as power was fully restored, snapping Winger out of her daze as she returned to work in full form. High-energy discharges? Weston questioned as he looked at the data Roberts had redirected to his attention. He noticed something familiar in the information and looked up with a cocked eyebrow. Weapons?
It seems likely, Roberts said. Though we could be looking at a storm front on the planet.
That powerful? Weston shook his head skeptically. No, it'd have to be the size of Jupiter to flash that high.
Probably, sir,
Roberts agreed. All right, Helm, take us in slowly, Weston said, even as his heart raced. Commander Roberts, anything on the passive tactical scan?
Negative. Just some background hiss from the star.
Weston nodded, his eyes rising to look at the yellow star that was the system primary. There was always some background hiss from anything the size of a star. The massive gravity made certain of that. Helm, you are not to cross the heliopause until we have our tachyon generators recharged. I want a system-wide ping before we even think of becoming trapped in that gravity well.
Aye, sir. A full system ping, Roberts said. Wilco.
How's the patient, Doctor? Weston asked as he stepped over the knee knocker that separated the med lab from the hallway. With hours to go before he could make any useful decisions on the bridge, he had decided to check in and see how things were running through the ship, and in particular the woman resting in Rame's isolation ward. She's sleeping, Rame replied, not looking up from his current patient, who had displayed odd symptoms from the transition. Something much of the crew would love to do. The transition effects are growing worse, sir. How bad? Nothing quite as serious as Lieutenant Tierborn, thankfully. Rame straightened from his unconscious patient and wiped his brow. But unless I'm completely off base, I believe that part of the crew is allergic to the process. Weston snorted. Doctor, trust me, all the crew is allergic to it. I didn't mean psychologically, Rame snapped, both frustrated and irritated. I mean physical allergies. There have been a series of consistent symptoms in approximately 12% of the crew. 12%? Weston blinked. That's almost 40 people. Really? I hadn't counted. Rame said sarcastically as he passed his hands under a dissolvent spray to remove the sterile coating he'd applied. Weston let the sarcasm slide, knowing that the man was tired and stressed. How serious is it? Nothing permanent or debilitating. Not yet, at any rate, Rame said. But it has affected the eyesight of 23 crew members. Again, not permanent, but disturbing just the same. 30 crew members have developed a disturbing cellular degradation of the soft tissue of their noses, mouths, and throats. I'm not certain about the internal effects of these yet. I've scheduled a series of tests. Rame slid the patient under a large panel and opened the crew member's hospital gown. He punched a command on his PDA and turned away as the panel began emitting a series of regular popping sounds. Infrared treatments seem to work against the degradation, Rame said. In the long term, however, I just don't know. All right. Keep me posted and inform me when our guest wakes up. Of course, Captain. Prepare to initiate tachyon pulse.
All systems go, no go,
Commander Roberts replied, following the book. Tachyon generators go. Receptor array go.
Forward shielding go.
Roberts nodded.
Drive system.
Daniels turned and smiled. We see anything spooky, we're ready to bolt, sir.
We don't bolt, Ensign.
Roberts smiled, but without amusement.
We advance cautiously to the front and quickly to the rear.
Aye, sir.
Initiate sensor ping.
Like submarines using sonar in the previous century, the Odyssey's tachyon array was a powerful detection device, but it had many of its own drawbacks. Unlike infrared, radar, and other telemetry systems, the tachyon generators could produce real-time imaging data from a distance measured in light years or more. However, tachyons were not cheap to generate and didn't last long once they had been generated. Neither Roberts nor Weston were familiar with the mathematics of the subject, though both were aware that, on paper, tachyons didn't even exist. It was one of those amusing mathematical proofs that seemed to be at odds with the real universe. On paper, a tachyon didn't exist because its half-life was too short to be measured. However, in that period of nothingness where the particles existed, they could travel across the rim of the galaxy and back. So when the tachyon generator on the Odyssey pulsed, a shotgun-like spread of those impossible little particles leapt out through the fabric of space and spread out from the ship, creating interference in the local area of space as they passed. When they hit something, anything from a single atom to the local star itself, they created a ripple effect that rebounded out from the object and traveled back to the waiting receiver on the Odyssey.
Report.
Nothing out there, sir, Winger replied as Commander Roberts appeared behind her. She'd barely jumped this time and felt proud of herself.
Nothing.
Nothing like a ship, sir. I've compared everything we got to the readings from yesterday. She shrugged. We've got a debris field around the fourth planet that looks artificial. Alloys, atomic decay, and some configurations match, but they're dead as doornails, sir.
I'll inform the captain that we have nothing to fear from the doornails, Roberts replied, with a twinge of sarcasm. Stay with the facts.
Yes, sir, Winger said, her face flushing. Sorry, sir.
Don't apologize. Just don't do it again.
Yes, sir.
Roberts left Winger's station and headed back to the captain.
It looks clear, sir. There is some debris in the system that matches the debris we found at the battle scene, however.
Nothing active? Weston looked up.
Nothing that we can see.
The captain spoke up for the benefit of the bridge crew. Ensign Waters, take us into the orbit of the fourth planet.
Orbit? Aye, sir.
The big ship shook as its massive drives rumbled into action, vibrations reverberating through the entire vessel as it began to move through the depths of interstellar space and cross the invisible line that separated it from the star system. As the ship crossed the heliopause, the yellow star began to act on it, pulling it deeper into the system with the inexorable grip of its gravity. The speed built slowly at first as the Odyssey's huge engines and integral CM fields worked in conjunction to chip away at the inertia of the ship, increasing quickly as the grip of the star's gravity joined in. Soon the ship was speeding down the well fast enough that Lieutenant Daniels powered down both the thrusters and the CM fields until the Odyssey was free-falling toward the star. Watching his trajectories, Lieutenant Daniels was less worried about the path of the Odyssey as he was about the path of anything the Odyssey might run into. Even with the powerful navigation fields shouldering aside anything in their path, he still kept an obsessive eye on the screens. Attention to detail was the bread and butter of his job, especially since certain electrical and magnetic neutral composites could penetrate the navigation fields with ease. Such things didn't exist often in nature. However, as the debris ring around the fourth planet would testify, this system wasn't as pure as the driven snow. An hour into the drop, Weston excused himself from the bridge and headed to the mess deck for something to eat. The course Daniels had plotted to the fourth planet would take them about 24 hours, including acceleration and deceleration. The mess was as busy as he'd expected. A large portion of the crew had taken advantage of the projected course to refuel. Weston smiled as he spotted a group talking at a table in the corner.
Some of them are just here because they have nothing better to do.
He walked over, wiping the smile from his face. So, I see we've got a bunch of lazabouts, huh? Everyone at the table jumped save one.
Gee, Cap,
Stefano said, grinning at him from where he was seated in the corner. Why don't you tell us how you really feel? Weston resisted the urge to laugh or roll his eyes, since both reactions would have been too much, and besides, he knew that the archangels would be able to read him without anything that overt. Instead, he just sat down. So, how do you all enjoy being passengers on this cruise? The fighter jocks laughed, relaxing as they recognized their old flight leader in the captain, and they began to joke back with him.
Just fine, Raz.
A big, beefy man who went by the call sign Brute smirked.
But when are you going to find us some real work to do?
Weston shrugged. Looks like we may have something coming down the pipe for you. Be patient. Blaze, one of the first women in the unit, snorted softly. Do as you say, not as you do, huh, Raz? Precisely. Weston reclined back in his seat, ordered some food, and let himself remember the glory days. The waking world came back slowly to Mila. Her mind lost in sleep for a few moments, she forgot where she was or what had transpired. The transition from that moment of blissful ignorance to the painful reality of her situation was like a physical blow to her chest. The petite woman curled up on the stiff hospital bed and didn't move. As much as she wanted to lie there and die, she knew she couldn't. She couldn't make sense of any of her emotions, how she felt. It seemed to change without warning and without any real idea of what was coming next. That, more than anything, drove her mad inside. Out there, beyond the walls of this unknown vessel, lay the Drasen, and they were killing her people. She couldn't die when she knew that her people desperately needed her. So she moved, sliding off the firm bed and onto the cold floor. She danced around for a moment until her feet adjusted to the floor's temperature and frowned at the offending material. Mila knelt down and ran her fingers along the cool surface, feeling it suck the heat from her flesh. Metal floors. No one builds a starship with metal. It's just not done. She sighed to herself and looked around, refusing to think of how much insulation the walls must have to make up for the intolerable properties of construction. It wasn't just the metal, though. The entire place was completely off. The lighting was too bright, the spectrum shift was harsh, and now that she thought about it, she felt heavier than normal. It was like a bad copy of a starship, instead of the real thing. And what is that sensation of constant falling anyway? She shook her head, giving up that thought for a second before her mind stubbornly grabbed at it again. She knew that the ship had to have certain technologies. Dimensional shifting was a given, she figured. Otherwise, where had they come from to pick her up? However, what she couldn't understand was how in the oath they had managed that and still used metal to construct the ship in the first place. The entire situation was like an impossible conundrum to her. She gave in to the pit in her stomach and called up the computer terminal. It took a long time to load for some reason, but finally she was into the catering services. After staring at the incomprehensible script for some time, Mila sighed and punched in a few items at random. The call came just as Weston was taking the first sip from the steaming cup of tea at the table in the mess. A captain's job. He shrugged, reaching for his induction set. Steph snorted. They're probably calling to make sure you haven't drowned in your sink. Everyone knows that captains have to be watched all the time. Another round of chuckles sounded among the pilots, though the comment had garnered a shocked look from the yeoman who had dropped off the tea. Weston ignored both as he affixed the induction set to his jaw and waited for the squirming sensation to fade as the unit molded itself to him. Weston here. Captain, Dr. Rame said over the unit. You wish to be informed when our patient awoke? Yes, Doctor. Is she well? She's well enough to request food, Rame replied. Though I don't believe that she quite understands the menu. Weston frowned, drawing curious looks from the fighter jocks. Why's that? Because, frankly, I don't believe that any sentient being would ever order ice cream with oil-packed tuna on purpose. Rame shuddered. Weston started chuckling, low at first, but rising until he was genuinely laughing at the comment. Around the table, everyone looked at him with puzzlement, but he didn't bother to enlighten them. Stefanos, in particular, looked like he was just itching to ask what was so funny. Tough. Weston got up to leave. I'm afraid I have to go. I'll see you all later. To a man, their faces dropped as they realized that their former CAG had zero intention of sharing, and Weston took exquisite pleasure in the look of disappointment on Stefanos' face. Doctor, contact Palin and have him meet me in the med lab, Weston ordered over the induction unit, smirking as he again glanced at his old squad and their disappointed expressions. Some days it was good to be the captain. Weston walked into the med lab as Rame and Palin were snapping at each other, trying to decide which protocols they would follow while talking with the survivor. "Dr. Rame," Weston interrupted, silencing the doctors. "In your opinion, what was her reaction to the hazard suits?" It's amazing how two well-educated and grown men are capable of this sort of childishness. It was strange. At first, she was tense, but after she got a good look at us, she relaxed and remained remarkably calm, considering the situation she's found herself in. Weston snorted with no small amount of satisfaction. "Good. I think we can dispense with the suits then, assuming she isn't a medical danger." Dr. Rame looked at him strangely. "Well, she has a whole cornucopia of new antibodies, but with the blood samples I've taken, we can develop cures and vaccines for anything she might pass on. What made you change your mind about the hazard suits?" "I wanted to see her reaction. If her attackers had been human, or even humanoid, she would have been a lot more concerned about the suits. I'd say we're looking at an even more interesting story than we thought." Dr. Rame looked thoughtful for a moment, considering that. "You realize, Captain, that isn't the only possible interpretation of her reactions," Palin stated flatly. "Of course I do, Doctor, but it's the best I have to go on right now." Weston broke from the discussion and walked over to the transparency. "All right, Dr. Palin, let's go in." Mia was lying back, listening to a musical composition the computer had told her was called Ride of the Valkyries. Despite the strict limits the computer had placed on her entertainment selections, she had managed to find several pieces that she enjoyed. "Mia?" Mia jumped up, her eyes widening when she saw two men step into the room without their rather bulky suits.
"Are these the same two men?"
"I suppose I should reintroduce myself. I'm Dr. Palin. This is the captain of the Odyssey, Eric Weston."
"The captain? This will be a more serious session than the previous one. Hopefully we can settle the captain's concerns so I can get back to my duty," she thought as she looked to the captain, appraising him. He was tall, taller than most people she knew, though not quite the tallest man she'd ever seen. She'd met the commandant of the Colonial Ground Forces once, and he would actually tower over this Captain Weston. Mia put that aside after a moment and turned her focus on the captain again, taking in his appearance. His close-trimmed black hair hugged his head. His face was stern, and she realized that he was, in turn, appraising her. The thought discomforted her for a moment, but she quickly regained her poise. "Captain Weston."
Her head nodded respectfully in greeting. "Ethan Shans." Weston imitated her slight nod and returned the greeting.
"I am honored by your use of my title, Captain. Dr. Palin never seems to refer to me in any way except as dear, which the computer informs me is a quadruped of some type."
Mia smiled with a confused air about her. Palin stammered a moment, trying to explain himself before Weston stepped in. Actually, the word has several different meanings which are differentiated by spelling. In this case, it is a term of affection older people use in reference to those younger than themselves.
"I see."
Mia threw a look at Palin, enjoying the red tinge his face had assumed. "Mia, could you please tell us what happened to the ship you were traveling on?" Weston asked. She looked at the captain, trying to gauge him, but found herself unable to pierce his outward demeanor. She decided to go with the simple truth.
"I wasn't traveling. I was serving aboard the space vessel Karlash, and we were attacked."
"We had gathered that much. Would you be so kind as to tell us by whom and why they decided to reduce a fleet of your vessels to scrap?" Mia winced at that. She had known that it was unlikely any had survived the massacre, but it pained her to think of her comrades floating dead in the inhospitable depths of this radiation-seared system.
"They are called Drasen, and they attack us because it is their way. They are born to kill. They are created to kill, and they do it very well."
Dr. Palin glanced over at the hard shell that had formed across the captain's face. He knew that Weston was contemplating the implications of Mia's story, if it were true. Palin himself shuddered at the thought of a race of born killers stalking the galaxy, the nightmare of 1,000 horror stories since the birth of science fiction. The idea that it may be true would cause havoc at home. "Created? By whom?" Weston asked after a moment, taking a seat as he gazed at the young woman. As he watched her consider her response, Weston took the opportunity to evaluate her. Mia Shans was pretty, he decided after a long moment, with an exotic air to her eyes that added interest to her face. She was petite and probably didn't weigh more than 110 pounds. But she was obviously strong, or she would still be under Rame's expert care. So Weston was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt on that matter. He was still examining her when Mia started to respond.
I do not think you are ready for that yet. If you were, you wouldn't need to ask such a question, Captain. May I ask a question of you now?
Weston hesitated for a moment, frowning at the evasion. In the end, he decided that it wouldn't lose him anything to play along for a moment. Yes, if you like. However, like you, I do not promise to answer. Ethan Shans looked at him appraisingly. She had expected no less.
Of course, but I must ask this anyway. Where are you from? I know it is not one of the colonies because your ship's technology is completely wrong.
I can't answer that. Other than that, we are a long-range exploration vessel. As for our technology, what do you mean, wrong? Weston asked, raising an eyebrow. Mia's arms swept around the room.
I mean wrong. You use archaic airlocks, metal to construct your vessel. Or at least the floors and walls here. And yet you have dimensional access and your computer talks.
She blinked, shaking her head over that last comment before speaking again.
It is painfully obvious, even from what little I've seen, that you must be one of the others.
Weston's eyes narrowed at the way she pronounced the word others, like it was almost a curse. Who are the others, Ethan? Mia's lips curled.
The others are those who broke their oath.
By this point, Weston was completely confused. Oath? She looked up into his eyes, realizing that he didn't know what she meant.
There is a history to the universe of which you are completely unaware. One which I am ill-equipped to relate.
Oh? Dr. Palin leaned forward, rapt with attention. Could you tell me more? Mia hesitated, shaking her head.
I don't believe that I should. There are some things in this universe that are better left unknown. Some knowledge changes you. That knowledge exacts a terrible toll.
Well, isn't that melodramatic? Weston thought, noting with amusement that Palin was utterly fascinated. Weston was about to ask something further when a message chirped through his induction unit. Weston here. Captain, we're approaching the fourth planet. Roberts' voice reverberated through his jaw and into his ear. Thought you might like to be up here for this. Weston nodded, standing up. I'll be right up. He looked over to Mia. I have to go. Feel free to ask if you need anything, and I believe that we can get someone in here to translate the menu for you. Mia looked puzzled as Weston smiled, but he didn't comment further. Instead, he turned to Dr. Palin. Doctor, you're with me. I want you on the bridge for this. Huh? Palin looked up in surprise. Oh, yes, of course, Captain. Weston nodded to Mia and led Palin out through the isolation ward airlock. The planet hung in space, glittering in the reflected and refracted light of its primary like a jewel in black satin. The shattered fragments that passed over the sea-green orb marred the beauty of the scene, a testament to the fact that the world's defenders had not gone easily. The low rumble of the Odyssey's reactor sounded ominous to the crew as they watched the planet approach. There was something about the world on the viewer that felt wrong. Launch orbital drones, Weston ordered as the Odyssey slid to a stop, relative to the planet, already punching up a link to the main sensor array. Drones launching, Roberts replied, the report punctuated by the brief shudders that they felt through the deck. Moving to take up orbital positions. Weston nodded, distracted as he examined the information on the screen. The numbers didn't look right, but he couldn't tell what was off. After a moment, he looked up. Analysis. Sir? A voice from behind him spoke up. Weston turned toward the young female ensign. He had to think hard, but he placed her name quickly. Yes, Ensign Rodriguez?
The numbers are all wrong, sir,
Emma Rodriguez replied, frowning.
We're getting a serious shift in the oxygen content of the atmosphere. That's why the continents are red-shifted.
Tell me why that's wrong, Ensign.
Because we're getting indications of the same plant life we'd see on Earth. In fact, this world is extremely rich in photosensitive plankton, she replied, shaking her head. No, Captain, there is something wrong here.
Weston turned back to his own display. That pretty much jived with what he felt in his gut, but added a substance to his misgivings.
All right, show me what the drones are seeing.
Carnivore combat drones were catapult-launched, unmanned reconnaissance vehicles, designed as stealthy platforms to conduct surveillance over combat zones that had been previously cleared of more conventional platforms, like, for example, satellites. Equipped with the same CM generators that permitted the Odyssey to approach 2/3 light speed without a prohibitive fuel cost, the carnivores could accelerate to 1/10 of light speed in under 8 seconds and crash to a halt in just under 10. And that was in an atmosphere. In orbital space, the drones literally ricocheted around, altering courses on a dime until they reached their pre-programmed orbital trajectories and slowed to a ballistic course that gave each of the 5 drones a stable orbit. Then the heavily shielded bottoms of the drones slid open, revealing sophisticated optics and intercept sensors, and they got down to the nuts and bolts of their job.
Well, it looks normal, Lieutenant Daniels said.
His comment was accompanied by a quiet murmur of agreement from the rest of the bridge crew, though neither Weston nor Roberts commented.
Wait,
Roberts frowned.
Pan back on Drone 3. Was that a city?
The screen changed as an operator followed the order, panning the image back and tilting to the optics of Drone 3 so they could zoom in on the site of interest. Certainly looks like one, Weston said after a moment. Bring the drone back around. Put it in a stationary orbit over the city.
Aye, Captain.
The drone swung around, the stabilized optics staying focused on their target as it came back and slowed to a stop over the city. Zoom in, Weston whispered, watching as the city doubled in size several times. After a moment, they were looking at an area that the computer listed as about the size of 8 city blocks, but Weston only counted 3 massive buildings within that area. Someone whistled, but nobody else paid attention.
Well, something's alive down there,
Roberts replied, noting the movement of traffic on the streets. Weston nodded. Yeah. Anything on radio? Negative, Ensign Waters replied. Nothing from the Tachyon lab either. Zoom in again. Let's get a picture of these people, Weston ordered, leaning forward as he looked at the image. An actual alien world. An actual alien city. It was utterly incredible and awe-inspiring. And nightmarish. The scene flickered again, zooming in close enough to read a paper over someone's shoulder, and the crew of the Odyssey got their first look at the inhabitants of the city below.
Sweet Mother of God, what the hell are those things?
Roberts asked in utter shock as he stared at the viewer. Weston shook his head. I don't have the slightest clue, but maybe our guest could enlighten us. Commander, I'll be in the med lab. Have the drones finish mapping the surface and continue to investigate.
Aye, Captain.
Mia Shans blanched white with shock and fear as she watched the screen. Weston, Palin, and Rame, who was worried about a possible relapse in her shocked state, took note of her reactions as they entered the isolation room. On the screen there was a swarm. No other word could quite describe it, and even that seemed to fall short. The creatures were black with mottled brown and red across their carapaces. They moved through the remains of the once proud city, slowly dismantling the buildings piece by piece. They looked like arachnids in some ways, like other Terran insects in others, except that they were much larger. In fact, they were hundreds of times larger than insects. The carnivore drone's scale meter on the heads-up display, HUD, indicated that the creatures averaged 5 feet in height, their long, spindly legs extending beyond that. They roamed through the city's streets like ants, carrying the dismantled building materials down into tunnels below. There was no sign of anything living, other than the arachnid creatures, and no sign that anything had been living there, other than the city itself.
They are Drasin,
Mia said softly, pronouncing the word Drasin.
I had no idea they would become so numerous so fast.
What are they, Ethan?
Weston whispered. It's obvious they didn't build that city, so what are they and who built the city? My people did,
Mia said, sounding almost helpless.
This was one of our colonies for foodstuffs.
Agricultural, Palin supplied.
Qua,
Mila replied, nodding, though the word had not been caught by the translator.
She means yes, Palin said, keying the word in. It's slang, like yeah or yep.
I understand, Doctor, Weston said.
Miss Shans, Mia, what happened here?
Mia took a shallow, ragged breath, staring at the screen as her eyes filled with tears. She closed them so as to shut out the horrible scene.
Very well, Captain. I shall relate my story to you, to the best of my ability, she said, her voice quivering.
Thank you, Miss Shans, Weston said softly. She took a deep breath and began to speak. Chapter 8. Weeks earlier, aboard the stellar cruiser Karlash.
Lieutenant Shans!
The deck of the Karlash hummed under her as Mia Shans spun on her heel and found herself staring at her new commanding officer.
Yes, Commander Roth?
Lieutenant, I need you to work with Stavrim and Malin for the next several days. They need your expertise with the new weapon systems we've installed. The commander scowled at the word weapons, as if it tasted bitter to him.
I'll contact him right away, Commander.
Mia understood his distaste, even if she didn't share it.
Why do all commanding officers act insulted when they're forced to equip their ships with weapon systems?
Well, all except the captain, and even he doesn't like them. Mia strode off, heading for the new control room to find crewmen Stavrim and Malin. Preparations had been progressing well over the past few months, since the tachyon burst from the frontier had changed her culture forever. It still felt like a dream to her. The transmission hadn't contained any information, not even the most basic of modulation. It had been nothing more than a tripwire of sorts. A warning, or alarm, given by a system so ancient that no one had known it was there until the central world mind began giving the strangest orders. No one questioned the orders at first, though they had been out of character for the world mind. Production on transports had slowed as new plans were spit out of the ancient database, plans that no ship had included in centuries. Weapons. Mia shook her head, clearing it as she stepped into the control room and looked around.
Lieutenant, we are having some difficulties adjusting the target acquisition system that was recently installed.
Mia frowned, shaking her head.
Have you tried reintegrating the software? All those circuits should have been triple-checked before installation.
Stavrim had the good grace to look chastised.
No, we didn't. No one here's checked out on the software.
Of course not, Mia sighed, dropping into a crouch by the open panel. She looked over the systems but didn't see anything damaged. That was a good thing. The shipyards were all occupied with new constructions or conversions like the Karlash, which made replacement components pricey.
All right. Make sure you haven't damaged the crystals and close up that panel. I'll check the software,
Mia said as she began the task, her fingers flying over the panel. It took only minutes to find the problem. A minor software conflict had shunted the targeting sensors off alignment by 2 degrees. A small error, perhaps, but at any realistic combat range it would result in missing the target by thousands of meters. Not something she could allow to slip by so easily. Even though they hadn't known what to do about it, she was glad that the two had managed to spot the error. The feat was made even more impressive by the fact that both of the technicians were mining engineers whose work didn't rely on split-second arming and aiming. Mia dismissed them, sending them off to other work, and walked over to the wall.
Chance to Captain Tall.
Mia palmed the intercom switch with a graceful sweep of her hand.
Tall here. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
The problem has been resolved. All systems have been cleared for service.
Good, we'll be breaking orbit shortly. 2 outer colonies have reported unknown ships approaching their outer perimeters.
The captain's voice sounded grim.
Configurations appear to match the historical records.
Mia signed off and sank back into the programmer's chair. The Drazen had been little more than folklore to her and her people until now. Scary stories that were bandied about on dark nights. They weren't supposed to be real. They certainly weren't supposed to be approaching the outer worlds. Mia forced herself to relax.
Real or imagined, they won't be allowed to harm anyone. Our new systems are the best that can be made. We'll meet these Drazen, and if they are hostile, we'll deal with them on their own terms.
She had returned to her quarters when she felt the shudder run through the deck plates as the ship's engines powered up. She instinctively reached out and grabbed the nearest wall as the ship accelerated out of orbit. A second later, the ship's artificial gravity field compensated, and the feeling passed. She knew they were now powering away from Ranquil, her homeworld, and were underway to the outer colonies.
I never really believed that upholding the oath would fall to me and my generation. Like the Drazen, it was just a story,
Mia thought as she stripped down, pulling the silicone-covered garments away from her body and grimacing as the gel and powder clung to her skin and hair. Being an engineer aboard any ship, let alone a hastily refitted warship, was dirty business. On a ship like the Karlash, it was doubly so. The carbon crystals used to align the new weapons systems had a tendency to overheat, so each one had to be smeared with a messy silicone gel that contained suspended heat dispersion capsules. As she activated the shower, letting the recycled water cascade over her, she wondered about the new ships with the integrated diamond crystals and heat dispersion systems. The ones with the triple redundancy built in, armored bulkheads, and energy shields that were supposed to be 10 times as dense as the ones the Karlash produced. Those would be interesting to see in action, and even more interesting to work on. Mia hoped she could see one before it was broken up for scrap. They weren't likely to actually need such things, and warships were illegal in peacetime. Mia shucked her clothing, taking advantage of the downtime to use a cleanser. As she was finishing up, the lurch of the ship let her know that the Karlash had made the jump to dimensional space. They were underway. The thrum of the ship's engines echoed in her ears as she got dressed.
We should be about 3 days out from the nearest outer colonies.
I think I'll recommend to the captain that we test the systems before entering a possible danger zone. The next 2 days, Mia tested and retested the prototype systems they had just installed on the cruiser, until she and the captain were satisfied that the weapons would perform as intended. Commander Rath tended to avoid the subject as much as possible. Rath had been the first officer of an exploration ship, and while a few offensive devices were always present, actual weaponry was quite foreign to the ship. Most of the equipment that could be used to defend his ship had multiple purposes. The laser drills, explosive charges, and even the hand weapons were primarily used as tools rather than defensive items. The new systems were another matter entirely, and no one pretended they had an alternate use. His vessel had become a warship almost overnight, and while the explorer within him resisted the changes, his warrior side had adapted too quickly for comfort. The Karlash decelerated into the colony 3 days after they had left Ranquil. After their arrival, the captain called Mia to the bridge.
Lieutenant Chans, I want you to examine the data we are gathering on what's left of the colony.
The captain's voice twitched, and she thought he was going to break down and weep. A moment later, she saw why. The sensors were reporting back the state of the planet, and for a moment, she hadn't seen what the captain had. When she did, she paled until her ivory skin turned a ghastly white. The planet was there, and the sensors even registered life that seemed almost normal. But the entire upper register of the life detection gradient, the part that indicated human life, was dead. There wasn't a single human alive in the entire system, or if there was, something was eclipsing their readings. But Mia knew that nothing could fool the sensors like that. Not while leaving a clean slate in the upper register. She reached out and braced herself against the console, keeping herself from pitching forward.
Great Creator, there were over 20 million people here just a day ago.
Take us in, Tal ordered, his voice steady now. I want to see it with my own eyes.
Aye, sir.
The Karlash flew into the system, sliding to a halt in the high orbital range of the sea-green planet.
Optics, Tal called. Show me the capital.
The system capital was the only city worthy of the name on the entire planet, housing 90% of the planet's population, while managing the processing, administration, transport, and various other non-growing aspects of the world economy. When it appeared on the screen, it looked like a ghost town. The streets were empty, miles of ancient stonework broken up by massive buildings that towered over the terrain. It was heart-rending.
Hey, something moved!
Someone shouted. Mia didn't know who. She was too busy looking for the motions. Something had moved. Something that was staying very close to the shadows.
Grid 312,
Tal snapped.
Enlarge and enhance.
The computer responded, and the bridge was silent as they stared at the face of nightmares. The seconds stretched into minutes, until the captain managed to speak without a strangled voice, an accomplishment that Mia admired.
Database search. Classify life form.
When there was no response, Tal turned in his seat.
Now!
The crewwoman at the terminal shook herself and quickly entered the request into the computer. It took only a few seconds before the computer spit back the answer that everyone already knew was coming.
It fits the parameters of a Drazen soldier, Captain.
Tal nodded, accepting the confirmation. He already knew it was the Drazen, and had only asked so that it would be entered on the permanent log.
All right, we need to...
He was cut off when Mia's station chirped a warning as it completed a complex algorithm. Mia heard a sob from one of the rear stations, but forced herself to focus on the information pouring in.
Captain, the energy decay readings indicate that this was just done a few hours ago. They could still be here.
Full alert, all personnel to...
She heard the brief pause and the bitter sound in his voice.
Battle stations.
The bridge erupted into fervor as the ship's recorders were examining every square meter of the surrounding system. It wasn't long before they found what they were looking for.
Captain, there's a fading energy trail leading out of the system. Looks like it's on course for the Desirata system, sir.
Lay in a pursuit course. Communications start calling in all available cruisers. We need to stop them before they strike again.
A chorus of "Yes, sir" echoed across the bridge as the ship accelerated into transluminary speeds in pursuit. For 2 days, the Karlash pursued the decaying trail, gathering ships from surrounding sectors and drilling their crews in the unfamiliar techniques of battle. On the 3rd day, the Karlash found what they had been searching for and dreading.
Captain, there's a ship on the extreme long-range scanners. It matches the historical configuration for a Drazen vessel. Full alert. Tell all ships target has been spotted. Adjust course by...
Tal glanced down at his displays.
0.23 by 8 degrees.
All ships confirm we are moving in an interception vector. For the next 3 hours, the tension on the bridge built to the point where Mia entertained the notion that the friction from it would make walking across the bridge feel like moving through water. Then it was cut. They had caught up to the Drazen vessel. It was a mottled brown and black mass that resembled a seed pod more than anything else. Ugly bulges along its hull spoke of weapons ports or something worse. The alien vessel filled their screens as they approached, no longer in any hurry to escape. It was turning as they approached, their energy fields blazing at maximum intensity.
Hail them.
Mia turned to look at the captain in shock. These creatures had just wiped out an entire colony system, and he was going to talk? Stunned, she sat there listening to the conversation going on behind her.
No answer, Captain.
Of course they're not. They're butchers,
Mia thought in derision. She wouldn't let it reach her voice, but she couldn't help feeling something she'd never felt before. Hate.
Tell the other vessels to spread out.
Yes, sir.
The Drazen vessel floated serenely in space, or as serenely as anything that ugly could be, before firing an energy bolt that rocked the Karlash. The bridge was a furor of activity, at least half of it unnecessary. People yelled, people prayed, and some just stared with open-mouthed wonder. "They're firing at us!" "No kidding!" Mia's fingers played across her panel, her sarcastic thoughts echoing in the back of her mind. "Weapons are primed, Captain." The captain's hesitation was palpable, and the ship rocked under a new assault. "Fire! All ships open fire!" Outside, the area glittered with the fire exchanges. Every ship in the impromptu fleet joined the Karlash in focusing on the unmoving Drazen vessel. For a brief moment, the vessel was clouded in the deadly hail. Then the debris cleared, and the Drazen vessel turned on the Karlash and fired again as it passed. The Karlash rocked under the barrage, but defenses held as the Drazen's weapons raked along the other ships in the fleet. "No damage, Captain!" someone yelled. The captain turned on Mia's position. "What's wrong?" Mia shook her head, her hair cascading around her face. The frustration was evident on her face as she glared at the console and tried to wring some sense out of it. "I don't know, Captain. The systems are working fine. They should have had some effect." "Well, they don't, Lieutenant. Find out why," Tal snapped, his voice brittle with tension. "Yes, sir." Mia was in a state of near panic as she frantically examined the logged readings taken during the assault. She removed several safety systems, throwing more power through them than the official capacity was registered at. It was the only thing she could think of at the moment, and she prayed that it was enough. "I've uploaded the changes to the fleet, Captain," Mia cried out as she finished. "Fire," Tal ordered, turning back to glare at the screen, as if his anger could damage the ship outside. The fleet fired on the lone Drazen ship again, the lethal halo of energy enveloping the alien ship for a brief moment in time before lashing back with another barrage. "Captain, we hurt him this time. Not much, but we did hurt him." Tal leaned forward. "How are our shields?" "Not good. Down by 7/8, sir. The Renako is reporting a complete shield failure and—" The young man faltered as he read something new on his console. "Captain, the Renako is gone, sir. They just burned up." A brief silence permeated the bridge, terminated by the violent shaking of the ship as they took another hit from the Drazen vessel. The Karlash rocked with every focused blast. "All ships, this is Captain Tal. Pour it on. Every eighth of energy you have. Put it all into the new systems and keep firing," Tal ordered over the fleet communicator, clutching his armrest as the ship seemed to shake itself apart around them. Outside, the gathered vessels obeyed, and the battlefield flashed with a massive discharge of all their combined weaponry. Gradually, they saw results. The Drazen vessel fired less often and with less force. Many of the Drazen's weapons' protrusions melted off, leaving entire arcs of the ship's hull open to attack. The massive circular area began to buckle and rupture under the constant attack. Tal leaned forward, showing a humorless smile. "We're doing it! Keep firing!" "Captain, we're reading something strange from the Renako." "The Renako is lost! Keep firing!" Tal snapped, not even wanting to think about all the dead comrades on that fallen ship. On the view screen, however, it had become evident that the Renako had once again become a factor in the battle. An energy distortion surrounded the vessel in a pale blue light, growing in intensity as a thin funnel appeared in the swirling mass and spired across empty space to the dying Drazen vessel. Moments later, both vessels were covered in the same blue light as something was transferred from the drifting hulk of the Renako to the Drazen ship. A scant few instants later, the Drazen emerged from its glowing cocoon of energy and left the entire bridge looking in dismay at a fully repaired Drazen destroyer. Tal gaped for a moment, not believing what his own eyes and the ship's sensors were telling him. He shook himself out of it. "All ships, evasive maneuvers and keep firing. Keep your shields up. They'd have done that to us by now if they could get through the shield systems." The fleet vessels spun on their flaring drives, firing wildly at the repaired destroyer and dancing away from the Drazen's lethal beams. When the fleet had evaded pursuit and recharged slightly, they ducked back in to repeat the maneuver. It was slow and brutal, but the tactic was working for them as the Drazen fire slackened. "Captain, the incoming vessel is on an interception course." "Ours?" Tal gripped his command chair, looking over to the operations console. "No, sir. Definitely Drazen configuration, sir." The young crewman looked sick. "How many?" The young man gulped as he looked up from his boards in terror. 23, sir." This time, Captain Tal didn't hesitate, not for an instant. He hit the fleet communicator and yelled in no uncertain terms. "This is Captain Tal. All ships break and run. Vector 020 Mark III. I repeat, all ships retreat." The fleet vessels turned and ran sprinting for the only opening they had left, a white giant system a few light minutes away. They needed to buy enough time to escape into dimensional drive, something they couldn't do with the weapons placed on their systems. Most species had a choice when they were in a situation like this, fight or flight, and in this case they could only choose one. Tal was pale and haggard as he realized that he had chosen the wrong one. They couldn't outrun the Drazen in deep space. That was obvious even from the short battle. They could only hope to trap them within a gravity well. Then, if things went right, they could escape the well and enter dimensional drive while the Drazen were recovering. If things went well. Mia heard the captain order the ships to deploy their mines, which shocked her since those nuclear devices were a last resort. The small fighter craft they had worked on for months, refitting from passenger shuttles and small freighters, were launched into the maelstrom. Their pilots could hope only to buy a few more minutes for the retreating fleet. Even that wasn't enough, and the Drazen were soon upon them. As if through a dream, she heard Tal give the order to abandon ship, but when she moved to object, his stare silenced her words, and she left the battle-scarred bridge. Her last sight of Tal was his proud posture sitting in his command chair, staring at the damaged viewer. At the pod, Mia looked wildly about. It was the last one, and she didn't want to leave anyone behind, but no one else came. Stumbling inside the small craft, she thumped the controls, sealing the pod off and firing the ejection thrusters. The Karlash spun wildly, framed in the small window of the pod, taking massive hits from the Drazen ships. Its weapons systems fired one last time as they returned fire with as much fury as futility. The last thing Mia saw was a fatally wounded Drazen fighter spinning in her direction. Then the pod spun violently and the universe went dark. A long time passed without her knowing it. Time that saw the rest of her fleet destroyed. Time that saw the Drazen hunt down life pods just like hers as her shipmates began to broadcast their plaintive cry for help. Through all of that time, Mia floated in the microgravity of the pod, held in place only by her restraint system as she tumbled over and over in space. After a long time, the Drazen left, apparently satisfied that they had finished their task. Satisfied that there was nothing left alive in the white giant system. And after they were gone, the circuits of Mia's life pod waited patiently for a command. The computer decided something was wrong. It had been launched, and yet neither the automatic nor the manual triggers had been flipped. That was not correct. So it attempted to contact its ship, in case it had been ejected by accident. No response. The computer paused for an infinitesimal moment, accessed its internal scanners, and analyzed the air. When it detected the increase in carbon dioxide, the computer made a calculation and decided that perhaps it hadn't been an accident. So, unbeknownst to the single occupant of the life pod, the onboard computer overrode its own programming and flipped a bank of virtual switches. And above the unconscious woman's head, a small device began to beep. Chapter 9. Mia and her listeners sat in silence for a long moment after the story ended, each thinking about the loss from their own perspective, each affected to one degree or another.
"And as far as I can make out, your people came soon after. I suppose I'm extremely lucky that your ship was en route to that system, but—"
Mia said before pausing and looking at Weston curiously.
"Why would you be going there? There's nothing useful in that system."
Dr. Palin spoke for the first time. "We were—" "Doctor, not now," Weston said. shaking his head. He wasn't willing to share that they had a faster method of interstellar travel just yet. Mia blinked as she looked to the screen.
Great Creator! How long have I been here? That's Dorsheen. It's 2 weeks from where we were.
Her voice trailed off. Weston and Palin watched the young woman hold back tears as the images of lost ships and comrades crossed her mind. After a moment, Weston shrugged and spoke. Apparently, you've been out for some time. Mia looked at them, knowing that something was wrong in what she was hearing but not realizing what. After a moment, she gave up and let out a shuddering sigh.
At any rate, I thank you for rescuing my pod.
No need, Ethan Shantz. Search and rescue operations are part of our mandate, Weston replied, the response an ingrained reaction. You don't leave anyone lost at sea, on land or in space, period.
Nonetheless, I am grateful.
Mia's lips twisted.
In spite of the accommodations?
Palin chuckled. I'm afraid that is also standard practice, my dear. You are an unknown. Our procedures require several days in isolation while medical tests are performed. I admit that the mirrored visors were my idea, not from any book, Weston explained.
They were most disconcerting.
Mia pursed her lips. Weston smiled. That was intentional. Captain Weston walked over to the intercom and flipped a switch. Dr. Rame, has Mia been cleared from isolation yet? Yes, Captain. The doctor's voice floated back through the speaker. Good, we're coming out. The three of them cycled through the airlock and stepped into the open med lab. The on-duty personnel and their patients greeted Mia with stares. Her looks, normal as they were, only added to their curiosity. Weston led her through the lab and out into the corridors of the Odyssey. Doctor. Weston half-turned to Palin. Yes, Captain. Miss Shantz needs living quarters and a change of clothes. See to it that the quartermaster assigns her something suitable. Yes, sir. Palin blinked. All right. Weston smiled at Mia. The doctor will get you set up. I have duties to attend to.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your help.
Not at all, he replied as he parted company. Just doing my duty, ma'am. As soon as Weston left the area, the doctor took charge. Here we go, Palin said as the door opened. Watch your step. Mia nodded, stepping over the barrier that separated the small cabin from the hall. I've called the quartermaster, so we'll get you fitted for some different clothes, Palin said, a tad uneasily as he gestured to her thin hospital attire. In the meantime, let me show you around. Status reports, Weston demanded as he stepped onto the bridge, glancing around at the bustle of motion. Not much has changed, Captain, Roberts said, looking at the screens. The carnivore drones have located another 3 nests, but nothing near the size of the first one. Those things seem to be taking the planet apart piece by piece, sir. Explain. Roberts turned around, placing a hand on the shoulder of a computer technician. Bring up the pictures from the city again. Weston watched as the screen's picture changed. Is that the same area? No, sir. This one is closer to the center of the population, Roberts replied. Notice the state of the buildings. They were demolished, and the spider-like things were dragging the building pieces underground. They look like bastardized spiders, Captain, but they act like ants, Roberts replied. Watch this. Weston saw the screen shift focus on the army of creatures as they picked at a towering skyscraper. As the tower began to shudder and topple over, the creatures scrambled, but most couldn't move fast enough to avoid the colossal building's tumble. For a brief moment, there was no motion other than the rolling dust. And then some of the debris moved as some of the buried creatures dug themselves out. In minutes, the scene was back to normal as thousands of the creatures began picking the rubble apart and transporting it underground. Damn, Weston whispered. What are they doing with all that stuff? I don't know, sir, Roberts said uneasily. They're grabbing everything. Buildings, roads, trees, and animals when they catch them. And they drag it all underground? Yes, sir. Weston shook his head. They must have miles of tunnels built, but it doesn't make sense. Sir? According to Mia, this world was only invaded a short while ago, Weston explained. Maybe less than a month, depending on how long she was floating out there before we picked her up.
Damn,
Roberts muttered, but with a hint of real emotion.
That's scary, sir. But they do have the numbers in place to...
That's just it, Commander, Weston interrupted him. According to her, there were only a few of them in the city after the invasion. Maybe they were just underground by then, but if she's right...
Then these things take the expression go forth and multiply to a whole new level.
Roberts frowned, looking again at the screen.
Right you are, Commander, Weston said.
Right you are. Mia Shans looked around her cabin, deep in thought. It was small but well-appointed, she decided. Everything she needed was here, including access to food and water services, as well as a place to sleep and wash up. The colors were simple, even drab, she supposed, but the room had a feel of newness to it, like she was the first person to inhabit the space. On one of her ships, she'd have more room, but for the moment this would suffice. At least it had shower facilities. Palin had just left, along with a man he'd called a quartermaster, but had promised to return with acceptable clothing. In the meantime, she'd been advised to clean up, and she intended to do just that. There were backward parts of the colonies that still used running water, so she wasn't surprised when she saw the Odyssey did as well. She'd prefer a cleanser, but this would do in a pinch. The soap, on the other hand, was a bit strange. She decided it would take some getting used to, but it smelled okay and the lather was interesting, if nothing else. She shed the flimsy gown that had replaced her spacer gear, wondering what had happened to the gear. She stepped into the shower and punched in temperature settings. The water cascaded over her, causing her to flinch from the heat, but she eased back into it once her skin acclimated. Cleansers feel better, she thought. I hope they didn't destroy my spacer equipment. That takes weeks to form. She shook her head and grabbed the soap. It smelled different under the water, she thought, but it always paid to adjust to the local customs. Especially when you've been rescued by them. Is this information verified? Weston looked up from the PDA he'd been scanning.
No, sir. It's just an educated guess on the computer's part,
Robert said, shaking his head.
There's no way to be absolutely certain of the growth rate, but...
But? Weston raised an eyebrow.
But that's the low end, sir, the commander replied. The high-end figures are a nightmare.
I'll bet, Weston sighed, sitting back in his chair as he looked down at the numbers again. Doubling their numbers every 3 days, Jesus. The high-end number would have to be a nightmare. Whatever they were, they put rabbits to shame. His lips twisted at the thought. Commander, you have the bridge, he said, heading toward the exit. I'm going to have another word with our guest.
Aye, Captain.
Roberts nodded.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Commander, Weston said. Let's hope I don't need it with a single young woman. Once the shower was complete, Mia stepped out hesitantly and wondered what she was supposed to use to get dry. If I remember my cultures lessons, there should be something... here we are. She located some dark blue wads of cloth that seemed in the right place to do the job. If they weren't, she just hoped that she wasn't desecrating anything as she rubbed herself down. After all, one never knew with an alien culture. Even within the colonies, people could create the strangest icons. There was a knock at the cabin door, so she stuck her head out of the washroom and yelled, "Come in!" before she ducked back in and closed the door with a thoughtful frown. Now, do they have a nudity taboo or not? Mia sighed, rubbing her head. This just wasn't her specialty. She wasn't a social engineer, she blew things up. Granted, she usually blew up mine sites and other excavations, but the point was still valid. Her specialty wasn't exactly the most social of professions. Outside, she could hear people talking, and figured it was probably Dr. Palin back again. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said, after knocking on the washroom door. The quartermaster. Mia recognized his voice. "Yes?" "Clothes, ma'am," the voice said. "If you'll just open up a bit, I'll hand them in. I won't look, I swear, ma'am." Does that mean they do have a nudity taboo, or
that they're worried that I do.
Mia shrugged it off and opened the door a crack, accepting the dark blue bundles that were handed in to her, and then slid the door shut again.
Thank you.
No problem, ma'am, said the deferential voice. Just doing my job. She doubted that, but didn't press. No one with a title of master on a colony ship would be required to stoop to personal deliveries. More than likely, he wanted to see the alien for himself. Not that she had a problem with that. She'd probably have done the same.
Ethan?
Another voice called after a moment. Her eyes widened in surprise.
Captain?
That's right, Ethan Shantz. Weston's voice replied. When you have a moment, I'd like to speak with you.
Certainly, Captain,
she said, hurriedly slipping into the clothes provided. The lower part of the clothing was easy to figure out, as was the top, but she puzzled over the two black tubes for a moment before deciding that they must be for her feet. They'd make for an insane hindrance on her hands. When she had those on, along with the pants and shirt, she frowned at the two pieces left.
What in the world is this?
She puzzled over them for a while, not able to place either the one with the two cups or the other slip of cloth with anything she'd seen anyone else wear. Finally, she just shrugged and tossed them aside.
If they're important, I'm sure someone will tell me.
Weston smiled as Mia stepped out of her bathroom, wearing a basic crew member's uniform with no insignias. The Odyssey's wardrobe supply was limited, but they had standard uniforms in pretty much any size.
Ethan,
he said as she pinched and pulled at the clothes. Beside him, Dr. Palin, who had shown up a short while earlier, was silent.
Captain? Doctor?
Mia nodded back.
My apologies for my motions. I'm afraid that this clothing doesn't feel exactly right. It is stiff in odd places.
Weston nodded, smiling. It takes a while to wear them in so that they are just right for you. Don't worry about it too much.
Very well,
she said, not happy with it, but determined not to complain either. I was wondering if I might interest you in a tour of the ship's facilities, Ethan, Weston offered. He'd been debating that since he'd talked to her, but it seemed like a harmless way to converse with her and see what her reactions would be. More importantly, it would let him try to get her measure, and that was something he found himself feeling in desperate need of. Mia nodded.
I would be most fascinated, Captain.
Good. Weston tapped the side of the induction mic on his jaw to connect with Commander Roberts. Commander, I'm taking our guest on a short tour of the ship. Contact me if I'm needed.
Yes, sir.
This way, Mia. Weston gestured down the curving hallway, noting her unsure steps as she accustomed herself to the corridors. We noted that your vessels have artificial gravity included in the design. Unfortunately, we don't have that ability yet. You're standing in a huge rotation drum, which serves as one of the two primary habitats on board the Odyssey. Mia looked down the corridor and glanced back along the curve that she had just traversed.
I see. I don't think that my people have ever used such a technique. Our first ship designs were null-gravity freighters. The artificial gravity technology came along quickly and was incorporated into our second-generation ships.
Well, I suppose we weren't content to wait, Weston said. We do have some ideas on creating an artificial gravity field, but they are still in the design stage. The Odyssey was created after we discovered technology that allows us to travel faster than light. Mia acknowledged his words, and all three continued on their walk through the habitat. This section contains laboratories and some living quarters. The forward module houses the command staff, bridge, the rest of the living quarters, and recreation facilities. Engineering is a null-gravity area and is off-limits to most personnel, Weston said. They don't even like me going in there.
Engineers are engineers, Captain. It may be your ship, but it's their engines.
Weston laughed. True enough, Mia, true enough. Their walk had brought them to one of the ship's lifts, and the trio stepped into the small capsule. Hangar bay. The capsule whirred off while Mia looked around the small area. Here, put these on. The captain's voice startled her for a moment before she took what he was offering her.
What are these?
Magnetic boots. The hangar bay is below decks, an area of the ship outside the rotating habitats.
Oh.
Why is he showing me this? I'm not one of his people.
Mia couldn't help but wonder as the gravity in the lift lightened until she could feel her hair floating up away from her skull. The lift arrived at the hangar bay and the door hissed open, revealing the cavernous expanse of the ship's hangar. She felt almost lost as she looked up and around herself. Some of the shuttles are designed for transatmospheric flight and require more room for their controls, Weston explained, noting her slightly overawed expression. That and the fact that they are used to transport large items to and from the ship. The sharp clanking of their steps attracted the attention of several of the crew members in the hangar, but only one decided to approach them.
Hey, Cap.
Stefanos' cheerful face was sidetracked as he locked his attention onto Mia.
Good day there.
Now, who's this? Stefanos hadn't seen the pod's survivor when they had offloaded her from the SAR shuttle. He had been too busy locking his own plane down at the time, but others had noticed while the EMED team had been hauling her to the med lab, and with all the rumors that had begun to flood the Odyssey, he realized that this wasn't a crew member.
Is this little lady we fished out of the drink a while back? He asked, mostly just to hear himself talk.
Weston laughed again, leaving Mia wondering if the translation she received over her induction set was an error, since it sounded to her like this man was being rather flippant in front of the ship's captain.
Yes, this is Ethan, Mia, Shans, Weston said, introducing the two.
And Mia, this is Commander Stephen Michaels, but we call him Steph. Steph, Mia here was a duty officer assigned to one of the ships we found out there. Mia winced as the translation came through. Her eyes then widened in surprise as she noticed that the young man standing in front of them winced too.
Sorry to hear that, ma'am.
Stefanos' joking face had dropped into a serious expression. The loss of shipmates wasn't a joking matter to the young pilot, or to anyone who'd ever served. Mia accepted his condolences without much reaction, concealing her feelings by looking around the massive chamber. A short distance away, she saw a shuttle that fit Captain Weston's description of what he called a transatmospheric vehicle. At the other end of the bay, however, several sleeker shuttles sat in tight formation, with people scurrying around them with some urgency.
Captain Weston, what is the activity over near those shuttles?
She asked, her voice laden with curiosity. Mia watched Weston and Stefanos scan the area, as if uncertain where she meant.
What? Where?
Steph asked, confused.
There,
she said, pointing to the activity near the shuttles. Dr. Palin followed her gaze, seemingly as confused as he was before, but the real reactions came from Weston and the man he had introduced as Stefanos. He broke out laughing.
Missy, you call them shuttles?
A wry grin was growing across the pilot's face. From anyone else, those would have been fighting words, but the confused look drifting across Mia's face had instantly quelled any indignation he felt.
Must be getting soft. I've decked 250-pound Marines for less than that.
Stefanos glanced from her to the captain, who was trying hard not to laugh again.
With your permission, Captain?
Weston looked thoughtful for a moment before another chuckling fit overtook him.
All right, Steph.
Standard VIP tour, nothing more. You know what I mean.
Yes, sir, I sure do.
The cocky young pilot grinned, flipping a smart salute that somehow managed to look half-assed, while still being within military protocols. Weston shook his head as Stefanos turned away.
One of these days I'm going to have to figure out how he manages that.
Stefanos guided Mia away from the captain and Dr. Palin and began walking the long stretch down to Mia's shuttles, the ready wing of the Archangel group. As they approached the fighters in the ready flight position, several other pilots greeted Stefanos, many of whom had approached to appraise Mia, only to be sent back to their tasks with a word from the tall pilot.
This is an Archangel fighter, Mia, and it's a far cry from any shuttle you're likely to see.
Steph reached out to slide an appreciative hand along the smooth armor of the sleek craft.
Fighter craft?
Mia spoke the words slowly, almost tasting them. This ship in front of her was the Odyssey's counterpart to the small fighters her ship had launched in the final moments of their encounter with the Drazen.
He's right, though,
she realized, examining the fighter.
I could have called our ships shuttles, because that's what they were. Not these. These ships are made for war. No wasted space like our refitted freighters. It was an eye-opener, forcing Mia to revise her thoughts on the controversy that had raged through her home world before she'd left. Many people, including herself at the time, felt the commissioning of dedicated warships were unnecessary, as refitted fleet craft had seemed to pack all the power needed. Now she wasn't remotely as confident. It was a good thing that she had never minded admitting a mistake. Well, not much anyway. Stefanos rattled on. Transatmospheric superiority fighter. The original design is about 28 years old, but most of the systems have been updated over the past quarter century. The space maneuvering systems, for instance, were added to the design only 2 years ago. We never had much use for it until the Odyssey hit the drawing boards, aside from 1 or 2 harebrained assault plans during the war. Space maneuvering was pushing the envelope to the nth degree, and for a pilot like himself, it was the height of his craft. We even changed the airframes 3 times, so they just sort of look like the original Angels. Atmospheric fighters? The phrase awakened a sense of horror in her. You flew these against your own people? We've been taught that the others often warred amongst themselves. But to see proof of it? Mia shuddered at the thought of this magnificent machine mowing down the very people who had built it. People like this. We would probably have been better off if they had stayed on their own bedamned planet. Stefanos caught her reaction and the little shiver that ran through her body, a reaction that he was used to, in all too many ways. His face hardened, the way it always did when someone questioned the morality of his choice to serve in the military. When we had to. These planes were built for one reason, defense. Millions would have died if these hadn't been built. Billions more would be under the oppression of a dictatorship. Don't get too caught up in moralizing before you learn the whole story, lady. Mia swallowed her revulsion for a moment. It would do her no good here. Tell me more, Stefan. That's Stefanos. It's a call sign, not my name. Fighter jocks use call signs as a badge of pride in their abilities. Stefanos turned his attention back to the fighter in front of him. The Archangel fighter is the fastest, most maneuverable plane we've ever devised. We normally measure aircraft speed by multiples of Mach, the speed of sound through our atmosphere, but the Archangel is a little different. The designers learned early on that the Archangel wasn't limited to the same factors that its predecessors were. A good pilot could bring an Archangel fighter to speeds measured in fractions of light speed, even in Earth's atmosphere. Light speed? Mia was shocked. Fractions, or even near light speed, inside an atmosphere were possible, but she'd never heard of a pilot who could keep control at those speeds. Perhaps in a very high atmosphere, but at lower altitudes the pilot's first mistake would be his last, and most likely take a considerable number of people with him when he hit the ground with the force of a nuclear detonation. Yeah, the CM field systems that give the ship its VTOL, that's vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, also allow the pilot to create a vacuum pocket around the fighter, sort of a bubble that the air slides around so you don't get the friction that would normally destroy the plane, Steph said. Like all pilots, Stefanos was required to know almost as much about his plane as the people who had built it. Knowing just which doodad had to be attached to which thingamajig had saved more than one pilot. The same thing also prevents any shock waves that might be caused by something flying at those speeds, Stefanos smirked. In practice, though, we don't go much above Mach 10. I realize that. We developed a similar system to transport materials into orbit. Mia frowned, considering that. What I do not understand is what type of system you use to allow control at those speeds. Stefanos looked uncomfortable, but shook it off and climbed up a ladder, dropping into the cockpit as he waved her up. Well, come on up. Mia climbed the small ladder so she could get a view of the cockpit. Yes? Well, the pilot controls the plane's movement with the foot pedals you see down there, as well as the throttle and the control stick on either side of the seat. Stefanos reached down and toyed with the control stick. You can see that it allows for full movement over 6 different axes, or any combination of the 6. Mia just nodded her head and accepted the pilot's obvious omission without comment.
She knew that the system was efficient, but it couldn't handle a plane at a 10th light speed within a planetary atmosphere. Obviously, these people had their secrets, and it wasn't as if she were going to trust them with any of the defense secrets of her people. The rest of the pilot's tour was interesting, but for her the highlights had already been hit. She listened with mild interest as he described the fighter's engines and safety features, noted with mild amusement that he skimmed quickly over the weapons systems without really saying anything, and found herself instead studying the man rather than the machine. Stefanos was tall, over 6 feet, his hair a little rougher than most of the people milling around. She couldn't decide what color his hair was, because in places it seemed dark brown, and in others it was a reddish hue. He seemed to have a permanent smile etched on his face, a jovial glint in his eyes that was echoed by the lines drawn in his flesh from years of laughter. Mia tried to remind herself that this was a self-confessed killer, a man who hunted his own kind. It was hard to keep that in mind when confronted with the cheerful visage he presented. He simply didn't fit her image of the bloodthirsty barbarians and the legends of the others. "Are you done yet, Steph?" Mia blinked, startled by Weston's voice. How did I miss the sound of his boots on the floor? "Huh? Oh, sure, Chief," he said, flipping another not quite sloppy salute at the captain. "Standard VIP stuff all done." "Good. I think we'll head back to the bridge and see how the system survey is coming," Weston said. "I'm going to go over some of the maintenance logs with Riley over there," Stefanos said. "I noticed some slack in the throttle when we were on the SAR." He turned and headed over to a small man holding an oversized PDA. "SAR? Captain?" Mia asked. "Search and rescue operation," Weston replied offhandedly. "When we went out to pick you up." "Oh." "This way back to the lift, Mia." Weston gestured, leading them back to the ship's lift. Mia could see Dr. Palin standing nervously beside it.
"What is wrong with the doctor?"
Weston looked at Palin for a moment. "He doesn't like the null gravity. He probably has a sensitive stomach." Mia grinned. She had known his like in the fleet. Despite the artificial gravity on their ships, null gravity was a commonplace occurrence, and many fleet candidates found out the hard way that space service wasn't their optimal career choice. A moment later, they were on the lift, and Mia felt the rotational gravity return as the lift matched the speed of the Odyssey's habitat module. Captain Weston retrieved the mag boots from Mia and Palin, stowing them away in the lift's compartment. Bridge. Chapter 10. Dr. Palin left Weston and Mia in the lift when he exited to head for his lab and the data they had retrieved from the pod and derelict vessel. "Bridge," Weston instructed the computer. "Captain on deck!" The crewman's announcement brought the officers manning their stations to attention. "As you were," Weston said. He didn't want his presence to disturb the work that had to be done. "Commander Roberts, what's our position?" The commander looked at Mia, appraising her intently. After a moment, he shrugged and looked back to the captain. "Completing another orbit, sir. The carnivore drones have finished the planetary survey, unless you want something else." "No, call them back," Weston said after a moment, looking at the screen, a frown forming on his face. "No signals from the surface?" "No, sir." Mia recognized the world that filled the large screen from the last time she'd been in this very position, though on a different vessel. She shivered, thinking about the pictures Captain Weston had shown her, and felt the urge to be anywhere but here. She felt a flush of guilt and steeled herself against it. She may not be able to do anything for the people who'd died there, but she would not disgrace herself or them by running from her own weakness. Not that she actually could run far. Her reactions went unnoticed by the others as Weston continued speaking with his first officer. "When the drones are back, we'll break orbit. How long until the transition threshold?" 14 hours, sir," Roberts replied without hesitation. It had been the first thing he'd checked before anything else, including the recon data from the carnivore drones. "All right. Break orbit as soon as the flight deck reports the drone has been recovered," Weston ordered, more for the record than anything else. Best speed out of the system.
Transition threshold? Mia looked from one officer to another, hoping for some clue to the meaning of the words. She searched each face, finding nothing more than a look of disgust, a wince of pain glimmering across one face, and the occasional look of controlled terror.
What destination, sir?
Roberts asked. Weston started to speak but stopped. Technically, he was only responsible for dropping Mia off at the next port of call, at least under the revised Maritime Act to which all space-going vessels adhered to in the Sol system. In practice, that meant returning the rescued to Earth, though they had dropped off some at the Mars base or the Jovian research platforms. This was a different situation. In the Sol system, the longest wait would have been a few weeks, a month or two at the outside. Taking Mia to Earth, however, could delay another authorized expedition for several years or longer, especially considering the carnivore data they'd just picked up. He turned to Mia. Ethan Chance, would you be so kind as to tell us where we should transport you? Mia looked at the captain for a moment. Where could she direct these people that would worry the council the least? Her homeworld was out of the question. It was one of the 5, the core worlds of the Primine government, and was central to the defense of the colonies. Even though the people on this ship seemed to be potential allies, she couldn't lead them to one of the central systems. Perhaps one of the agricultural colonies, one with a star dock. She considered her options, remembering what worlds were out here on the frontier. Yes. Port Foy is near this area. Only a few days' travel from here. That will do. Well, Ethan? Weston prodded. Unless you'd like to accompany us home after we've completed our shakedown tour. Mia smiled. No, Captain. That won't be necessary. Please show me your charts of this area, and I will show you to Port Foy, a small outpost orbiting an agricultural world. It will do. Weston led Mia to a navigation display showing the local star systems. She quickly located her system, a small yellow star about 20 light-years away, and pointed it out. Right here, if you don't mind. Captain Weston nodded. No problem, Ethan Chance. Commander, direct the coordinates to the helm.
Aye, Captain.
Weston stepped over to Mia. I would recommend you report to the med lab. I'll clear a mild sedative with a doctor. Mia looked at Weston in alarm. Sedative? Why? These people mean to drug me. It's only a recommendation. The transition drive can be... Weston paused, looking for the right word. After a moment, he gave up and selected one that was inadequate for the task. Trying for someone who doesn't know what to expect. We know firsthand. Mia looked at him speculatively. You'll be receiving one of these sedatives as well? Weston listened with some amusement to the way she spat the word sedatives. No, I won't have that luxury. Then I too refuse the luxury. Very well, Mia, but I expect you will regret that decision once we enter transition. Weston shook his head. He couldn't blame her. He'd have done the same in her place. It was just funny how often being smart got you into trouble. Ignorance is bliss, he thought. Perhaps. Mia looked smug, having avoided the sinister trap. Weston looked her over and smiled, knowing full well what she was thinking, and he knew that he couldn't convince her that she was wrong. Oh well, her loss. He shrugged, letting it go. It wasn't his problem anymore. Well then, we seem to have the better part of a day or so before we're clear for transition, perhaps a visit to the recreation areas? Mia seemed to consider his offer and nodded. Weston guided her off the bridge and back to the ship's lift. Recreation decks, Weston said. The efficient lift whirred away, dropping them to the outer levels of the forward habitat cylinder in mere seconds. The two of them stepped out into a cafeteria with several exits leading to other parts of the recreation facilities. Are you hungry? Weston asked, glancing sideways at her. Mia shook her head. I'm glad you don't want to eat before your first transition. What is he talking about? Mia just shrugged her shoulders and looked around.
The ship's mess hall was crowded, as many of the ship's officers and researchers had decided to take the last hour in this system to refuel themselves before returning to their instruments and stations. Most of the crew had gathered in small groups and were engaged in some fervent conversation. Mia did notice a few who were sitting on their own, however. In one corner, Stefano sat drinking something and staring at a large view screen.
What is he doing over there?
Weston followed her eyes to where the pilot sat.
Oh, Steph likes his moments of solitude. He's probably trying to watch the video.
Oh. Strange. I wouldn't have seen him as the sort to be a loner.
Mia eyed the young pilot for a moment too long, but shook it off as Captain Weston led her into the rec hall. Weston and Mia toured the room, drawing stares and hushed murmurs from the crew who recognized her. Mia's eyes roamed the area, taking in the facilities as well as the crew, stopping at the viewer she had noticed Stefanos watching. On the screen, a man was firing some type of weapon at several assailants, managing to hit his targets in spite of the most ludicrous distractions. Weston followed his guest's eyes and barely suppressed a snort of disgust.
I wouldn't put much stock in that if I were you. It's just entertainment. None of it's real.
Entertainment?
Mia looked at the video again with new eyes.
Watching death is entertainment?
Just barely. This is strictly designed to hold the interest of the lowest common denominator of the population. Even people like you, who obviously dislike violence, have a hard time pulling their attention away. She had to admit to herself that Weston had a point. It was difficult to turn away from the continual action on the screen. Looking around, she noticed no one was really watching except Stefanos, and something about his face belied his apparent interest in the entertainment.
This must be a rather large vessel, Captain. Most ships I've seen don't provide as well for the after-duty time of their crews.
Weston's eyebrows arched. This is only a small section of the Odyssey's recreational facilities, Mia. About a third of this deck is dedicated to the recreation section. We have 2 full gyms, a small theater, half a dozen simulators, and a small library room. Mia did a double take.
That much? This must be a huge vessel to warrant that level of luxury for the crew.
That depends. We do build larger vessels, but they are primarily for cargo. The Odyssey is a carrier-class ship, designed with a large flight deck for the shuttles and the Archangels, as well as extensive research labs. Since we found it necessary to have a crew of about 300, we've included several amenities.
300? We run crews of twice that size with less than a quarter of the facilities this crew is afforded.
Mia nodded distractedly.
Would you mind if we sat down while we talked?
Not at all. Weston slipped down into one of the seats across the table from Mia.
Captain, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Why is it that you address me by my rank, where the others I have met seem to prefer my name?
Weston looked at her. He hadn't actually noticed that and had to consider his answer for a moment. The position of captain instills certain habits into a person. The only people on board who I refer to without using rank are Stefanos and the other Archangels, and I don't use their names either. I use their call signs because I used to be their wing commander.
He flew one of those fighters? You were a pilot, Captain?
Yes, I flew with the Angels from the beginning. I met Stefanos when he was 15 years old and only dreamed of flying a jet. Weston smiled at the memory. At 15, he managed to break into the research facilities that designed the Archangel-class fighter over 5 times before we finally gave in and offered him a job there. Might have been more. He still won't tell me the real number. Good thing we weren't working for the military back then. Weston didn't add aloud, but smiled at the thought. Or he'd have probably spent the next 50 years buried in the deepest dungeon the MPs could find. Mia smiled.
I too have known people like that, and they have much to endear themselves, don't they?
Weston chuckled. Definitely. Weston saw Mia's eyes focus behind him, her face reddening. He's standing behind me, isn't he? Not waiting for her to respond, Weston turned and looked up at the glint in Stefanos' eyes. Telling stories about me already, Captain? Sit down, Weston growled, a grin struggling beneath the air of command he had affected. Stefanos grinned. I do believe I will. At least to better defend my honor against the torrent of lies you're undoubtedly telling our dear guest here. Lies? You mean like the time you convinced an entire bar full of drunks that I was covering their tabs for the night? Weston asked. Stefanos coughed awkwardly. Well, it was like this. Or maybe the time you had 3 different women drop in on Steffer, announcing that he was the father of their child, on his wedding night. Hey, he had that coming, the pilot defended himself. Weston looked back to Mia. It took us 2 weeks to convince Steffer's wife not to have the marriage annulled. Mia snickered, as much at Stefanos' feeble claims of innocence as the stories Weston was telling. The casual exchange between Weston and Stefanos was a relief from the stiff formality that she had observed on board any fleet vessel. This type of joking about was limited to the junior officers and crew members, and it was odd to watch 2 senior officers banter in public. Seems to me that you've pulled a few practical jokes yourself, Cap. Weston could see Stefanos' eyes light up as he began to formulate his next sentence. Weston stayed serene, then interrupted his friend. Does the word grounded mean anything to you? Mia looked between them in confusion. Grounded? What ground? We are on a space vessel. Stefanos looked at her with an expression of mock pain on his face. The captain doesn't play by the rules. Grounded is an expression that means removed from active flight duty. Mia looked across at Weston, noting the laughter in his eyes. One of the perks of command? Just so, Ethan, just so. The 3 of them broke out laughing, drawing stares from dozens of people who wondered what the captain and the space lady found so funny. Weston was about to say something when a call from the bridge interrupted them. Captain, we'll be breaking orbit shortly. The transition vectors have been calculated. Weston tapped the switch on the side of the induction mic. Good. I'll be up shortly. He turned to Mia. I'm afraid that I have duties to attend to, Ethan. If you'd like to stay here for a while, Stefanos can show you to your room when you wish. I'll send for you prior to transition if you would like. Mia looked across at Stefanos, who nodded. All right, Captain. I'll stay out of your way until we transition. Weston smiled at her words, although he did wonder about the way she seemed to almost taste the word transition. She's in for a nasty shock if she's planning on a smooth ride. Weston strode out of the room, heading for the lift that would take him back to the bridge. Stefanos watched him leave before turning back to Mia. You interested in seeing some more of the sights? Mia looked around for a moment. Certainly, Stefanos. I would be most delighted. Stefanos stood and motioned her out of the room toward the closest lift. We'll catch a lift running along the axis of the rotating habitats. There's something in the stern of the ship I think you'd like to see. Really? And what would that be? Mia looked at Stefanos out of the corner of her eye, trying to guess his intentions. Stefanos, apparently oblivious to her scrutiny, just stood there smiling. Wouldn't be much of a surprise if I told you that now, would it? They boarded a lift, which sped along the central axis, reducing its rotation until it stopped and they were floating free. Stefanos slipped a pair of mag boots across the lift to Mia, and they stepped out onto the Odyssey's observation deck. They approached the enormous transparent steel windows that looked over both rotation drums of the Odyssey as they spun counter to each other. There were long lines of cable tracing paths through the stars as they interconnected different portions of the ship, providing guidelines for the currently collapsed sensory arrays. And just off to one side, the blue-green world hung suspended amongst the stars. Mia's breath caught at the panoramic view the windows provided. It's beautiful, she said. Yeah, I like this place. Normally you get quite a few people up here, but lately we've been a tad busy. Stefanos led her through the room, sidestepping tables that were bolted to the floor as they approached the glass. The tables and chairs are remnants from the early design stage. They were plans to incorporate an artificial gravity system into the Odyssey. They even built the main bridge about 2 decks up before they realized that the artificial gravity systems drew more power than all the rest of the ship's systems combined. Mia looked out at the starry expanse through the huge windows.
So you do have artificial gravity technology?
Well, no, not really, Steph frowned. I don't get it all myself, but the technology they were going to use is based on the anti-gravity tech that we use in the Archangels. It's not true gravity, but a way to simulate it. The system was only activated during construction. From what I hear, the workers used this level as a recreation area.
I can easily understand why. It's a lovely place to be. But if the power drain was so bad, why was it used?
Stefano shrugged. Probably because the reactor was online and none of the other systems, except limited life support, drew power. The Odyssey's reactor outputs a constant amount of power, so if it isn't used, it's lost. The work crew wouldn't have had any trouble securing permission for the expenditure.
I see. Lucky for them, I suppose.
Mia said absently as she continued to take in the view. Definitely, Stefano said. This was the only orbital place they had at the time, with a gravity field. The construction was based out of the old International Space Station at the same time as the new orbital platforms were being built. Mia smiled.
That would provide the workers with a sense of home, I would imagine. It has been a long time since our ships were forced to travel without gravity. Even our small fighter craft have gravity fields.
Really? I would think that gravity fields would hamper the response times in a fighter. We expand the field that provides us with anti-gravity to eliminate our own mass, along with the fighters. No mass equals no inertia. Gravity is inconsequential once inertia is dealt with. Mia shrugged. Ship design wasn't really her specialty. Steph sensed that she didn't have anything more to say, so he just turned to look out over the rotating drums of the main habitats. Sometime later, the sudden blaring of the ship's PA system startled them.
Ethan Shans, if you wish to be present on the bridge during the transition, you should make your way to the bridge now.
Stefanos looked up and replied, All right, Commander Roberts, we'll be heading straight there.
Very good, Lieutenant. The captain is waiting.
Stefanos closed the connection. Translation, get our backsides up there now. Mia followed behind him as the two of them headed back toward the lift, the clanking of their boots echoing through the room. Chapter 11. Mia and Stefano stepped onto the bridge while Weston was ordering for long-range scans of the target system. Tachyon scanners powered up, Captain. We should have preliminary telemetry in a few seconds, answered an ensign. Excellent. Send the data to Helm as it comes in. Aye, sir. Weston turned and looked back at the two recent arrivals on the bridge. Ah, welcome back, Mia, he said, then turned to Stefanos. We'll be transitioning out of this system in a few minutes and should have just enough time for you to get to the hangar bay. I've scrambled the rest of the Angels. Stefanos stood to attention, acknowledged the captain, pivoted on his heel, and strode off the bridge. Mia watched Stefanos leave and turned back to Weston.
You are preparing your fighters for launch? Why?
Ethan Shans, whatever hit your people out here was remarkably efficient. We still haven't determined why you survived, or even what they did to the rest of your ships out there. I won't take unnecessary chances with my crew. Mia nodded. She would be hard-pressed to find fault in his position, even if she had a say in the outcome. Preparations on the bridge continued at a feverish pace as the tachyon telemetry came streaming back. Mia was shown to a seat that folded out of the rear wall and was strapped in tightly while the commotion on the bridge wound down. Finally, with all the preparations finished, the captain sat back and waited. Stefanos, to the bridge. Weston leaned forward when his friend's voice came over the intercom. Yes, Steph? The Angels are ready to fly, Captain. Give the word and we'll burn out of here. Understood. Stand by, Archangels. It was only at this moment that Mia realized what was bothering her.
They act as if we'll be in the voice system within a few minutes.
That system is days away. These people couldn't possibly have that kind of ability. She heard the captain give the order to engage, and she forced her mind back to the action on the bridge. Captain, forward spires have transitioned. The effect will overtake the bridge in 32 seconds. Effect? What effect? 30 seconds later, she found out. Mia just stared in horror as the bridge view screen vaporized, the particles spinning away into the emptiness of space.
This is madness!
It wasn't until the effect had overtaken the junior officers, spinning their atoms away into space, that Mia came unfrozen. Her hands clawed at the restraints that kept her pinned to the chair as she tried in vain to loosen them, her panic mounting with each passing instant. Then, almost the same second, she saw something that caused her to stop. Captain Eric Weston was sitting in his chair, simply staring at the approaching maelstrom, an expression of slight distaste decorating his features, but nothing more. She looked at him and was instantly calmed by his relaxed form. She might not have been so calmed had she seen Weston's bone-white knuckles or the blood-red holes he was drilling into his palms with his clenched fists. But she wasn't supposed to see that, and so she didn't. Weston focused all his considerable willpower on projecting a commanding presence to everyone on the bridge, but the transition effect took its toll on him as well. In a markedly different system over 20 light-years away, the unique signature of the Odyssey re-entering dimensional space unfolded. Section by section and deck by deck, the giant ship stepped down from the tachyon stream and rebuilt itself particle by particle. Throughout the ship, its crew began the arduous steps to ensure that the ship had reintegrated the entire myriad of its systems successfully. On the flight deck, Stefanos ordered the first of the Archangel fighters into position on the ship's catapults and had their backup take positions on the elevators that separated the vacuum of the flight deck from the hangar bay. On the bridge, the scene was much the same as elsewhere, with the notable exception of a very pale and seemingly very cold young woman strapped into her seat. "Get the sensors back online. I need a full scan of the system," Weston snapped as crisply as his nauseated stomach would allow. "Aye, sir. Full scan in 3 minutes, sir." Weston glanced back to Mia and motioned a young ensign over to check on her. As the young woman moved to respond to his order, Weston pulled another display forward and tapped in a command to echo the sensor displays. Mia looked up, shivering, as a warming hand was laid on her shoulder. The ensign looked at her with a gentle smile.
Are you okay, ma'am?
Mia's eyes bored into the young woman.
That was among the most disturbing things I've ever seen.
The ensign smiled sheepishly.
Yes, ma'am. The transition drive is hard to take. Here, let me help you.
She unlocked the restraint straps that held Mia in place and slipped them back into their rollers. Mia pitched forward, but the woman caught her easily. It took a few moments for the shivering and weakness to pass. Mia nodded slowly and then began to move of her own accord. She stood up and stretched.
Thank you.
Ensign Lamont, ma'am. Susan Lamont.
Thank you, Susan. I am Mia.
Ensign Lamont smiled.
I know. Most everybody on board knows your name by now, ma'am. I should have guessed that. A ship's gossip network is always the most efficient system on board, no?
Susan shrugged.
Always has been, as far as I know, ma'am.
Mia turned her attention back to the activities on the bridge. The captain's attention had been drawn to the incoming telemetry from the ship's radar and LiDAR sensors. Mia took a step closer to examine the diagram that appeared on the main screen. She gasped, her mouth opening into a round O of shock, and stumbled forward, barely catching the back of the captain's command chair to steady herself. Behind her, she felt Ensign Lamont approach and loop an arm under hers to bolster her up, but she couldn't seem to marshal the presence of mind to thank the woman or even throw her a grateful glance.
My God!
It was impossible, but it was the Foy system that floated on those screens, outlined with red and blue by the computer. The primary was a mid-sized yellow star with 11 planets circling it. Mia stared in shock, taking an involuntary step forward and clutching at the chair back as she tried to find her voice.
How?
Mia's voice was soft, floating on breath only a few feet, but her hesitant question caught the attention of Captain Weston. He half turned and smiled at her, or perhaps the ensign behind her, then gave Mia an apologetic look. I should have tried to explain it to you, but suffice to say our method of travel is somewhat faster than what you described in your story. Less pleasant, I'll bet, though.
Yes, you could say that,
Mia said, her stomach still churning as the memories twisted at the back of her mind. Weston nodded, seeing the emotion hidden in her eyes. The transition drive was one of, if not the most, disturbing things he'd ever endured. Certainly, it was the most disturbing thing outside of a battlefield. He took a breath as he glanced back around the bridge, then nodded and waved her closer. Mia returned a few steps up to the chair that Weston had set up for her. The captain tapped a command into one of his smaller displays. A graphic appeared on it a second later, and Mia blinked as she recognized the general outline of the Odyssey from the many map plates posted about the ship. Our system charges every molecule in the ship with a tachyon surge, he told her as the graphic surged with color and the ship began to break apart. Since tachyons aren't particularly fond of existing in this universe, the graphic vanished from the screen. What happens, he said, is that we are actually broken down to submolecular components which flash across the intervening space. When the tachyon surge runs out of power, the graphic on the screen reintegrated automatically. So do we, and we come to a stop, hopefully right on target. He snickered. If we've done our calculations right. Mia nodded, not really understanding the details in the slightest, but following the general principle easily enough. I'm told that the ship actually jumps instantaneously. The effect that we see is a result of subjective time distortion. Weston paused a moment, then smiled. Of course, that doesn't make it any easier to handle the effect. Fascinating, she said, and she was fascinated. Instantaneous travel between star systems was an incredible achievement. Beyond that even, it flew in the face of everything she had ever been taught. It was supposed to be impossible, utterly and completely. We think so, Weston said. We actually have a few theories about traveling like you do. Well, something close anyway. The problem is that we can't navigate at super light speeds. Our nav computers aren't fast enough. Mia simply nodded. She understood the problem. Navigating at faster than light speeds required tachyon-based computing systems, something these people hadn't developed. Otherwise, you were forced to constantly stop and start as you checked your position and, perhaps more importantly, the path you had chosen to ensure that it was clear of debris. Remarkable. They couldn't do it the easy way, so they cut through the problem and made another option, Mia thought to herself, looking around the bridge of the starship just as something galvanized one of the men sitting ahead of her. Captain, readings are coming in from the long-range scanners. Report. Weston's attention snapped back to the task at hand. Mia fell back a step, her eyes still intent on the actions of the people around her, until she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Ensign Lamont standing behind her. This way, ma'am. The young ensign gestured her back to the chair. You'll be better off here. Mia allowed herself to be guided back as the people around her went to work. Yellow star, similar to ours, 11 planets. Ensign Waters paused as the data fed through his station. No life signs anywhere. Waters' quiet statement froze most of the bridge. Those without vital duties couldn't help but spare a glance to the young woman seated at the back of the room. Mia had gone white. She couldn't believe it. It wasn't possible. The Foy system should have millions of people and enough life forms to have registered on even weak sensors from outside the system. You are mistaken. Her voice was firm. Waters gulped and bent back to his station, rechecking the readings and directing the sensors more carefully at the system's planets. No, ma'am. There's a debris ring around the fourth planet that looks artificial, but no life signs. I'm sorry, ma'am. The young man said after a moment, his voice tense as his fingers automatically rechecked the numbers that the computers were sending him. Helm, plot a course to take us around the fourth planet. We'll do a quick... Weston began to say. He was cut off by an exclamation from Ensign Waters. Captain, there's an object incoming on an interception course. Silhouette coming in now, sir. Put it up, Mr. Waters, Weston ordered, his voice quiet yet firm. Waters swallowed, tapping in the command. Aye, sir. A moment later, the dark silhouette of the approaching vessel was on the main screen. The ship read out as relatively small, only 50 meters or so, but it seemed to be fast.
Trying to get a clearer shot, sir. The material seems to be absorbing the LiDAR and radar signals.
Switch to the tachyon sensors, Weston ordered.
Aye, sir, but at this range they probably won't be much better.
Waters was proven wrong a moment later when the silhouette on the screen snapped into focus, showing the ship in more detail. Weston was studying the vessel thoughtfully when he heard a sharp intake of breath from behind him and turned to see Mia's face blanch.
As if I have to guess what that means.
Out loud, Weston spoke calmly. I take it you recognize the ship? Mia nodded dumbly.
It's a Drasen reconnaissance vessel. The same type as the one we encountered after
another star system was sterilized, leaving only those things behind.
Weston finished silently. Tactical analysis, Mr. Waters, Weston demanded tersely. Can we run? Waters barely had to glance at the numbers.
Not a chance in hell, sir.
Combat alert. All crew members to their duty stations. The captain's voice rang out on all decks as the military crew of the exploration vessel snapped to their duties, going to full battle station alert in an instant. Commander Roberts slid into his station and began activating controls. Shudders ran through the Odyssey as armor plating slid aside from the weapons they protected, and the ominous devices were freed from their captivity. Weston nodded in satisfaction as he watched his people react smoothly to the situation, their training kicking in as they brought the ship from a 90% stand-down to full military power. Full power to the navigational deflectors. Waters, try to hail them. Commander, power up all weapons systems and get a passive lock on that ship. Don't ping them yet. Aye, sir. They both chorused as they bent to their tasks.
Captain, we have a passive lock, but it's only at 83%. The vessel isn't radiating any tachyons, so a real-time lock is impossible, unless we hit them with active tachyon sensors. The computer is doing course estimations.
Commander Roberts reported a moment later, his voice showing exactly what he thought of the computer's estimates. The error margins alone were enough to disgust the man, particularly as he was about to bet his life and the lives of every crew member of the Odyssey on them. That'll have to do for now, Commander. Ensign Waters, is there any response? Weston asked.
Negative. No response to our hails. Initial sensor data is coming back, sir,
the ensign said, sounding nervous as he leaned over his console. Send it to my station, Ensign. Weston turned his attention to the data feeding into his terminal, looking for any information he could use to either prevent or win what looked to be an inevitable conflict. Frowning, he looked at the data closer before realizing what had struck him as odd. Ensign, did you run this through the fractal imaging program? All I'm getting here are echoes. Waters stammered for a moment and re-examined the data himself.
What you have is correct, sir. I don't recognize the pattern. The material seems to be refracting the sensors. We can't get a good scan.
Weston cursed once under his breath. That figures. Any response to the hails?
Still nothing, sir. Captain, they just increased their velocity and the sensors are reading an energy buildup from the same locus as the alien ship.
Ping them. Weston's voice echoed coldly across the bridge.
Aye, sir. Tachyon echolocation going active.
A moment later, Waters' voice continued.
We've locked their position into the combat systems.
Waters stiffened at his console, reading the numbers that flashed past his eyes instinctively.
Incoming!
Launch drones, side slip 200 meters to starboard. Weston called up Waters' intel. Prepare to engage the enemy vessel. Give the Archangels the green light and tell Commander Michaels Godspeed.
Aye, sir.
The Odyssey's CM field pulsed once as the navigation computers briefly transferred a large chunk of power into the generators and fired up the maneuvering thrusters. The small but powerful thrusts pushed out from the port side, and the big ship groaned and shuddered as its remaining mass objected to the maneuver. The objections were futile, though, as the ship slid away diagonally, even as the blast shields that protected the enclosed flight decks rumbled open against the silent backdrop of space. The Odyssey's flight deck buzzed as the Archangels screamed out into space, their twin reactors blazing as the nimble ships formed up and flew ahead of the Odyssey. The ship's thrusters burned hard, pushing the Odyssey to the side.
We've slid by 200 meters, sir, and the Angels report that they're forming up for a strafing run on your command,
Roberts said. Good. Have them, Weston began.
Captain, the drones are gone, sir. They just vaporized.
Waters muttered in shock.
I'm trying to compile the last few seconds of information that we got from them. It looks like they registered a very powerful energy signature intersecting our previous position.
Analyze it, Waters. I want to know what it was. Weston told him and then turned back to Roberts. Have the Angels fly point for us until further notice.
Aye, Captain.
Weston watched as Ensign Waters passed the data to the labs for analysis and waited impatiently for the response. On the screen, the Archangels maintained their range from the Odyssey, and Weston knew the pilots were waiting for his order to engage the fighter's combat interface.
Captain, the analysis is coming back. The energy signature is one of...
Waters hesitated.
A very powerful Class 1 laser.
Class 1? That's it? Weston's expression was incredulous.
Yes, sir,
Waters stammered.
They're pumping more power through the beam than I would have thought possible, but it's still only a Class 1.
Adjust the forward armor plates to compensate and increase the combat velocity. Weston touched a button with his thumb. Weston to Stefanos.
Aye, Captain.
The answer came back from the lead fighter.
Ensign Waters is transmitting frequency data on the laser the bogey is using.
Adjust your armor resonance and engage combat interface.
Aye, Captain.
Stefanos switched over to the squadron's frequency a moment later.
All right, boys and girls, we're clear for combat maneuvering. Engage the interface.
Good-natured groans sounded across the channel as a few of the pilots mock objected to the order. Stefanos himself hated pressing that button, but it had to be done. Depressing a small covered button on the side of his seat, Stefanos hissed in pain as two thin molecular needles snicked out of his helmet and entered the back of his neck on either side of his spinal cord. The so-called interface consisted of two very sensitive conductors that acted as neural sensors after they had penetrated either side of the spinal cord. The needles themselves were thin enough that, the specs claimed, an operator would barely be able to feel the entry, though most pilots swore differently, and were certified not to cause undue damage to the nervous system. In return, they continually monitored the pilot's nerve endings and interpolated gross motor functions into a sophisticated program that allowed the Angels to very precisely adjust their maneuvers. System initiation complete, Stefanos flexed his muscles carefully, trying not to think about the foreign objects in his neck, and turned back to the task at hand.
Okay, team, readjust the cam plates to the frequency they sent over, and give me a flying wedge in front of the Odyssey. Match your speed and bring all combat systems online.
He switched back over to his direct channel to Captain Weston.
We are ready here, Cap. You sure they're only using Class 1s?
Back on the Odyssey, Weston had been asking that question himself.
Looks like it, Steph. All the scans match.
Weston watched the tight formation of fighters on his screen shimmer as each of the sleek little craft altered its armor to reflect the laser frequency. Seconds later, the tightly formed squad had visibly shifted color to adapt to their enemy's lasers. Weston listened to Stefanos' acknowledgement and then closed the channel.
Waters, what's the estimated time to intercept?
18 minutes, sir. Until then, we can easily evade any shots they take.
The ensign responded, his nerves having either faded or been placed somewhere else for the moment.
All right, we wait,
Weston said, trying to sound calm as he watched the countdown to contact. The tension rose on the bridge as the clock ran down and the two ships closed the gap between them. Outside, the Archangel fighters maintained their formation as the rapidly approaching ship appeared on their less powerful scanners. Stefanos adjusted his scanners as more information about the target transmitted to his fighters' onboard systems. The enemy vessel had some way of scrambling most of the sensors they used on it, resulting in apparently random profiles and energy readings. His fighter's tachyon array was having the same issues as the larger one on the Odyssey. Neither system seemed capable of detecting the approaching vessel, unless it varied from its course or powered its weapons. The pilot frowned. Most materials had tachyon signatures that could be used to get some type of a lock at almost any range. The incoming ship not only must have been constructed of a material that was transparent to tachyons, but its energy systems must have been incredibly well shielded as well, since energy fields normally disrupted local tachyon fields. Stefanos' fighter banked slightly as the Odyssey ordered a course change. The squadron all moved in unison as the ship altered course behind them. The enemy intercept was less than 5 minutes out when their scanners picked up the smaller groupings of signals that erupted from the enemy ship. Weston to Angel Lead, we believe the target vessel has just launched fighters. Be warned, they have adjusted their course again to intercept and are still not answering our hails. Confirmed, Odyssey. Angel Squadron has gone to combat maneuvering and is ready to provide cover. Stefanos couldn't help the large part of him that was eagerly waiting for this encounter. He already knew that the Archangels were the best on Earth. Now they were getting a chance to take on the local bully in a much bigger neighborhood. Odyssey Angel Lead is requesting permission to break formation with Angels 2 and 3 to scout ahead. Denied. Angel Lead will meet them together. Weston's tone was dry, but Commander Stefanos recognized the old, "Follow orders, you idiot," admonition hidden under his tone. Yes, sir, Stefanos sighed. It was worth a shot. 3 minutes to intercept. Behind them all, at the back of the bridge, Mia had gone pale as she watched the intertwining of graphics on the sanitized computer screens in front of her. To her mind, part of it at least, they were already dead. The Drazen were faster than the fastest ship. No, they aren't faster than this ship, she had to remind herself. However, the captain didn't seem to have any intention of running. It was insane. It was suicide, and yet she couldn't manage to open her mouth to object to it. Part of her wanted to do nothing more than run and hide, lest the same thing happen to her and these people as had happened to her comrades before. Another part, however, wanted to do anything, even if it were futile, to kick the Drazen in the teeth. She shivered, knowing, of course, that it wasn't her choice to make. At T-minus 60 seconds, the Odyssey's scanners began to go wild as they reported massive energy surges from the alien vessel's general location. Before the crew could respond, the power surge had already become evident. The Odyssey shuddered and the bridge crew stiffened in their chairs. Captain, we just took several direct hits, Class 1 lasers, all of them, Waters said tensely. Same frequency? Aye, sir. Minor damage to forward armor. Estimates say the forward armor reflected over 98% of the power away from the Odyssey. Waters frowned. The 2% that was left was enough to ablate away several layers of armor. Fine. Weston hated to ask stupid questions, but he knew this one had to be asked. Any chance those were comm lasers? Negative, sir. Not unless they habitually use power levels consistent with a quantum thermal explosion for communicating with other species, Waters said, then immediately flushed as he realized that he had just joked with his captain. Weston chuckled silently. If they do, then it's probably safer to have them as enemies than allies. A soft round of laughter circled the bridge, killing some of the tension as Weston nodded firmly and spoke aloud. All right, full power to the forward defense array. Inform me as soon as you have a clear lock on the target using standard sensors, and keep hailing them. Aye, Captain. Thumbing a control on the panel of his armrest, Weston opened a channel to Stefanos. Angel 1, this is the Odyssey. You are clear to attack. Keep your squad out of the fire zone between the Odyssey and the enemy capital vessel. Good luck, Steph. Chapter 12. Stefanos felt the kick of the fighter's acceleration push him back into his seat before the CM stabilizer activated and the pressure equalized. He didn't have to check to know that the other fighters were still in perfect formation around him. They were all Archangels, and that was all he needed to know. He had led them against more than one enemy group. He knew his people and he trusted them. As the sleek fighters rocketed toward their target, the alien battle group sent a squad to intercept the 12 incoming Archangels. Stefanos blinked twice as he looked at his screens. 4. They're sending 4 fighters to intercept us? Archangel 8, a young man nicknamed Brute, was quick to respond.
Yeah, don't seem hardly right. You'd think they would treat us with some respect, at least in our first encounter.
They're lost, Brute. Let's frag them and leave the debris for someone else to worry about.
said the fourth Archangel, a reckless woman who went by the aptly chosen call sign Flare. Angels 3, 4, and 8, you're with me. The rest of you stay on Vector to intercept the aliens' primary fighter group. Stefanos banked hard, slipping out of the formation and accelerating toward the 4 hostiles coming after them. The 4 fighters slipped into a tightly stacked diamond formation, the front and rear fighters offset vertically so they didn't block each other's shots. They approached the curiously shaped alien fighters, each pilot trying to ride the edge of tension and relaxation that created the optimum reaction time. The alien fighters, for their part, remained solidly on an intercept course for the bulk of the Archangel squadron and ignored the 4 fighters burning on Vector toward them. All right, I'm sending you your targets. Finish them fast and head back to the main group. Stefanos figured that either the aliens were seriously underestimating them, or they had something else up their sleeves. The other Archangels acknowledged the order and locked onto their assigned targets. On Stefanos' order, they broke their diamond formation and flew in toward their individual targets. Brute broke onto the tactical network, TACnet, seconds later. I think they just locked on. Computer can't confirm it, but my instruments just went nuts. Roger that. Stay clear and be ready to go evasive. Brute acknowledged quickly, but Stefanos could see his emotions echoed as clearly in his flying as if he had a sign pointed at him saying, nervous. Relax, Brute, you'll screw up your stabilizers flying like that. Stefanos commanded, noting the shaky flying with annoyance. Brute knew better than that. Being nervous was fine. Flying nervous was not. Brute's sheepish chuckle echoed in his flying as Archangel 8 smoothed out and resumed its original intercept course. Steph smiled. Better, Brute. On their scanners, the Archangels watched as one of the alien vessels altered course toward them. You think he's going to swat us? Brute said. Even Stefanos snickered at the irreverent smirk he heard over the TACnet. He was cut off abruptly when Brute let out a shocked yell and his fighter rocked violently in space. I'm hit. The camplate mods were useless. Commander Stefanos cursed under his breath, linking his HUD into Brute's systems and checking the other plane's diagnostics. In a flash, he found the problem. Brute, calm down. Have your system analyze the frequency and readjust. The fighter isn't using the same frequency as the capital ship. Stefanos watched the Archangel shudder in front of him, reading the fear and panic in the plane's demeanor just as he would have read it in the pilot's face. The hit didn't look bad, luckily. Brute had managed to evade a continuous beam. Stefanos tapped in a few commands, bringing his own cam plate modifications up, and then setting the computer to automatically control the system. Originally adapted from active camouflage technology, the cam plates used on both the Archangel fighters and the Odyssey itself really came into its own as a laser defense. By adjusting the absorption and reflection properties of the nanometer-sized particulates in the coating, the plates could alternately absorb or reflect energy on various bands with efficiencies exceeding 98%. With old-style single-frequency lasers, as had seen heavy use at the beginning of the war, a prepared cam plate defense rendered the area it was protecting effectively invulnerable. Of course, the power levels the Odyssey and the Angels were now encountering were so far beyond the upper limits of the plate's stress testing that it was really anyone's guess as to their effectiveness. Too bad. So Stefanos and the rest of the Archangels would have to entrust their lives yet again to the computer's adaptive capabilities. Well, it's better than nothing, Stefanos thought as the program self-tested and flashed all green across the board. All fighters, switch to auto-adapt combat programs. Oh, okay. Brute stammered a bit as his hands flew over the controls, almost of their own volition, reacting instinctively, activating the analysis programs and algorithms that connected them to the plane's armor plating. Stefanos was relieved to see Brute's plane smooth out as the computer adjusted its cam plates to reflect the incoming laser attack. He was considerably more relieved when Brute's wing stopped smoking as the automated repair system put out the small electrical fire and rerouted the area's circuitry. Angel lead missile away. The rocket flared briefly under Stefanos' wing and flew away from the plane, accelerating toward the first of the enemy fighters. The alien ship had barely begun to react to the attack when the missile impacted and delivered its payload. The oddly spherical explosion that was unique to zero gravity blinded both pilots and sensors for a moment before it cleared. Angel 3, confirm the kill, Steph ordered. Archangel 3, Racer, paused briefly to double-check his sensors.
Confirmed, nothing left but some dust.
The Archangels growled in satisfaction. None of them would admit it, but for a second there they'd actually been afraid that the aliens would prove to be juggernauts, somehow able to take everything they could throw at them and keep on coming. Evidence that they weren't was the most welcome news the team had heard yet. Stefanos grinned. All right, lock on and let fly. I'll cover you from here. He listened briefly to the acknowledgments and watched the rapidly expanding contrails of the three fighters as they roared into the now one-sided battle. 5 minutes later, the battle was over, and the four flyers rocketed back to rendezvous with the main group. Stefanos watched the small signals representing the combatants converge on his screen. He knew that the Angels could handle the alien fighters in one-on-one, but they were outnumbered by the swarm that preceded the alien capital ship. On the Odyssey's bridge, Captain Weston watched the four lights blink off his tactical display with no small amount of satisfaction. Good job, Steph. Commander Roberts, signal the Archangel's main group and tell them to prepare for an artillery barrage. We'll thin out their opposition for them, he ordered, leaning forward and designating corridors along the path between the Odyssey and the alien ship.
Yes, sir.
A moment later, the commander turned back from his station.
They report ready. Tactical is coordinating firing vectors with them now.
Good. Tell them to fire for maximum effect when ready, Weston said, sitting back in his chair as his stomach churned. He watched the tiny lights that showed the Archangels and wished that he were out there with them. Outside, the Odyssey's primary laser array began to glow as the massive energy banks were charged in preparation for the battle ahead. Seconds later, the massive weapons opened fire, aiming straight into the ranks of the Archangels and, beyond them, the enemy fighter craft. As the laser crossed the stellar void, the Archangel squadron split smoothly apart, allowing the powerful energy beam to slice through the space they had previously occupied. The enemy craft were not so fortunate. A dozen of the small enemy fighters went up like matchbooks in a furnace as the Odyssey's big guns cut a swath through their ranks. Most of the rest were caught in the explosions of their comrades as the tight laser beam vaporized fighter after fighter with its lethal glare. By the time Stefanos had rejoined his team, the Odyssey's judicious use of its long-range cannons had evened out the odds in the coming battle considerably. With war whoops echoing across the TACnet, the Archangels plunged back into the fray, their weapons blazing as they engaged the enemy. The silently screaming turbines of the Archangel squadron left rapidly, dispersing twin contrails of expanding plasma in the vacuum of space as they roared through the Drossen fighters, wreaking havoc through the aliens' formation as they worked to clear the path for the Odyssey. One-on-one, the enemy fighters were no match for the Archangels, and within minutes, Stefanos and his squadron had decimated the first wave of Drossen fighter craft. However, it soon became obvious to even the most gung-ho Archangel that the Drossen learned from their mistakes. The second wave of fighter craft came at the Archangels in trios, each Archangel suddenly faced with 3 enemy fighters. Stefanos was the first to realize the enemy's primary reason for this method of assault, or at least the primary result. Watch it, Angels. Each ship uses a different laser frequency, so don't count on the cam plates to save you, he snapped as he flipped his fighter in a barrel roll that dropped him under the line of fire of an enemy fighter. Invisible laser light scored space where he had been, but Steph just haloed the Drossen and flipped his fighter end for end as he loosed a missile up the alien's plasma stream. The explosion that followed tore the alien fighter to shreds, and Steph righted his plane as he glanced around. Stay with your wingman. Don't let them catch you alone. The TACnet echoed with replies from his team as Stefanos jigged his fighter into a tight roll, leaving 2 enemy fighter craft well behind. That still left him with 1 following tight to his 6. Twisting the flight stick violently, Stefanos spun his plane around in a rapid spin, allowing the fighter's inertia to continue pulling it along its previous course, and swinging his guns onto the alien craft. Hunter became hunted in a handful of seconds before Stefano squeezed tight on the firing stud, turning the enemy fighter into a cloud of expanding debris. Many of the other Archangels weren't faring so well. Stefanos could see the drifting fuselage of 3 of his squad floating dead in space. Thank God the cockpits were all ejected. He pushed thoughts of those drifting hulks from his mind as the 2 Drasen fighters he had lost earlier swooped back onto a pursuit course with him. He found himself hard-pressed to avoid the crisscrossing lasers that dogged his fighter through his desperate evasions. Sweat beaded above his eye when the second Drasen vessel suddenly went up in a blaze of blue-white flames. "Thought you might need a hand, Stefanos?" He heard the grin in Flair's voice as Archangel 4 slid alongside him for a moment before the remaining Drasen moved in for another pass. "Break on 3, Flair. He can't follow us both." "Roger that, Stefanos." The 2 sleek fighters paralleled each other for a moment longer before breaking hard away from each other and leaving the Drasen fighter to follow its original target, Stefanos. "Anytime you're ready, Flair." Archangel Lead rocked quickly back and forth as incoming fire from the Drasen ship swept along its wingtips. "Just lining him up, boss man." Flair's fighter dropped into position behind the Drasen ship, her vertical thrusters flaring as she bellied in on its 6, giving him mere seconds to register her presence before the 4 linked laser cannons on her wings glowed. Seconds later, a charred and drifting fighter was left in place of the bogey who had been hunting Stefanos. Stefanos thanked his savior briefly before turning his attention back to the battlefield. The Archangels had acquitted themselves well in the battle, but the sheer force of numbers was beginning to wear them down. He knew that if something didn't happen soon, things would go from bad to disastrous. He needn't have worried. Captain Weston had commanded the squad long enough to realize their limits. A shadow passed over his cockpit as the bulk of the Odyssey slid into the dogfight, its short-range weapons blazing as they intercepted enemy missiles and fighters alike. Within moments, the battle had been turned to a rout as the enemy fighters peeled off and fled back to their carrier. "They're firing again. Minimal damage effect. The cam plate modifications are holding." Captain Weston nodded. He hadn't expected anything else. The capital ship's lasers were only Class 1, so they couldn't adjust the beam frequency without severe modifications. The fighters, however, worried Weston. "Have all local defense weapons continue to fire on the enemy fighters," he ordered. "Then lock onto the Drasen mothership and prepare to fire." "Aye, Captain," Waters replied. "I have telemetry coming back from our targeting laser systems now, sir." "Good," Weston replied. "Send the numbers to the computer and have it adjust the heterodyne frequencies of our main array to match the highest absorption level we can hit." "Yes, sir," the young man said, sending the command and data into the computer with a flick of his wrist. It only took the computer moments to analyze the return bounce off the laser they had painted on the enemy ship, carefully filing away various snippets of information about its molecular structure, heat expenditure, and perhaps, most importantly, frequency absorption rates. The computer took that information, sent it to the main laser array, and adjusted the frequencies of the primary heterodyne coils to produce what should be an energy beam that would induce massive critical failure in the chosen target. However, in that short time, something outside had changed. "Captain, we're reading—" Waters began to speak, jolting in his seat as his displays went haywire for a second, then totally dead. Weston tried to say something, but his breath caught in his throat as he clutched at his chest in shock. A sweeping wave of dizziness dropped him to one knee. Around him, the same thing was happening to the others on the bridge, and through the ship, the scene was the same. In the space of seconds, the NACS Odyssey was drifting, unguided in space, her crew dropping to the deck plates like proverbial flies.
"Jesus H. Christ, Steph, what the hell is that?"
Brute asked in shock as the Archangels broke wide, circling back around. The battle with the fighters was all but won when the enemy cruiser entered into the picture. The enemy ship had closed with the Odyssey while the Archangels had turned and burned with their alien counterparts and, using that damned stealth signature of theirs, had managed to get closer than anyone in the flight group had realized. As the Archangels swept back around, they could see a spectacular sight, something straight out of a sci-fi film. A crackling beam of energy had joined the two massive ships, a scene that Mia would have recognized in an instant had she not been trapped in the embrace of the Drassen weapon. The same weapon had turned the tide of battle against her comrades during their first engagement with the Drassen, and now it wreaked its havoc on the Odyssey. The Archangels soon found themselves under heavy attack again as their artillery support drifted uselessly past, the enemy fire tripling as they struggled to stay clear of the killing zones. Commander Stefanos didn't see any other options, so he immediately kicked the fighter he had strapped to his back up a few more notches. "Archangels, form up on me." Around him, the rest of the flight team responded in kind, forming up smoothly behind him as they swept out and around, skirting the edge of the enemy range just before turning back into the fires. Stefanos' voice rang out over the TACnet. "Teams 2, 3, and 4, cover us from the fighters. Team 1, you're with me. Time for a strafing run on the big boy." Acknowledgements echoed across the net as the squad broke up into teams and whirled in at the enemy fighters, weapons blazing. Stefanos' team broke through the enemy formation and centered on the source of the energy beam that was assaulting the Odyssey. "Team 1, fire at will." The enemy cruiser appeared larger and larger as they rocketed down toward its surface, pulling up at the last moment as their weapons blazed and skimmed along the armor plates. The three fighters' missiles, lasers, and cannon fire lit up the local vacuum with a blazing light. They ripped along the surface of the enemy ship, skimming the mottled black and violet hull. Semi-spherical explosions erupted in the wake of the four Archangels, shuddering through the big Drassen ship with destructive energy. "No good, it's too big. We'll have to try hitting it en masse." Stefanos yelled over the warning alarms that jangled in his cockpit. The Archangels, who had been covering Team 1, broke from the dogfight and accelerated suicidally fast toward the enemy capital ship. They knew that there was no point in holding back now. Lose this fight and there was no going home. "We're with you, lead. Call the shot." The anticipation in Flair's voice brought a wide grin to Stefanos' face. Flair was always the first in and the last out. "Stupid girl." "Target the center of that energy disturbance and give it everything you've got," he snapped, flipping up all the remaining safeties from his firing studs. No holds barred, the 8 remaining Archangels swept in on the enemy energy weapon, all guns firing with desperate fervor. Behind them, the enemy fighters were in hot pursuit, trying to destroy the Angels before they could accomplish their task. As the Terran fighters swept away from the target, it became painfully obvious that they had failed. Despite their best efforts, the energy maelstrom still connected the Odyssey with the Drassen mothership. The silence on the TACnet was broken a moment later. "Cover me, boss man, I have an idea." Stefano snapped his head around in time to see Flair's fighter peel off from the rest, plunging back through the enemy fighters and toward the Drassen vessel. "Flair, what are you doing?" Not receiving a reply, Stefanos cursed and reluctantly backed the brash woman's play. "All right, everyone, cover her." The remaining Archangels fell into a loose formation and plowed after the errant flyer, letting loose with their few remaining missiles to clear the small fighters from her path. The lone fighter was well ahead of them by the time Stefanos realized her intentions, and if it had been anyone else, he would have ordered him or her back again. He knew that any such order would go unheeded by the hot-headed young woman. So, gritting his teeth at the sudden feeling of impotence, he watched his fellow angel accelerate into the jaws of the lion and wished her luck as he followed his own instructions and started haloing enemy fighters and opening up with everything his fighter had. The rogue fighter broke through the enemy's defenses, its cam plate shimmering with iridescent ripples as the onboard computer tried valiantly to reflect the incoming fire. Stefanos didn't know what was keeping the armor active. He'd have expected it to be long overwhelmed by this point, but Flair seemed to have a higher power flying on her wing. Fighting the damaged thrusters on her plane, Flair kept the reeling aircraft on a direct course for the alien weapon emitter that was holding the Odyssey in its clutching grasp. Samantha Marie Clark, call sign Flair, second-generation Archangel, and General Payne in her superior's posterior, overrode the safety systems and threw full power to the CM field, even as she slammed her throttle full up. The fighter accelerated from just under 0.1 c relative velocity to almost 0.85 C in about a second and a half. Flare died before the first quarter second passed, even the CM field unable to keep her from being crushed by the sudden acceleration. But her fighter continued on, slamming into the enemy's capital vessel at relativistic speed. The explosion that followed tore through the enemy ship, ripping its weapons mount from the hull in a single instant and terminating the attack on the Odyssey. Chapter 13. Groans echoed across the bridge of the Odyssey and across the entire ship as the crew began to struggle up from their fallen positions and retook their stations. "Put the alien vessel on screen." Weston was having trouble swallowing. His mouth felt like it had been packed with cotton. "Aye, sir." Weston heard the dry rasp from Lieutenant Daniels and assumed that his symptoms were far from unique. The screen flickered and showed the alien ship, a tall plume of flame marking a gaping wound in the ship's hull. "Sir, we have a signal coming in from the Archangels." "Tell them to hold on that for a moment and clear away from the alien ship. Target that ship with all weapons, fire at will." The barrage of cover fire the Archangels had provided for Flare had deteriorated into a vengeful blaze that swept alien fighter craft from existence. A blaze that Stefanos found himself angrily reluctant to end, but, as ordered, he signaled the others. "All Archangels, break off. Full burn. We have to get clear so the Odyssey can use the pulse torpedoes." Stefanos was angry, but he was still a military man, and the best path to victory was following orders, not exacting revenge. And the Archangels, in turn, were all soldiers. They broke off. Not happily nor enthusiastically, but they broke off. As the Archangels swept past the Drasen vessel, putting the enemy between them and the Odyssey, the guns of the Earth vessel opened up. Blindingly fast bursts of pure white light marked the passage of the Odyssey's pulse torpedoes, almost impossible to follow with the human eye. Yet, even before those lethal pulses left their firing tubes, white-hot holes were already appearing in the alien hull as invisible radiation from the Odyssey's primary laser array poured a hellish heat into the Drasen vessel. Mia stared in shock at the screen as the Drasen ship was dismantled in a matter of seconds, its hull reduced to a handful of fused slices of unrecognizable material. The remaining fighters were mopped up by a combination of the Archangel's precision maneuvers and the judicious application of the Odyssey's pinpoint defense systems. In one furious moment, the Odyssey had managed what her own people had failed to do in hours of battle. Ethan Mia Shans of the Colonial Navy felt a numb shock spread through her as she looked to the screens and slumped into her seat. And then it was over. Captain Weston thumbed a command when it became obvious that the battle had ended. "Shuttles 3 and 4 prep for SAR and salvage operations. Shuttle 1 will prep for planetary SAR." Weston turned to look at his first officer. "Mr. Roberts, have Major Brinks prepare the planetary expedition. Inform him that I want him to take a full Special Forces contingent and whatever else he thinks he might need." Commander Roberts snapped to attention.
"Yes, sir."
On his way out, he noticed Mia.
"Sir, permission to bring our guest along. She could be helpful if they find any survivors."
Weston looked at Mia, judging the look on her face and the tense nod she sent in his direction. "Granted. Be careful."
"Yes, sir."
Roberts motioned Mia off the bridge.
"This way, miss."
"Commander?" Weston said.
"Yes, sir."
"Have 2 carnivore drones included in the shuttle payload," Weston ordered. Roberts nodded.
"Aye, sir."
Weston turned back to the staff. "Someone dig out those sensor records and get the labs to figure out what the hell we just got hit with." Roberts followed Mia off the bridge and led her down the corridors to the lift, calling for the flight deck once they were standing in the small pod. Tapping his induction mic, Roberts gave orders as the lift sped to its destination.
"Major Brinks, gather your men and report to the flight deck for an SAR mission, standard equipment plus full environmental gear. Tell Lieutenant Savoy that his team has been activated and have them report to you."
Mia couldn't hear the confirmation that apparently satisfied the tall black man. Commander Roberts was an enigma to her. Her ship didn't have his equivalent. Oh, they certainly had a first officer on board, that was a given, but Roberts's entire manner was alien to her. She had never seen anyone quite as disciplined as this man. His entire manner spoke of control of himself, his environment, and everyone around him. They remained silent as the lift arrived at its destination. Mia shifted uncomfortably under the commander's scrutiny. The lift doors opened to reveal the shuttle bay and the chaotic flurry of activity around the 3 large transatmospheric craft Mia had seen earlier. For a moment, she found herself looking around for the sleek craft that Stefanos had shown her before. Then she realized that they had been outside fighting the Drasen. The commander led her across the huge room, veering toward a shuttle that had attracted more than its fair share of the attention. Gathered around its base was a large group of men in addition to the technicians, men whose uniforms didn't match any that she had seen on board so far. As they approached, one of the men broke from the group, marching out to meet them.
Commander.
The man snapped a salute to Roberts.
My team is good to go. Lieutenant Savoy and his geek squad are packed up and already on board.
Roberts looked surprised.
That was fast, Major.
Not really, sir. It was anticipation. Major Wilhelm Brinks, formerly of the U.S. Air Force, said.
Rumors trickled down to us after we arrived in system. We knew there was a good chance of another SAR.
Savoy's equipment was already down here, so when you called for his team, we just packed their gear while Savoy assembled his squad. Roberts nodded approvingly.
All right. Inform your men that you've drawn ground duty. We don't have much data on the planet, so do a few orbits. We've been informed that it is supposed to have people living on it.
The 3 of them began to walk toward the shuttle.
Supposed to have?
Robert's expression became grim.
Sensors didn't pick up anything except some residual energy readings that happened to match our playmates' weapons fire. We might get something when we get in close.
Any chance of tangos? Brinks asked, his voice pitched low as he considered the situation.
If it's like the last one.
Roberts just shrugged. Brinks nodded as the trio marched toward the shuttle and the waiting people. As they arrived, Mia saw the row of men with the odd uniforms snap into a rigid stance, their hands snapping up into a salute like Brinks had given to Roberts. A moment later, Roberts returned the salute, and they dropped their hands to their sides, standing at attention. Commander Roberts looked over the rather motley crew. He was aware that each of them was hand-picked, the best of the various special forces groups that had cropped up by the start of World War III. Army Rangers, Marine Force Recon, Navy SEALs, Joint Task Force 2, etc., etc. Each man chosen for being the best his unit could field.
Only one problem,
Roberts thought, with a carefully hidden frown. They weren't yet more than the sum of their parts. They weren't the well-oiled teams that each man had been plucked from, and it showed even in how they stood at attention. He took a breath and stepped forward.
I'm certain that the Major has informed you of the situation, so I'm not going to add anything that you don't already know. You're going to do a SAR recon of the planet. If you pick up any signs of survivors, you're going to do your best for them. If you kiss dirt, watch each other's backs, and you'll all come back alive. Hear me?
There was an interspersed return from the soldiers that varied from a, "We hear you, sir," to a roughly uttered, "Hooah!" Roberts was disappointed, not because of any lack of enthusiasm, nor because their replies were wrong, but simply because he would have preferred if they had all replied as one. Mia and Brinks held back while Roberts spoke to the men, then stepped back and nodded to Brinks. Brinks nodded back and turned to address his team.
You heard the man. Double-check that your gear is all accounted for, then strap in. We're going for a little ride.
Brinks watched with satisfaction as his team broke up, heading to the equipment to make certain it was all intact. He turned to Mia and looked her up and down appraisingly.
It was hard to find a fit for you, and we don't carry a lot of this stuff in your size. If you'd follow me,
he said politely but firmly. Mia followed the man to a locker on the far side of the bay where he pulled out an armored suit, similar to the one he wore. She looked at it warily.
Do I have to wear this?
Brinks smiled.
You'll be glad of it soon enough. It is standard issue for entering hazardous areas. It's what we call a firm suit,
completely sealed environmental gear that can withstand pressures from near vacuum to 15 standard atmospheres without endangering the wearer. It also has a few other gadgets packed tightly into it that could save your life. Brinks looked her over for a second until she stared back. She was surprised to see the rather rugged-looking man flush and turn away. "One moment, miss. I'll have a female officer help you get suited up." Mia watched in confusion as the colonel cleared the locker room and stepped out. She looked down at the armor in hand, puzzling over the hard material. Unless she was missing her guess, it was made of some sort of ceramic material, though she couldn't be certain. "Ma'am?" Mia looked up and saw a female dressed in the same hard armor looking at her from the door. "Yes?" "I'm here to help you suit up." "Oh," Mia nodded. "All right." The woman looked at her and she looked back. After a moment, she saw the armored woman roll her eyes and let out a soft chuff of amusement. Look, I'm Jamie." Mia looked down at her extended hand before she slowly took it. "Mia." "All right, Mia," the woman smiled, then waved her hand. "I'm afraid that you're going to have to lose the clothes." "Pardon?" "The clothes," Jamie repeated. "You can't wear those in a battlesuit. It'll screw up the monitors and get real messy if we're stuck planetside for too long." Mia was about to repeat her last word, but realization clicked in. "Of course." She felt like slapping herself for a moment as she realized that the suits were much like her own spacer gear. You could be in it for hours, even days, depending on the situation, and wearing clothing would prevent certain key functions, or at least render them disgustingly messy. Mia shuddered but quickly began to shuck her borrowed clothing, looking at the armor with a new eye. A short while later, Jamie led Mia out of the locker area and back into the hangar. Surprisingly, Mia found that, despite its armor-hard exterior, the suit was fairly comfortable to wear, and she didn't feel encumbered by the bulky clothing. Though, she grimaced, as the burning sensation left from connecting its various plumbing connections wasn't something to be enjoyed. Thankfully, that was going away quickly. Otherwise, the armor would be hellish beyond belief.
"It's lighter than it looks,"
Brinks said, when he noticed her look of surprise.
"Has to be. Otherwise, it'd be a hindrance."
Mia nodded. "It is." She gingerly tried moving. "But it feels strange to move in." Brinks nodded, a knowing expression on his face.
"The legs and arms have a series of nanofiber enhancements. They take some getting used to, but they'll add about 500 kilos to your lift capacity and let you jump about 40 feet vertically. Take care, though, your step will be a little energetic until you get used to them, so you'd best start now."
Mia bit her lip as she found out what Brinks meant. A simple step had catapulted her 2 feet off the deck and landed her face first into a bulkhead. Groaning from the floor, she bent her legs under her and tried to rise to her feet. Instead of slowly rising from the deck, she snapped straight up, stopping only after her feet were 6 inches off the floor. Landing roughly on the balls of her feet, she balanced herself precariously on her toes, while her right arm flailed around, looking for something to steady herself with.
"Whoa! I said take it slow."
Brinks reached out and grabbed her outstretched arm, steadying the young woman with a firm hand.
"You practically have to relearn how to walk with these things. The fibers make for a fun step. Don't make any sudden movements."
Mia began to shuffle along as Brinks continued his explanation and impromptu tutorial.
"The suit is adaptive. It'll learn to anticipate how much strength you actually need, but until it maps your habits, you'd better just scuff your feet, okay?"
"Oh, okay," she replied. Slowly, Mia progressed from shuffling movements to actual steps. She knew that the suit would undoubtedly prove useful, but it would be difficult to master. Watching the similarly suited men over by the shuttle, she marveled at the apparent ease of their motions. Roberts walked over from checking the shuttle.
"How's she handling the suit, Major?" "Better than I did when I first tried one,"
Brinks chuckled, patting Mia's armor on the shoulder.
"When I first wore one, I decided to see how good the system actually worked. Put my head through a 2-inch scaffold and woke up in a hospital room with a concussion and a Purple Heart."
Mia was confused how he had injured his heart. and why it would be purple, but she nodded and continued to walk painfully across the shuttle bay. The suit's nanofibers, combined with the lack of gravity in the large room, forced Brinks to follow closely behind her and occasionally pull her back down so the magnetic clamps on her boots could reconnect to the floor.
Let's get into the shuttle. The rest of my team is packing the last of the gear now. Once that's done, we'll be heading out,
Brinks said, trying to get his charge safely strapped in, where a null-grav leap wouldn't wind up breaking her neck.
Okay, I'll be glad to sit still for a while,
Mia replied, relieved at the prospect of a chance to sit still and try to assimilate the new skills that she had to master. Strapped into a tight-fitting bolster seat, Mia looked around the shuttle at the other occupants. She studied the men as they strapped themselves down into their own bolsters, cinching the 4-inch-wide straps so tightly that they couldn't move in any direction. Their uniforms, she noted, varied slightly from the one that Brinks had given her. The main difference was a crumpled bundle of green cloth strapped to some of their shoulders, black cloth on others, and some with no cloth at all. Mia couldn't fathom what purpose the bundles might serve and was baffled why some of them didn't have any cloth at all, to say nothing of the color differences. The first vibrations of the shuttle's movement shook her from her observations. For a moment, she didn't understand the casual demeanor of the flight crew. They weren't even looking at their controls. Then she realized that the shuttle was dropping out of the shuttle bay through some massive airlock. It wasn't until the big elevator shuddered to a halt that the flight crew turned their attention to the job at hand.
Shuttle 1 to Odyssey Command, requesting clearance on Deck 2,
the pilot, Mia assumed, said as she flipped a bank of switches over and illuminated the projected HUD display. The woman sitting behind the shuttle's controls seemed a consummate professional, reading off the pre-flight checklists and requesting clearance for departure with efficient, clipped tones.
Confirmed, Shuttle 1, you are cleared for departure on Deck 2. Good hunting, Samuels.
The anonymous voice from the control was the signal the crew was waiting for, and a moment later the shuttle thundered off the deck, slamming Mia sideways into her bolster seat. Seconds later, the nimble little craft roared free of the confines of the Odyssey flight deck and into space.
Odyssey Command, this is Shuttle 1 en route to the 4th planet,
Jennifer Samuels said with an easy drawl as she adjusted the course and trimmed down the thruster control. The shuttle banked and shifted its course toward the planet, its 4 powerful engines blazing brightly as the little ship accelerated. Behind them, 2 more shuttles blasted clear of the Odyssey's flight deck, banking in the opposite direction toward the drifting debris that had once been a Drasen capital ship, and the flashing beacons of the fallen archangels. The 4th planet came rapidly into view, forcing the shuttle to decelerate and alter its course to orbit the barren world. Samuels brought the shuttle into a polar orbit, trying to evade the debris ring that made the equatorial orbit treacherous. Even so, light shudders swept through the craft as the deflectors shouldered bits of debris away from their path.
Okay, I'm going to start a fast series of orbits to see if the scanners can pick anything up. Lieutenant Savoy, get that portable tachyon array aligned with the shuttle's sensor column so we can scan for modulated signals.
Jennifer Samuels called over her shoulder as she maneuvered the shuttle into a fast orbit.
Aye, aye, ma'am,
the lieutenant said as he unsnapped his restraints and floated over to his gear. It was on the 9th orbit that Savoy succeeded in isolating an encoded signal from the planet's surface. After a few minutes of puzzling over the code, he was startled by a voice from behind his ear. It was the first and only signal they'd received that looked like life, with the exception of a few of the insect-like things that seemed preoccupied with whatever it was that they did on a conquered planet.
It is a distress signal. Their equipment must be badly damaged, though, because we should have picked it up before we left your ship.
Mia was looking over his shoulder at the signal form on the sensor display.
You're certain?
Asked Major Brinks, who had noticed Mia's interest in the signal and listened for her judgment.
Yes.
Brinks looked at her for a moment and nodded.
All right. Jennifer?
Brinks waited until Lieutenant Samuels cocked her head in acknowledgement, never taking her eyes off of her instruments.
Launch the carnivores. Then take us down to the source of this signal. We'll do a land search for survivors.
Aye, sir.
Chapter 14. The delta-shaped shuttle descended through the planetary atmosphere, cutting a blazing swath through the sky as it homed in on the source of the distress signal they had detected from orbit. Lieutenant Jennifer Samuels leveled it out over a desiccated forest. Shuttle 1 banked into a light turn and headed toward a squat structure, the source of the signal, which sat squarely in the middle of a clearing. Samuels brought the chunky craft into a hover over a section of the desiccated forest a short distance from the clearing. "Major, we're going to need a landing area cut out, or else this is going to be a mighty short rescue."
"Master Sergeant,"
Brinks said.
"Sir!"
One of the smallest men on the shuttle snapped, half rising from his seat as his restraints popped free.
"Deploy 4 men with cutters. Have them clear a space 100 meters in diameter for Shuttle 1.
Brinks told him as he slid behind a console and accessed the carnivore information stream.
"Yes, sir,"
the Master Sergeant snapped, spinning, his finger picking 4 men seemingly at random.
"You heard the Major. Cutters out. We're kissing dirt, boys."
The belly of the shuttle slid open and 4 rappelling lines dropped down. They were followed quickly by 4 figures, tiny in relation to the delta-shaped mass above them, sliding down the 50-foot drop into the dry timber beneath them.
"Okay, we're clear."
The figures looked up as an equipment crate descended toward them. 2 of the figures guided the swinging crate to a steady landing, while the other 2 began a sweeping survey of the area, their weapons held at ready. Within minutes, the crate was opened and the contents were assembled into 2 laser cutters, just small enough to be wielded by hand.
"Shuttle 1, the cutter team is beginning procedure."
Powerful lasers sliced through the dry timber of the dead wood, the invisible beams vaporizing the material so quickly that it wasn't given the chance to burn. Foot by foot, the timber was roughly sliced and left where it fell. In less than a half hour, a circular area over 100 meters in diameter had been cleared of all obstructions. Above them, 2 carnivore drones lazily orbited the area, extending the shuttle's sensors by over 1,000 times as they kept careful watch on the new inhabitants of the planet. Brinks watched the surveillance information come in as the shuttle hovered on its CM-assisted jets. The Drossen, as Mia insisted on calling them, appeared to be much like drones from an ant colony back on Earth. They appeared to be dismantling a population center about 150 kilometers north of the shuttle's location, much the same way Mia reported they had in the previous system they had conquered, but with far fewer numbers. Major Brinks had the drones make an estimate on the visible drones and shunted the information to the shuttle's computer for comparison to the previous data. It would probably be useful, he decided, to see how they worked from an earlier point. He was slightly puzzled over the signals he received because they weren't registering as living beings according to his software. This explained why they didn't show up on their long-range sensors, of course, but didn't help him much in trying to determine what they were. Living beings had certain side effects on their environment that could be measured from a distance. It wasn't an exact science, unfortunately, but it was the best they could do. A laser, for example, could be reflected off the atmosphere and return a chemical analysis of the planet to the long-range sensors. Certain concentrations were a good indication of life. Carbon dioxide, for one, was a common byproduct of living beings, at least from Earth's history. So one could look at the CO2 levels in the atmosphere and use it to make a guess. Levels within certain parameters meant life signs, especially when corroborated with other sensor returns, like a certain oxygen content and even signs of certain pollutants. If the CO2 range was ridiculously high or low, it was probably sign that life wasn't present. At least that's how the Odyssey's current life science programs were developed. Unfortunately, it was rapidly becoming obvious that they weren't quite up to the task of looking for non-human life. This world, for example, was throwing almost all the readings off the scale. The CO2 readings were on the low side, though, close enough to be within limits, especially if the world were a sparsely populated agrarian world, as Mia had suggested. However, the O2 levels were rapidly dropping, and the resultant chemical shift in the atmosphere was red-shifting a lot of his readings. These insect things, the Drossen, didn't even register until the carnivore drones got close enough to detect motion, This meant that they weren't built like humans at all. Which in turn meant that the Major was going to have to get on the biolab boys' butts to turn out a new program that did read the little insect buggers. More work, he grumbled to himself as he watched the drones gather in all the data they could. For the moment, though, all he cared about was that they were a long distance away. The shuttle slowly lowered itself into the cleared area, its immense landing gear shattering the remains of the cleared forest as the full weight of the 20-meter craft came down. As the heavy craft settled on its gear, a long gangplank lowered, allowing the soldiers inside to rapidly step down and assemble at the base of the shuttle. "Sir, the signal source is 300 meters that way," Master Sergeant Cale growled, pointing off to the west as he addressed the Major. "All right. Sergeant, detail 2 men to stay behind and guard the shuttle. The rest of us are moving out to check the source of the distress call," Brinks ordered, grabbing his pack and dropping its braces into the mounting points built into his suit. Cale waved 2 of his men over to stand guard at the shuttle's lowered lift platform, then joined the Major and the rest of his team as they left the shuttle and headed toward the clearing. Traveling through the remains of the forest wasn't difficult, in spite of the tightly woven embrace of the branches. A swipe of a machete, or more often simply their hands, would snap the brittle wood into splinters and clear the path for the marching soldiers. Mia struggled to keep up with the group, but found that the peculiar qualities of the armor suit were considerably different when gravity was present. Practically every second step, she found herself stumbling over an upturned root or stepping into a shallow depression and nearly falling into the man ahead of her. Only the presence of Major Brinks and Corporal Curtis kept her on her feet and moving forward with any reasonable degree of progress. In between falls, she noticed, with a certain level of chagrin, that the others moved easily and fluidly in their suits, apparently using the properties to maintain a steady pace that quickly ate away at the distance between them and their destination. By the time they arrived in the small clearing, Mia was sweating heavily and exhausted from the pace, yet none of the others were breathing more than normal or had even broken a sweat. Jamie leaned over her as she doubled up in the clearing, helping support her balance as Mia drew deep, ragged breaths. "The first march in these things is always tough. I've seen men used to 8-hour quick-time marches get worn out in 10 minutes of trying to walk in one of these." Mia looked up at her in between breaths. "How long does it take to get used to this armor?" Brinks grinned as he glanced at them over his shoulder. Mia couldn't see his smile, though, as it was hidden behind the shimmer of his armor's faceplate. His words, however, came through loud and clear. "Oh, usually a soldier figures it out after a 3-day forced hike through rough terrain. I think we'll try to spare you that ordeal, though." "Thank you," she muttered, along with a word that the translator software screwed up. "I do not believe I could take 1 day of this torture, let alone 3. Brinks shook his head, his knowing expression wasted on those who couldn't see it. "You'd figure it out. Once they get the hang of it, most soldiers can maintain a full run for about 6 hours without rest. The suit makes movement a lot easier once you learn to stop fighting it." Mia glared at him, her body language even in the suit so obvious that a lieutenant burst out laughing, while Brinks turned his attention to where Savoy and his men were examining the structure in the center of the clearing. "I've never seen material like this before, Major," Savoy told him. "It seems to have many of the same properties as the escape pod we found, but it seems to be designed to block signals rather than to be sensor transparent. We can't read what's inside." By this time, Mia had regained her breath enough to interject a comment. "It's a survival bunker. The basic design has been in our archives for centuries." She shook her head. "I did not realize that any were left. Then again," she considered for a moment, "when the Drasen threat was broadcast, someone on this planet may have copied the schematics out of the database and built this in a rush."
"So there may be people inside?"
Major Brinks asked after she had finished.
"What else would there be?"
she said. Brinks shook his head. He couldn't decide if these people were hopelessly naive or if Mia was simply a consummate actress. Either way, he had little choice but to play out the hand.
"Can you open it?"
Mia shook her head, grimacing.
"No. They probably transmitted the frequency code to the other colonies, but without it, I can do nothing.
Any way we can talk to the people in there?
This time, Mia paused for a moment before shaking her head grimly.
No. We saw that their communication system was damaged. The only system they have active right now is a secure radio transmitter. No reception capabilities. It is a last resort device built to gather energy from the decay of an energy element. If it is active, then they have lost all power, including perhaps life support.
Brinks digested the information and finally nodded to Savoy.
Open it up.
Savoy signaled to two of his men, who advanced with a larger version of the laser cutters cradled between them. Approaching the bunker, Savoy took a lightweight hammer and pick from his belt and wrapped the hard material 3 times in succession, pausing a moment before repeating the process. When no response was heard after a full 2 minutes, he signaled the men behind him and stepped back. The laser cutter took a few moments to charge the capacitors as the 2 men began the process of slicing through the bunker material. A few minutes later, it was apparent that blocking sensors weren't the only way this material differed from what Mia's escape pod had been built of. Wiping sweat from his brow, one of the cutters, Sergeant Men, looked up at Savoy.
This is going to take a while, Major. The material is turning to slag and then running into the cut behind the laser and hardening again. The worst thing is that it seems to get harder to cut after each successive cooling.
All right, Savoy said. We'll work along and slip laser and heat-resistant braces into the cut as we go. Should be easy enough to remove them afterward. The work progressed slowly. As each section was sliced open, a third man would slap a brace into the opening to keep the melted material from filling the hole. Savoy's team traded off on jobs as they cut their way through the bunker, evening out the harsh work among the group. Hours later, the man-sized cut was finally completed, and Savoy called to one of his men.
Burke, we're going to need a special job on this one. Think you can blow that section out?
The short man stepped up and began examining the area. Finally, turning to Savoy and his upper suit bobbing, he signaled the affirmative.
Yes, sir. With the braces in place, I could blow it inside out if you want.
Savoy motioned the man to go ahead. The rest of the group began evacuating the immediate area, cleaning out the equipment as they relocated to safer ground. Mia watched the man called Burke carefully lay explosives, triple-checking and meticulously measuring each charge. A half-hour later, he finished and headed over to the group, an innocuous device resting in the palm of his hand. Burke nodded to the man, then called out to the rest of the men.
Fire in the hole!
Mia looked around for a moment, wondering at the sudden movements as everyone ducked their heads. Corporal Curtis reached up and pulled her down as well.
Believe me, miss, you want to be down here right now,
she told Mia as she placed an arm over her helmet and physically held her down. That statement was punctuated by a loud explosion from the bunker and the sudden showering of rock pelting down on them. Mia was thankful for the tough armored suit and helmet she wore. The group gradually stood up and dusted their armor off, admiring Burke's work. The explosives had cut a clean hole in the bunker, blowing most of the debris out and away from anyone inside the squat structure. The group approached the building cautiously, their weapons held ready. The point men stopped at the makeshift entrance, expertly scanning the interior before they stepped inside. Once inside, they found themselves in an empty room that took up the entire interior of the bunker. Brinks looked around at the unimpressive room before turning to where Mia had just joined the group.
Well, where are they?
Mia scanned the room carefully.
Under us. The bunker should extend downward 100 meters. Give me a moment and I should be able to find the control panel.
Robert stepped back, allowing Mia to search the room. Finally, she smiled and walked over to a blank wall.
Here it is.
Everyone stared at her for a moment until she waved her hand a few inches from the wall, causing a shimmering display of light to appear. The light coalesced into a floating control panel that Mia manipulated by brushing her hands along its shimmering surface.
Projected particle interface,
Mia explained as she entered instructions into the surface.
It's activated by a 3-dimensional grid of motion sensors built into the wall.
The major just nodded, but Savoy stepped up behind her, fascinated by the system. Are you receiving tactile feedback? Mia nodded, tapping another button with an audible click. Yes, the particle field allows the computer to exert pressure so that you know when you've activated a control.
How does it manage that?
The Major asked, a tone of wonder in his voice.
I don't see any projectors.
No, you wouldn't. The wall is the projector. The same devices that are reading my input also display the interface, she said.
Really?
But how do you... Savoy found himself cut off as Mia entered the last command and the floor began vibrating. In the center of the room, a circular seam appeared in the floor, and the round section began rising. After it had risen a short distance, it stopped and then rolled to one side, revealing a deep pit beneath it. You have got to be kidding me. One of the soldiers stared down the hole, trying vainly to see the bottom. The best he could do was follow the rungs of a ladder down until even they disappeared from sight. Sorry, Mia said. It's the best I can do. Without the power being active, I can't bring the lift up. It'll do, Mia. If we can get a power source down there, do you think you can recharge the system? Savoy cut in. She thought it over for a brief moment. Probably. The system should be a standard reactor. Good. We'll have to lug the power packs down there, so let's get started, Savoy decided, eyeing the pit in front of him. His finger caressed the firing stud of his rifle, the blackness below impenetrable to even his suit lights and night vision systems. Chapter 15. Dragging 5 100-pound power packs down a vertical shaft that had apparently been built precisely to spec at 100 meters depth wasn't the easiest job in the world, but after a few hours, Savoy and his tech team had managed it. 4 of them found themselves standing on the roof of a lift car, waiting as Mia found the access panel and opened a hatch in the lift, allowing them to drop through and hand the packs down one at a time. Inside the small lift, Savoy looked around. What's on the other side of the doors? They open up directly into the shelter. I wouldn't recommend you ask Mr. Burke to open this door. Mia's voice was dry, but some sense of humor managed to make it through the translation algorithms. I doubt that will be necessary, Lieutenant Savoy told her, chuckling as he looked up at the hatch. Jackie, would you hand me the pry bar from the tool pack? He took the tool as it was offered, then sized up the door for a moment before moving. Taking the pry bar firmly in one hand, Savoy rapped out a pattern on the door. Paused for a moment, and then rapped the pattern again. After repeating the pattern several times with no response, he jammed the pry bar into the crack between the doors. The 2 soldiers who had squeezed into the lift with them took up flanking positions on either side as Savoy put his weight into the bar and began to force the doors open. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the strain of leaning into the bar by the time the door was a quarter of the way open. Sweat that turned cold when an unfamiliar but unmistakable barrel of a weapon was pushed up against his visor from the other side of the lift doors. The titanium alloyed bar clanged to the ground as Savoy cautiously raised his hands ahead of him, palms out, in an attempt to placate whoever was on the other side of the doors. Harsh words rang out, mostly indistinguishable by their translators except for the word open. Savoy had little time to reflect on the situation as the lift doors slid open, exposing him to another person wielding a rifle-type weapon. Guys, I got a problem here. 2 armed individuals, Savoy sub-vocalized into the induction mic on his jaw. Can you recognize what type they are? Savoy responded, his jaw barely moving as he spoke with the short and guttural sounds of subvocal phrases. For Christ's sakes, Hilliard, they're alien manufactured. For all I know, they're pea-shooters. Hilliard's calm voice came back. All right, do you see any others with weapons? Savoy's eyes flicked around the dark room beyond the lift. Negative, but there are a lot of people in there. There was a long pause. Savoy saw Mia try to move forward out of the corner of his eye and breathed a sigh of relief when the soldier at her side, Jamie, clamped a solid hand down on her shoulder and held her back. The 2 armed men weren't professional soldiers. He could see that in their faces. They were scared kids, and that made them 1,000 times more dangerous in this situation. All right, Savoy, we'll use maneuver Trojan 12. Jenkins, Mallard, don't shoot unless you have to. Move to disarm rather than incapacitate. Hilliard decided on the spot, shuffling around as he and the others slipped into place. The acknowledgments echoed through the radio links. Savoy tensed up as he prepared to play his part in the maneuver. Hi? Savoy winced at how foolish that sounded, but forged ahead. We come in peace. A single glance at the look on the faces of the two men facing him was enough to tell him that the translator had failed. Savoy was debating whether to risk asking Mia to translate when the choice was taken from him. One of the gunmen uttered something unintelligible and roughly grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the lift, forcing him to the floor. As soon as he was on the ground, Savoy put up a token resistance, drawing the attention of both gunmen as they roughly forced him down, their weight pinning him hard. Then, seconds after the initial struggle, the weight abruptly vanished. Mia watched as the two men manhandled Savoy to the ground, stunned by the sudden violence from a people she had thought she knew. A blur of motion made her blink as her attention was captured by the two soldiers, Jenkins and Mallard, as they leapt into the fray. Jenkins launched into the top gunman and carried them both over a dozen meters into the shelter. Mallard limited her leap to a shallow arc that caught the second gunman low and tumbled them both to the ground, just beyond where Savoy had landed. Just as she was about to rush into the room herself, Mia was roughly shoved aside as Hilliard dropped into the lift, allowing the fall's kinetic energy to be absorbed into the suit. He then launched himself into a long arc that landed him 15 meters into the shelter, his rifle swinging side to side as he searched for more hostiles. "Clear," Mallard said as she kneeled on her target, his rifle knocked well out of the man's reach. "Clear." Jenkins crouched low over his man, his own weapon digging into the man's neck, even as his right foot was planted solidly over the gunman's weapon. "Clear." Savoy had his handgun out and was helping Hilliard cover the occupants of the shelter. Major Brinks's voice came over the radio, surprising Mia for a moment. "Confirmed. Mia, you're clear to enter." Mia stepped into the room, looking nervously around. Gathering her nerve, she stepped more firmly into the shelter, looking around for someone who might be in charge. Everywhere she looked, she was met by fear as the people cowered away from her, leaving her confused by the reaction. Suddenly, she remembered how alien her armor actually looked. "Oh, Mr. Savoy? How do I remove this helmet?" Savoy stepped up behind her and pointed out the release catches that sealed the helmet to the suit. Twin hisses echoed through the room as the suit pressure was balanced, and Mia tugged the helmet off. She looked around at the people, who were all watching her now, and held up her hands in a comforting manner. "We are friends. I'm from Ranquil. We just arrived in system a few hours ago." One of the huddled survivors stepped forward cautiously, her face a mask that hid all but a small portion of her emotions. "You are from Ranquil?" Her voice was suspicious as she looked Mia up and down, and then examined Savoy and the others. Mia shook her head firmly. "I am from Ranquil. These people are not. They are not from the colonies. They are of the others." Distaste ran across the woman's features as she looked over the soldiers in the room. "We do not want them here." Mia looked over her shoulder to where the soldiers waited, their eyes scanning the crowd, even as their weapons didn't quite cover the crowd. She thought about her own reactions to her rescuers. "You may not want them, but you do need them. They rescued me when my ship was destroyed by the Drasen. Now they come to rescue you as well." A shiver of fear passed through the huddled mass of people at the mention of the word Drasen. Their spokesperson paused for a moment before speaking again. "So the rumors were true. Few believed them to be when we heard of the first Drasen attacks. It was a struggle to get permission to begin construction of this shelter. How many survived the attack?" Mia swallowed before answering. "You are the only survivors that we found. No life signs were detected, and there were no other signals from the planet." The silence in the room was palpable as Mia's words sank into the collective consciousness of the group. Savoy cleared his throat behind Mia to remind her that they had things to finish.
We have to restore power to your reactor so that we can evacuate your people.
The woman looked disturbed.
Why should we evacuate? The Drasen are gone now. We can rebuild.
Savoy stepped in, his translator having stepped up its effectiveness after he'd had it recompile its program from the spoken words they'd been recording. The local dialect wasn't completely identical to that which Mia spoke, which wasn't confusing for human ears, apparently, but it had thrown the computer out of whack for a moment. Even as he started to speak, he was already starting to work out new algorithms in his mind to enhance the translation. The system simply wasn't designed to handle minor changes in pronunciation on the fly like this. Still, he'd have to worry about it later. For now, he and his team had more pressing concerns.
"I'm afraid that's not true, ma'am," he told the woman, who appeared to be the leader of the ragged band. "They're still out there. We have to get you and your people out before any of those drones find their way here."
Savoy had expected more shock, but only an air of resignation followed his statement. The crowd deflated a little, as if he'd taken away some fancy they had embraced, but the reality hadn't been so far from their minds after all. The leader nodded after a moment, then sort of half bowed to him and nodded.
Very well. The reactor is this way.
The woman gestured to the far wall and a small door.
"Thank you, ma'am," said Savoy. "Mallard, Jenkins, let those two up and help me lug those power packs over there. We should be able to jumpstart the system if what Mia said about the reactors is right."
I will have our engineer explain any systems necessary to you.
The woman was now exerting a command influence, confirming Savoy's belief that she was of some importance to these people.
"Thank you, ma'am,"
he responded, keeping his tone respectful as he nodded his head to her. The three soldiers each hefted a power pack, shouldering them and walking toward the door at the far end. The local engineer stepped up to the fourth pack, gesturing helpfully as he kneeled down to carry it.
"No, wait!"
Hilliard strode toward the man as he tried to heft the power pack. Consternation turned to a pained look as the man strained his muscles in a vain attempt to move the heavy pack. Hilliard laid a hand on the man's shoulder and shook his head with a slight smile.
"Here, I'll carry it."
Hilliard kneeled down and grasped the pack's handles, hefting it with ease and flipping it casually over his shoulder.
"It's the suits, sir. They have a series of strength enhancers. Lead the way and I'll bring up the rear."
The man nodded as emotions wafted across his face, ranging from an unbelieving stare to a fascinated gaze. Finally, the man turned and led Hilliard to the door, taking long looks over his shoulder at Hilliard and the pack he carried with such ease. The woman turned to Mia when Hilliard was out of earshot.
"Can they be trusted? The others are oath-breakers, you know that?"
Mia took a deep breath before she continued.
"I don't know, but we have little choice, I'm afraid. And the oath-breaking was a long time ago."
"Oath-breakers are oath-breakers."
"Perhaps. But as I said, they rescued me, and now they are saving you and your people. That should earn them at least the benefit of the doubt from us."
Mia's face was earnest. The older woman sighed after a moment, relenting.
"Perhaps you are right."
She paused for a moment.
"What is your name?" "I am, or rather was, Titular Saraf. Now I suppose it's just plain Saraf."
Mia looked around her.
"Not to these people. You are still the titular of this system to them. I am Ethan Milachance of the Rankil Merchant Fleet. I was on an interception mission when the task force I was assigned to was destroyed by a Drasen battle fleet."
"The Drasen are that powerful?"
Mia nodded grimly.
"They are more powerful than that, I fear. They annihilated our force with ease. Our vessels had no chance against them."
"Then we are lost. They will overrun our defenses finally. Over 8 millennia of peace and we end like this."
Saraf looked resigned. Mia shook her head violently, refusing to accept that death was inevitable.
"It is not over yet. The Five have several fleets of next-generation starships nearing completion. They should put us at nearly an equal footing with what I have seen of the Drassen fleet. The era of peace has come to an end, but not our civilization.
What of your friends? I wasn't aware that any of the others had achieved dimensional travel.
Seraph nodded to the soldiers.
They haven't. Their technology is a puzzle to me. In many ways, their equipment is vastly inferior to ours. They have no knowledge of field manipulation or dimensional access. Their computers are almost laughably slow, and their medical technology is archaic.
Mia stopped for a moment, her voice drifting away as she thought about the wonders she had seen.
Yet, they translated our language in less than a day. They have software that is superior to any I have seen, and have the capability to jump between the stars in an instant.
Seraph looked toward the door that hid Savoy and the others from her sight.
Instantaneous star travel. Impressive, I admit. But I doubt if they will be of much help now that the Drassen have come.
Mia laughed mirthlessly, her tone a bitter yet somehow satisfied sort of sound that Seraph didn't recognize.
There was a Drassen vessel in your system when we arrived. A vessel of the same class that survived a full assault by 6 of our heaviest reconfigured combat vessels. Their one vessel, smaller than one of our trade ships, destroyed it in less than 10 minutes of actual fighting. From a military standpoint, I don't think that the colonies have seen this much combat power in one place in the last 12,000 years.
They are soldiers, then?
Seraph's voice was flat.
They are. At least many of them are. In many ways, much of their ship seems dedicated to exploration and science, yet they do seem to believe in being capable of their own defense,
Mia replied with an odd smile. The conversation between the two women was cut off when a loud hum came from the far wall and glaring emergency lights ignited around them. A moment later, the 4 Odyssey soldiers and the local engineer stepped out of the reactor room. Lieutenant Savoy headed back toward Mia. "We have the reactor back online, Mia. Major Brinks is coming down in the lift now. We'll have to prepare this group for evacuation immediately." Mia and Seraph nodded and turned to the rest of the survivors, calling out instructions as they walked through the group. By the time the lift had returned with Major Brinks, the survivors had already begun to organize their affairs, and a rough sort of order descended on the room. Mia stepped forward to greet the Major when he stepped off the lift.
"Major, this is Seraph,"
she said, extending a hand toward the older woman.
"She is the leader of these people."
"Ma'am?" Brinks tipped his head toward the woman as he surveyed the area. "May I ask how many people we are looking at?"
"Certainly, Major. There are nearly 500 survivors here."
Brinks swore at that, looking around as he started crunching numbers in his head. "One moment, please." They nodded as he switched to another channel. "Samuels, relay a query to the Odyssey. 500 refugees found. Orders?" After Jennifer Samuels confirmed the order, he settled back on his heels and began pondering the situation. The Odyssey was built to handle a lot more capacity than it was being used for now, but 500 additional lungs would stress the support systems. The time it took for the Lightspeed message to crawl out to the starship, and then for its return journey, seemed like eons as Brinks tried to figure out what they'd do if the Odyssey couldn't handle it.
"Stand by for a message from the Odyssey,"
Samuels said a couple minutes later. "Roger," Brinks told her, then watched as a video window appeared on the screen. Captain Weston looked out the screen at him. "Message received and understood. Organize the evacuation. The Odyssey is dispatching remaining shuttles to help. Godspeed, Major." Brinks wanted to wipe the beating sweat from his forehead but couldn't because of the helmet, so he turned to the two women and ignored the infernal itching. "We'll begin evacuating as soon as possible. The Odyssey is standing by to treat any injuries and to provide succor. It'll be cramped, though."
"They will endure,"
Mia said firmly, receiving affirmation from Seraph.
"We will, Major,"
Seraph said, for the first time nodding with genuine gratitude.
"And on behalf of my people, I thank you for your aid."
"Not a problem, ma'am. Believe it or not, most of my people signed up in the hopes of assisting in a situation like this. We have a clearing cut about 50 meters from the bunker topside. We'll need to get everybody out there in groups of 50 to 70 people at a time."
"I understand, Major. I will inform my people. Please inform us when it is time for the first group."
Saraf turned to leave, but was interrupted by Brinks. "The first group can leave immediately, ma'am. Shuttle 1 is prepared to transport survivors as soon as the first group is loaded."
"Very well, Major. I will inform my people immediately."
Chapter 16. With reports coming in from the surface, the bridge, and in fact the whole of the Odyssey, everything was in a state as close to chaos as Weston ever wanted to see. Men and women moved from station to station, some just crunching numbers on whether the Odyssey could handle all the people being brought up, others trying to find the gear required to make it happen. "Captain Weston, sir?" Weston turned away from the view screen for a moment and made eye contact with the young ensign. "Yes?" Ensign Susan Lamont hesitated a little under his gaze, but firmed up a moment later and went on with her report. "Engineering reports that they've brought the recycling systems up to max, but for 500 more sets of lungs, they're going to have to unbox the backup units too." Weston grimaced. "Tell them to go ahead and log my authorization on the paperwork." "Aye, Captain," she said, heading back to her station. Captain Eric Weston thumbed his way through the PDA that held the list of materials that were being shifted, uncarted, installed, or torn out in order to make room for the 500 refugees. It was a long list. "Captain?" Waters looked up from his station. "Yes, Lieutenant." "Lieutenant Samuels just radioed in, sir. The first shuttle with evacuees will be arriving in less than 15 minutes. "Good. Thank you, Lieutenant Waters," Weston said, before turning to his first officer. "Commander Roberts, you have the bridge."
"I have the bridge, aye, sir."
Weston turned back to the view screen for a last long look at the floating, spinning carnage that lay just outside the Odyssey's bulkheads, before spinning on his heels and heading off the bridge. It took Weston less than 3 minutes to navigate his way through the ship corridors and find Dr. Palin. The eccentric linguist was poring over notes from his earlier talks with Mia Shans and was too absorbed to notice Weston come in. Palin looked up, finally recognizing the presence of the captain. "Doctor," Weston said, "the first load of survivors is due in soon. I'd like you to be on hand to meet them." "Of course, Captain. I've been compiling the tapes of all our conversations with Miss Shans. There should be no communication problems." "Excellent, Doctor. Let's head down to the shuttle bay now." On the shuttle deck, Weston and Dr. Palin waited as the Odyssey's flight control officer reported the shuttle's approach and landing. A few moments later, the deep, grating vibrations in the deck plates announced the final cycle of the combination airlock elevator that brought the shuttle up from the lower flight deck. Palin's eyes grew wide as he saw the tail fin of the huge, trans-atmospheric shuttle rise from below. The ship slowly revealed as it rose on the powerful elevator. "Oh my, it never seemed that big before." Weston glanced over at the vessel. "That's because when you boarded the shuttle planetside, it was docked in a control building being refitted and refueled. You never saw the whole thing at once." Palin watched in fascination as a yellow behemoth trundled over to the shuttle, backing slowly into place until the nose of the ship had been secured to a stout pin in the machine's back. The yellow loader stomped off, dragging the shuttle along with it toward the docking pylons. Palin stared at the approaching duo in consternation, finally turning to Weston, a question forming on his lips. Weston cut him off before he could start. "Nullgrav." "Huh?" Palin was more confused now than before. "We use the walking loader because this deck is 0G. A wheeled vehicle couldn't get any traction, and cats require too much maintenance. The feet on the walker are magnetic, the same as the boots you're wearing," Weston explained. "The loader holds the shuttle down, as well as moves it around until it's locked into place." "Oh," Palin said, blinking as he processed information that he'd not really considered before. "You wouldn't want to see what kind of damage a shuttle could cause if it started floating around down here," Weston added. Palin just paled at the thought. It wasn't quite as bad as the captain let the linguist think, of course. The shuttle had its own magnetic locks that could hold it quite firmly in place in an emergency, but the threat was credible. All fighters, shuttles, and in fact all equipment had to be locked down solidly before the ship could engage in sharp maneuvers. Only the CM fields made the null-grav flight deck a reasonable design feature, at least as it currently stood on the Odyssey. The loader had finally done its job, locking the shuttle into the docking pylon next to where the captain and Dr. Palin were waiting. 4 huge servo-powered arms whined into position, locking the shuttle down. The shuttle's loading ramp lowered and 2 of the Special Forces teams stepped down. 50 survivors aboard, sir. The colonel and the rest of the team are organizing the others into groups of 75 for transport. This group needs immediate medical care. Weston nodded, returning the soldier's salute before waving the EMED teams in from where they were waiting. Good work, men. Report to the infirmary after decontam, then hit the showers. You're relieved until your CO is back aboard. Sir. Both soldiers snapped quick salutes and double-timed off the ramp and out of the shuttle bay. Weston stepped to one side as people were carted off the shuttle, the EMED teams rushing them through decontamination and sending them to the med lab. As the last of the EMED units left the shuttle, a lone woman walked down. There were no obvious injuries, but none of them looked healthy either. Stress or environmental issues had weakened them, from what he could see. Some were clutching children as they were guided along, others carrying what little belongings they'd managed to save. He'd seen scenes like this before, but they always caused his guts to roil up and a sense of helplessness to ball up deep inside. How many others died down there? Only 1 shelter survived. Weston grimaced. Actually, there was every likelihood of others, but without beacons to guide them, there wasn't a damned thing he or anyone could do. Lieutenant Samuels stepped forward to introduce an older-looking woman with a severe expression. Captain, this is Titular Saraf. She is the leader of these people. Very good, Samuels. You better get the shuttle prepped for another run. We've directed all available shuttles to help with the evacuation, but you'll have to do at least 1 more run after you've refueled. Aye, sir. As Lieutenant Samuels turned back to her cockpit, Weston extended a hand to the woman, anchoring her to the floor as she moved forward. This way, ma'am. We'll catch a lift up to the habitat levels after decontamination. The woman blinked, then said something in return that came through as a garbled mess through his induction earpiece. Weston frowned, glancing over at Dr. Palin. I don't know, Captain. 1 moment and I'll... The suddenly nervous linguist muttered, tapping away on his PDA. Just a moment, Captain, Samuel said, snapping her helmet down. After a moment, she looked up. I'm sending you the new program now. A tone signaled the download and Weston checked his PDA. He activated the new program and looked at Saraf. Can you understand me now, ma'am? Yes, Captain, she told him, smiling patiently. I can. They speak a different dialect, sir, Samuels told him. It's close, but the differences give the computer some problems. Fascinating, Palin said, already digging through the source code for the new modifications. Oh, I say, who coded this? It's quite remarkable. Lieutenant Savoy, sir, Samuels said. Captain, if you don't mind. Weston nodded. Go do your pre-flight, Lieutenant. Sir, she saluted, turned and vanished back inside. Weston turned back to Saraf. We have to go through decontamination. I'll escort you up to the infirmary where you can look in on your people. Will that be acceptable? The woman nodded, following as Weston guided her toward the far wall of the shuttle bay. Her expression was distracted, her thoughts obviously barely focusing on the conversation as she looked over her people. Thank you, Captain. Weston smiled at her as they reached the far wall. No problem, ma'am. All part of the service. The 20-minute decontamination procedures left the survivors tired, slumping them in the lift seats as the capsule carried them to the Odyssey's 2nd habitation cylinder. I do wish to see my people, Saraf said, in the peculiar accent that sounded almost but not quite French to Weston. Weston looked up. Of course, ma'am. We'll visit the infirmary first. After that, we'll move over to the recreation decks to find a place for your people to stay. That's the only place where we have room and normal gravity. I'm sure it will be fine. Saraf brushed off Weston's concerns. Moments later, the 2 of them strode into the med lab, Weston guiding his charge over to where Dr. Rame was working. "Doctor, how are your new patients?" "Arrogant?" Rame didn't look up from his terminal. "Doctor!" Weston snapped, catching the doctor up sharply. Glancing up, Rame took in the woman at Weston's side and the captain's dark glare, a deep red flush crossing his face. "Sorry, sir, ma'am," he said quickly, then nodded to them both. "They'll all live, mostly dehydration and nutritional deficiencies. A couple appear to be suffering from early stages of oxygen deprivation as well, but that is being remedied naturally." Saraf nodded, diplomatically ignoring the doctor's first comment. "The youngest?" "Ah, yes, the infant. She's fine. In better shape than many of the older children and adults. With youth comes remarkable resilience." Rame beamed as he glanced over toward a makeshift incubator in the corner. Saraf didn't respond for a moment. Finally, she nodded, letting out a long and deep breath. "Yes. May I see my people now?" "Certainly. This way," Dr. Rame said. "We've had to improvise a lot of our facilities, I'm afraid. We simply weren't expecting 500 patients to drop in on us, so it's a lot more hectic in here than normal." Weston allowed himself to fall behind, watching Dr. Rame show Titchwalar Saraf through the infirmary. His eyes wandered around the room, moving from face to face as he tried to take in the scene. At his best guess, none of the patients were more than 20 years old, most considerably less, and at the far side of the area he noted the tiny baby in an enclosed environment with medical equipment closely monitoring the child's condition. Weston tapped the induction mic on his jaw to open a channel. "Commander Roberts, could you please come down to the med lab? I want to be on hand when Mia returns from the planet, and I need you to show Titchwalar Saraf around and arrange accommodations for our passengers."
"Yes, sir."
Roberts' voice sounded in his ear. 10 minutes later, Weston was on his way down to the shuttle bay, checking the ETA on the next transport and the passenger list. The subsequent shuttle wasn't due for over an hour, leaving Weston with the time to do something he had felt the need to do for several days. He made his way over to the Archangel 1, his own fighter, and pulled open a maintenance flap so he could do the customary check. The Angels had a full maintenance staff, of course, and his own fighter had been checked out long since, but Weston had never believed that was quite sufficient. He'd been a student before enlisting in the old American Marine Corps, specializing in philosophy, oddly enough. One of the lines from the old books he read always came back to haunt him when he flew the last of the old Joint Strike fighters. It was a foolish warrior who entrusted his weapons to the care of any man, save himself. It was impossible for him to handle all maintenance on his fighter, of course, but he could check to ensure that the work had been done and done properly. So despite the fact that his fighter was no longer his weapon, Weston settled in with the computer interface and called up the maintenance log, carefully moving down the checklist. All the while, he tried to keep his mind off what was happening outside the armor-plated hull of the Odyssey, trying not to think about things he couldn't change and things he couldn't help. It was nearly 45 minutes later when Weston was disturbed by the reverberating clang of the flight deck's massive airlock closing. Glancing up from his position, he noted that it was one of the Archangels returned from patrol. He was about to turn his attention back to the shakedown of his fighter when he noted the markings on the returned fighter craft. Extracting himself from his position, Weston pushed off of Archangel 1 and glided across the Nullgrav Bay until he snagged the docking pylon that locked down over the newly returned fighter. As he got closer, he saw the pilot pull off his helmet, revealing a very tired and frustrated-looking Stephen Michaels. "Stefanos, you look like hell," he told the younger man flatly. A wry grin twitched the corners of Stefanos' mouth, though no humor entered the young man's eyes. "Thanks, Captain. You always know what to say, don't you?" "I've already arranged the memorial service for Flair. You have a few hours to shower and change. From the look of you, I suggest you get some rest, too," Weston said, patting his young friend on the back. "Don't worry. I'll make sure it's handled." The loss of Flair weighed heavily on Stefanos, and he knew that Weston was right. He did look like hell, and he needed the time to prepare for the memorial service. "All right, Captain. I'll see you later. Weston watched as the young pilot dropped to the floor. His mag boots snapped down and then he walked away. In Weston's experience, losing a pilot under your command was one of the most difficult things a wing leader could experience. The added feelings of responsibility tripled the crushing weight that fell on a man's shoulders when he witnessed the death of a friend and comrade. It was, unfortunately, not something that anyone else could really help with. Stefanos was on his own, for the moment at least. Until he burned the initial rage from his system, his young friend would listen to no one. Not even him. Shaking his head, Weston walked back to his fighter to continue his work. He wasn't interrupted again until the airlock cycled the next shuttlecraft through. At that point, he had completed his inspection of his fighter's systems. Hefting himself out of the cockpit and drifting to the floor of the shuttle bay, he watched as the shuttle was trundled into place by the lumbering loader. After the shuttle was locked into place, Weston walked over to the lowering ramp to greet the occupants as they disembarked. Savoy and his tech team were the first ones off. "Captain?" Savoy and his men saluted. "At ease. How many on this trip?" 70, sir. With the 2 heavy lifters and the 3 shuttles following us in, we managed to pack 'em all aboard. They'll be here in less than 10 minutes. Lieutenant Savoy replied, dropping his salute as the captain dropped his. "Colonel Brinks is in the last one." "Of course he is," Weston said. "I've read his reports, and I believe that Dr. Palin was quite impressed with your alterations to his translation algorithms." Savoy shrugged, actually feeling his face redden under his helmet. "It wasn't that hard. He has set up a fine system, Captain." "Very well," Weston nodded. "As you were." Weston stood his ground as the men saluted again and moved off. He watched and greeted the survivors who stumbled off the shuttle. Another group like the last, a mix of adults and children, few elderly and still fewer with injuries that might indicate contact with the enemy. Either they got away clean or they simply didn't get away, he supposed. It was a wonder that anything had survived the Holocaust that had hit their world, Weston knew. The initial readings, both from the Odyssey's main array and the atmospheric reports from the team, and the carnivore drones, indicated an event of biblical proportions. He didn't know how those monstrosities had managed the damage they had inflicted, but it was obscene. Genocide on a scale that Weston could never imagine, even in his worst nightmares. The captain had to shake himself free of the sinking sensation that followed those thoughts, forcing himself to continue greeting the survivors as they descended. When they had all been guided off, Weston turned back to his fighter. He looked at the sleek craft and wondered if there was anything else he could do while he waited. Since early on in his career, he had learned to understand the systems he entrusted his life to, often working on his fighter when he felt the need to relax. "Captain?" Weston turned to see Commander Roberts standing a short distance away. "Commander, have you gotten everybody settled?"
"Yes, sir. I've assigned Lieutenant McCready to act as liaison officer."
Good. Do you have the latest ETA on the last shuttles?" Weston asked.
"They're already here, sir. Just clearing the quarantine fields, I should expect."
Weston smiled. "Good. Have the helm take us one more orbital pass of this system. Make sure we intersect the battle coordinates on the way out."
"Yes, sir. Gave the order 15 minutes ago."
Weston looked at him in surprise. "You've been researching the Archangels?"
"Yes, sir,"
Roberts replied evenly. "Good." Weston paused a long moment, then nodded. "That's very good, Commander." Roberts turned his head as a low rumble echoed through the bay.
"That'll be the first shuttle through the lock now, sir."
"All right, Commander. Return to the bridge. I'll be along shortly."
"Yes, sir."
Commander Roberts pivoted on his heel and walked toward the exit, while Weston waited for the shuttle to dock. Weston's body was present as the next shuttle docked, but his mind was now focused on the loss of a woman he knew well. A small unit by necessity, the Archangels had managed to maintain one of the lowest casualty rates in any serving unit of the last war. But when they lost someone, it hit damn hard. As soon as everyone was back on board, he and Stefanos had something very important to do. Chapter 17. After she had seen the survivors settled into their temporary quarters, Mia found herself wandering the corridors of the Odyssey. The captain had been very clear that the majority of the survivors were not to leave their designated areas, but she and Saraf had been given exemptions. Even so, Mia wasn't certain where she was going. She had simply felt the need for a walk. She stopped at one of the vessel's unobtrusive computer terminals and asked it a question.
"Computer, where may I find Commander Stefanos?"
"There is no Commander Stefanos listed in the ship's directory." Mia stopped for a moment, remembering her earlier conversation.
"Then please direct me to the location of Commander Stephen Michaels."
"Commander Michaels is currently on Deck 8, Second Habitat, Training Facility." It took her 30 minutes of wandering, but Mia finally found her way to the location the computer had specified. Standing outside the doors of the training area, she pressed the buzzer on the wall.
"It's not sealed."
The voice was muffled but audible from the other side of the door. Mia walked in tentatively, not certain what to expect. She half thought to see rows of workout equipment and other physical training devices. Instead, she found a long, empty room that seemed to stretch an immense distance for a shipboard area. Stefanos was standing idle a few meters away, with a chunky black rifle cradled casually in his arms.
I didn't realize you were—"
Mia stammered. Handheld weaponry was quite foreign to her, despite her experience with shipboard batteries. The concept seemed so much more personal and final.
"No worries, just working off some steam."
Stefanos looked relaxed, a sheen of sweat on his brow, but the smile she had become accustomed to was no longer present.
"With a weapon?"
Mia shivered. She saw a slight expression cross his face. Annoyance, perhaps, but maybe not.
"For some people, shooting is the ultimate form of therapy. A lot of aggressions can be worked off in a very short while. Stay if you wish. I'll be here for a while yet."
Mia watched in fascination as Stefanos turned back to his therapy. Stefanos turned his attention back to the weapon in his hands. It was identical to the ones carried by the Special Forces troops when they were planetside. Comparatively short for a rifle, the weapon was built with versatility in mind. He thumbed the clip ejection switch, and the hefty clip dropped to the deck with a solid clang. Moving over to a small workbench, Stefanos slapped open the rifle's grips and exposed 2 long blue-green cylinders, which he also ejected from the weapon. After examining the cylinders carefully, he reinserted them into the rifle and closed the breech. Pulling a full clip from the bench, he slapped it into place and flipped off the safety. Mia, watching his motions with ill-disguised horror, found her voice again.
"You actually enjoy this?"
Stefanos turned sharply after hearing the note of censure in her voice.
"Enjoy? I suppose. Firing a rifle requires focus. It's almost meditative in its own way."
But you like being a soldier?
His eyes narrowed at her tone.
Yes, I suppose I do. I've accomplished a lot of good in my life, saved a lot of lives.
Mia digested this for a moment before trying another tack.
I suppose you see yourself as a warrior for peace, then?
Stefanos felt his face harden. As many times as he had heard that fallacy, he could never understand the people who uttered it. Taking a deep breath, he called to mind all the patience he could muster before replying. No soldier worth the title would ever make that claim, Mia. Peace is the one thing we don't fight for. A look of shock crossed her face.
Then why?
Freedom. That's the core of why we do what we do. Peace is a fallacy in itself. Personally, I only know two forms of peace: peace in death and the peace of slavery. He snorted in amusement. And I'm not certain about death. Mia found herself staring at him blankly for a time as he spoke, uncertain whether she abhorred or understood what he was saying. Perhaps it was both. Since her encounter with the Drazen, she'd found that many of her old belief systems had been shattered, and she had no idea how to even begin picking up the pieces. Obviously, fighting for peace is stupid. That's why we don't do it, he continued flatly. If you make peace your only goal, then you lose sight of reality. We fight to be free. We fight to defend ourselves and others, and we fight to win. Stefanos paused, letting his words sink in. Let me ask you something, Mia. What do you believe is a soldier's primary function? Her answer was as fast and wrong as Stefanos expected. To fight. Wrong. Steph shook his head, his face an iron mask. Mia looked startled. What else is a soldier for? She thought. He looked at her calmly, considering his answer for a moment, but only for a moment. It was something he had often thought about himself, wondering if killing was what he existed to do, or if there was something more. He had decided that it was something more. Those who flung this accusation at him were people who had never worn a uniform, never made the commitment that Steph had. A soldier's first duty, his reason for being, is not to fight. Fighting is the final recourse for any civilized people. His duty is not even to preserve the peace. That is a police officer's job. Commander Stephen Michaels of the NAC military said by rote, remembering the many long nights of arguments and discussions that had brought this to his mind. A soldier's first duty is simply to stand between his nation and any who might wish it harm. Mia blinked at the simplicity of the statement as Stefanos went on. To stand there, with crossed arms, and say to the universe, "You are not getting past me," Stefanos said. He stopped for another brief moment before continuing in a subdued manner. The fighting happens when the universe decides to test his resolve. A soldier doesn't seek conflict, Mia, even if he often seems to find it. Stefanos couldn't tell if she had listened to him, or even heard him, but it didn't matter much anyway. It was a lesson she and her people would have to learn, one way or another. After a moment's consideration, he made a decision. Here, don't knock something that you don't understand. With that, he turned his attention back to the rifle and the range, this time taking care to include Mia in the exercise by describing as best he could what was happening and why. He half turned back to her, extending a hand that she took after a moment's hesitation. He drew her closer, holding out the rifle as he explained its workings. This is an MX-112 infantry support rifle. It has been standard issue for the NAC military and most of our allies for the past 8 years. This one's an MK-A7 model, so it's been refitted a few times since the original weapon was put into service, Stefanos said as he thumbed a control on a spindly pedestal. The computer's voice startled Mia as the lights dimmed and something glowed at the far end of the room. Active program will begin in 30 seconds. Stefanos pulled the rifle up to his shoulder and gazed down the long length of the room, looking for a target. This one has been configured to fire virtual ammo, to give a realistic training experience without blowing holes through the hull. It's what we call a hybrid model, designed to maximize both old and new technology into a single... The weapon roared, causing Mia to jump and swing her head away from Stefanos. For a moment, she saw nothing, and then an armored form materialized and swung a similar weapon in Stefanos' direction. Seamless! The gun barked a second time, the armored form vanishing into the ether from whence it came. Design! This time, 2 soldiers appeared, their weapons already pointed at Stefanos. Mia heard a motion and watched Stefanos move, ducking under the enemy's fire and returning fire in kind, the black rifle stuttering out a loud, steady beat as shots left it with a flash of blue-white light. In short order, the 2 soldiers had vanished and Stefanos straightened from his crouched position. Pause. Simulation paused. The computer's drone was punctuated by the lights returning to their former level. It uses a hybrid chemical electromagnetic propellant system. The result is a peculiar mix of technologies. Stefanos turned to Mia, offering the weapon to her. Taking it gingerly, Mia almost dropped it as Stefanos let its entire weight fall into her hands. It's heavy. Yeah, the mags are a partially reconstructed uranium alloy, non-radioactive but still quite solid. It's built that way to isolate the power cells in each clip from the chemical propellants in the shells. Stefanos reached over Mia's hand and hit the ejection button, dropping the heavy clip into his other hand. Here, see? The clip is separated into 2 compartments. The first one holds the physical shells and propellant, while this smaller section contains a power cell and enough hydrocarbons to power the electromagnetic accelerators for 80 shots. Since a clip only holds 60, it gives the soldier a nice margin of error in the field. Stefanos grinned. And, off the record, it also gives us another source for energy if our equipment runs dry. And I've heard more than a few stories about guys using them as field-expedient demolition packs. Mia tentatively twisted the stocky weapon around, examining it from different angles.
It is uncomfortable to hold. Our lasers are much smaller, easier to manipulate.
And they have other uses than slaughter, Mia thought to herself as she hefted the weapon. Stefanos shrugged. Takes a bit of getting used to, that's all. It's very well balanced and exceptionally accurate. It feels a bit big because it's designed to be used by soldiers in light power armor. Mia nodded as Stefanos showed her the workings of the rifle, but her attention waned rapidly as she glanced at his face. The man's normally jovial visage was hard, chiseled, and very stern in spite of his lilting tone. Without forethought, Mia reached up a hand, almost touching his face, before Stefanos turned away. In the last glimpse she had of him, before his face moved away, Mia saw a sheen across his eyes.
Steph?
Mia was confused for a moment. She was at a loss to understand the emotions she saw flit across his face. She took a halting step forward, her hand reaching for his shoulder. He was looking away, and as she touched him, Stephen flinched. He finally turned back, his hand coming up to signal her to give him space for a moment. Steph took a breath before finally speaking.
I'm all right.
Stefanos stepped away from her, up to the control pedestal where he thumbed the simulator off. Turning, he hurried past the confused Mia and left the room, slapping the rifle into a cradle set in the wall as he went past. Mia stared after him. Confusion and hurt swept across her face until she followed in the pilot's footsteps and left the target range. Captain Weston was standing at his desk, the chair pulled well out of the way and the entire top showing a holographic depiction of thousands and thousands of stars. He'd been staring at those stars for so long now he imagined he could see them without the holograph. Weston had never had any particular interest in either astronomy or space, and here he was now, bound to study both like a drowning man seeking air. He was still poring over the images when his door chimed. "Come in," he said, loud enough for the computer to hear and key the door sequence. Footsteps approached and stopped on the other side of the desk, so Weston looked up and nodded when he saw whom it was. "At ease, Commander." Commander Roberts settled back and eyed the holographic starscape with mild interest for a moment before speaking.
"Sir, have you considered our next transition coordinates?"
Weston's lips twisted, but he'd been expecting that question. "May I presume that you have a suggestion, Commander?"
"I don't see how it's a choice, sir," Roberts said frankly. "Things have gone far enough. Captain, it's time to go home."
Weston sighed, then stepped back and waved a hand at the holograph. "Do you recognize this, Commander?"
"Sir?"
Roberts looked confused for a moment. Then he shrugged.
"It's a star map, I presume?"
"Yes, but more specifically it's a section of the galactic arm that Earth lies in," Weston told him, reaching into the holograph and triggering a preset program. "Right here." A star lit up, bright blue, out along the edge of the map closest to Roberts, and the commander glanced at it with slightly more interest. "The attacks we've encountered occurred here, here, and here," Weston said, gesturing as the program lit up 3 more stars in fiery red. One of them, Roberts noted, was quite close to the blue point. "That's where we found Mia," Weston told him. 45 light-years from the Sol system. This one is 58 light-years from home. Roberts nodded as Weston pointed out the second light. "This one," Weston nodded to the third, "is where we are now, Port Foy. Almost 90 light-years and the latest attack of which we're aware. Tell me, Commander, do you see what I see?" Commander Roberts frowned, suddenly looking closer at the 4 stars that were highlighted. Finally, he shook his head and looked back up at the captain. "Sir?" "Do you remember the brief that I had filed concerning Mia's story?" Weston asked.
"Of course."
The Drossen haven't been seen for thousands of years, according to her. That implies a lot of space for a spacefaring civilization to move around in. So tell me, Commander. Weston lit up a swath of light across the galaxy of stars with a gesture. Why is the front in their war on this side of Mia's people? Commander Roberts blinked and actually paled as he registered what the captain was saying. The attacks had moved inward from Earth's direction, moving more or less away from Earth and into the area of space controlled by the colonials. Roberts let out a long breath. So either they're conducting a massive pre-planned attack from all sides, or their homeworld lies somewhere much closer to Earth than I'd like, Weston finished for him. Sir, this is all the more reason to return home, Roberts stated. We have to warn the Admiralty and get production started on more ships. Weston shook his head. I don't think so, Commander. Not quite yet. Sir. Roberts looked quite grim. If I may ask. You may. In fact, I'd be disappointed if you didn't, Weston said, his tone light. Then, pardon my language, but why the hell not? Because it would be pointless, Commander, Weston told him. Either we would arrive far, far too late, because Earth simply does not have the resources to defend itself now or at any point in the near future, or there is simply no rush. Roberts stared at him for a moment, not quite believing what he'd heard. Have you had a chance to look at the power estimates we registered from the alien ship, Commander? Weston asked. Not yet, sir. I was busy. Weston nodded. I know. I'm not implying anything, Commander, just wondering if you'd had time. You should look at them. They're revelatory. Sir? The first beam the ship fired, Weston paused until he saw Roberts nod, exceeded the entire output of our reactor by over 3 times. What? Roberts had known that it was powerful, but not by that much. Sir, that's insane. You're talking about more power than our entire fleet is capable of putting out, and damned few of them are equipped with our armor, Weston said. And besides that, if Mia was telling us the truth, and I have no reason to doubt her, then the Drossen have committed at least 20 identical ships to this war. Roberts took a breath, nodding. He wasn't questioning the story of Miss Shan's either. Too much of it had been proven true now. So, assuming a worst-case scenario, how many of those do you think we could intercept if they attacked Earth? Roberts took a deep breath, thinking hard. Finally, he sighed and looked up. If we abandon demos and the outlying bases, no more than 2 on our own. Assuming that they were intent on getting to the planet, the fleet might be able to take another 2, maybe 3. Weston nodded. I guess slightly more, but I assumed that we could get the block to point their guns somewhere other than at our heads. Roberts winced. He'd forgotten to calculate for the block's fleet, meager though it was. Even so, he decided, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Block ships didn't have the reactive armor and would go up like matchbooks under laser fire that powerful. Still, he nodded, accepting the captain's correction. No, Commander. I think I may just have to plot another course, Weston said after a moment, then checked the time and corrected himself. After we complete one last duty in this system. Come along, Commander, and I'll explain my intentions along the way. Mia was wandering through Habitat 2, head down, deep in thought, when she ran into a solid form and was sent sprawling to the floor. Oh, dear me, I'm sorry. The man she had run into looked up and his eyes widened in surprise. Miss Chance, are you all right? Mia's second glance identified him as Dr. Palin. Yes, Doctor, I'm fine. I apologize, I was not looking where I was going. Not to worry, my dear. At the word dear, Palin's face turned red. I mean, Miss Chance, I'm quite all right. Palin paused for a moment, then looked at her curiously. What has you roaming the halls in such a distracted manner? I just had the most disturbing conversation with Commander Michaels. He was showing me something, and then he was very distracted and distant. I am afraid I don't understand, Mia told him, uncertain whether she had done something wrong. Palin looked solemn. You don't know? I thought you were on the bridge during the battle.
I was.
Mia became more confused. Palin looked almost embarrassed. Commander Michaels lost one of his team. She flew her fighter into the enemy ship to save the Odyssey. A look of shocked understanding crossed her face. Mia suddenly realized she should be feeling the same as Stefanos, or worse. After all, hadn't she just lost her ship, a fleet, and 2 colonies? For a long moment she just stood there, wondering why she felt nothing. Why hadn't she felt anything in the entire time since she had been rescued?
How can that be? I've lost hundreds of thousands of my people, dozens of friends, my shipmates, my captain, yet I feel nothing. And this man, this self-proclaimed warrior, is so devastated by the loss of one comrade that he is forced to hide his tears?
Mia's silence stretched.
What does this say about him? And perhaps more importantly, what does this say about me?
Palin cleared his throat, uncertain of how to react to the sudden silence.
There is a memorial about to start for the lost pilot on the observation deck, if you would like to attend, that is.
Mia looked around as if expecting the answer to her unasked question to appear on the deck plates. Finally, she looked at Dr. Palin.
Yes, I believe I would like to attend, if it would not be an intrusion.
No, I shouldn't think so. Here, I'll escort you up. Mia followed Dr. Palin through the halls of the Odyssey, finally reaching the central lift. When they stepped out of the lift onto the observation deck, they saw people congregating silently around a long casket-shaped object. All eyes faced the center of the room. Captain Weston and Commander Stefanos were standing stiffly, with their backs to the open vista of space that lay beyond the observation deck's huge windows. As Mia moved closer to the group, she could hear Weston's softly spoken words describing the battle that had transpired earlier and the debt everyone on board owed the fallen pilot.
Lieutenant Samantha Flair Clark gave her life in the defense of her comrades and, in doing so, saved her ship, her wingmates, and the remaining civilian population of this system. No greater gift can be offered, no greater honor achieved. While we commend her body to the stars, we keep her memory alive, in our hearts and in our minds.
Weston stopped, silence reigning in the room for a long moment before Stefanos stepped forward, his stance at attention.
Beacon away!
A low shudder passed through the deck plates as a small beacon launched from the forward hull of the Odyssey. It arced away from the ship, circling the debris field that had formed in the wake of the battle. Locking into position, the beacon began to broadcast its message, a log of Flair's accomplishments, from her first solo flight in the Archangels to the final run that saved her ship from destruction. A small ion engine came online and locked the beacon into place. The debris may drift, but the beacon would ensure that anyone who cared to hear it would remember the sacrifice that marked that spot forever in the annals of the Archangels. Chapter 18. There was an aura of palpable frustration between the people in the captain's office.
"We cannot tell you that, Captain,"
Seraph said firmly, shaking her head.
"I am sorry, but it is not done."
Titular, Weston paused, wrapping his tongue around the unfamiliar word.
"I don't believe that you understand the situation I'm in at the moment." "No, Captain. I most certainly do not, nor must I," the woman said with a wave of her hand. "We cannot give you the coordinates to one of our central worlds. It is not possible."
Weston nodded. "Very well. Then I have no choice but to set a course for home. I'll make certain that your people are well received and will try to arrange some kind of return to your worlds. But it will most likely be some time."
"What?"
Both she and Mia paled.
"I simply can't justify spending any more time out here," Weston said, clasping his hands in front of him as he settled onto his desk. "Not with the situation escalating like this. We lost a pilot today and several multi-million-dollar fighters. More than that, we discovered alien life that tried to kill us." He shook his head. "No,
I'm afraid that I can't risk this ship or the people and information it carries without something to leverage against the risk."
"What leverage?"
Mia asked softly.
"What is it you hope to accomplish?"
Weston shifted his attention to her. "One of your central worlds, as you say, will have the authority to send a diplomat back with us. Someone who our government can talk with. Someone who can perhaps make deals."
"Deals?"
Mia blinked.
"He means negotiating for our technology,"
Saraf muttered. Weston shrugged. "There is that. There is also the possibility of you receiving some of our technology. There is mutual defense. Though, to be honest, I wouldn't expect that for a while."
"Why not?"
Saraf asked, with a wry twist to her mouth and tone. "Because our military power at this time isn't prepared to project past our solar system," Weston answered her, despite Robert stiffening behind him. "The point is, the only way we can remain out here any longer is to bring back someone who can speak with authority, and that means going to the source." Mia fell silent for a moment, while Saraf just shook her head.
"This isn't done,"
the older woman said firmly.
"It's not
"I'll tell you,"
Mia spoke up.
Ethan!"
"He is right,"
Mia sighed.
"He has his own council to answer to. We cannot expect more than he has given us already. I will tell him how to find Ranquil."
Saraf's eyes widened.
"You cannot."
"What does it matter now? The Drasen have penetrated our borders. What will these people do that they won't?"
Mia snarled.
"I am sorry, titular Saraf, but I am with the fleet, and you are not. I will give him the coordinates."
Weston let out a low sigh as he settled back in his seat, wondering if he'd done the right thing. Later, on the refugee decks, Mia found even more problems to consider as she tried to get the refugees to accept sedation prior to the ship's transition.
"Why would we want to sleep?"
Mia sighed.
"The technology of this ship is undoubtedly effective, but it is not pleasant. What they call transition is difficult to describe. Please accept my word that you would prefer not to experience it."
While some of the people were inclined to accept Mia at her word, the majority voiced strong objections when Dr. Rame walked in with a contingent of medical personnel.
"I'm afraid the captain has ordered short-term sedation for all passengers."
Immediately, protests were heard through the room, causing Titular Saraf to step forward.
"I object, Doctor. You cannot drug us like this."
Rame sighed. "We don't have a choice, ma'am. Right now, your people outnumber our crew. We've had to completely clear most of this habitat and a sizable portion of the other decks to house your people. We don't have sufficient security or medical personnel to deal with the effects of transition on your people."
"If it's that dangerous, Doctor, why do you use it?"
she demanded. "The transition drive is physically harmless. However, none of your people have been cleared psychologically, and you are unprepared for the effect it may have on your minds," Rame told her flatly, without rancor in his voice. Saraf was about to argue further when Weston stepped through the door into the room. "I'm sorry, Titular, but this is necessary." Weston paused for a moment, considering. "I will permit you and Mia to join us on the bridge while we transition, but the rest of your people must sleep through it." Faced with Weston's implacable position, Saraf and the others backed down, leaving Weston breathing much easier. An uprising among the refugees would have complicated matters incredibly. He quietly led Mia and Saraf toward the ship's lift, the three of them stepping aside to make way for the medical personnel.
"Why are all these medics here?"
Saraf watched the men and women passing with suspicion. "When we pump the anesthetic into the air system, they have to watch for potential allergies and the like. We want your people to sleep through the transition, but we're not willing to risk their lives or health for it." Saraf and Mia nodded, accepting the captain at his word for the moment. The trio took the next available lift directly to the bridge, stepping into the Odyssey's command center less than 30 minutes from the system's gravity threshold. 2 minutes after the Odyssey completed its transition, a now familiar state of controlled chaos ruled on the bridge. Weston examined sensor reports from all decks while Commander Roberts coordinated system-wide checks to ensure no damage had occurred and been missed. All of the bridge crew was frantically trying to catch up with the data pouring in from the sensors, and Mia was trying fervently to calm down Titchwillar Saraf, who had just experienced her first transition. Weston, for the most part, ignored the conversation going on behind him. The words were flying back and forth a bit too fast for the translators to adequately keep up with the conversation. Short buzzwords and phrases echoed back to him, eliciting the occasional grin around the bridge. Appalling, unnatural, and insane being the bridge crew's favorites. After the brief downtime caused by the transition, the sensor resumed feeding real-time data to the bridge terminals, resulting in a rapid cooling of humors around the bridge.
Sir, we're reading the residuals of a firefight from in-system.
Commander Roberts was the first to speak. Signature?
2. The first matches the Drazen vessel we encountered earlier. Number 2 falls within estimated parameters for the fleet we found destroyed.
Mia's attention swiveled to lock onto the conversation and reports echoing across the bridge. Get their locations and plot us a safe course to observe the battle.
Aye, Captain.
Mia took a step forward, her face tight. Observe? Half turning in his seat, Weston caught a glimpse of outrage on her face. Yes, observe. This isn't our war, Ethan Shantz. If we can avoid fighting it, we will. Beside Mia, Titchwillar Saraf just stared at the screens, her color gone a pasty white. The Drazen in one of the core worlds was worse than a nightmare. It was Armageddon. There are men and women, humans, fighting and dying out there, Captain Weston, Mia pressed. Your military? Weston asked. Of course. Then it's their job to fight and die if the need should arise. It's not our job, he replied evenly, gritting his teeth against the words. He didn't like that fact any more than Mia did, no matter what she may think, but there it was. Mia was outraged, barely able to keep from shouting. You fought the Drazen at Port Foy. We defended ourselves at Port Foy. They initiated combat, most likely believing that we were one of your ships. This is a different matter. Mia was searching for something else to say when Commander Roberts called the captain's attention back to the battle. In what might charitably be called a bunker on the fourth planet of the system, a group of uninformed people watched with frozen hearts as the drama above them unfolded on the screen in front of them.
Captain Duclos has engaged the Drazen, sir.
The man in charge, an oddly small gentleman in an impeccable gold uniform cut the same as those around him, grunted once to acknowledge the comment, but didn't look away from the screen. He was Admiral Rael Tanner, and he was nominally in charge of systems defense, what little of it there was.
What about the third ship?
He asked, his eyes flicking away from the battle. The technician frowned, shaking his head. Still nothing on them, sir. They're circling well clear of the battle.
Probably a freighter,
the Admiral replied, his eyes still drawn to the new ship.
They should be running, if they know what's good for them.
Yes, sir, the technician replied. But, well, where did they come from? That was the question, Tanner supposed. The new ship had just appeared from nowhere, literally, amidst a tachyon surge that lit up every sensor in the entire system. Whoever or whatever they were, though, they were of no importance at this moment. He had a friend out there, giving his life just to buy a few minutes more. It's over, sir. The Drazen vessel is moving on the planet. Mia looked at the starry view screen in a horror that was echoed across the bridge.
Planetary defenses?
Weston asked in clipped tones, his heart dropping as he realized the position he was being pushed into.
Minimal orbital defenses detected. One small station and maybe a dozen defensive satellites, as near as the sensors can tell.
Robert stared intently at the information relayed to him from the sensors and the many technicians assigned to interpret them. Any readings on ground-based defenses?
No, sir. Nothing even remotely close to the power rating needed for effective ground-to-orbit defenses.
Weston slumped back into his seat. He could feel the chill that permeated the bridge. The situation was forcing him into a decision he dearly wished to avoid. With a deep sigh that echoed across the bridge, he sat up in the seat and slapped the switch that opened a direct line to the Odyssey's flight deck. All Archangels scramble. All pilots to their planes. All deck personnel to their stations. This is not a drill. I say again, this is not a drill. Search and rescue crews stand by for immediate deployment. The captain's voice echoed through the ship, snapping everyone into action. Mia turned from the screen, looking at the captain in confusion. But I thought... We won't sit back and let them kill all life in an entire world, Weston said. No matter the circumstance, no one has that right. I would interfere no matter who was on that planet, and no matter who was in that ship. Weston turned back to the matter at hand. Helm, plot an intercept course, all available thrust. Lieutenant Daniels bent to his task, the chill that permeated the bridge lifting as the Odyssey shifted to battle stations. Aye, sir. Plotted and engaged, sir. Good. Bring all weapons online and increase power to forward sensing systems. I want to know the instant they notice us. The Odyssey arced a long parabola, turning sunward to intercept the looming figure that was entering the planet's orbit. The Odyssey's engines fired to life as the ship accelerated deeper into the system's gravity well. The giant ship was 4 minutes out from its target when it became apparent that they had been spotted. Sir, the unidentified ship! The technician's horrified voice snapped Tanner around. He turned to the screen again, having looked away after their last defending ship had died, and his eyes widened. What in the oath do they think they're doing? The ship had arced in from its nice safe course and was now closing on an intercept course with the Drossen cruiser. Whoever they are no transport, Tanner thought, with a mixture of disbelief and shock. No transport captain in the colonies would be this stupid, and the merchant fleet habitually screened their people for insanity. The admiral growled to himself as he turned to his people. Order them off! There's nothing they can... Rail Tanner paused, grimacing as he considered something else. That ship was as good as dead. He knew that they couldn't fight the Drossen, but maybe, just maybe, they could delay them just a little longer. It might even, by some unimaginable miracle, he supposed, be enough. He gritted his teeth, hating himself with every fiber of his being for what he was about to do. But he had a world to consider. Cancel that, he said as the technician started to access the comm channels. Sir? You heard me. But sir, they'll be... An icy pit lodged in his stomach, but the small man just nodded. I'm aware of that. There was a long silence. Yes, sir. Sir, enemy vessel turning to port. They're adjusting course to intercept us. Stand down from passive sensors, Weston said. Get an active lock on the enemy ship. Active lock, aye, sir. There was a brief pause as the ship's tachyon-based sensors locked on to the Drossen ship's position. Captain, they've launched fighters. Weston thumbed the intercom switch again, his voice booming over the rumble of activity on the Odyssey's flight deck. The enemy has launched fighter craft. All fighters prepare to launch. Passive sensors are reading an outgoing transmission from the Drossen ship's radio frequency. Roberts looked up from the tactical display he was monitoring. A sharp look of concern crossed his features. Captain, they've received a response. Weston sprang alert, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and a sudden adrenaline. If they had picked up a radio transmission this soon and replied to it. Step up the scanning. I want to know who answered them. A long, tense moment passed before the answer was found. Got them. Captain, 2 more enemy ships and full fighter complements closing. One was hiding behind the gas giant's second moon. The other is moving in from 2.03 AU away. Estimated time to intercept? At present speeds, the first bandit group will intercept us in 8 minutes. 2.5 minutes later, Group 2 will join in the fray, and 10 minutes after that, we'll have to deal with Group 3. Roberts presented in a matter-of-fact tone that belied the grim look on his face. Weston's face twisted as he considered his options. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could afford to wait and let the enemy make the first move. It was foolish, but it allowed him and his people to do as they had to without worrying about whether or not it could have been avoided. For a long time, it had been a proud tradition of Weston and the Archangels that they had never started a fight. But once started, they always finished it. Apparently, however, he wasn't going to have that luxury this time. A 3-on-1 battle against relatively unknown enemies was already too foolish a situation for him to compound with an equally foolish act of chivalry. All right, let's make this spectacular. Lock the forward pulse torpedo launchers onto the lead ship, fire a full barrage, then let the Archangels out of the pen.
Aye, sir.
The response came back instantly, and everyone bent to their tasks. It took only moments to make the calculations.
Target lock, Captain.
Fire. By the oath! Someone swore under his breath into the shocked silence of the room. The small man couldn't blame him. There were 3 Drossen cruisers in the system now, and they'd completely missed the other 2.
Well, at least that poor bastard out there did us one favor,
Rail Tenor thought to himself as he whispered a brief prayer for those who were about to die.
Send a coded tight beam to the forge. Inform them of this revelation. Tell them...
Tanner paused, shaking his head.
Tell them that we haven't much time left.
Yes, sir. Chapter 19. The Odyssey shuddered as the blazing white charges were expelled into space, streaming ahead in an ever-widening cone. The instant the lethal charges were out of range, sleek Archangel fighters poured from the dual flight decks, weapons and pilots both primed and raring for action. On board the lead Angel, Stefanos took a deep breath before opening the tack net and addressing his pilots. All right, boys and girls, our threat board is all lit up, and this time around we're going to be heavily outnumbered and outgunned.
So what else is new?
Paladin's wry grin carried well over the radio frequency, eliciting a laugh from those of the squad who remembered skirmishing with the block's Air Force in days past. The Archangels had never relied on numbers to win a fight. They spread themselves out, keeping pace with the Odyssey and providing a flying wedge between their mothership and the enemy. The small sensor screens in front of each pilot echoed the current displays on the Odyssey's bridge, a countdown to the impact of the pulse torpedo barrage. The TACnet was silent as they watched the diverging path of the torpedoes. The silent displays showed the paths of the torpedoes widen farther as they approached their targets, the similar charges inherent in the weapons repelling them away from each other lazily until the enemy vessels entered into their sphere of influence. In that indefinable moment, the displays changed dramatically as the arcing trails of the torpedoes twisted and turned into an untraceable corkscrew that colored the entire screen. 65 light seconds from the Odyssey, the Drossen vessels were treated to an awesome light show, as a dozen brilliant globes descended upon them, literally from the heavens. For many of them, this light show was the last thing they ever marveled at. The first torpedo struck a tightly packed formation of Drossen fighters, annihilating one in the first blast and destroying the rest with secondary explosions. The next 8 torpedoes had much the same effect, wreaking havoc on the Drossen fighter wing. The last 4, however, breached the fighter's barrier and struck heavily into the Drossen mothership. 4 blazing plumes of fire rose from the stricken vessel as the effects of the torpedoes vaporized its hull. On the Odyssey's bridge, they had to wait an additional 62 seconds for the results of their efforts, but it was well worth it. Captain Weston took a deep breath, nodding to the tactical controls and the man who had handled them. My compliments, Mr. Waters. Time to recharge? Tubes are recharging now, Captain, but it's going to take a while. Firing a dozen of those things has drained the reserve capacitors. We'll need to recharge them from the reactor, and it will take hours at our current power demands. Weston nodded slightly and turned to Roberts for a report. Damage?
The first enemy ship is turning from its intercept course. They're limping off.
Even through his rigid demeanor, Weston could hear the satisfaction in Roberts' voice. Weston wasn't quite so satisfied, though. 4 direct hits from pulse torpedoes shouldn't have left much alive to limp off.
Tough bastards,
Weston thought, but didn't let it color his voice as he addressed the commander. Let them go. Continue tracking the other 2.
Aye, sir.
The Odyssey, with its flying wing of escorts, continued to roar toward the next intercept point. It wasn't until they passed the debris caused by their long-range fire that they realized the situation had again changed. The farthest Drossen vessel had turned back to the planet, the energy from its charging weapons lighting up their sensors like a beacon in the black. This time, in the control room for the system's defense forces, no one cursed. The shock was complete in the large command room in Mons Systema, and it was possible to hear the proverbial pin strike the floor.
"Identify that ship!"
Admiral Rael Tanner snapped, breaking the shocked silence and jerking everyone back to work.
"There's still no transponder ID," someone yelled. "It's a Spirit, sir."
Several people shivered involuntarily at that, though logically they knew it was foolishness. Spirits and spirit ships were nothing but folklore, tales told at night to chill the blood and inflame the senses. The idea of it was ludicrous, but then so was the idea of an unknown ship coming from the black to save them from the Drossen.
"I do not believe in spirits," Admiral Tanner growled back. "Especially not ones that can cripple a Drossen cruiser with one attack. Find me that ship's identification. I don't care if you have to go outside with a telescope and read the name off its hull."
"Yes, sir." "Sir, one of the Drossen is looping back. They're coming here."
Silence descended as they watched the cruiser circle back around and make for the planet.
"Alert the orbital defenses. Prepare to engage landers,"
Tanner replied, half turning to see the action in another section of the bunker. A huge hulk of a man just in sight nodded to him, and Tanner turned back, assured that his counterpart was already on the job. For all the good it was going to do. Tanner left that job and worry in the hands of the one most able to accomplish it. He turned his focus back to the mystery ship that had managed to cripple one of the invincible Drossen cruisers.
"Who are you?"
he asked as he glared at the purple dot on his threat board. Weston watched the tactical display, the cool blue and red dots dancing across the screen like the display of some warped video game. It would be more than an hour before the capacitors for the torpedo tubes could be recharged, and the laser array was nearly worthless at this range. Weston found himself debating two bad options, looking for the lesser evil. Intercepting the closer enemy vessel would be the safest route for the Odyssey. With the support of the Archangels and the formidable close-range firepower of the Odyssey, the single enemy vessel could be dispatched relatively quickly. However, the second enemy vessel would have 30, perhaps 40 minutes or longer in orbit of the planet, an eternity to those on the surface. Even so, Weston hesitated to attempt an intercept of the second ship. Moving thus would place the Odyssey in the crossfire of both enemy vessels. With seconds ticking down to conflict with a near enemy vessel, Weston reached a hard decision. "Helm, replot our course. Put the Odyssey between the second vessel and the planet. All available thrust." As the ship began to rumble off its flight path into a tighter trajectory, Weston linked into the Archangel's TACnet. "Stefanos, I'm ordering the Odyssey to intercept the second ship. We have to cut them off before they can begin planetary bombardment. We're going to need you and the Archangels to stay on course to harass and delay the first ship so we can get into planetary defense position." Stefanos replied with a simple acknowledgement, belying the concern he felt. Their earlier encounter with the enemy had nearly turned disastrous and had only been successful after the combined strengths of both the Odyssey and the Archangel fleet were pitted against their adversary. In spite of this, he knew that Weston could no more allow the bombardment of a helpless planet than he could have allowed a civilian town to be bombed back during the war. "All right, Angels, form up and kick in the burners. Time for a little hit and run." Snorts and chuckles echoed over the TACnet as the Angels checked in and joined up with Stefanos on an intercept course with their target's fighter wing. "Just like the old days, Steph," Racer said with a grin. Stefanos groaned. "Don't remind me, Racer. The Yangtana wasn't exactly a bright point in my career, and this monster packs a slightly bigger wallop." Snorts, catcalls, and cries of "not likely" echoed through the net as Stefanos thought back to the last time they tried this maneuver. The Yangtana was the Eastern Bloc's penultimate warship, a combat carrier capable of laying waste to a 1,000 square kilometer area from up to 5,000 kilometers away. The Archangels had volunteered to prevent the Yangtana from reaching its launch zone, a point over 1,000 kilometers off the west coast of California, from which it would launch a crippling attack on the New York and Delaware regions of the North American Confederacy. The Angels had lived in their planes, literally, for 3.5 weeks, all the while running harassing attacks on the Yangtana and its fighter cohort. The Yangtana was the prototype for its class, the latest in a long line of ships deemed unsinkable. Surprisingly enough, Stefanos mused, in the Yangtana's case, that turned out to be a truth. 120 kilometers from the launch point, the Archangels had reformed for one last attack, their numbers having been depleted by over 60% during the last 3 weeks. The massive Chinese warship had taken everything they could throw at her, and a good deal more from the surface ships that had joined the attack. In the end, the NAC forces had won the day, but the Yangtana herself survived the attack. In fact, she was still sitting there, where the Angels' attack had driven her, beached on a shallow reef that had become her final resting place. That last battle had weighed heavily on Stefanos for months afterward. Of 14 planes that went in, only 8 had come out. A rate of attrition that Stefanos hadn't believed possible a month earlier. That was the first time he had realized that the Archangels weren't, in fact, angels, but only human after all. Stefanos shook his head clear, noting that he was less than a minute away from intercept range. And this monster does indeed pack a more lethal punch than even the Yangtana's big gun batteries. Not to mention that this bugger isn't limited to one plane of motion. The tight formation of fighters blazed in on their alien counterparts, taking continuous fire from the moment they entered within range. Every cockpit filled with warning alarms as the onboard computer struggled to adapt the cam plates to deflect the incoming laser fire. From the outside, the sleek fighters shimmered with iridescent colors as the modifications occasionally altered the visible color of the fighter's armor. The Archangels ignored their alien counterparts, trusting their over-beleaguered combat computers to defend them from the other fighters' laser fire. Stefanos and his team instead focused their weapons on the Drasen carrier ship, directing Havoc missiles, 80mm cannon rounds, and 30-gigawatt laser fire at the big ship as they skirted along the very edge of their firing range. Due to the speed they were traveling and the shallow angle of their attack, Stefanos and his team had only engaged the enemy carrier for a few seconds before they were peeling off from the battle group and soaring back into open space. "Great fun!" Yeah, quiet down, Racer. All right, peel back and initiate Assault Plan 12. Racer, you and Reaper start waxing those fighters as we slip past. If they get smart, they'll start nailing us with coordinated strikes. And you know what happens then. Stefanos' warning was unnecessary, since every pilot in the Angels knew the limits of their fighters' laser dispersion technology. Coordinated bursts from multiple frequency lasers would overload the system and crash the onboard software that handled the cam plate reflection modifications. The resulting 20-second reboot time often translated into eternity. Literally. The fighters wheeled back into line with the Drasen ship, Angels 5 and 8 flanking their brethren as their computers focused on the approaching line of enemy fighter craft. They watched the line of enemy fighters form up into a wall of defense between them and the enemy capital ship. "Looks like we have to handle the fighters first, Angels." The Archangel group acknowledged Stefanos' message, understanding it to be an order as much as a comment. The fighters split up into a group of 2 fighter teams and increased speed toward the waiting line of fire. In the Mon Systema command center, the huge threat board lit up from one side to the other. Furious battles raged all through their system now, it seemed, and the key players were still closing in on the planet. The Drasen had the lead, but the unknown ship was closing fast on a course that would swing it around the planet and bring it in between the Drasen cruiser and its objective. The computers were unable to predict exactly who would win the race. All they could say at this point was that it was going to be close. Too close. The Odyssey accelerated into the orbital plane of the nearby planet, hooking her powerful gravity field and swooping around just as the Drossen ship reached orbit, immediately aligning to bring its forward guns to bear on the target. It became obvious to everyone on the bridge of the Terran ship that the enemy cruiser had taken early notice of their intentions. "Sensors to full sweep," Weston ordered as the Drossen vessel slowly brought its own forward weapons to bear on the Terran vessel. "Aye, sir." The Odyssey's formidable forward sensor array went active, painting the Drossen ship with an inescapable web of electronic and tachyonic signals. The Drossen ship accelerated, vectoring to intercept the Odyssey's position as it did. "Ping them," Weston said, his voice cold. The Odyssey released a single focused burst of tachyons and captured the reflected signals the barest slice of an instant later, locking the Drossen's course changes into the targeting computer. "They're closing, Captain," Roberts reported from examining the combat display. "No signs of a weapons lock or firing as of yet." "They want to play a game of chicken," Weston thought. "Report on the second ship and the status of the Archangel group." Roberts looked down, flicking the display aside for a second. "The Drossen ship is moving to bypass the Archangels while its fighter support keeps the squadron busy, Captain. They'll be here shortly, if they aren't stopped. Keep tabs on him. Aye, Captain." "Yang Boy is making a break for it, Steph," Paladin called out over the TACnet. Stefanos looked up from his HUD for a second, glancing over his shoulder through the canopy of his fighter to where a huge alien capital ship was pulling away. Stefanos cursed. "All right, wings 5 through 8 break off and start harassing maneuvers. 1 through 4 provide cover." The squad split apart, the first team targeting the fighters as they swung in on another pass. The second team accelerated out of the dogfight and vectored toward the enemy capital ship. Stefanos haloed another fighter in his HUD and loosed a Havoc missile, forgetting the target as soon as he did. That fighter was dead the second the missile dropped from its pylon, and Stefanos had more things to worry about than some soon-to-be flotsam. Roberts sneered as he watched the Archangels break up and move to harass the enemy vessel. "Captain, Commander Michaels has initiated harassing maneuvers against the Drossen ship." Weston kept his attention focused on the cruiser he was going head-to-head with. "He's not going to make the same mistake as the others. He's going to keep this up close and personal where we can't duck his shots and adapt to his laser frequency." Weston could respect an opponent that was able to adapt as quickly as this, which wasn't, of course, the same as liking said enemy. "Lock the forward laser array and fire a medium beam," he said. Like any warrior, Weston liked the easy targets. The ones he could respect he'd rather have on his side than against him. Admiral Tanner watched the board, wondering at the miracle that was being given to him. The back and forth of weapons signatures echoed on the threat board, and the occupants of the room watched in rapt attention as the computer displayed the exchange of fire in clean, sanitized graphics for their consumption. He and his people had been prepared to die for a few minutes' delay, but this unidentified ship was buying them more time than they'd dared dream of. Now, if only it would be enough. Waters spun around. "Captain Weston, the ship just launched fighters in what looks like a planetary assault squadron." Weston focused on the descending ships, calling up the minimal profiles the Odyssey's active sensors had managed to gather before they hit the atmosphere. "Project their landing point, Commander." "Aye, sir." Roberts called up a vector projection and had the computer estimate probable landing sites. "Captain, looks like a major settlement on a continent in the northern hemisphere." Mia stepped forward and looked at the data over Roberts' shoulder. She gasped slightly as she recognized the city on the data display. "That is mon systema. It's the government capital of the system." Weston nodded, accepting that information quietly. "Roberts, go down to the shuttle bay and have Savoy prepare his men for some ground pounding." "Aye, Captain." Roberts' face looked troubled, but he got up to leave the bridge, tapping the induction set on his jaw as he did. "And Roberts?" Weston said. "Yes, sir." The commander paused, glancing back. "Once they're away, take command of the auxiliary bridge. I'll have a command crew waiting for you." "Aye, Captain," Roberts said, turning back toward the lift. Weston turned back to the tactical repeater that showed the situation outside. He could hear Roberts giving orders as he waited for the lift.
"Lieutenant Savoy, we have a situation developing," Roberts said. "Prepare your men for a hot insertion. You'll have to do an OILO."
The doors hissed open and shut, and Roberts was gone. But he focused on the situation outside that had become paramount to his thinking. Behind him, he didn't notice his young guest, Mia, hit the call switch for the lift while everyone else was busy with other matters. Stefanos jinked to the left as a stray missile detonated just off his wingtip, rocking the plane with the concussion, but thankfully missing any major shrapnel impacts. He flipped the plane end for end on his directional thrusters, killing his main engines as he did, and let the plane's momentum take it along its previous course as he haloed the fighter that tried to ice him. "Adios, sucker." Stefanos' 80mm cannon blazed, ripping the pursuing fighter to shreds in an instant. He watched the blaze of flame and shrapnel for a second before he kicked his main engines back into full power and killed his momentum, swiveling around and accelerating toward another target. Around him, the Archangels were faring well against their alien counterparts, often taking the enemy fighters by sheer element of surprise. The enemy pilots were obviously not used to targets that shot back. Roberts burst into the hangar bay just ahead of the assault team, the clangs of the mag boots echoing off the walls and ceiling as they headed for the shuttle. A few moments later, the lift doors opened again, and a lone figure stepped out.
"Miss Shans," Roberts said as he recognized her, "I don't think that your presence is needed this time."
Mia finished snapping the armor on as she walked into the room, the helmet crooked in the bend of her arm.
"I think that you will need someone on the surface who knows the people, Commander. And I do not think that anyone else on board fits that description and knows how to operate your firm suits."
Roberts scowled but had to acknowledge the point.
"I don't suppose you've had any weapons training."
Mia's face darkened.
"I have had some with our own lasers, and Commander Michael showed me the basics of your own rifles."
Brinks and Savoy looked at each other, a concerned look passing between them. Neither liked the idea of having an armed civilian at their backs. Roberts would have agreed with them had they said anything, but he also knew that Mia brought other things to the mission. He looked at her and spoke again.
"And you're probably not OILO qualified either."
Mia raised her eyebrows.
"OILO?"
"The shuttle is launched, Captain." Weston nodded, otherwise ignoring the update, and snapped another order. "Direct a new barrage at the enemy capital ship. Bracket it while the shuttle makes its approach." "Aye, sir." The weaponry officer tapped the commands into the keypad, and the low whine of charging capacitors was heard as the laser array charged for the next volley. A moment later, the laser array flared briefly with the incidental illumination of its pulsed energy release, just as the Odyssey engaged the enemy ship and its fighter complement with its smaller cannons, rockets, and laser systems. The Drossen vessel rocked under the multiple impacts, saving itself from serious damage by reversing engines and slipping back past the dispersion range of the Odyssey's weapons. As it did so, Lieutenant Samuel slipped her shuttle through the opening the Odyssey had prepared for her and rocketed for the planet ahead. "The shuttle is broken through, Captain." Weston nodded. "ETA to pulse torpedo recharge?" 38 minutes, sir." Weston growled low in his throat, causing several bridge officers to pale and studiously examine their stations.
"Christ, Samuels!"
Brinks yelled as his armored body was slammed into the restraints for the 8th time in as many seconds.
"Cut me some slack back here. I'm not as fond of acceleration bruises as you pilots."
Samuels just grinned, showing her teeth as she favored the big man with a glance over her shoulder. Several other soldiers groaned at the sight and muttered amongst themselves. Samuels had been something of a legend in their circles, a truly insane pilot who did anything to get her squad into and out of the worst possible missions imaginable. The only thing worse than her smiling during a flight was when she showed her teeth. Samuels turned back to the controls, her eye flickering wistfully toward the distant flashes that marked the area of space where she knew the Archangels were fighting for their lives. A moment later, she hardened her eyes and turned back to the assault team. "We're picking up signs of fighting near the capital on the southern continent," the young pilot yelled back to where the fighting teams were preparing their equipment. "I'm moving into a geosync. Red light is off. We are at yellow now." Mia watched as the military people continued their work with cool precision, not bothering to respond to the announcement. The young pilot didn't seem to expect any answer either. She turned back to her piloting and focused her attention on the instrument displays in front of her. "Geosync?" Mia asked when she managed to get Savoy's attention. He responded over the radio link, still examining her equipment along with his own. "Geosynchronous orbit. She's getting us in position for insertion." "Ah," Mia responded, her tone making it quite clear that she had little idea of what he meant. Savoy didn't take the hint. He finished checking her suit and equipment, and then bent to his own equipment with cool professionalism. Mia let it drop. Lieutenant Savoy looked around at everyone, noting that some of the faces were still visible within their armored helmets. "Combat standards, people." Mia blinked at the odd words, glancing up just in time to see the clear faceplates of the armor soldiers around her suddenly shift and blacken until she was looking at a rank of faceless men in alien armor. "You too," Savoy said, turning to her. How?" Mia asked in confusion. "It's not difficult," he told her, opening his TACnet HUD as he did. Mia jumped as a bank of lights and diagrams lit up inside her helmet, following the sweep of her eyes. "Calm down," Savoy instructed her. "Watch the center of the screen. You see the highlighted square? It's red." Yes, I see it." "Eyeball the screen. Watch for movement." Mia did as he told her and watched as the square turned blue and another beside it turned red. "Third square over, the one with the picture of a shield." Shield?" Savoy sighed. "The blue thing with the white star. Highlight that square." "Oh, okay," she said when she had done it. "Say activate." Mia spoke hesitantly. "Activate?" To her, nothing seemed to change, except that the pictures grew smaller and lined the bottom of her screen. Similar to, though less sophisticated and versatile than, the camplate armor technology that protected the Odyssey and the Archangels, the personal armor used faceplates designed from a hardened transparent aluminum, originally created for the windscreens of military Hummer assault vehicles. Since then, the material had been improved several times with nanoscopic level upgrades, allowing it to change its molecular structure between a default clear mode and a laser-resistant opaque mode that required a constant power feed to maintain. The power trickle was minute, but its requirement kept soldiers from being totally blinded on the field if, for one reason or another, they found themselves without power. "Green in 60, the pilot announced. "Lockdown in 5. We've got enemy fighters inbound. Prepare for combat maneuvering." 5 seconds later, the hatch between the command deck and the troop section slid shut, sealing tightly. Mia jumped at the loud metallic clang that echoed even through her suit. Around her, the troops snapped to their feet, or as close to it as they could manage in 0G. "Snap in, boyos," Savoy yelled over the common TAC frequency. "I'm blowing the hatch." A soldier beside her grabbed a safety line from her belt and clipped her onto an overhead railing before doing the same to himself. "Hold on," he said, not unkindly. Mia nodded inside her suit, not realizing that even if the soldier had stopped to wait for confirmation, he wouldn't have been able to see her movement inside her helmet. She wrapped her hands tightly around a rail that ran along the wall. "Now what?" she wondered to herself as Savoy tapped a code into a panel. Suddenly, the hatch blew, exposing the interior of the shuttle to the hard vacuum of space. Mia felt the tug of the explosive decompression, trying to pull her armored form into the depths of space. She tightened her grip even more. "Are you people mad?" she demanded, in shock. A group of chuckles floated back across the TAC channels.
Mad? Nah, just crazy. Where worse, lady, we're Spec Ops. You know, I've been wondering the same thing ever since I signed up. Pretty smart chick to get us pegged so quick. All right, cut that out, Savoy ordered tersely. Playtime is now over. Savoy looped himself back toward where Mia was holding onto the wall, as if her life depended on it. You can relax now. Decompression is over and your suit's integrity is rated to several hours in hard vacuum. Mia glared at him from behind her mirrored visor, not realizing that he couldn't see it. Savoy chuckled, however. He had years of reading emotions through the way a soldier held herself in her suit. If you're pissed now, you're going to be ready to kill me when I tell you what comes next. Stefanos wheeled his fighter around in a 180-degree spin without killing his forward momentum, loosed a missile and 2 bursts from his cannon, and spun back. Behind him, the pursuing Drasen fighter stumbled directly into the Hellstorm barrage 33 seconds later, erupting into a ball of flame and expanding debris. Yeehaw! Brute yelled over the TACnet. Lovely shooting, boss man. Stefanos suppressed a smile, instead snapping an order into his mic. Cut the chit-chat, Brute, and watch your 6. Brute laughed over the net as he flipped his fighter in a graceful pirouette, his cannon blazing as he did. No problemo, boss man. These jokers react like computer drones. Stefanos had to admit that Brute had a point. The enemy fighters flew well, but predictably. We do this and they do that. They were either relying heavily on computer interfaces or discipline was extremely rigid among the enemy flyers. Either way, the Archangels had marked advantage over their flying foes in this fight. He set his features as he considered it. All right, Angels, here's what we're going to do. Chapter 20. No! Mia declared firmly. I will not! Major Brinks exchanged a snide look with Lieutenant Savoy. You're the one who wanted to come along planetside. This is the only way that's going to happen. This is insane! She tried reasoning with him, or so it seemed to her mind. Objectively, she sounded very much like she was panicking, but Savoy was polite enough not to say so. Savoy shrugged. Welcome to the military. You think any organization with a quarter ounce of sanity would use the motto, it's not a job, it's an adventure? But, Mia stammered. Look, Brinks began as reassuringly as possible. I'll be with you all the way down. You're going to be perfectly safe, at least until we hit dirt. Mia's armored form shifted back from Savoy, and Brinks could read shock in her stance. Until? He shrugged again, an awkward motion in armor. War is a funny thing. It doesn't allow any guarantees. Mia finally acquiesced. Very well. What do I have to do? Whatever you're going to do, you'd better do it quick, Samuel snarled over the intercom. We've got 3 more bogeys joining this here party, and they look mighty pissed. Savoy pulled Mia around, standing her in front of Brinks so he could clip her armor to the Major's with the built-in security clips. Then he floated the 2 of them toward the back of the shuttle, actually bouncing off the wall as Jennifer Samuel slammed the stick hard to avoid a burst of fire. Green light! Samuel shouted over the intercom. We're lined up! You've got a 30-second window! Go, go, go! I'm not ready! Mia screamed as she was pushed toward the open airlock. Too late! Savoy grinned and threw them both out of the orbiting shuttlecraft. He watched for 10 seconds as the boss and the space lady floated clear. How many troops could say that they had just tossed their commanding officer out of an airlock and expected to get away with it? Some days, I love my job. Savoy grinned, checking the shuttle's approach velocity and the telltale green light. All the numbers checked, and he had another 5 seconds on his window, so he grabbed the bulkhead and threw himself after his boss. Jumping from orbit bears few similarities to skydiving in the classic sense. The first few moments are more akin to swimming or the types of dreams where you try to move, but can never seem to budge. After that, however, the sudden acceleration as your orbit decays is, without a doubt, frightening. Your stomach feels like it's being driven into your spine, and you pity the poor person who made the mistake of eating before his first jump.
Mia, fortunately, hadn't been hungry during the preparations for entry into the system, and only had to worry about the spinning planet that loomed ever closer beneath her. Tossing her cookies into a sealed helmet was asking for trouble, particularly when the next time you'd be able to remove said helmet was 60 vertical miles straight down. Brinks's tight grip kept her from struggling much as the planet's gravity pulled them down, but it left him little time to properly guide their descent. "Miss Chance!" Major Brinks yelled over the tactical sub-channel. "Please stop struggling! I have to give this my entire attention!" Her struggles instantly died down, the young woman going limp in her suit as the fear of what might happen overrode the fear of what was happening. The Major thanked whatever god watched over lunatics as he examined the HUD system overlaid over his visor. He could see the landing zone, LZ, lit up in green with colored concentric circles surrounding it. Yellow for a close drop, orange for a long walk. Red indicated a distance that would prevent him from being a factor in the coming battle, and was a position to be avoided, since his team would be relying on every combat hand they could get. He was fairly confident that he could hit the inner green dot. The gravity of the planet had quickly caught them in an irrevocable tug as Brinks adjusted his trajectory with slight puffs from the Manned Maneuvering Unit, or MMU system, he had attached to his backpack. An observer on the planet's surface would have had a very interesting sight on that chilly pre-dawn morning. Earlier, great glowing orbs had sliced through the cold atmosphere, heating up the Earth where they passed close on their approach to the great city. An attentive observer would have been able to hear the explosions and screams that marked the passage of those first orbs of blazing light. But now there were new players in the pre-dawn sky. 21 separate points of light appeared, moving against the dimming starscape, organized into 7 groups of 3. Lights that quickly brightened to a nova-like intensity as they plummeted to Earth. Friction and heat buildup bleeding off of them in a trail of flame that stretched to the heavens. The ablative outer 3 layers of their armored suits bled off first, leaving fiery trails of light behind each of the soldiers as they drifted together. When that was gone, the inner armor began to heat up and glow as the heat friction continued to build, but the material held, and the heat merely fed the thermocouples that shunted the extra juice to the suit's capacitors. As the old Earth saying and new Earth motto went, "Waste not, want not." In the Mons Systema Command and Control Center, the local activity had jumped up 100-fold as men and women rushed around, tracking the incoming objects and trying to rally support to their landing zones. "There's a Drossen lander coming in over the city center. Satellite defense is ineffective. Admiral, the unidentified ship has launched a shuttle." Tanner spun in his chair, glaring at the last speaker. "Where?" "Entering polar orbit now, sir," the bewildered tech said, looking up. 4 of the landers have been destroyed, along with their fighter complements. "Congratulate the gunners." "It wasn't us," the tech said, shaking his head. Tanner growled as he turned back to the threat board. "Who are these people?" At 20,000 feet, Brinks's visor finally lightened as the unearthly glow of superheated metal and composite material faded to a tolerable dull orange. He could see the spinning horizon and began shifting his weight and Mia's to guide the airflow around them and shift their fall in the desired direction. When he hit 5,000 feet, he triggered his chute. The chute wasn't a haphazard mass of rope and silk, nor even a carefully designed airfoil. It was a small block of metal that drew on the suit's internal power and energized its core with the same anti-mass technology that gave the Archangel fighter craft their VTOL capabilities. The small pack separated from the armored suit, connected by 2 super-strong wire cables, leaving Brinks and Mia dangling under the floating pack. The other soldiers were in an OILO, orbital insertion low opening, operational stance, and waited until they'd slipped under 500 feet to trigger their own chutes. In teams of 3, their aborted falls became great sweeping glides that brought them in low over the population center and the alien orbital pods. Someone whistled over the intercom as the city below became clear enough for them to get a sense of scale. The towers were huge, dwarfing the largest built on Earth by a significant margin. But it was the 3 pyramids around which the city was built that really shook them up. Each was the size of a small city on its own, straddling a series of bays and rivers that intertwined the skyscrapers. As they swept in, the computers in their suits kept updating the size estimates, finally settling on numbers that put the pyramids alone over 3 kilometers across at the base, with potentially millions of people living within. Amazing as it was, however, the Major knew that none of them had time to be gawkers. "Teams, this is 1. Call by the numbers," Brinks ordered as he observed from his altitude. 1, 2, no contact. 1, 3, no contact. 1, 4, have a visual. Sector G10, firefight in a populated area. Civilians, hostiles. No local soldiers yet. Look like a couple cops, though. 4, 1, Brinks interrupted the soldiers. Cops? Affirm. 2 uniforms, cops or local militia. Resistance ineffective. 4, 1, render assistance. 3, provide backup for 4. Affirm. Affirm. 5 through 7, continue reporting. 1, 5, minor contact. Looks like a pod had a rough landing. No motion. 1, 6, no contact. 1, 7, contact. Major battle at I-9 and J1. Require assistance. Teams 2 and 6, render assistance to 7. 5, approach with caution. Remain in contact. An echoing of affirm came back over the net as the soldiers moved to their tasks. Stefanos cursed into his mouthpiece as he jinked his fighter hard about, barely avoiding some type of compressed energy burst fired from the Drossen fighter dogging him. "This bastard is better than the rest. Brute, give me a hand over here." Brute's voice came back over the TACnet almost instantly. "Rightio, boss man. Inbound on your 9 high." Stefanos looked sharply to his left and spotted the twin burn of Brute's fighter as it angled around toward him. "Roger, Brute. Rope-a-dope?" "You got it, boss man." Brute's voice came back. As the Drossen moved in for another burst at Stefanos, Brute blasted in from above with his guns blazing. The Drossen was fast and skipped to the left to avoid the shells. While his attention was diverted by Brute's attack, Stefanos flipped his plane around, killed his momentum with a long burn, and rocketed down the enemy fighter's throat. The Drossen was taken by surprise, angled his own thrust, and skipped just above the barrage of rounds that Stefanos sent his way. A second later, he was rocketing off at an angle from the fight and circling for another move. "Damn!" Stefanos cursed. "Is it just me or does anyone else notice something different about that bastard?" "Other than the fact that he's a competent pilot?" Brute answered. "Yeah, other than that." "Nope." Stefanos shook his head. "Something about this one is familiar." "Worry about it later, boss man. He's coming around for another pass." Stefanos checked, and sure enough, the fighter was coming in for another try. "Peel out, Brute. I'm gonna bird dog him." "Got it." As Brute's fighter peeled out of the area on full burn, Stefanos checked his displays and found what he was looking for. The Drossen was coming in tight on his 6 as he let out the throttle and showed the enemy a taste of what an Archangel was really capable of. Surrounded by towering buildings on all sides, Constable Tsari Reme depleted her small laser's charge into the thing that had just finished murdering no less than 3 of the people in her community. It wasn't a big community, actually, just a close-knit subsection of the capital. She had grown up here. Constable Tsari knew everyone here by their first names, and they all knew her. As the laser whined dry, she tried to swallow, but her mouth was too dry. Her throat worked continuously, without any real function, as the thing turned its gaze on her. Some movement to the creature's rear shook her attention, and her heart dropped. "Oh God," she thought in shock. "There are more of them." 5 more of them, to be precise. And they all turned on Tsari and her junior partner, a young man named Nathan. "Do you have a charge?" she yelled. He shook his head wordlessly, his worthless laser held limply in his hand. She growled, though not really at him. It wasn't his fault. The local constabulary wasn't supposed to be faced with this sort of thing. Hell, most of the time they gave directions to lost people from Central Systema, and the rest was spent on domestic calls. A ship crashing into their little community and disgorging 6 lumbering beasts with a taste for carnage wasn't in the handbook. The things were huge, almost 4 times her height at the shoulders, and they moved with a purpose. Their purpose was destruction, and they were good at it. Sari winced as another storefront was trashed by a casual backhanded swing from an armored fist. She wasn't sure what to do. But, by the Maker, this is my community and I'm going to do something. Nathan stared goggle-eyed as his normally sane and well-adjusted superior strode out into the middle of the street and pointed her empty weapon at the creatures. I don't know who you are or what you are, but I want you out of my neighborhood. Corporal Sam Deacon shook his head as the computer relayed the translation to his ear. Brave lady, that one. Stupid as hell, but brave. Beside him, his 2 squad mates nodded their heads. You got that right, Sam. They watched from their perch on a building they'd used as a landing pad, while the creatures actually paused mid-destruction and stared at the constable with a degree of confusion that was actually laughable. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, and the team could see them aiming their weapons at the lady cop. Move! Deacon ordered as he kicked off the building and launched himself into the fray. Behind him, the 2 men didn't bother to reply. They just followed his example and jumped from their perch into the middle of the battle on the street below. Sari entertained a brief fantasy that they were actually listening when the things looked at her, then each other. When they lifted their weapons toward her, she tried in vain to swallow and consigned her soul to the afterlife. She certainly didn't expect what happened next. A sudden impact, a few feet to her left, jerked her attention to the side, just in time to see a blur of motion rebound off the ground and fly into her. She cried out in shock and heard the aliens' weapons open fire at the same moment, charring the place she had been standing to a cinder. She hit the ground with a heavy weight pressing down on her. Stay here, lady, the weight ordered as it got off her, slinging an odd-looking rifle from its shoulder and aiming it back down the street. Who are you? She asked. Military. They must have arrived, finally. No time. He triggered his weapon, causing her to flinch back in horror as it let out a whining roar and a flash of firelight. What kind of weapon is that? She couldn't place it. Certainly it wasn't on the police standard issue books, or even any of the military books that she knew of. Sari shook her head and tried to make sense of the strange figure in armor that was kneeling over her and firing an imposing weapon back at the things that had trashed her community. That last thought was enough for her. If this guy was shooting at those things, he was a friend. Hey, you got a charge pack for a Melosan laser? She saw the figure twist to look at her and swore it looked somehow confused. Sorry, lady, got nothing like that. She let out a curse under her breath, an atrocious habit, but one she'd picked up a long time ago and had never been able to break. To her surprise, the armor turned around to look at her again, and when it spoke, the voice was laughing. Here. It handed her a small hand weapon that was over 4 times the weight of her laser. There's no safety. Point and pull the small lever. Deacon grinned under his helmet. He'd been hanging around these people for days on the Odyssey, and they never cursed. It irritated him to no end how reasonable they always seemed to be. Nobody was that calm. Nobody. So when the translator actually whispered a few choice invectives in his ear, he did something that he never thought he'd do. He handed her his sidearm. Then he returned his full focus to the creatures. The Drossen ship had landed in what looked to be a peaceful suburb. They were ugly, that much was certain. Their armored forms were covered in something slick and slimy that gave the gigantic things a decidedly sinister air. They had a vaguely insectoid appearance, just like the long-range scans indicated, but he'd seen that before. Any exoskeletal armor tends to take on insect-like features when it's taken far enough. God simply got things right when he made those things. Sam Deacon leveled the big rifle on the thing again and opened fire. Across the street, he could see and hear the rifles of his 2 comrades joining in. The Drossen soldier drones were enjoying this run as much as they enjoyed anything. This group hadn't had a lot of chances to see action so far in the war, and it was only in the fighting that they found meaning. The 6 members of the clutch walked through the area like they owned it. Local police were unable to mount an effective defense, and if the military's ground troops were anything like their navy, it was going to be a pretty easy job. The leader stopped when he saw a lone female human march out and demand that he leave her community. Laughter bounced back and forth between his clutch until he finally got himself under control and lifted his weapon toward the brave fool. As he was about to fire, a blurring motion swept her from his sights, faster than he was able to track effectively as he fired on reflex. The particle beam erupted from his forward mandible, ripping up the stonework street but utterly missing its target. He quickly summoned 2 others. Taking chances wasn't part of his makeup, and the 3 of them approached the building that the motion had vanished behind. When they were within only a short distance, a mottled black and gray figure appeared from behind the building and hefted a weapon. Expecting no problems, despite the previous miss, the soldier took his time aiming. To date, the ground weapons on this world were laughably ineffective. The roar of sound and light staggered him, and he fell back in surprise and shock, a burning pain erupting through his body. As if from a distance, he could hear the others calling for him, but it was too dark to find them, and soon their voices were lost in the blackness as well. With the immense acceleration that an archangel was capable of, it took Stefanos only moments to find what he was looking for and reach it. He was mildly surprised when he realized that the Drossen was still on his tail, but berated himself for assuming that he'd lose them that easily. He'd have to do better now that he had located one of the Trojan points of the system, and he'd use the asteroids in the area to make certain of it. It was difficult to remember that the technological edge he was used to having in previous conflict wasn't certain out there. The fact that the technologies they had encountered were so wildly different than Earth's made it even harder to understand, or even make an accurate guess. He jinked the fighter under a tumbling mountain, firing his retro thrusters as he passed it, cutting forward motion to almost a standstill in an instant, and climbing vertically in relation to his fighter to hide behind the asteroid. The CM field that surrounded his fighter allowed for such insane maneuvers, and it was one advantage that he seemed to hold over the enemy pilot. The Drossen fighter ripped past, decelerating wildly as it spun around to aim at him, but Steph had precious seconds in which he could react first. He loosed 3 rockets, haloing the target in his helmet HUD long enough for each of the fire-and-forget munitions to accelerate away from his plane. Then he keyed the vertical thrusters again and dropped under the mountain, rotating back the way he'd come, and fired his main reactors. Behind Stefanos' fighter, the alien craft shook under its own heavy power as it decelerated toward the retreating target. Its sensors reached out ahead and detected the munitions that were hurtling through space toward it, and it briefly contemplated its options. After a split second, it locked the rockets up and opened fire. The Archangel's standard munitions were powered by the same technology as the fighters themselves, and were, in many ways, even more effective, since the mass involved was considerably less. As the rocket left the CM field that surrounded the fighter, it lurched into what could be described as real space, its acceleration limited enormously by the laws of physics as they applied to normal dimensional space. It took only tenths of a second for the rocket's own CM fields to power up, reducing the appreciable mass of the munitions to a number that infinitely approached 0. When that happened, it accelerated on its predetermined course like a laser beam. In those tenths of a second, however, the alien fighter had already fired its lasers and destroyed the 3 weapons, leaving nothing but a cone of rapidly dispersing fragments in their place. "Damn!" Stefanos swore as his munitions blinked off the HUD, well short of their target. "This guy's no joke." He risked an instinctive glance over his shoulder, but there was nothing to see, of course. The black of space prevented him from seeing much of anything at any reasonable range, and the fighter he was tangling with wasn't at what he would call a reasonable range. Turning his focus back to the HUD, Steph checked the range and noted that the Drossen was once more closing the gap and coming up on his 6, hard. Steph snarled, hitting his retro rockets and flipping the Archangel end for end. 2 missiles left, he thought, checking the munitions stores from the corner of his eye as he armed the remaining Havoc missiles and haloed the incoming fighter. Whatever else this guy was, Stefanos had to grant him a certain grudging respect. The enemy flyer was a real pilot, unlike most of the drones they were dealing with. Stefanos blinked, a thought coming up to him from the past. It clicked in, and the light came on. "Drones," he said suddenly into an open comm channel. "Pardon me, boss?" Racer asked a moment later as the time lag kicked in. "They're drones, just freaking drones," he snapped. "There's only one real pilot out here. He's directing the rest." Another pause as the time lag filtered through. Steph didn't wait. He armed his seeker countermeasures as the countdown clock ticked down on his meeting with the only Drossin flyer he'd yet seen that was worth his time as a pilot. "You sure, boss man?" This time it was Brute, sounding genuinely disbelieving. Steph didn't blame him. No one used drones for combat duty. It was stupid, it was wasteful, and it gave the enemy a decided advantage. The U.S. Air Force, back when it still existed as a discrete military organization, had a plan once upon a time. They used some old airframes from the venerable F-16 platform, rebuilt them with the latest in technology, gave them combat programs, and placed a wing of them under the command of a single pilot. The result was a clusterfuck of near-epic proportions. While marginally successful in simulations, the real-world effect of the birds was decidedly poor. In spite of having higher acceleration rates and tighter maneuvering than any manned vehicle, the drone birds were consistently shot out of the sky by vastly inferior planes. Simply put, they were predictable in a way that humans never were. Just like the fighters Stefanos was looking at now, all except one of them, that is. "Yeah," Steph said dryly as he keyed up all his countermeasures and programmed a macro with a few flicks of his eyelids and motions of his fingers. "I'm sure." "Angel lead," he almost whispered as the Drossin fighter closed to within extreme targeting range. "Fox 2. Stefanos' fingers snapped the firing stud shut, and the recessed missile rack dropped its final 2 birds from the limited space within the Archangel fighter, and his last 2 Havoc missiles screamed silently away. On the ground, amidst the towering city around him, Deacon hissed in victory as the soldier drone went down, its legs shattered in a dozen places by the burst from the squad's MX-112 rifles. They didn't pause to evaluate it. Corporal Deacon merely took a step forward and put another burst into the drone's center mass, while the other 2 fired as they moved, targeting the other enemy units. Deacon held the rifle high as he stepped in, eyeing the downed target briefly, then hit it again when it twitched. "Stop moving and die, you dumb bastard," he muttered, glancing over for the others in his squad. A short distance away, the 2 troopers who he had with him caught one of the other drones in a blistering crossfire, the MX-112 auto rifles spitting fire as they dropped the drone hard. At close range, the MX-112 rifle wasn't at its most effective, but he was glad to see that it was enough. He froze when his armor's HUD threw up a warning light from his 8 o'clock, and he instantly threw himself hard to his left as a sizzling stream of energy fried the rubble behind him to a crackling sludge. Deacon hit the ground rolling, noting somewhere in his peripheral mind that the local cop had thrown herself to one side as well and came up firing. This time the target was about 50 meters away, just outside the point-blank range for the MX-112. The magnetic accelerator spit out the first of a 10-round burst, its muzzle velocity over 3,000 meters per second. The round cracked the sound barrier instantly, punctuating the whine of the rifle with a snap of a sonic boom, and crossed the 50-meter gap on momentum alone. Then, just before slamming into its target, the round ignited a second-stage booster and began to accelerate again. The overall effect at 50 meters wasn't much more effective than a ballistic round, but the ignited mini-rocket slammed into the drone with enough force to shatter its armor and penetrate through to its interior before the onboard explosives detonated. The remaining 10 rounds struck less than a second later. As the drone dropped, a hissing and smoking fluid pouring out of its cracked shell, Deacon straightened up, slowly turning with his rifle ready as he surveyed the immediate area.
Area clear.
We lost track of the groups when they slipped into the city proper, sir. In the darkened room of the command center, Admiral Tanner turned on his heel, his eyes glancing up to the threat board as he addressed the technician.
Trajectories?
Analyzed. The technician handed him a crystal data plaque. The Admiral glowered down at the information, noting that the landing locations for the Drossen matched up with the projected approach of the group that had fallen from the unidentified ship's shuttle.
Fine. Get me an observer on the ground in each of the reported hotspots, Tanner growled, slapping the plaque back into the tech's chest. I want a pair of eyes on the enemy and 5 pairs on the objects that dropped from the unidentified shuttle.
Yes, sir. Teams 2, 6, and 7 stood perched on the top of one of the scrapers of the immense population center and looked down at the scene below them. It was awesome, in a bizarre sort of way. The Drossen drones had landed on the rooftops and found that they had more than enough space to set up operations where they were. This made sense, given that each rooftop was larger than a football field. So they'd actually appropriated 3 of the huge sprawling buildings, and much to the annoyance or downright fear of the local military, they'd apparently decided to get ready and work their way down through the buildings. The resulting firefight sprawled across the 3 buildings and through the intervening spaces, while what the Terran teams took to be military vehicles engaged the drones as they hopped from place to place with apparent impunity. The flashes of laser light and the odd sizzling sound of the invaders' energy weapons were easily seen and heard by the 9 members of the NACS Odyssey Special Operations teams. Lieutenant Sean Beaumont looked down at the scene from where he was kneeling by the edge of the rooftop. The combined computer network had tallied all the tangos, and the numbers weren't looking good.
I read at least 50 of them, Corporal Givens said from behind him.
Sean didn't bother to remind the corporal that they had a shared data network, and whatever the corporal saw was what they all saw. It wouldn't change the numbers, nor would it make the defenders' actions any more effective. Whatever the drones were packing in the way of armor, it was clearly effective against laser weapons. Sean looked away from the battle zone, looking around the garden of skyscrapers. Finally, he tagged 3 buildings with his HUD, knowing that the tags would be transferred to the others. Rogers, you and Givens take the building to our right. Establish a presence and prepare to snipe at the enemy. Adams, Benoit, the middle. Jenkins, Carter, take the left, Beaumont said. Sams and Curtis, you're with me. A quick chorus of acknowledgement was heard, and Sean nodded once. Move out. The 6 men he'd assigned to sniper duty nodded once, then turned and took a running leap from the building, their assisted muscles driving them straight up over 40 meters and out into the dizzying heights with deceptive ease. Gunnery Sergeant Rogers and Corporal Givens landed easily on their assigned rooftop, legs flexing as the nanofibers in their armor absorbed the impact of the 300-meter pack-assisted jump, and hastily got to work. Rogers was a Marine Force recon sniper specialist from way back and had been a career soldier all his adult life. He dropped to one knee as Givens lay out prone near the edge of the roof. His rifle was the long variant of the MX-112, given to all the branches of the NAC military and its allies, and he'd spent many long hours learning every nuance of his particular rifle. He casually flipped down the bipod and then flipped up the 2 reticule lenses of the rifle's integrated long-range sight. Only then did he lie out beside his spotter and turn his HUD over to accept the targeting information that Givens had been gathering while he prepared.
What have we got?
3 tangos pinning down survivors from a crash. Looks like some military, but they aren't doing all that well against the tangos, Sarge, Givens said, lighting up the HUD icons. Rogers grunted, noting the display and checking the scene.
Looks like they got 1,
he said, noting a downed tango.
Sure did, Sarge, but I think they hit it when they crashed the whatever the hell that thing is, Givens replied. Probably,
Rogers grunted, lining up his first target. The tango he'd chosen was making a real ass of itself, chewing through the cover that the survivors had fled to. In short order, it would probably open up the path. Then those people would die.
Maybe in your next life, asshole.
Rogers thought to himself as the reticule in his sights flashed red and he squeezed the trigger with the same cool, calm deliberation as he used on the range. The long rifle bucked once against his shoulder, and it spat its heavy round out with the combined whine of its electronics and crack of the sonic boom. The round left the barrel at 3,000 meters per second, tearing through the atmosphere like the proverbial bat out of hell. 50 meters from the rifle, the onboard rocket booster kicked in, and it quickly accelerated on target as a set of fins snapped out, stabilizing the round in flight. It roared into the Drasen drone at over 20,000 meters per second and still accelerating, the kinetic impact holing the hard shell of the drone just before its payload went off. The Drasen stopped mid-motion, staggered to one side, and collapsed. But by then, Rogers had already picked his next target and fired. Sean Beaumont glanced back at the two soldiers he'd selected for his team. Russell Sams and Jamie Curtis were both drawn from the old U.S. Army Rangers Corps, while Sean himself was a former member of Joint Task Force 2 from back before the Confederation. "All right, we drew shit duty," Sean told the other two with a wry smile that they could hear, even if they couldn't see. "We're going to get in close while the other groups cover us and make contact with the locals." "What for?" Jamie asked, sounding disgusted. "It doesn't look like they're doing much good for themselves." "That's what for," Sean snapped. "We're going to pull them out if we have to. Then we'll hit these bastards with thermobarics if all else fails." "On top of a skyscraper?" Russell objected. "No offense, Sean, but are you nuts?" Jamie snickered, but Sean just rolled his eyes. "Have you checked this thing out?" He tapped his armored boot on the rooftop. "It's like obsidian or something." Sean shook his head. "A thermobaric pressure wave won't do fuck to all of this. But I'll bet it knocks those bastards off their feet." "If it doesn't, I want to go home," Russell whined. "All right, let's do this." "Hang on a second," Jamie muttered. "Are you sure? I don't want to start collapsing the entire city here." "Trust me, Curtis," Sean said calmly. "Me and Savoy are already running the numbers, but it's looking like this city could take a multi-megaton nuke and come out in decent shape." The slim trooper shook her head. "It's the boss's call." "Yep, so don't worry about it," Beaumont said, looking around. "All right, we've got to get moving. Ready?" "Ready! On the bounce." Sean grinned, using an old phrase long embraced by troopers in powered armor, though no one really seemed to remember why. A few people insisted it had to do with some old sci-fi novel. Sean doubted it, but he'd seen stupider reasons for traditions. For whatever reason, it fitted the situation as the three soldiers judged their position and then leapt from the rooftop toward the carefully marked landing zones on their HUDs. Chapter 21. Commander Roberts swung himself over the threshold, in the null gravity of the auxiliary bridge, letting his momentum propel him. Compared to the main bridge, this room was at least twice the size and just as well equipped, mostly because it was the primary control center of the Odyssey in the original plans. When the artificial gravity generators fell by the wayside due to their enormous power requirements, the bridge moved to the second cylindrical habitat, and this room had been turned into its backup. "Commander," a lieutenant didn't bother to come to attention or even salute as he approached, entirely for practical purposes, since standing at attention in 0G was about as effective as equipping firefighters with flamethrowers. Instead, the young man reached up as Roberts sailed past and hooked his hand, swinging the commander down into the command chair. "Much obliged, Lieutenant," Roberts said calmly as he looked around. The bridge was built into the top of the Odyssey's control tower, which was more egotism than anything else, but provided a magnificent view on three sides through the transparent armor around them. However, in battle, having transparent sections in your wall was contraindicated, if you were into making understatements. "Take us to battle stations, Lieutenant," Roberts commanded, "and bring us completely online." "Aye, sir," the lieutenant replied, tapping in a command code. "Sealing the bridge now." The incredible view offered by the transparent battle steel vanished as the armor shifted to block all wavelengths. Activating screens. Rolls of transparent plastic slid down from the recessed ports in the ceiling, the thin film covering the walls with a milky coating for a moment before they flickered, and the external view once again returned in an ultra-high-definition display filtered through the computers and overlain with an electronic HUD. Roberts finished clipping in his restraints just as the ship rumbled, the screens lighting up with the red-on-red of a direct fire warning. Status! The main bridge of the Odyssey shuddered and rolled as the crew gripped tightly to their seats and consoles. Damage reports coming in! Ensign Lamont yelled over the screeching of tearing metal that could be heard right through to their teeth. Weston grabbed for the console and slid it over as he punched up the damage control code, bringing the reports up on his own screens. Not good. We're venting atmosphere from the forward weapons stations. He ground his teeth. Get damage control crews down there. Aye, Captain, Lamont said, her hands already keying into the emergency channel as she spoke quickly and calmly over the emergency frequencies. Incoming, Waters yelled. Take us up, all power to vertical thrusters, Weston ordered, leaning forward in the command chair. Pitch us forward. Bring the primary array and the forward HVM banks to bear. Aye, Captain. The NACS Odyssey clawed for vertical altitude relative to its opponent, climbing above the lethal beam that scorched vacuum just shy of their position. As they did so, Ensign Waters stood on the proverbial stick as he pitched the nose down while the ship climbed. Slowly, the Odyssey's forward laser array came back into targeting range of the enemy, just as her forward hypervelocity missile, HVM, banks slid open. As it climbed and twisted in space, the cutting beam of the Drossen laser followed suit, tracking its wayward target through space. The forward bow of the Odyssey erupted as its laser array flashed to life, just as her HVM banks were flushed. The gleam of the charging banks cast an eerie glow on the plasma exhaust of the HVM launch, as both weapons tore out of the Odyssey and sought out their target. The Drossen laser scorched the lower keel of the Odyssey, vaporizing metal and venting atmosphere as it blew out her lower flight deck. Inside the Odyssey, the deck rocked as a 5-person team tried to make its way down the zero-G corridor in hard suits. Shit! Belay that chatter! Chief Petty Officer Corrin growled, her harsh voice echoing over the suit intercoms of each man. Move it, you pansies! The team kept moving, occasionally bouncing off the walls as the ship rocked around them, but finally got to their positions. We're here, Chief, the lead man said, glancing back from the sealed door. We've got hard vac on the other side. All right, Corrin muttered, slapping a sealing switch beside her and dropping the heavy lock door behind them. Break the seal and let's get to work. The man nodded, turning back to the door as the corridor pitched and rolled around him. On it, Chief. As the men moved quickly about their jobs, the information concerning the battle continued to feed from their suits and from computers all over the ship into the main bridge systems. Once there, the entire networked computing grid of the NACS Odyssey was sliced into bite-sized pieces, prioritized according to importance through a specialized computer algorithm, and then fed straight to the screens of Ensign Susan Lamont. We're bleeding air from the flight deck! Lamont snapped over her shoulder, her fingers already cutting off the deck from the rest of the ship as she called up a list of the personnel still on the lower decks. Send rescue teams, Weston barked. Daniels, did we hit anything? The Drossen cruiser pitched upward as it tracked its quarry, trying to keep a solid beam on the human ship as the vessel performed the most unexpected actions. As it reconnected the beam to its target, the controller had a moment of satisfaction before warning alarms went off through all its systems. That moment was its last. Hypervelocity missiles could accelerate to nearly 0.8 C in the few seconds they took to cross their normal effective range. The ones that launched from the Odyssey were targeted at an enemy ship within half that radius. Even so, they managed to accelerate to 0.63 C before impacting on the Drossen cruiser, delivering their kinetic payload on target less than 4 seconds after they had launched. By that time, the ship was already bubbling under the hellish heat of the Odyssey's primary laser array.
"We got him!"
Daniels yelled, throwing his arms up as the cruiser vanished from his screens. The bridge erupted into cheers, but Captain Weston didn't join in.
Lamont, damage control?
Ensign Lamont swallowed and nodded, turning back to her station as the brief exultation passed, and she began to coordinate the crews moving through the bowels of the ship.
"They did it, Admiral."
Admiral Tanner nodded dumbly as the central computer painted the death of the Drossen cruiser on the threat board in brilliant detail. Whomever that ship belonged to, it was a formidable force in and of itself. However, since it had entered orbit, they had tried contacting the crew on every frequency used by the colonies, to no avail. It either wasn't answering or it didn't hear them. In either case, it wasn't exactly comforting. Tanner had no quarrel with the captain of the vessel. Certainly, he had nothing but respect for the man's abilities, as well as those of the people under his command. However, neither did he have any liking for an unidentified ship holding high orbit over his world, especially not one that was capable of defeating a Drossen cruiser in a close-range exchange. Unfortunately, he found himself in a situation where he had little control and less choice over such things, for the moment. Tanner looked at the threat board for a moment and ducked his head to look at a different display. Soon. Very soon. A body floated past the crewman as he pulled open the hatch to the forward laser control room, limbs floating freely as the iced eyes stared sightlessly.
Oh, fuck!
The crewman fell back, gagging in his helmet as he tried to keep from vomiting, more from the shock than anything else. This time, Chief Petty Officer Corrin didn't say anything to reprimand him. She just moved forward and dragged the body out of the way.
"This is why pressure suits are required during alerts,"
she growled over the TACnet, turning the body over and shoving it unceremoniously into another room.
"And they don't do you any fucking good if you don't seal the helmet. Now find that fucking breach."
The men nodded, swimming forward, eyeing the debris path. Anything that hadn't been locked down had been torn up by the decompression, throwing papers and smaller items through the rushing air and right to the source of the breach. Of course, as it turned out, it wouldn't have been all that hard to find anyway. Crewman Jassink slid over to the 4-foot hole burned through the hull, passing his safety line back to his closest companion, then slid out into the black. He looked up along the front of the heavily armored bow of the Odyssey, then twisted and looked back down.
"Well, Chief?"
His voice came dryly back over the intercom.
"I don't think that we're going to be able to slap a quick patch on this and call it a day."
Corrin snorted and waved to the other two.
"Bring up the torch and start patching that up temporarily. I'll tell DC the bad news."
The Havoc missiles had just dropped from the internal pylons when Stefanos launched every countermeasure in his fighter's stock. Flares, dazzlers, EM screamers, and old-fashioned chaff erupted out from the fighter as the two missiles were briefly vulnerable to interception. This confused the Drossen sensors for a split second as the Havoc CM fields firmed up and their rocket motors kicked into full burn. Both missiles slammed into the fighter 2.5 seconds later, hitting like the hammer of God. As the fighter vanished in a cloud of expanding debris, Stefanos pivoted his fighter in place and slammed the throttle forward as he sought out the next furball. He was halfway there when his theory was proven beyond the shadow of a doubt. Two previously competent, though predictable pilots slammed into each other in the middle of a tight maneuver, their communication obviously cut by the loss of the flight leader. In a few moments, the remaining fighters were mopped up by the superior flying of the Archangels.
"Good call, boss man,"
Brute called over the TACnet as Stefanos slid into position between him and Racer.
"Thanks, Brute,"
Steph said, checking his HUD.
"Where's the big boy?"
Across the few meters that separated them, Stefanos could see Brute nod his head in the distance.
"Look like he wants to play with the cap, boss man."
"Damn it," Steph snarled.
"Roll call."
"Archangel Squadron reports that the enemy cruiser has slipped past them, Captain,"
Waters said grimly.
"Commander Michaels intends to intercept."
"Belay that," Weston told him, looking at the course projections. Tell him to take a least time return course. The Archangels can get here an hour ahead of them. We'll meet him together." "Aye, sir," Waters replied, keying into the channel. "Sir?" Lamont turned. "We don't have the lower flight deck at the moment, sir. Rescue crews are still pulling survivors out of there, and there's an 18-meter slash right up the trap." Weston grimaced. "The upper deck?" "Clear, sir, but it's meant for the SAR shuttles, and—" "I know what it's meant for, Ensign," he barked, turning back to Waters. "Tell the Angels that they'll have to come in softly. We don't have any traps for them." "Aye, Captain." "And tell Samuels to get her ass out there to pick up any survivors of the engagement," he said, pulling his console close again as he started tallying up what they'd lost against what the last ship in the system still had. "Aye, Captain." Major Brinks and Ethan Shans touched down on the roof of the tallest skyscraper the Major could find, and he immediately cut the lines and let his chute float up and away on its own. His HUD and suit computer collated the feeds from all the free chutes, using them much like the carnivore drones to provide real-time intel from the local hotspots. Unlike the carnivore drones, though, the chutes were neither particularly stealthy, nor were they nearly as good at gathering the intel as the drones. But they were what he had, and he had a lot of them. "If you can get a hold of anyone in charge," Brinks told Mia as he crouched by the lip of the roof and looked down over the battle scene about a kilometer away. "Do it now." With that, he turned his focus on the fight below. Lieutenant Sean Beaumont and his team landed, on the bounce, right in the middle of a firefight between 3 humans and one of the drones. The drone twitched in their direction, causing the 3 to scatter as its weapon drew a line of fire in the obsidian roof of the building, their own guns firing in return. Beaumont rolled under the cover that the locals were using and glanced in their direction as they stared back. For a people under attack, they weren't exactly as jumpy as he'd have expected. Though, frankly, they reminded him more of civilians than the military that he'd assumed they were from their weapons and uniforms. "Stay down," he ordered them, hoping that the translator wouldn't give him any problems. Then he popped up with the MX-112 leveled at the drone. The Drossen drone was firing at Curtis as the former ranger dove across the roof, the beam scorching her side. She fell and rolled to a stop some distance away as Russell and Beaumont both opened fire. They moved forward, weapons blazing as they did, and walked the fire right into the single drone in their sights with short bursts that ripped its carapace apart. As it tumbled, Beaumont waved Russell to Curtis's side, then turned back to the locals. Corporal Sams, formerly of the U.S. Army Rangers, crossed the distance between himself and his wounded teammate in a fraction of a second, sliding along the smoothly fused surface of the rooftop as he dropped to his knees beside the tough lady who had taken enemy fire. "Jamie," he muttered. "Come on, girl. You okay?" When there wasn't a response, he flicked his HUD over to the tactical menu and then called up her medical stats. The alien weapon had done one hell of a job along her side, either melting or maybe vaporizing away a large chunk of her armor and ravaging the flesh underneath. Russell had to rely on what her armor sensors were telling him, though, because the military armor had automatically sprayed hardening foam over the breach to plug the gap and apply a coagulant to the wound. Her heart was still beating, which was a relief, but she wasn't responding. "Got a problem, LT," he muttered as he linked into her suit pharmacy. "Curtis is out like a light. Heartbeat is strong. You want me to wake her?" Lieutenant Beaumont frowned, glancing over his shoulder for a brief moment. "Negative. Leave her as is for now. Recon and secure the area. I want to talk to the locals first. Then we'll see what to do about Jamie." "Whatever you say, LT." Russell nodded, rising to his feet, more than a little relieved. Her injury wasn't going to be pleasant, and waking her from it was going to hurt the tough lady. A lot. The suit wouldn't dispense painkillers or tranquilizers without either her or a corpsman's authorization either, so she was going to be in a lot of pain until she woke up enough to order a couple aspirin. He hefted his rifle and glanced around, deciding on a rectangular block that looked like it was probably an access door to the skyscraper. He easily hopped the 30-meter distance, landing on the block, and dropped almost instantly to his knees as the suit's sensors reached out and began identifying everything in range. Behind him, Vermont had turned back to the trio of local soldiers who had been pinned down by the drone. "You guys understand me?" he asked, eyeing them carefully. They should, from what he'd been told. The commander had told them all in the pre-mission brief that this was the Space Lady's homeworld, and her dialect should be the best handled of the translation programs they had so far, though his suit memory also held an extensive library from the refugees as well. One of the locals, a woman with a statuesque build and very hard eyes, nodded, her weapon not quite aimed in his direction. That was fair. After all, his rifle wasn't quite aimed at them. "Who are you?" she asked him. "Introductions will have to wait," Vermont told her flatly, his HUD already linked to the others in the Odyssey's assault force. "We've got at least another 20 of those drones inbound on our position, and frankly, I don't think we've got enough firepower to hold them off." She and her two male companions looked around in nervous fear, but Vermont just shrugged and held up a hand. "They're not here yet," he told her, knowing that the drones were currently distracted by sniper fire from all sides. With luck, they might have time to check out the corpse of the one that he and Russell had taken down. "What I need you to do is pack up your gear." He had to backpedal and correct himself when he could tell from the look on their faces that the translator obviously flubbed the word. Cursing wasn't something computer programs were generally much good at translating, as a rule. "'Cause when we move, we'll be moving fast." The woman blinked, then shook her head. "We can't jump like you." Vermont grinned, though they couldn't see it. "Don't worry about that, lady. We've got it covered." Mia Shans tore open the roof access panel by accident, completely misjudging the strength granted her by the armor, and tossed the panel away while blushing under her mirrored visor. She shook it off while moving down into the building. The suit she wore was well equipped for communications, but had nothing in its vast repertoire of comm channels, transceivers, amplifiers, and beam comms that would be picked up by the local defense forces. And those were precisely the people who she had to get in touch with, hopefully before some misunderstanding resulted in the local militias opening fire against the soldiers from the Odyssey. Chapter 22. A signal came in over the command channel as Brinks examined the rooftop battle in his HUD. 1, this is 5. He pushed the schematic aside for a moment, and a floating image of Lieutenant Vermont appeared. 5, this is 1, Major Brinks responded. "Go ahead." "We've got 3 locals, plus 1 injured for pickup. You have a couple packs to spare?" "1 moment," the Major said, tapping into the shoot control programs with a flick of his finger. "Have 2 inbound. ETA 45 seconds. I'm showing 5 drones approaching your immediate position. You'd better pull out." "Will do," Vermont said. "I just have one thing to do first." "Right," Brinks confirmed, trusting his man to know what he was doing. "Once you get those locals clear, I'm going to drop a TB on your location, so when I say bounce..." "We hit the sky," Vermont replied. Major Brinks frowned but didn't bother saying anything else. One of the problems that you encountered when dealing with special operations units, especially when what you had wasn't a Spec Ops team, but rather a select gathering of the best Spec Ops individuals, was the fact that they had a, perhaps justifiable, sense of superiority. And, of course, they were all insane. He himself excluded, of course. Lieutenant Aaron McKay listened to the radio chatter from the other teams, letting it run in the background as he and the 2 other soldiers with him moved over to the fallen drones. The streets were empty, but his suit sensors could read the occasional motion source flicker by a window, the people inside looking out at the destruction that had rained down on their neighborhood. The area was obviously a suburb of the city, and the buildings here were only 20 or so stories high, not the monstrous buggers that rose against the sky to his back. Corporal Deacon moved across the fire zone while McKay covered him and kneeled by the drone they'd taken out. Are you sure you should be doing that?" the local cop, or whatever she was, asked nervously. Corporal Deacon glanced back at the local policewoman, exchanged a glance with McKay, then shrugged in his armor, one of the grossly exaggerated motions that armored troops got used to doing. "Just having a look." Beside him, Sergeant Stewart knelt and reached down to run his finger through the creature's blood. He instantly yanked back with a curse and drove his hand into a pile of rubble to scrape the liquid off. "Motherfucker!" the sergeant cursed. "What is it, Sarge?" Deacon jerked around, his weapon coming up. "Fucking shit started eating away at my suit," Stewart growled, checking his finger. "Fuck!" Deacon's rifle dropped. "No shit? No shit!" "Whoa," the younger man said, his voice filled with a kind of awe. "These things actually got acid for blood? Cool." "Shut up," Stewart growled, using a tone that made Deacon take a step back. "It's not acid," Aaron muttered, checking the basic analysis his HUD provided. "It's some kind of superheated compound. It just ate off some of the ablative material that survived your jump, Sarge." "Oh," Deacon sighed, sounding disappointed. "Deacon, you need to get your candy ass out of the TV room once in a while and quit watching that sci-fi shit," Stewart told him in no uncertain terms. "That stuff will rot your brain, what's left of it." Deacon didn't have an audible reply, so McKay just rolled his eyes as he spoke up. "These things have molten rock or something for blood. Would you two mind saving the mutual bitch session for when we're back on the Odyssey?" "Molten rock?" Deacon sounded interested again, and he dropped down, checking out the corpse of the drone, flicking slowly through a series of computer-enhanced images on his armor HUD. "No way." Stewart and McKay waited patiently for him to explain what the hell he was talking about, but all the soldier did was let out a long, low whistle and repeat himself. "No fucking way." "Deke!" Stewart finally snapped. "Huh?" Deacon jerked around. "Yeah, Sarge? What the fuck are you jabbering about?" "What? Oh, sorry, Sarge." The soldier flicked his fingers a couple times and sent a download over to the others' suit HUDs. "I think they've got silicon-based chemistry, but whatever it is, it's got a real high tolerance to heat." He glanced back at the cooling body for a moment, then back at the other two. "Nasty little things for sure, but it might be good news for us." "How?" Stewart asked in a clipped tone. "Well, that thing there," he gestured to the dead drone, "has a current body temp that's over 180. I'm guessing that the living ones are hotter. So we can use the IR sensors in our suits to spot them easier, all right?" Stewart nodded. "All right, now that is what I like to hear, kid." "More than that," McKay added, thinking furiously, "our bullets can track heat. If these things are that much hotter than humans, we can activate the thermal guidance chips without worrying about hitting locals." "Bingo, LT." Deacon grinned under his darkened face shield. Standing on overwatch atop one of the tallest buildings, Brinks acknowledged the communication he'd just received. "I hear you," Major Brinks said as he mulled over the information. "Hold back on the IR until I get back to you." "Confirmed," McKay replied. Brinks frowned as he pondered the thought while quickly browsing the suit network, until he found the person he was looking for. "Lieutenant." "Sir?" Savoy's response was instantaneous, the whining crack of gunfire in the background. "Got a problem for you." "That's what we tech geeks like to hear, Major." Savoy smirked. "What's up?" "These things are running a body temp over 180, Brinks started to explain. "The thought that Corporal Deacon had was—" "Crank up the sensitivity in the rifles," Savoy interrupted, grimacing. "Shit." "What?" "Nothing, sir." Savoy shook his head, jostling the image. "I just should have thought of it first. Give me 2 minutes." Brinks signed off, leaving Savoy on the other side to mutter a mild curse for having missed something so obvious. He frowned, locating the team with the closest Drassen drones. "Vermont, I need you to do something for me before you move out," he said a moment later. Sean Vermont paused in his handling of the chute, cocking his head as Savoy told him what he needed. "Got you, Sav," he said after a moment, then switched his tactical frequency to the squad level. "Russell, we need an IR scan of one of those things while they're still kicking." A few meters away, Corporal Russell knelt on the roof of the apparent access building. "No problem. We've got 3 of the bastards jogging over here right now." "Great," Vermont muttered, yanking one of the guy wires from the chute and pulling one of the locals to his feet. "This isn't going to tickle." While the man looked at him oddly, Vermont looped the wire under his arms and around his torso. He clipped it to a loop built in just for that purpose. Vermont then grabbed the second man and repeated the process. 2 to evac, he signaled, then turned to see the next chute swoop in. The two men looked confused and scared out of their minds as the line was suddenly drawn taut and they were pulled off their feet. While the wire loop bit into their chests and underarms, they yelped in pain, but the remote-controlled chute didn't really care one way or another. It hung low, then dropped over the edge of the skyscraper, using the immense building itself as cover as Savoy guided the two to safer ground. "Wait here," Vermont told the third, the woman who had appeared to be in charge. "I'll be right back." Then he reached up and grabbed a hand grip on the bottom of the chute and kicked off the ground, skimming the rooftop over to where Curtis was still unconscious. "Beautiful," Savoy whispered as the suit's tactical network grabbed the information from over a kilometer away. He tossed the numbers over to a module he had developed for on-the-fly programming. From there, it was just an electronic hop, skip, and jump to recoding the computer, buried deep in the carbon fiber chassis of his rifle. The MX-112 assault weapons system was a throwback to an earlier time. In a lot of ways, it was a 20th century rifle masquerading in 22nd century clothes. When the rest of the militarized world was moving to lighter, higher velocity rounds, the USMC adopted the exact opposite stance. The MX-112 was big, nasty, and it put equally big and nasty holes into whatever it was fired at. It didn't jam. It fired underwater if someone was stupid enough to try it, and if the barrel was clogged with sand, the first bullet simply cleared it and greased the way for the rest. Put simply, the Marines of the day were in love, from grunts to officers and beyond. Despite this, however, the design mostly languished in obscurity until the outbreak of the war, since SWAT and anti-terrorist units had no use for a weapon that was going to perforate the target and then go on to do the same to any 5 others hiding behind it. When the Chinese attacked Japan at the start of the Bloc War, however, the Bloc soldiers were understandably perturbed to find that their opponents on the beaches carried rifles that were able to perforate light to medium armored vehicles and still retain enough energy to kill the soldiers inside. The fires of the war burned away a lot of lesser weapons, but the MX-112 emerged with a legendary reputation. A legend that had continued to grow over the decades as the rifle underwent revisions and evolutionary changes, until the latest product found its way into the hands of one Lieutenant Savoy, NACS Odyssey, on an alien world over 100 light-years from where the rifle was born. Savoy flipped open a programming window in his HUD, keeping one eye on his threat indicator while calling up the onboard computer built into the rifle. The electronics were entirely optional on the weapon, but when they were in use, they offered several degrees of sophistication over any mere conventional weapon. One of those degrees was what concerned Savoy at this moment in time. He tapped into the software that controlled the rudimentary seeker systems on the heavy-caliber bullets, and tapped a single digit into them. In about 33 seconds of programming, most of that time used just to find the appropriate line of code in the first place, he had altered the thermosensor sensitivity from 96 degrees Celsius to a toasty 196 degrees. Then he smiled and squirted the program change to every man in his unit. "Savoy to all teams, apply incoming program change and switch weapons to thermal guidance." Mia Shans, Ethan of the Colonial Fleet, found she was forced to pry open the lift doors within the immense construction's transport tubes. The maglev tubes were necessary for the transport needs of the pyramid's inhabitants. Mia knew from personal experience that a great many people within the immense habitats never left them and never wanted to. Each one was a city in its own right, and they were merely grouped this close together because of convenience. She made her way through the tube, still moving a little awkwardly in the armor, looking out for a debarkation point. She knew that, at this level in the pyramid, the local population would be sparse in spite of the marginally less room available at the apex of the huge tubular design. Those who lived in the apex habitat, that was suspended directly below the point of the pyramid, would be among the most influential families, and thus were able to secure the entire habitat for themselves. She wasn't looking forward to bursting in on them in the slightest. The debarkation point was fairly easy to locate, and she found herself wishing she'd been carrying one of the standard-issue lasers she normally had. The weapon they had provided her, grudgingly though it may have been, was almost certainly not suited to opening doors. Mia sighed and looked over the debarkation doors in annoyance. Finally, she reached forward and began to go to work prying them apart. Lieutenant McKay sent the coded pulse to his rifle computer, then flipped the weapon over to burst mode as he glanced around at his squad mates. "Come on, we'd better move out." He glanced along the lengthy street that led toward the 3 towering pyramids, which appeared to float eerily over the placid waters, supported by massive struts sunk into the ground below. "Afraid that might not be a great idea, sir." "What's up?" he asked, turning back. "Roving recon shows another squad of those suckers coming this way, Lieutenant," Sergeant Stewart told him, pointing off to one side. "Not sure what the hell is going on with them, but the chutes are having trouble locking them down." "Hey, no sweat." Deacon grinned under his helmet. "We took those bozos easy. We've got the guns and we've got the mobility." A screeching, hissing sound jerked all their heads straight up, just in time to see 3 of the Drossen drones clear one of the smaller buildings with a bound and come crashing down to street level. "You were saying, Corporal?" Sergeant Stewart growled as the 3 of them scattered, grabbing the local cop as they ran just ahead of the sizzling blast from the enemy weapons. "Sorry about this, Jamie," Vermont muttered as he hooked the wounded soldier's arm and unceremoniously flipped her over. Normally, he'd be worried about aggravating her injuries, but in this case, 2 things kept that from being a primary concern. First was the fact that the suit automatically held her immobile while unconscious for just this reason. Second was the fact that he could hear the rapid crack of the scramjet rounds fired from Russell's MX-112 as they went supersonic, which meant that they were about to have company. He yanked the wire down from the chute and slapped the clip onto the metal eye bolt, which was located just between the shoulder blades of Curtis's suit, and tapped an order into the chute's program. The CM-powered device lifted off the building, drawing him and Curtis up with it, then smoothly glided back to where the sole remaining local militiawoman was still taking cover. "All righty," Vermont said to her. "It's your turn now." "Who are you people?" she finally ventured, surprising Vermont. "We're here to help," he told her. "Now come on, arms up." She obeyed, her right fist still locked tightly around the handle of her weapon. Vermont clipped the line, then paused and glanced at the rifle-style weapon. "Hey, what does that thing fire?" "What?" He tapped the weapon. "This, what does it shoot?" She looked at it and shrugged. "It is a laser." "Laser, huh?" He plucked it out of her hand despite her attempt to hang on to it. "Hey!" "Relax, lady," he muttered, flipping the rifle over in his hands. "Let's see. Control panel, can't read that shit. Red light. That probably means it's hot. Let me guess, this must be the weapon hummed in his hand and a sharp crack and sizzling sound made him jump. He dropped the weapon in surprise while looking over at the section of wall he'd just melted down. "Whoa! Holy shit!" he whispered. "That's impressive." People screamed as Mia stepped through the mangled doors she'd bent and ripped open like paper. She really couldn't blame them. She knew firsthand how frightening it was to see a faceless figure, especially one that had just mangled a pair of security doors with its bare hands. Not that the doors were all that strong, she had to admit. Strong enough for civilian use, but certainly not constructed out of anything that resembled actual armor. And since they were inside, they weren't designed to withstand the elements either. Just ordinary, average people who weren't using strength-augmenting alien armor. Ironically, they'd probably have been less afraid if she'd used a laser to cut her way in. Mia Shans took a moment to examine the area and noted that there were several people with palm lasers pointing shakily at her. She slowly held up her hands and made it a point to not make any sudden moves. "I am Ethan Shans," she told them. "Colonial Navy." The palm laser stayed pointed at her, but the shaking subsided a little, so she breathed easier. Palm lasers were intended more for survival than anything else. They started fires, heated rocks, cut things, those sorts of utilities. However, they were powerful enough to injure a person, even fatally in extreme cases, and she had no desire to put the alien armor to a serious test. There was, of course, absolutely no reason for any of these people to actually own them, but Mia found that people in the cities tended to do strange things for no apparent reason. She doubted any of them had ever actually used the small devices. However, it didn't stop them from acquiring them. She wouldn't mind, really, if they would acquire a training course at the same time. Unfortunately, most people who wished to own such things really had no idea what they would do with them, should they actually acquire them. The people calmed a bit more, and Mia reached back and pulled the tabs that broke her suit's seal. She pulled the faceless helmet off and looked around.
I require a communications terminal.
They stared at her for a long moment before one of them finally stepped forward.
My rooms are through here.
Mia nodded, not realizing that her minute gesture was lost in the suit, and walked in the direction he was pointing. She had to duck a little to get through the door, but still managed to scrape the top of the helmet along the frame. The armor only gave her a small increase over her normal height, but it felt like she was towering over everything she encountered. The terminal was in a table in the center of the room, and she winced at the thud her hand made when she reached out to turn the system on.
Sorry,
she told the man who had followed her into his rooms, trying to ignore the rather large crack that had appeared in the terminal. Luckily, it didn't seem to affect operation, so she keyed her code into the military channels with extremely delicate precision, and soon found herself face to helm with a rather shocked-looking secretary.
This is Ethan Mia Shans, Colonial Navy. Identification code Senthe Aros Bonis Kirov Bonis Senthe.
She rattled off calmly.
I need to speak with the commander in charge of systems defense as soon as possible. I have information concerning the unidentified ship in orbit and the soldiers on the ground.
Fleet Admiral Tanner was still trying to scrounge up any available assets to step between the sole remaining Drossen cruiser and, if necessary, the alien ship that had taken to hunting the Drossen, for no discernible reasons. He'd left the command of the ground units in the hands of Commandant Nero Jahan, his alternate in the Colonial Army, but judging from the constant flow of contraband language flowing from the adjacent communications pit, Commandant Jahan wasn't having much more luck than he was. Tanner sighed, taking care to do so quietly, wiped his brow as he crossed the short distance to his pier, and laid a hand on the roughly built man's shoulder. Jahan was from one of the outer colonies, one that had so far only been populated for a few centuries, and had grown up in real wilderness, not in the carefully monitored and tamed preserves that still existed here on Rankiel. That was undoubtedly one of the reasons the man had chosen a military career in the first place, and certainly led him to his vocation in the ground forces. It also made him a little rougher than most people from the 5 colonies were willing to tolerate.
"Calmly, Nero,"
Tanner said as the mountain of a man half-jumped and spun on him. Tanner stood a full head and a half shorter than his army counterpart, but he didn't flinch as the big man turned, and it was the bigger man who backed down first.
"Apologies, Rael,"
Nero Jahan mumbled, shaking his head.
"No need,"
Tanner assured him.
"However, do check your language. It makes my naval personnel nervous."
The ogre of a man smiled ruefully, rubbing the back of his head in slight chagrin. The ultra-civilized culture that his diminutive friend came from was hard for him to work his way around easily, as he'd grown up in a community of less than 1 million people that had been spread over several hundred square kilometers of rugged forest and brushland. Here on Rankiel, with over 5 billion people living within only a few square kilometers, he had found that there were few people, indeed, who wanted to be around him. Rael Tanner had been one of those few.
"Apologies again,"
he said, glancing back over his shoulder.
"How's it going?"
Tanner asked, nodding in the direction of Jahan's staff. Jahan grunted, a sound that communicated more annoyance and disgust than all the illegal curses Tanner had ever heard.
"I've lost 3 brigades so far. Enemy losses are negligible."
Tanner frowned. It didn't make sense, damn it. The weapons they carried, the shipboard tools of destruction, were more powerful than some suns. One laser rifle could render a small mountain to molten slag in short order, its beam able to radiate focused energy that was on par with the surface of a small star. The shipboard weapons were even more powerful. The Drossen shouldn't be able to stand up to that. No one should be. "Have your people seen any of the objects that fell from that alien shuttle?" Tanner asked.
"Soldiers, not objects,"
Jahan corrected. Tanner hadn't heard that. He looked up sharply. "Oh?"
"Heavy armor, loud weapons,"
Jahan told him in that clipped way of his.
"Their weapons killed Drossen."
Tanner blinked. Well, at least something was killing Drossen. All he had to do was figure out who, what, and of course why. Then maybe he might be able to save his world. Tanner was about to reply when one of his aides came running up. "Admiral, sir, we have a call for you."
"I don't have time for,"
Tanner started to say. "It's from Ethan Shans, assigned to the Karlash." Tanner froze. He turned slowly, his eyes falling on the flushed aide.
"That is not possible."
"Her identification has been verified, sir."
"Show me."
The aide nodded, passing him a remote terminal. Tanner flipped it over, looking at the picture on it.
"That is not any ensign I've ever encountered."
His dry tone caused the aide to flush. "She claims to be wearing body armor, Admiral."
"Armor? May I see?"
Jahan asked. Tanner handed him the terminal without question.
"This is the armor those soldiers wear,"
the big man said after a moment's glance.
"I've been receiving reports on it from all over the city."
Tanner considered that thoughtfully.
"So what is she saying?"
"That she has information on the unknown ship and soldiers, Admiral," his aide replied. "She wants to be brought in."
"Do so. Send a detail. Make certain that she is alone and unarmed, then put her on a secure terminal," Tanner said finally. "I want to talk to this Ethan Shans."
"Yes, Admiral."
"Listen to me carefully, Lieutenant," Major Brinks growled. "I don't care if that laser can play the Star-Spangled Banner. I read over 30 of the damned ET spider things coming your way now, and I want you and the rest of your team out of there now."
Lieutenant Bermont didn't look happy over the order, but he acknowledged it.
"All right, I'm sending in 2 more chutes to pick you up," the major told him, waving off a reply. "I'd suggest you don't miss them."
"Yes, sir," Bermont said over the network. "Understood."
"You'd better,"
Brinks growled, wiping the channel clear with a finger flick and an eye blink. He was watching 2 full-fledged firefights and 1 cautious approach, while at the same time eavesdropping on Mia as she talked to her boss. Of the 4, he was firmly convinced that it was the conversation that would prove to be the most important, but he had an artillery barrage to direct.
"Sniper teams, prepare to direct a mortar barrage to Lieutenant Bermont's position," he ordered. "Thermobaric munitions are cleared for use."
"Russell!" Bermont yelled, though he didn't have to.
"Pack your shit, boy! We are leaving!"
Corporal Russell glanced back, nodded once, and emptied the rest of his clip into the approaching wave that was clambering up the slick, smooth sides of the pyramidal structure's tube-like pylons. There were more and more of them now, as if they were attracted to anything that could kill one of their numbers. Bermont wasn't sure if they had a tactical network of their own and were deployed to cover the hottest spots, or something else, but the net effect was the same. The soldier drones were converging on his and Russell's location, and with each one either of them took down, several more appeared out of the woodwork. So to speak, of course, seeing as how Bermont had yet to actually see any wood. He emptied his own clip, the heavy scramjet rounds blasting from the muzzle of his rifle, accelerated by the railgun to lethal speeds even before the scramjet engines ignited. He felt a warble through his suit as the weapon went dry. Then a flicker of motion from above caught his attention. He hit the clip ejector with a smooth motion, rising from his kneeling position as he saw Russell do the same. The fresh clip slapped into the rifle, even as he looked up to see the CM chute swoop down over his position. In a practiced maneuver, Bermont grabbed the chute's handle in his left hand as it flew past, letting the familiar sensation of giddy weightlessness pass over him as it enveloped him in its field. Then the building under him dropped away as he was pulled into the air. A few meters away, Russell was already airborne and whooping out some mad war cry as he sprayed fire back in the direction he had just come from. Vermont watched as the creatures converged on the top of the pyramid-shaped city, milling around in apparent confusion, as their intended targets were no longer waiting there for them. There were some half-hearted attempts to find them, he noted, but they didn't seem to be looking up. Vermont wondered how long that would last. Long enough, he hoped. "Mortar unit, hold fire," Major Brinks ordered, watching the scene on the top of the immense pyramid over a kilometer away. He could see the drone things still arriving, even as the ones already there milled around, as if lost. It was better than he'd hoped, and the former Marine major couldn't resist taking advantage of it. He flashed back to the information they had on these things, thinking about what they had done to the first planet the Odyssey had seen them on, how they had begun taking it apart, piece by piece, how they had apparently increased their population, doubling every 3 days. He knew that they had to be destroyed, not merely defeated. That wasn't enough. Every single one of them that had landed on this world had to be wiped out in detail, without exception. He didn't know how they bred, and thus couldn't take a chance that one of them might, just might, be able to replenish their numbers in only a few weeks. So, finally, as the arrival of new drones began to peter out, and he saw some of those already there start to look antsy about leaving, Major Brinks opened his mouth to give the order. Chapter 23. Archangel Lead slid into a controlled stop only a few meters from the rear bulkhead, its reverse jets flaring brightly as Stefanos stepped on them in order to kill his inertia. Without the dedicated fighter traps used on the lower deck, landing the Archangels on the Odyssey required a great deal more skill than normal. Even so, he stopped with a comfortable, though narrow, window and leaned his helmeted head back against the seat as one of the trundling loaders made its way out to him. The entire flight operations staff was scuttling over the deck in their hard suits, working feverishly through the vacuum of the flight deck, and he could see that the large equipment elevators were moving non-stop as they transported men and equipment to the lower deck. The fighter rocked, drawing Steph's attention as the loader backed into the blunt nose of his fighter and locked into place. Then, with the steady gait of the indefatigable machine, the fighter and its pilot were turned around and guided straight to one of the immense airlocks that transported shuttles to the repair bays above them. He had to wait for 3 other Archangels to make the run and watched as they were moved into place beside him. He was itching to be out of his cockpit now that he was back aboard the Odyssey, but forced himself to wait until the 4 fighters were in place and the airlock lift rumbled steadily upward. From that point, it was only minutes to when his fighter was locked down. His cockpit pressure equalized, and Stefanos popped the seal. He crawled out of the tightly fitted bolster seat and accepted a hand from one of the flight crew as they, in turn, crawled all over his plane with their tools and scanners. "How'd you do, sir?" one of them asked as Steph's feet clanged to the bare deck, boots locking him in place. "Chalk 5 more up, Ben," he said, half smiling at the man. "Yes, sir," the tech saluted him. Stefanos moved to the closest call terminal and keyed in a request to speak to the captain. Weston must have been waiting for the call, because in a few seconds he was looking back through the terminal screen. "Good to have you back, Steph." "Good to be aboard, Captain," Stefanos said tiredly. "How long have we got?" "That's the good news," Weston told him. "The mothership you took on has apparently decided that it doesn't want to tangle with the 2 of us just now. It's adjusted its orbit to scale outside ours, about 2.3 AU out. It's not going away, but it's not coming any closer." Steph let out a long sigh. "Thank God, sir. My team needs as much time as we can get." "See to them, and get some rest. We'll call you if we need you." "Aye, Captain." The pilot saluted, albeit somewhat sloppily, and smiled wearily as the picture flickered out. Stefanos half-turned, noting the 3 other pilots standing some distance behind him. "Grab a shower and hug your bunks," he ordered them. "We're standing down for now." They didn't cheer or even comment much, which was a testament to how tired they were now that the fight-or-flight adrenaline surge had started to leave them. Instead, the 3 pilots just trudged toward the lifts, and Stefanos turned back to the airlock as it started to rumble back down to the flight deck. Weston stood up, releasing the restraints that kept him secured to the command chair in case of extreme maneuvers or combat damage, and walked over to where Ensign Susan Lamont was talking steadily over her damage control channels. "How bad is it, Susan?" he asked, leaning over her shoulder and resting a hand on the console. "Could be worse, sir," she said, tapping in a command. "CPO Corin's got the patch underway in the forward weapons control rooms. Should be another hour or so, and we'll be ready to repressurize them." "Armor?" "4 more hours, sir," Lamont replied, glancing up. "We have a crew outside putting the slab into place, but we'll have to recall them if that ship heads back in." Weston nodded soberly. They certainly couldn't leave men out in the black. If it came down to combat maneuvers, it would be nothing short of a death sentence. "The flight deck?" "That's a bit trickier," Lamont told him, calling up a schematic. The picture on the screen showed an immense gash right up the center of the lower flight deck. The edges were melted down from the extreme heat they'd experienced, and the beam width was over 4 meters wide at its worst. "We didn't lose much there since the deck is almost never under pressure anyway," Lamont said calmly. "But the enemy beam sliced through the CM circuits that made up the fighter traps. They've got to be rewired before we repair the deck damage. It's going to be at least 20 hours, sir." "Fine. Good work, Susan." "Thank you, sir," she said, back straightening. Weston moved across the bridge to the tactical console. "Waters." "Sir," the kid said, looking up. "How did they get through our armor?" Waters shook his head. "I'm afraid they just overpowered it, sir. No tricks, nothing fancy. They just burned right through it." Weston winced. That was bad. The cam plate modifications were capable of reflecting away over 98% of the beam energy of any Class 1 laser. That meant that the beam power they were facing was such that less than 2% was enough to kill them. Weston didn't want to think of what would happen if they had to face more than one enemy vessel at once, or if one enemy got a lucky shot through one of the multitude of chinks in their armor where the cam plates didn't cover. "All right," was all he said out loud, though. "Analyze everything we've got on these things, and make sure that our labs are doing the same. And Waters?" "Yes, sir?" "Tell the eggheads that they're on a deadline here," Weston said. "I don't want answers 2 years from now. I want them now." "Aye, aye, Captain." "Fire Plan Romeo, mark," Brinks said as he watched the overview of the fight through his suit's HUD. "Romeo confirmed." The signal came back an instant later. "Engage," Brinks responded, his eyes watching the crowd of drones that had gathered at the top of the tubular pyramid that Bermont and his team had just pulled out of. "Engaging," the calm answer came back. From his position, it was anticlimactic, at least at first. The single word was spoken in confirmation, and a series of lights lit up as the sniper teams opened fire according to the Plan Romeo schedule. Their computer network controlled the exact timing, of course, and the fighting was far enough away that the launches were less than nothing to Brinks, even with suit enhancement, had he been inclined to watch for them. He hadn't been. Brinks watched the target zone instead, knowing that when the thermobaric rounds detonated, it would be climactic enough. Thermobaric weapons, sometimes also known as fuel-air explosives, were a known quantity in military technology for a long time before they entered into truly widespread service in the early 21st century, moving from weapons that had to be deployed by large aircraft to 40mm grenade versions placed solidly in the hands of individual soldiers. 5 separate shells were fired at Brinks' command. Fins and computer controls guided the little kamikazes along a carefully selected course. As they topped their arc and started to fall toward the Drasen drones, the shells spread out in a geometric pentagon that kept the enemy mass at its center. When they reached within 40 meters of the targets, the first stage explosion detonated. The shells ruptured, blowing out their payloads with a sudden massive force and sprayed aerosol chemicals over the entire region. As the area became laden with the harsh poisonous chemicals, the second stage ignition detonated. The resulting rumble was like a clap of thunder directly overhead and shook the air for over a kilometer. A firestorm raced through the air, jumping from molecule to molecule of the harsh chemicals, erupting in an orgy of destructive power that forced the air aside with effects best compared to a nuclear weapon. The overpressure wave erupted on all sides, casting out farther and farther as the chemicals ignited until it met the Drasen, and, by extension, the overpressure waves erupting from each of the other shells. "Identify yourself," Rael Tanner growled at the screen, looking straight at a face he didn't recognize, but which matched the computer files they had for one Ethan Mia Shans. The figure, clad in alien body armor, stiffened and saluted. "Ethan Mia Shans, Admiral." "Ethan Shans died when the Karlash went down with all hands," Tanner told her coldly. "I lost a good friend on that ship, and I'm not inclined to be flippant about his fate." The woman looking at him paled, her eyes widening, and her jaw locked momentarily. After a second, she got herself back under control. "Admiral, I survived the loss of the Karlash and was rescued by the starship Odyssey." "The ship in orbit?" Tanner asked, not willing to give up the chance to identify the ship in question. "Yes, Admiral," the supposed Ethan Shans replied. "Why don't you tell me who they are?" Tanner said coldly, "assuming that you are who you claim to be." "They are—" Mia's face twisted. "I believe them to be of the others, Admiral." Tanner heard a hissed intake of air, but ignored it. "Ethan, I don't believe in myths." Mia looked shocked but didn't cross him on the statement. Tanner ignored her look. "So what I'll presume you mean is that although they are not a colonial vessel, however, they are human." That's correct, Admiral." "What frequencies do they use?" Tanner asked. "I wish to speak with their captain." "They communicate on radio frequency, sir." Tanner grimaced. Radio. That was irritating. He wasn't even sure that they had anything that would transmit on so low a band. He glanced over his shoulder. "Find me a way to talk to these people." "What? But we—" The technician paled suddenly under a withering look. Yes, Admiral." Tanner turned back to Mia. "What else?" "Admiral, they have soldiers on the ground here and—" "Yes, I'm aware of that," Rael told her. "They are engaging the Drasen at several key points and have been—" A sudden explosion of curses erupting from the Army control pit startled him, and Tanner looked over. "What the hell is going on over there?" His naval ratings looked at him in shock, but he ignored them. "Admiral," one of the Army ratings came running over. "There has been an explosion over the third habitat." "Damage?" "Minimal, sir, if any," the rating replied. "But it was unexpected and very, very large, sir." Rael glanced back at Mia. "Your friends?" "I don't know, sir," she replied, hefting something. "One moment, I'll check." The overlapping compression waves ripped through the Drasen drones like 5 separate hurricanes of power, all tearing and rending in different directions. One drone would be lifted into the air by the front of one wave and then slammed into a dozen other drones, and torn in another direction completely as it intersected the front of a second overpressure wave. From the outside, the scene was hellish, the sort of thing one might expect from an action movie, flames and smoke obscuring the deadly consequences of the eruption of power. Several of the drones were thrown clear off the peak of the pyramid, flying out into the air hundreds of feet above the ground until gravity took over and guided them down to what Brinks hoped would be extremely rough landings. Just in case, he tagged each of them in turn and sent orders to his outlying units to check on them as soon as possible. More often, it was parts of the Drasen that flew out of the miniature Holocaust, legs here, bodies there, and so forth. Brinks had those tagged as well, but on a lower priority. The rumbling sound died out slowly, the crackling thunder softening as he looked over the scene at maximum magnification. "We counted 38 drones there, sir." Nero nodded, looking at the information. Whatever those other soldiers had done, it had ripped through the Drasen group like nothing he'd ever seen. Fiery explosions were actually rare in combat. They normally were rather subdued events with a lot of noise, assuming you weren't in space, but very little else other than smoke or shrapnel. This, though, was something else. The computers had registered at least 12 confirmed kills in that instant conflagration, and the tally was going up as the smoke cleared. Across in the other control pit, Rael Tanner looked at the faceless visage that had been Mia Shan's and waited for information that only she could provide him. After a long moment, the face nodded, and the armored hands came up and pulled the helmet off again. Mia Shan's looked a little pale, which Tanner could understand well enough, but in control as she spoke.
It was them, Admiral. They managed to group many of the Drossen together in one place. Major Brinks assures me that they analyzed the building structure for any danger before he ordered the attack.
Tanner forced himself to nod as if it made much sense to him. Ethan, what are their intentions?
Sir?
Why are they helping us?
Mia looked confused for a moment. He thought he saw her shrug, but it was hard to tell through the armor she wore. I don't know for certain, Admiral. All I know is that the captain told me that he couldn't, stand by and watch an entire planet die. He saw what happened at Port Foy, sir, and at Dworkin.
Tanner winced. Port Foy as well? He asked painfully.
Yes, sir, Mia said. The Odyssey rescued 500 survivors, but that was all.
500. Tanner closed his eyes, whispering a few words for the loss of 50 million people. He shook his head. Ethan, I think you should come to the command center. We need to communicate with these people, and for the moment, you are our only method.
Of course, sir.
Mia bowed her head.
I will arrive as soon as possible.
Good, he told her. I will await you. Vermont hit the rooftop running, letting the chute soar up and away from him as he skidded to a crouch by the edge of the insanely tall skyscraper and looked over at the clearing smoke that obscured the place he had just left. He whistled, the sound audible only to him, as his HUD enhanced and magnified the scene of destruction for him. God damn, he muttered, switching to a thermal overlay. For a moment his HUD just went white as the temperature overloaded its initial settings, but in a second the computer adapted and altered the sensitivity of the sensors until it could differentiate through the rapidly dispersing heat of the explosion. Oh shit, he breathed a few moments later. Oh shit! There were still moving heat sources in there. Major, he accessed the command channel. We've got a problem. Brinks cursed. How many? About 70% of them survived, sir. Jesus Christ, the major cursed. What the hell are these things? The words went out over the command channel and to all the members of the impromptu war council. Savoy answered. They're obviously adapted to a different environment than this, sir. I'm guessing that the TBs just didn't have enough heat to cook them, and the chemicals apparently aren't harmful to them either. But the concussion should have been enough to rip them apart anyway, Sergeant Rogers objected over the line. Nothing gets up after a blast like that. Underground, you might be right, Sarge, Savoy told him. But out in the open, even with the tandem-controlled blasts, apparently there's at least one thing that can get up. I'm with Sav, Vermont said after a moment, frowning over the HUD. I saw what that laser rifle could do. If that can't cook these things, they're not going to be burned by a little explosion. We ripped a few of them up with a concussion, but the ones that survived weren't affected by the other components of the TB. Brinks growled. All right. We still have to clear them out. Suggestions? Major, Vermont said. I think we're just going to have to get down and dirty with these guys. I don't see any slick trick that'll take them out. He's right, Major, Sergeant Rogers replied. Brinks nodded slowly, almost unwillingly, and though he wasn't opposed to the idea, he'd rather not risk his men that much. All right, go to it. Yes, sir, the chorus came back. Report coming back from Major Brinks, sir, Waters said as Weston turned around. How are the teams doing? Not badly, sir, Waters frowned. Some injuries, only one that looks serious. The Major is requesting that we deploy carnivores so he can retask his chutes for squad deployment. Weston nodded. Do it. Launching carnivores during the firefight wouldn't have been possible, given that the drones required either the Odyssey or a shuttle to control them. and all of the above had been quite busy at the time. Now it was feasible, so he'd give the Major whatever he could.
What's his progress?
Unknown at this time. Waters shook his head. They've eliminated some of the ground troops the enemy vessel launched, but they aren't certain of total numbers.
Give him his drones, Mr. Waters, Weston said.
Have Commander Roberts and the auxiliary bridge take up their controls for the moment.
Yes, sir.
After that, consider yourself relieved, Weston told him. Get yourself something to eat and a cup of coffee.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Weston turned away from the young man and looked back at the screens that depicted the outside orbit of the remaining Drossen ship as it circled far out beyond the planet's orbit, waiting. Waiting for what was the question. Chapter 24. The first of the 3 carnivore recon drones slid into position over the city, while Major Branks looked out over the incredibly complicated mesh of buildings and structures that made up the population center.
Switching carnivores to active thermal scanning.
Commander Roberts' voice came crisply over the network.
Drones 2 and 3 are descending to 200 meters. Drone 1 is being tasked at 18,000 meters. Please set waypoints for deployment, Major.
Thank you, Commander, Brinks said, tagging several key points for close overflies. I'm dispatching troops to these points now.
Confirmed. I'll have detailed recon data waiting for them,
Roberts replied. Excellent, Brinks said, eyeing another section. I've also dispatched Savoy's team to investigate an apparent wreck. It looks dead, but I'd appreciate it if you could drop Drone 1 to a tactical altitude.
Roger,
Roberts replied.
Primary carnivore descending to 18,000 meters. Could you relay a waypoint for this wreck?
1 second, Commander, Brinks said, tagging the location, then attaching all the information they had already gathered to the waypoint before shooting it up to the Odyssey.
Done. Confirmed. Wait, 1.
Brinks waited as patiently as he could, knowing that the computers and technicians on the Odyssey were already meshing the various scans from his chutes and suit sensors into one high-resolution scan.
Confirmed. Drone 1 will remain at a maximum tactical altitude. Good luck, Major.
Thanks, Commander, Brinks said.
Man, this shit sucks,
Corporal Deacon griped as he and the other 2 members of his squad ducked under a fallen wall, the huge slab of whatever it was still intact after having been blasted clear off the building. Sergeant Stewart made a face behind the anonymous plate of his armored helm, but didn't respond as he lay back against the solid material and slowly pushed his gun over the edge and twisted it around.
Looks like 5 of them, he said after a moment, pulling his rifle back. Everyone have their weapons set to thermal guidance?
Do I look like an officer? Deacon asked in amusement.
No, and you never will, if I have anything to say about it. Lieutenant McKay replied in like manner. We're good to go, Sarge. Stewart nodded in the exaggerated motions necessary when wearing powered armor. All right, spread out a little, and remember, at this range we'll only have a 2, maybe 3 degree flight correction, so don't pretend you're in an action flick, all right, Deke? Corporal Deacon rolled his eyes, but only nodded tersely in response as the 3 of them spread out.
Wait, what are you doing?
Someone called. Deacon glanced back, looking at the local cop who'd been tagging along with them.
Relax. Stay low.
Constable Sari didn't have much to say in response to that, so she did as she was told, and hugged closely to the wreckage as the 3 soldiers spread out. There was no traditional 3 count. The 3 of them didn't need one in this case. Their linked systems shared a few million calculations, estimated the location of the enemy from indirect heat sources, and flashed a green light on their HUDs. Together they rose up, weapons leveling as they brought them snug to their shoulders and squeezed the triggers. The air was immediately filled with the whining of the capacitors discharging in rapid-fire sequence and the roar of their bullets going supersonic, letting 100 of the lethal little killers fill the air. The Drossen reacted almost as fast, 2 of them jumping for height, their tough outer carapaces somehow letting them dig their mandible-like claws into the obsidian-smooth material of the surrounding buildings as they moved to bring their weapons to bear. The other 3 spun around, weapon mandibles coming up, only to be chewed to shreds as the heavy rounds struck home. Each of the three caught the bullets originally intended for 5, as the guidance systems in each round redirected them away from the 2 escapees. Even as those 3 Drossen fell, the 2 that had escaped opened fire, and the sizzling beams slammed into the fallen wall, one of them tracking fast enough to catch Lieutenant McKay as he twisted aside. Flames and nauseous gases erupted from the armor as he fell, the material being vaporized by the extreme heat and force of the blast. As McKay hit the ground, Stewart and Deacon raised their rifles, threw themselves aside, rolled in the air, and fired. The weapons made their unique whine crack once more, sending dozens of hefty killers upward in the reflex shots as the 2 troopers hit the ground hard and slid to a stop. Neither of them had aimed particularly well, but it didn't really matter, because as the bullets leapt forward, their eager little forward sensors detected the heat of the Drossen drones above them almost before they even left the barrels of their rifles. The hard-wired nanocircuitry took a moment to glimpse at the few lines of onboard software, just to confirm the target parameters. They happily raced off in search of the warmth they were designed to seek. Less than a tenth of a second after the weapons fired, the Drossen drones were torn apart and fell to the ground. Sergeant Stewart ended his slide with a reverse shoulder roll and came back up to his feet, his rifle seeking out any other targets around them as he shouted over the TACnet. "Deke, check on him!" "You got it, Sarge," Deacon said, already on the move. The corporal hit the ground, skidding on his armored knees, and came to a stop by the fallen lieutenant, then automatically called up the medical information from McKay's suit. "Telemetry from his vitals aren't looking good," he shouted, the suit already initiating defib. McKay jerked once, his back arching off the ground as the suit shunted a jolt through his body. His face mask cleared as the armor automatically shifted to medical mode, letting Deacon see McKay's eyes open wide from the shock, stare around unblinkingly, and settle back down. "Still nothing." Deacon hit him again, jolting the soldier off the ground as his suit finished applying foam to the breach and the drab-green substance started to harden. A series of beeps and symbols flashed across Deacon's HUD, and he let out a breath. "Got him back, Sarge, but he's in a bad way." Stewart didn't answer as he finished his circuit and let his rifle drop from his shoulder as he shifted to the command emergency channel. "Major, we've got a man down. I say again, man down." "Roger that," Brinks replied tersely. "Am redirecting a chute for pickup. Stand by." Stewart confirmed the transmission and signed off, leaving Brinks to do his job. He now had 2 seriously injured soldiers and no immediate evac point. He directed the chute to pick up McKay after shifting his comm suite to locate Mia. "Miss Shans," he said after a moment.
"Yes, Major?"
Mia paused, head cocked as she listened. She stopped mid-motion, not paying attention to the man escorting her to the command and control center, much to their annoyance. They froze behind her, though the man in front moved on for a few steps before realizing that no one was following. He turned. "Ethan, what are you doing?" She held up a hand.
"One moment. Yes, Major. There are extremely good medical facilities in the city. Yes, Major. I'm on my way to speak with the Admiral in charge of systems defense. I will arrange it."
"Arrange what?" the third man demanded.
"Medical treatment for injured soldiers," she told him calmly. "There are 2 seriously injured men in need of medical attention."
"Ethan, we have to get you to the Admiral. You can deal with them once we arrive."
"No, I will deal with it while we travel. You'll have a comm, of course?"
"Of course, but—"
"Then contact the Admiral,"
she told him coolly, starting forward again as she motioned to him with one hand.
"Now!"
Across the city, far from the heavier built-up sections where the majority of the fighting was currently contained, Lieutenant Savoy and his geek squad were moving toward a badly chewed-up piece of machinery that looked more like a fallen rock than the remnants of a lander craft.
"What kind of radiation are we getting off this, LT?"
Burke asked, his weapon traversing the wreckage as they moved forward. "It's hot, but not smoking," Savoy responded, eyeing the levels carefully. They were peaking at lethal levels for unprotected humans, but nothing that would seriously endanger armored soldiers. The odd thing was where the spikes were in the EM field. Most of them were very low in the spectrum for radiation rather than higher energy wavelengths. Another odd thing was the mist that had formed around the wreckage, making the entire approach feel like something out of an old horror flick. "Jesus," Men whispered, watching as the mist curled up around his legs, reaching higher as it poured out from the wreck. "Where the fuck is this coming from?" "Looks like water mist," Savoy replied. "Probably a coolant breach, or maybe their reactor is running hot. The heat might pull water vapor out of the atmosphere."
"He's fucking spooky, boss," Burke said.
"Yeah," Savoy whispered as he stepped up to the huge rend in the hull of the lander. "Tell me about it." No one had anything to say to that, so Savoy just swung his rifle around the corner of the rip, watching the results from the built-in camera that beamed back to his HUD as he swept the interior. "Looks clear," he said, pulling back. "Men, cover me." "You got it, boss." Savoy crouched down and jumped up in a calculated motion that brought him up to the lip of the tear, landing just inside. His suit systems automatically adjusted to the low light levels, bringing up a computer enhancement over his HUD that included thermal and light amplification. Savoy automatically rejected the suit's query concerning active night vision systems while stepping inside cautiously. "It's a wreck in here," he muttered after a moment.
"Say that again, boss,"
Burke replied, landing just where Savoy had been and looking around for himself.
"Must have been one rough landing."
"Don't let your guard down," Men reminded them both. "We saw that these things are tougher than you'd expect." "Right," Savoy nodded, pushing forward slowly as he looked around. "More to the point, I don't see any bodies, boys."
"Shit,"
Burke muttered, crouching just beside the tear as Men jumped up.
"I don't like the sounds of that."
"Can't say I much like it either," Savoy said. "But them's the cards we've been dealt. I'm going to move farther in. Give me some cover, okay, you two?" "We got your back, boss," Men said. Savoy swung his rifle around a corner, scanning quickly before he ducked around in a crouch to let his suit's more effective sensors give him a second opinion. Nothing was in sight, so he rose to his feet and moved forward. Admiral Tanner looked at the face on the screen and frowned.
"What is it, Saren?"
"The Ethan wishes to speak with you," the man said stiffly.
"I told you to bring her here as fast as possible."
"I am. We are. That is," the man replied. "However, she insists on speaking to you as we travel."
"Very well," Tanner sighed. "Hand her the comm."
The image jiggled a little and came to rest on the smooth, faceless armor that was even disconcerting over a comm. "Admiral?"
"What is it, Ethan? I'm quite occupied at the moment," Tanner began.
"The soldiers from the Odyssey have incurred injuries,"
Mia interrupted him.
"Their emergency craft has been redirected to rescue pilots lost in the outer system, so they have no local medical support at this instant. I'm told that they can, of course, redirect a shuttle to supply them with what they need, but it will take time."
Tanner nodded.
"One moment, Ethan."
He stepped back while moving over to the control pit that handled ground operations.
"Nero." "Yes, Rayr,"
the big man asked, stepping up.
"The soldiers from the ship have had casualties. They would appreciate medical aid," Tanner told his counterpart.
"Would security concerns permit redirecting them to one of your hospitals?"
"Of course,"
Nero replied.
"I'll provide you with a list immediately and—"
"No need," Tanner said. "It's in Central. I'll inform Ethan Shans of the locations."
"Please do not neglect to inform me of which ones they are directed to," Nero said. "I will ensure that they are received without undue trouble."
Tanner nodded and headed back. "Roger that, Miss Shans. Can you locate these sites on an aerial map?" Brinks asked, looking at Mia's tense face over his HUD.
I think so," she said hesitantly. "Can you show me this map?"
"1 second."
Brinks activated one of the command override circuits while snaking into her system, using the boot camp back door. He called up the carnivore data and fed it to her via the HUD. Mia watched, surprised at the image of the city floating in front of her, translucent but clear enough to see. Wherever she looked, a blue circle seemed to follow. and she quickly realized that it was somehow tracking her eyesight.
Here,
she said, looking at one of the hospital sites.
This is one of the places.
Brinks downloaded the information. All right, thank you, Miss Shans. I'm redirecting our wounded there now.
It is nothing, Major, she told him. It's the least we owe you.
Just get to your superiors, Miss Shans. We need to coordinate with your leadership if we want to finish this off, Brinks told her, shutting down the HUD back door and returning her to normal operations. Redirecting the wounded to the new site took only a couple commands. He summoned another chute for himself. There was no way he was going to entrust his people to a place he hadn't checked out first, if he had any choice in the matter.
This cannot be good,
Lieutenant Savoy said after a long moment of silence while his team examined the interior of the wrecked pod.
What is it, boss?
Burke asked, coming up behind him and stumbling to a halt as he saw what Savoy was looking at.
Oh, shit.
Eloquent, Burke, worthy of the bards, Savoy said as he blew out a long breath, letting his armor's air conditioning catch the moist air and whisk it away from the faceplate HUD.
What the hell are you two blathering about?
Men asked as he stepped up, coming to a dead stop between the two of them and looking down, a long way down. The hole in the deck was about 5 meters in diameter and seemed to bore right through the hull of the landing craft and into the hard ground beneath them.
I'm getting a depth reading. Jesus, 30 meters? How'd they manage to dig that this fast?
Dunno, boss, but it can't be a good thing.
Yeah, Savoy shook his head. All right, Burke, head back out and get one of the chutes in here.
How come?
Burke objected.
The sensors on those things aren't going to be worth much in that Titan area.
I know that, Savoy responded. But my suit sensors will be. I'm going down there. Weston was sipping a steaming mug of coffee when the alert came in. He dropped the mug unceremoniously into a recycling hatch and turned to the even younger ensign who was taking Waters' position. What is it, Ensign?
Tachyon wake, sir,
she replied tensely, her eyes darting across her board.
I think it's several ships decelerating from FTL.
Put your readings up on the screen, he ordered. The screen flickered, showing a computer enhancement of nicely animated blue particles being pushed ahead of something and breaking out and around, like the bow wave of a boat pushing itself through a calm lake. Only there were 5 of them.
Oh my God,
someone whispered. Weston ignored them. At least now he knew what the last ship was waiting for. And he'd been right, too. He didn't like it. Chapter 25. Lieutenant Savoy floated in a non-existent breeze as he dropped down the 5-meter-wide hole, the CM chute lowering him slowly into the pit. Heat dissipation is roughly even, he reported, looking down through the thermal overlay that decorated his suit's HUD. The walls are almost smooth, very regularly cut, but not glassy like a laser drill. His running commentary was relayed up to his tech squad, and from them to the Major and the Odyssey, so he kept speaking for the record as the walls continued to loom farther and farther above him. I'm approaching the bottom now, slowing chute deployment, he said, bringing himself to a stop just above the turn in the tunnel. Savoy inverted himself, hooking one leg up and around the cable that held him suspended in the air, and commanded the chute to descend again. His head dipped below the curve of the tunnel a few seconds later, and he stopped it again, watching through the thermal overlay down the tunnel, looking for any heat sources that might be the enemy drones. It's quiet down here, he said after a moment. Nothing to indicate enemy activity. Other than the tunnel itself, of course, he thought, without stating the obvious. After a long look, he made a choice. All right, guys, I'm cutting the tether. He unhooked his leg from the cable and snapped back upright as he triggered the release and dropped the remaining 4 meters to the ground. The sound of his landing echoed around him as he came down in a crouch, retrieving his rifle from where it was latched to the back of his armor. In the passive night vision of his HUD, the tunnel appeared endless, vanishing off into eternity with only minor thermal variations apparent. The space around him cooled, only a few degrees above the air temperature, which was running at a relatively high 30 degrees Celsius. Savoy took a few steps down the tunnel. "I'm switching to active night vision now." A few motions brought up the options, and then he turned on the infrared spotlights built into the helmet and shoulders of his armor. The HUD lit up bright green. For a second, it instantly darkened as its filters kicked in. Now he could see a tunnel he estimated at about 50 meters long, with branches moving off to either side at roughly 10-meter intervals. "Industrious little bastards," he muttered as he moved forward, one foot in front of the other. Dry dirt and gravel crackled and crunched with each step as he began to plumb the depths of the alien tunnel system. The three small flying devices approached the medical center together, something that might have prompted an attempt at defending the building if the military command hadn't placed a call through several minutes earlier to warn the guards of the approach. They spread out slightly as the lead device swooped in and dropped off a hulking figure that carried a weapon at least 3 times the size of their laser rifles. He, or it, walked directly to the closest guard, not showing any sign of caution or fear, and spoke sharply.
"Is this the medical center?"
The guard nodded, blinking in surprise at the odd accent. He'd never heard anything quite like it. It was almost like a total lack of accent, a flatness that he couldn't place.
"Good,"
the hulking figure said, not moving but somehow giving the impression that he was doing something. The other 2 devices approached, and the guards saw the limp figures dangling from them. "Doctor!" The guard yelled over his shoulder, nodding at 2 of the others. The other 2 guards stepped aside, and 3 of the medical staff rushed out with a hovering platform, sliding obediently along behind them. Immediately behind them were another 3 and another platform. The guard turned back to the hulking figure and was surprised to see that the anonymous faceplate was no longer blacked out. He could see the face behind it, lit up by a series of soft red lights. The grim-looking man actually looked a great deal more frightful than the impersonal black of the faceplate.
"Your people will need my help to open the armor,"
he said, walking toward the medical teams. The guards signaled to the others and rushed along behind the hulking figure as he reached the first medical team. They were puzzling over how to treat a man they couldn't seem to get onto their platform, let alone physically reach. The hulking figure just grabbed the limp figure, disconnecting the cable that supported him effortlessly, and slung him onto the platform.
"The suit has a subsurface breach in case of medical emergencies,"
he told him in that curiously flat tone as he placed a finger alongside the prone man's helmet. They couldn't see it, but Major Brinks initiated a physical link to the suit so that he could access a command set that wasn't available over any wireless link, for obvious reasons. Once the link was established, he ordered the suit to breach. A hiss of escaping gas startled the team, causing many of them to jump back, and the suit split along the center of the chest, down along the abdomen. It then slid open on hitted pneumatics as Brinks popped the helmet seal and pried the clamshell armor from Lieutenant McKay's head.
"You can treat him in the armor, or pull him out if you have to,"
Brinks told them brusquely, then turned and moved over to where Jamie Curtis was still hanging suspended above the ground by her cable connection to the chute. The medical team stared after him for a second before the lead doctor shook her head and snapped at them. A few seconds later, the platform retreated into the facility, with the 3 of them jogging alongside as they scanned and attached devices to their new patient. "If they continue their current deceleration," Waters told his captain, "they'll rendezvous with the other ship in 8 hours. If he accelerates to match course with them on a least time approach, we'll be facing all 6 of them in about 12, sir." Weston looked at the status board. The Odyssey would have its forward armor repaired long before that, but its flight deck would still be breached, though the circuits for the trap should be repaired by then. That would put the Odyssey in near-fighting trim, along with a full charge on her pulse torpedoes. This, even under ideal circumstances, placed the Odyssey at the wrong side of long odds. Weston shook his head, letting his PDA clatter to the console in front of him and looking over at Susan Lamont. "All right, what's the status on the Archangels?" "Not as bad as we'd feared,
But they're still down by 4 pilots. No fatalities, but 3 of the injured pilots have major radiation burns from cockpit hits. And we have 1 man with a head injury. We think his CM field collapsed when he ejected his cockpit, Ensign Lamont said. Counting Clark, that brings our total fighter complement down by just over a third. Weston nodded. Further, Waters spoke up again. I'm afraid that the Archangels just don't seem to be carrying enough firepower to really damage the enemy cruisers. We'll need them for fighter coverage, but they're not going to shift the odds substantially. Weston didn't like to admit it, but the young man was most likely right. The weapons load for the Archangels wasn't intended for the level of power being thrown around in these engagements. Even the heaviest missiles they had available for the fighters were originally intended to sink seaborne battleships and dreadnoughts. Weapons that appeared to be roughly the equivalent of pop guns against these alien cruisers. All right, I need alternatives here. Waters, talk to your department. Talk to the civilian researchers, talk to God himself if you have to, but get them to me. If I can't use the Archangels, find me something I can use, he told the young man, then turned to Lamont. Get as many people on the repairs as you can, and have engineering start siphoning off more power from the reactor to the auxiliary capacitors. I want as many charges in the pulse tubes as I can get this time. Aye, aye, Captain, they both replied, stiffening as they gave him a quick salute and turned to their tasks. Weston picked up his induction mic and slapped it onto his jaw. Commander Roberts.
Yes, Captain.
The commander's voice returned a moment later. I'm coming up to the auxiliary bridge to discuss the current situation.
Yes, sir, I'll be waiting.
Weston closed the link and turned to Waters. Lieutenant, you have the watch.
I have the watch, sir.
Vermont snarled under his armored helm, the vibrations of the whining, roaring weapon only reaching him in his imagination as he fired another burst into the scampering, skittering drones. They'd appeared from some crevice or another, like wraiths, firing a burst at his team, vanishing around a corner or into some hole they'd found. The soldiers had managed to avoid any serious injuries, though Vermont himself was sporting a burn on his thigh that was going to sting like a bitch once the local anesthetic started wearing off. It had been a glancing blow from the enemy's beam weapons, but it had been enough to cook his armor, and by extension his thigh, before he'd managed to roll free. Most of the others now sported similar wounds, or at least scarred patches on their armor to show how close they'd come to joining the club. But they were getting wise to the enemy's tactics now, and it was showing. The last attack hadn't scorched anybody, and the Drossen had lost another drone in the attempt. It was a pity, Vermont thought, that the thermal guidance on their bullets wasn't able to manage 90-degree turns. They'd have fried a great deal more of the spider-like things if they could, but the system only allowed relatively minor course corrections, especially over short distances. The mission was turning into a grueling manhunt, or rather alien hunt, through the bewildering streets and alleys of the alien city, sometimes climbing up through immense arcing roads, and sometimes digging down into the depths of the city as they went practically underground in their pursuit. And unfortunately, Vermont's own prediction that they were simply going to have to get down and dirty was proving to be altogether too accurate, and the constant pursuit of the devilish bastards was starting to wear on both him and his people. A light nerve tingle alarm went off. Vermont let his empty magazine drop to the ground automatically and fell back as others moved ahead of him to take up the slack. Slapping the new one in took a few seconds before he was moving forward again, his foot crunching the spent clip into the ground as he brought his weapon back up to his shoulder and looked for another target. Another empty tunnel, Savoy said, his voice calm despite the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. The silence was deafening, as the saying went, and the lieutenant found himself almost wishing for something to happen. Anything would be good, a dark part of his mind whispered. A dark and stupid part, of course. Savoy knew that it was just the tension speaking, demanding some form of release, but the voice was seductive just the same, and it took all of his intellect and trained reflexes to shove it down and maintain his current operational stance. He knew that wishing for action was as useless as it was stupid. For one thing, no one ever answered wishes.
and for another, the demon Murphy might just answer this one. So he forced his mind into the job and moved as silently as he could onto the next tunnel. He paused at the tunnel wall beside the branching point, taking a breath as he gathered his thoughts for a moment and looked around. He wasn't certain what they were doing, this bunch. Whether there was a plan for the tunnels or even if maybe the crash had scrambled what passed for brains and they were just acting at random. This time, there was a soft scratching that reached his armor's sensors and Savoy froze, his mind blanking as he looked into the pits of hell. At the end of this tunnel, there were dozens, 50 or more of the alien things, he couldn't tell. They were crawling over each other, scraping at the walls and gathering up the material that fell. Savoy watched as the horde seemed to actually eat the rocks, ingesting the minerals and even going so far as to apparently carry certain bits to one or another of their group and feed it to each other. "Oh man," he muttered, knowing that his helmet would insulate all sound. "This is something else. I think it might be nest building? Computer, flag this data to be relayed to the research labs on the Odyssey immediately. Xenobiology department." They were eating rocks, or at least ingesting them. Whether they got any nutrients out of it wasn't something he could guess at, but there had to be some reason. Savoy inched forward, trying to get a better view of the activities, only to freeze when one of them suddenly snapped around and stared right at him. He hadn't made any noise, but the beast had apparently spotted him anyway, because, in a moment, all the others turned as well. Worse, perhaps, from his point of view, was that they did it without any sound or obvious signal. They just seemed to all notice him at the same time. "Oh shit," Savoy muttered, backing away. It was like a dam breaking. The sudden charge of the drones was like the rush of water over the broken floodgates, and that was all the signal Savoy needed. He turned and ran just as another flood burst from a tunnel farther down and came racing straight up at him. "Shit!" he screamed as he ran. "Men, Burke, I'm coming back, and I've got company on my ass." He didn't wait for an answer, just bolted up the incline of the tunnel at the best speed his suit could give him, which was fairly impressive. Each step was more of a leap, angled to propel him parallel to the incline, sending him flying for a dozen meters before he would power his other leg down to meet the ground and accelerate him ahead even faster. The end of the tunnel was approaching at blinding speeds, but his wraparound sensors showed him that the room behind him wasn't all that much better, so he didn't slow down. He grabbed the cable of the chute mid-leap, keying its automatic lift even as he wrapped it around his hand in desperation. The cable went taut almost instantly, the CM field dropping his weight to near nothing as the chute's thrusters whined and pulled him straight up. Savoy struck the wall as he swung on the end of the chute's line, caroming off it like a billiard ball, but kept his grip on the cable as he shoved the chute's climb rate to maximum. "Coming through!" he yelled as the chute cleared the tunnel entrance and slammed into the ceiling of the lander, throwing sparks and fragments around as its lateral thrusters kicked in and yanked Savoy suddenly to the right. His upward motion remained largely unchecked, so he bounced off the ceiling. Before snapping to one side and careening off a wall, he slammed into another bulkhead and finally came to a rest against a charred piece of machinery. Men and Burke didn't have time to watch his rather rough flight, as they were watching the tunnel as he flashed past. They both saw the horrific mass that was scrambling up along the walls like they weren't a smooth vertical surface. "TB!" Men yelled, twisting a cylinder in his hand and dropping it down into the mass. "TB!" Burke returned, doing the same thing. They both turned and sprinted away from the tunnel, grabbing Savoy from where he had fallen, and lunged for the rent in the ship that had given them entrance. The rumble behind them was enough to inform them when the thermobaric grenades detonated, shaking the entire lander as the overpressure waves erupted in the contained space, each reflected shockwave reinforcing the next, as they had been designed to. A blast of flame and gas erupted out of the tunnel, curving around the bulkheads like a living thing, seeking a way out, just as the soldiers did. It caught up with them as they passed the tear in the hull, slapping them with over 10 pounds per square inch of pressure and tossing them from the lander like toys in a hurricane. "Savoy! Burke! Men!" Major Brinks growled, eyeing the scrambled signals that were once 3 of his best men.
Damn!
He was still standing outside the hospital facility, and his angry body language was apparent to the guards. It took the Major a few moments to recognize how nervous they were getting and to move off. He didn't really care about their nerves, but he'd rather not test the discipline of troops he didn't know.
God damn it, Lieutenant Savoy, report!
He roared again, keying and rekeying the network reconnect command. Dust and debris rained down on them, covering the 3 soldiers in a fine coat of powder and several 100 pounds of what used to be an alien landing craft, as the rumbling thunder slowly died out.
Oh, fuck,
Burke groaned, pushing himself up to his hands and knees, shunting a half-ton of debris off his back.
You guys dead?
Just wishing, Men replied as he shifted some more material, and they both pulled a chunk of something off Savoy.
Hey, LT, you okay?
Savoy didn't move, but his suit sent them a steady stream of medical data when they queried it that showed him to be alive.
Come on, Sav.
Burke hooked him under his arms and dragged him back.
Snap out of it. We might have company any time now.
Savoy groaned but moved his arm in a flapping motion that really didn't help much.
Well, he's alive and probably awake, Men muttered. I'll contact the Major and get a pickup.
Burke nodded, dragging Savoy along the ground as they both shot glances at the somewhat more dilapidated-looking landing craft.
Oh, fuck, Men muttered.
What's wrong?
Our network link is scrambled, he told Burke. Long-range frequencies are junked. It'll settle down.
Savoy groaned more than spoke. Burke looked down at him in surprise but chuckled.
Welcome back, boss.
Yeah,
Savoy croaked, pulling himself free of Burke and climbing unsteadily to his feet.
Reboot the comm suite, both of you.
You got it, they told him, following his instructions. The software reboot took a few seconds. The network connection wizard activated and sent out a query signal. A few nanoseconds later, after 2 handshakes, 3 passwords, and a gigabit encryption code, the network connected again.
Major,
Savoy staggered in pain as he tried to walk.
We've got trouble.
Chapter 26.
Tunnels?
Commander Roberts demanded, fists tightening into a clench as he looked at the face on the large screen.
To what end?
According to Lieutenant Savoy, they seem to be eating the minerals in the ground, Commander, Major Brinks said, using it as resources for breeding or something similar. Roberts' eyes flickered around the room for an instant, taking in the reactions of the others sitting on the auxiliary bridge, strapped down against the zero-gravity environment. Their eyes widened. Some of them seemed to understand the implications more than others, paling at the thought. Roberts himself had enough of a base in concept technology to understand what was being implied, though he wasn't certain he was ready to believe that it could possibly exist in a naturally evolved species.
Major, are you aware of what you're saying?
He asked grimly.
I'm afraid so, Commander, Brinks said. But it does make the pieces fit, Commander. If they're able to process minerals in order to fuel themselves, it explains their rate of reproduction. What evidence did the lieutenant give?
His suit's computer counted no less than 200 of the drones in those tunnels, Brinks replied.
Our worst-case estimate is that a lander can't hold more than 100, maybe 150. Unless they've got some other twist that they're working, I think his theory is sound. Damn. Roberts closed his eyes. Major, the situation up here is deteriorating quickly. In less than 12 hours, unless we withdraw, we'll be facing 6 of the enemy cruisers. If you're still on the ground then.
He let the words draw out.
Understood, Commander. Do we know what the captain intends to do?
Not yet, Roberts replied. I'll be meeting with him shortly in order to confer. However, I doubt that we'll abandon the planet easily. All right, I have to get back to work, Commander. I'll contact you later with an updated sitrep.
Very well, Major. Godspeed.
The connection closed and Roberts forced his fists to relax. The situation was turning from bad to worse, and even at best, there was no way that they could take on 6 of those alien cruisers. The computer had run the scenarios, and even adjusting for the severe lack of imagination in any simulation, the best they could hope for would be to eliminate or disable 4 of the enemy ships. The damages they were likely to incur while dealing with those 4 would make the Odyssey a sitting duck for the remaining ships. Those were best-case scenarios as well, assuming that the enemy followed patterns of behavior consistent with their last engagement, and that the Odyssey made no mistakes and suffered no interference from Mr. Murphy. Roberts thought that they'd be lucky if they successfully took on 2 enemy cruisers at once. Forget the added disadvantage of the additional 4. 2 of the enemy ships attacking from a similar tangent would turn their armor advantage into a joke. The phase shift in the armor would work against one of the lasers, but the second would cut them up like a hot knife through butter. The problem was that he couldn't see any way out of the encounter. Certainly, they could turn tail and run, but the thought left a bitter taste in his mouth to even contemplate. Military units were only as good as their traditions, in Roberts' opinion. The NAC had a short history, but its military traditions went back hundreds of years just the same. To begin the NAC interstellar armed forces with the act of abandoning a world to genocide would be setting a precedent of the worst kind. A tacit approval of the act in implication, even if not in fact. It would be a tradition not only of dishonor, but of perceived cowardice. The problem, however, wasn't in the dying. Commander Roberts was willing to die for his own people, or for the strangers, because that was what his duty demanded. However, his intellect would not permit his emotion to forget the fact that Earth knew nothing of their situation, and if they died out here on this day, Earth could well follow them into the abyss because they had failed to provide data vital to the survival of the human, the Terran species. In the middle of his contemplation, the door behind him whisked open and he saw the people around him stiffen. Robert shook his mind clear. "Captain." "Bring that carnivore down to 3,000 meters," Lieutenant Savoy ordered as he and his team stood observing the great wreck they had made of the already wrecked lander. They were standing about 100 meters from it now, watching the settling debris through their enhanced HUDs as they waited for the information from the carnivore's ground-penetrating radar to come back. The signal was fuzzy at first, the initial pass only returning a low-resolution scan, but their fears were confirmed as subsequent passes cleared up the signal. The tunnels showed up plainly, long lines extending dozens of meters down and out from the lander, with several branches that extended in all directions like the limbs of an inverted tree. Or perhaps like the roots of a virulent weed. Inside the tunnel spaces, some pictures showed places that were blocked in, while others would later show those spaces to be quite clear. The pattern was overlaid rapidly, scans being taken every few milliseconds apart, while played back in a real-time sequence. They could almost make out the flailing limbs of the drones as they crawled through the tunnels and continued their digging. "The estimates are coming back now, boss," Men said. "The computer says that there's a 90% probability that there are over 280 of them down there." Savoy nodded. "Tell it to keep counting." "You've got it, boss." Savoy flicked over to another comm channel, accessing into the command. "Well, it's confirmed, Major. We've got a nest or something being built under our feet." "We also got the sky about to fall on us, Lieutenant." "Sir?" 6 more cruisers are up there. In less than 12 hours, we're going to have to fight or flee," Brinks said, his voice grim. Savoy grimaced. "I can't say I like the thought of turning tail, sir." "Not our call," Brinks replied. "In the meantime, we've got 12 hours to try and get a handle on the situation. I'm open to suggestions, Lieutenant." Savoy frowned. "We should redirect 1 or more of the carnivores back to the Odyssey for rearming. Right now they're equipped with air-to-ground missiles, but if we load them up with some bunker busters, we might have a chance. Maybe at taking the nest out with minimal risk." "Time to rearm?" "An hour, including flight time," Savoy responded. Brinks considered it. "All right. But we'll keep our drones where they are and have the commander detail 2 more with the appropriate hardware. That'll save us some time and let us keep on with our own work." "Yes, sir," Savoy said. "In the meantime, do what you can. Miss Chans is being transported to the local alien command center now. With luck,
We might be able to get some coordination with the locals, Brinks said, glancing over his shoulder. Their medical facility seems competently run. Makes me wonder why their military is just a fuck-up.
Sir, I'm not sure if I'd put it that way exactly, Savoy replied, a little cautiously.
Are you kidding, Lieutenant? Brinks snorted. They're getting their butts handed to them.
That's true, sir. However, it's not due to a lack of power. Vermont's little test with that laser rifle proves that. Savoy shook his head. And while they're a little rudimentary by our standards, sir, they're probably on par with most conventional forces I've seen.
I suppose you've got a theory for why these Drossen things are kicking ass and taking names, then?
Sir, they seem to be 2 steps ahead of their opposition, Savoy replied. Nothing more than that. Power-wise, they appear to be at parity with each other. The Drossen simply seem, I don't know, more prepared. Like they knew what they were getting into and packed for the job. Brinks pushed the thought aside. Whatever it was, it didn't matter at the moment. What did matter was the situation as it stood, so the Major just had to play the cards he was dealt. No matter how badly the hand sucked.
Admiral!
Someone shouted, a twinge of shock and fear in their voice, causing Tanner to spin around just as the doors to the rear of the command pit burst open. Burst being the operative word, since the heavy metal doors literally were pulled off their equally heavy hinges, as a hulking figure stepped through, paused, and looked around. For a crazy moment, Tanner could have sworn that the figure seemed chagrined. Then she spoke.
Oops.
A decidedly tiny and feminine voice came from the Hulk, sounding embarrassed, as if she had just accidentally jarred someone's elbow, or something equally inane, rather than having just ripped 2 security doors off their hinges.
Ethan Shans, I presume?
Admiral Tanner asked calmly, his voice causing the guards to pause and lower their weapons just slightly. The Hulk snapped to a rigid stance and nodded in salute.
Ethan Mia Shans reporting, Admiral.
Relax, he ordered, stepping out of the pit to come face to face with the Ethan. Or as close to it as he could manage, since the armored suit placed her faceplate about 2 feet over his head. Tanner didn't flinch, though, or alter his expression as he looked up at the faceless features of the armor.
What can you tell me about the Odyssey, Ethan? He asked.
They belong to a human world that is not part of the colony, sir,
she told him, obviously correcting herself as she almost mentioned the mythical others again.
Their technology is largely of inferior quality to ours. However, they have markedly superior weapon systems and an ingenious, though disconcerting, translite drive.
The Admiral's eyebrows went up. And their intentions?
Sir,
the hulking figure seemed to relax a bit, her stance shifting and becoming more pensive.
They rescued me and the survivors at Port Foy without second considerations. In this system, they were reluctant to engage the Drossen until it became obvious that the Drossen would continue on to kill the civilians of this world. She paused. They don't wish to be involved in this war, Admiral. But I don't think that they can turn their backs on the annihilation of an entire world.
Tanner nodded. Are you in contact with them now?
Yes, sir.
Very well, Tanner nodded. Give them my thanks for their aid and ask them what my people can do to help.
That's it?
Brinks blinked. It couldn't be that simple.
What is it?
Mia asked him over the link, her voice as puzzled as the computer translation could manage.
What can he do to help?
Brinks repeated. No demands, no posturing, no questions?
We have very little time, Major,
Mia reminded him. This was true, the Major had to admit, but it still seemed insane to him. If nothing else, the Admiral should be talking about how to integrate Brinks's people into his own strategies. Military people didn't just let some rogue group pop onto their turf and start shooting things up. Brinks shook it off, chalking it up to a complete alien mentality.
Fine. Inform him that we'll need to start coordinating the sweeps of the city if we want to be sure that we get them all. We also have a problem where one of the landers apparently crashed.
Tunnels? Admiral Tanner asked, his eyes narrowing.
Where?
Mia's eyes flickered over the map on her suit's HUD. She looked up to the large display that showed a similar map at the front of the large room.
There.
Tanner turned to look where she was pointing. Nero! The big man came up from the ground force's control pit, standing almost as tall as Mia in her armor, and looked curiously at her.
This must be your missing Ethan.
It is, or so I believe. Tanner's lips twisted. It is difficult to say, of course, as I have yet to see her face. Mia's eyes widened under her helm, and she uttered a shocked, "Oh!" She immediately started fumbling with the controls until she located the shield that Brinks had shown her before and activated the control. "Sorry," she told them, her faceplate shimmering from a flat, opaque black to a transparent form backlit by internal lights. "I require the helmet to communicate with the others, however." Tanner nodded, and Nero just gazed evenly at her. "Nero, the Ethan tells me that the Drossen are digging tunnels under the Corinth landing site," Tanner said.
Corinth,
Nero frowned.
that was a crash. Nothing could have survived.
"I'm aware of that. However, I believe that we may want to check just the same." The big man nodded gruffly.
Agreed. I'll correct the oversight.
"I'm certain you will," Tanner said confidently. "However, if what our friends are saying is true, we may have a serious situation developing."
Agreed,
Nero said. "Their scans indicate that there are over 200 Drossen in those tunnels at the moment, Admiral," Mia said. "They have ordered 2 assault drones from the Odyssey with weapons they believe might be able to eliminate the Drossen."
Then act quickly,
Nero intoned, his voice not giving any indication of his opinions of that speed. "Indeed," Tanner nodded. "Let us act quickly."
Agreed,
Nero replied, then turned away without another word. "Now, Ethan," Tanner said, looking up at Mia without any hint of discomfort in having to look so far up to meet her eyes. "I believe that you and I should have a conversation that includes the captain of the Odyssey?" Mia nodded at once. "Yes, Admiral." Chapter 27.
Captain Weston, I presume?
The translation came through clear enough, though the computer seemed to hitch up on the last word, and for a moment, Weston could have sworn that it was going to go with the cliched, "Dr. Livingston, I presume?" rather than what he hoped was the more accurate translation. Weston pushed the trivial thought from his mind, though he knew that, unlike himself, the other man couldn't see whom he was talking to. "That's correct. You're Admiral Tanner?"
"That is correct."
The slimly built man looked out of the screen with every appearance of examining the auxiliary bridge, where Weston had taken the transmission. He wasn't, of course, seeing the bridge. Rather, what Admiral Tanner was looking at was Miss Shawn's face while her suit systems transmitted his image to Weston. The reverse wasn't possible, of course, but Weston was able to speak out of the suit speaker system so that they could hold something that at least resembled a coherent conversation. Admiral Tanner was an unassuming man, Weston noted, the type that you would probably overlook if you saw him on the street. His uniform seemed oddly rudimentary, more like work clothes than something any Terran admiral would wear, but it was spotless and well kept. There was something about his eyes, though. Weston couldn't pin it down, but it was a look he'd seen before. "Captain," the Admiral was speaking again, forcing Weston to pay attention. "We all owe you our thanks for your intervention. I do not believe that my world could ever repay you for what you have done." Weston waved a hand, almost irritated by the suggestion. "Nonsense. Gratitude is fine, Admiral, but beyond that, it isn't any concern to me. We wouldn't let anyone do what these things were planning to do. They killed 2 worlds, Admiral. My people wouldn't let them take a 3rd, not unchallenged."
Yes.
Tanner glanced down, his eyes flickering shut.
I was pained to hear of Port Foy. Is the system titular there with you?
"She is with her people at the moment, Admiral, though they are still sedated," Weston said.
Sedated?
"When we're finished, Mia can fill you in. Suffice to say that the sedation was as much for their sake as for ours. We would have woken them already, but given the situation, I didn't want panicked civilians adding to our problems."
Yes,
the Admiral nodded.
I can see that. We shall, of course, prepare a place for them immediately.
"That would be welcome, sir," Weston replied. "However, we have something else to discuss at this point. You are aware, of course, of the 5 ships currently approaching to join the one already in system.
Yes, Captain, Tanner replied grimly. We have them on our long-range sensors now. It's worse than I had hoped, but much as I'd feared.
Admiral, I have to be frank, sir. Weston leaned forward as he talked, clasping his hands in front of him. The odds of the Odyssey mounting a successful defense against 6 of those cruisers is very nearly 0. Mia held herself still as the captain's words came over the speakers, but her heart was in her throat at the admission. She'd known it, at least that it was likely, but to hear it put into words by Captain Weston was something else. Was he going to leave them? Could he justify fighting a lost cause for a world that wasn't his own? She didn't know. Words spoken with a calm assurance brought her back as she realized that Admiral Tanner was speaking again. So she tried to focus on what he was saying.
I expected that might be the case, Captain, the Admiral said, sounding almost resigned. Part of me wishes very much to ask you to stay. However, I understand that we are not your people.
I didn't say I was ready to run out on you just yet, Admiral. Weston's voice came back over the suit systems. I'm just giving you the odds.
I'm afraid that I don't understand, Tanner said,
trying very hard not to sound confused. Admiral, the way I see it, judging from reports from our ground forces, it's not totally impossible to fight off these things on the ground, Weston said. I understand that your weapons aren't as effective as you might like. However, if you were to adjust your tactics, you should have the people to take out any invasion force that might land, assuming you do it fast enough.
I'm afraid that isn't my specialty, Captain.
Tanner smiled, glancing over his shoulder.
However, I can speak with our ground forces commander.
I expect you can, Weston said. In that case, what we might be able to do for you is to help cut down the opposition somewhat. Every ship we can take out for you is one less that you'll have to deal with on the ground. Admiral Tanner took a deep breath, understanding entering his eyes.
I understand, and I thank you for your help, Captain.
There was a moment of silence from the speakers, and Captain Weston's voice returned, its tone serious.
It's what we do, Admiral.
Traditions. They mattered more than most people realized, especially in military units. Commander Roberts knew this, and he had always felt that the best units were those that had traditions of excellence that every member could aspire to. Few were those who both saw the birth of those traditions and who realized just what it was they were seeing. Something told him, deep inside, that he was now among those few. When the captain said those words, Roberts lifted his chin a little higher on reflex, though he knew that no one was looking at him. And around him, he could see the same effect on the others sitting there. The young men and women assigned to the auxiliary bridge weren't the Odyssey's primary command crew. They were a little younger, and in what was already a young man's navy, that meant they were practically in nappies. They had joined after the war, most of them, probably out of the same ideals, misguided though they may be, that the captain was now espousing. They stood just a little taller, sat just a little straighter, and Roberts caught a gleam in the eyes of one of them as he glanced over his shoulder at the captain. The commander risked a look at Weston, wondering if the captain had done it on purpose, but couldn't tell from the other man's stance. Weston was intent on his conversation with the alien admiral and wasn't paying attention to the effect his words had. Before the next shift was out, Roberts knew, the word would be spread across the ship. Everyone would know the gist, if not the details, of the captain's proclamation. It's what we do. Roberts doubted that the captain meant it the way it would be interpreted. It was just what soldiers said when they were complimented or thanked. In another time, another place, the words would be just that. Words. Here, though, and now, they had already taken on a new meaning. Traditions, Commander Roberts mused silently, were funny things. They started when you least expected them, and endured through everything the universe could throw at them. And the captain had just started one hell of a tradition, assuming, of course, that anyone survived to pass it on. It's what